Commander Luo Cun has transmigrated into the embodiment of the belle of the first military university of the Alliance. In the midst of a chaotic melee, she triumphed solely with the support of 6 individuals, securing victory in the competition. During the Star Domain League, she rose to prominence, leading bands to championship glory. 2 years hence, she successfully ascended to the position of Governor of Bands, proclaiming, "Youngsters must understand the importance of taking gradual steps. For instance, let us first establish a modest goal of becoming the governor of the star system." The crowd gasped. "And then, unify the Cold Lake, making Bands the wealthiest independent district." The onlookers exclaimed. On that day, an article titled "The Youngest Governor in Alliance History Goes Mad Just 3 Days into Office" surged to trending status, receiving commentary from official media below. Central Star Region, a madman's delusion, neighboring empire. A mere child, interstellar netizens. We support you, Luo Cun. My glory, how can you mere mortals comprehend? Chapter 1. What has become of my classmate after a summer apart? Luo Cun abruptly opened her eyes, the explosion aboard the warship still vivid in her mind, the starry sky blooming like fireworks. How did she survive such a situation? Second Lieutenant, your complexion appears rather poor. Has something occurred? Someone nearby inquired. Instinctively, she wished to deny it. Although she had just enlisted, she was not entirely a novice, her rank surpassing that of a mere second lieutenant. Yet her innate vigilance compelled her to glance at the insignia adorning her shoulders. 1 stripe and 1 star, second lieutenant rank. What is going on? She turned her gaze to the individual beside her, a young male lieutenant, presumably her superior. "Commander, I am fine. Perhaps I am merely fatigued." The lieutenant sighed in relief. "It is perfectly normal to feel this way on your first battlefield." Luo Cun stepped back 2 paces, creating distance while discreetly surveying the room. This did not resemble the interior of a warship. It bore the semblance of an underground bunker. The walls were constructed of the simplest, most crude concrete, the air thick with a musty odor, and scattered haphazardly were various data files, intelligence, and analytical materials. The foremost priority now was to ascertain whether she had indeed fallen into enemy territory. She glanced at the contents on the table and asked, "Commander, how is the situation outside?" "The insurgents have already besieged the administrative building. The regular army stationed on the planet has likely been. Our forces have been compelled to retreat here, and if we fail to send out a distress signal, this planet will be lost completely." The lieutenant's tone was grave. Luo Cun acknowledged with a slight nod, categorizing the information before her as the overview of the conflict gradually materialized in her mind. This was a minuscule artificial planet named Weka, with a scant permanent population, feeble military strength, situated on the border, and had thus become a target for the insurgents. The enemy had blocked the planet's communication systems and was currently attempting to dismantle the control of the central brain of the planet. Once successful, they would all perish. "Commander, what are your thoughts on the insurgents?" she casually inquired. "Those damned devils," the lieutenant spat. "If I ever have the chance, I will ensure they are torn asunder." Luo Cun felt a wave of relief wash over her. "Excellent, these are allies." Luo Cun selected one of the blueprints for a communication tower. "The insurgents have sabotaged the planet's fundamental communication equipment." "You are the most perceptive individual I have encountered, second lieutenant." The lieutenant stepped forward, conjuring a model of the communication tower from thin air. Luo Cun gasped, "What kind of technology is this?" "Wait, it seems this model is being projected from the holographic device on his wrist?" The cunning insurgents have embedded the Kamos command at the 1st and 3rd nodes of the communication tower, completely locking down the communication equipment, the lieutenant declared indignantly. "A Kamos command? What might that entail?" She remained composed and stated, "So, if we can lift the restrictions at the 1st and 3rd nodes, we will successfully transmit a distress signal?" "Absolutely correct. Second Lieutenant, the future of Weka rests in our hands." Luo Cun's lips twitched. Her commander seemed somewhat unhinged. She stroked her chin, contemplating how to extricate themselves from their current predicament. Methods to disable the Kamos command. First, input the decryption program. The code is 34. Second, use electromagnetic interference to render it inoperative. A sudden surge of thoughts erupted in her mind, startling Luo Cun. Yet, as an exceptional commander, maintaining a composed demeanor amidst emotional turmoil is an essential quality. She studied her expression and proposed, "Perhaps we could attempt electromagnetic interference?" The lieutenant immediately expressed his agreement, stating, "There are no decryption devices here. We must resort to this rudimentary method. Let us together construct an electromagnetic interference device." A profound sense of dissonance enveloped the atmosphere as Luo Cun fixed her gaze upon the officer, her brow slightly furrowing. She refrained from uttering a word, quietly making her way to the door and attempting to grasp the doorknob. Your mission remains uncompleted. Please confirm whether you wish to exit? Suddenly, a transparent pop-up window materialized before her. Instinctively, Luo Cun glanced at the lieutenant, who seemed oblivious to it. A mission? She pressed no. Luo Cun returned to her quarters, rummaging through the surroundings. In addition to coils and magnets, she discovered firearms, grenades, and miniature missiles. Throughout this endeavor, the lieutenant remained utterly silent. Only upon gathering all the necessary materials did Luo Cun begin to assemble them according to the blueprints, prompting the lieutenant to awaken from his stupor and join the construction. Before long, several small electromagnetic interference devices were successfully created. Luo Cun strapped on a miniature missile and slung a firearm, equipping herself with all the weaponry. Commander, she pushed the interference device towards him. The task of seeking higher-level support is now entrusted to you. The lieutenant visibly faltered, exclaiming, Second Lieutenant, what are you intending to do? Luo Cun opened the door, declaring, remaining idle is not a viable option in my life. I am heading to the administrative building. The first military university of the Alliance, the Sociology Department building. Luo Cun's figure was cast upon the largest projection at the center, and a group of students observed the scene, engaged in fervent discussion. Can anyone tell me what the department's flower is doing? Isn't the assessment concluded once the interference device is completed? Given her swift performance, she should attain an A-grade evaluation. After a summer apart, what have my classmates experienced? How does she solve problems so quickly? Look, the department flower is leaving. I can't believe this is how we are examined. Where's the map? Luo Cun ascended to the ground floor via the elevator, finding the streets deserted, the air filled with the resounding echoes of roars, gunfire, and explosions. After discerning the direction, she sprinted toward the central administrative building. Gradually, she began to gasp for breath, her chest ablaze with pain. What is happening? She has only run 5 kilometers. Her physical fitness should not be so compromised. Suddenly, her ears perked up at the sound of heavy machinery traversing the ground. She swiftly veered left. Gradually, a squad of mechs emerged, silhouetted against the setting sun. Coming into view, Luo Cun waved at them, only to be completely disregarded as the rigid, sharp mechanical legs marched past her. With a running leap, she propelled herself off a roadside tree, soaring into the air and landing directly in front of the mech squad. The mech formation halted, their massive cannon muzzles aimed at her, the barrels rotating and emanating a blue glow. They were poised to open fire. Luo Cun raised her hands above her head with remarkable calmness, declaring, I am the commander dispatched to you by higher authority. Allow me to accompany you to the front lines. After a moment of contemplation, the lead mech confirmed her identity as a regular army officer and nodded in agreement. The colossal mechanical body crouched down, extending a hand before her. Luo Cun stepped onto the hand, which gently placed her upon the mech's shoulder, proceeding forward together. She had made the right gamble. In ground warfare, commanders are never in surplus. The cost of training a commander is exorbitant, and they are typically assigned to major warships, leaving few to remain on the ground. With one hand resting upon the head of the mech, Luo Cun exclaimed with great authority, Follow my commands, mech squad. Swiftly converge upon the administrative building. Chapter 2. The deceit of the flower of the system under Luo Cun's command, the mecha squadron rapidly accelerated. She soon discovered that this was a temporary assembly of B-class mechas, not in active duty, lacking a formal structure, and devoid of a commander, with energy supplies alarmingly scarce. In simpler terms, they were nothing more than cannon fodder. Understanding this, Luo Cun swiftly recalibrated their course, veering towards a large supermarket to seize all available energy resources. While not specifically designed for mechas, it certainly wouldn't last long, eliciting sighs of discontent from her team. With her eyes narrowing slightly, Luo Cun reassured them, Rest assured. This energy is not intended for your use. Suddenly, she raised her fist, signaling for a halt. The mecha squad came to an immediate stop. The remote display on their helmets revealed 2 rebel factions firmly guarding the entrance to the administrative building. The advanced helmet she wore boasted not only a positioning assistance system but also a powerful telescopic capability. Luo Cun set down the miniature missile she had been carrying, adjusting her position with precision. Standing tall, she declared confidently, Let us proceed. The mecha squad, initially conserving energy by walking, now ascended into the air, boldly soaring towards their objective. Do not stop. Maintain your stance. Luo Cun commanded. What are they? Before they could approach, the rebels had already trained their weapons on them. The mecha squad formed a line, hovering in the air. Luo Cun, poised atop the shoulder of her mecha, adopted a serious demeanor. Lower your weapons. Her formidable presence momentarily daunted the rebels, preventing them from firing. She gestured for the mecha beneath her to descend. I am Captain Zhou Ling of the 258th Intelligence Battalion, 17th Division of the Royal Resistance Army. These are my informants from Microcstar. A man stepped forward from the ranks of the rebels, scrutinizing Luo Cun's military attire. So it is Captain Zhou. What brings you here? Luo Cun leaped down from her mecha and saluted. Long live the Empire. The man's expression shifted to one of solemnity as he returned the salute. Long live the Empire. Casually discarding her shoulder insignia onto the ground, Luo Cun advanced into the administrative building. I have been stationed on Microcstar for over a month, and today I finally acquired the key. I am here to activate the planet's intelligence core. The man paused, bewildered, but I did not receive any notification, Major. Luo Cun halted, turning to face him with an imposing gaze. I am executing a covert operation. The regular troops are currently repairing the communication tower. Please make a decision promptly. The man appeared troubled, glancing at Luo Cun as if in hesitation. Without altering her expression, Luo Cun regarded him with an icy demeanor. Wow, I just checked, and historically, there really was a Zhou Ling in the resistance. What is going on with the flower of the system? This transformation has caught me off guard. This acting. If I were in his shoes, I would be deceived too. Behold the refinement of a high-level military spy. The flower of the system speaks, and the charlatans believe. Very well. The man finally made his decision. Captain Zhou, this way please. Luo Cun glanced at her wrist communicator. Major, according to my informants, the communication tower will reactivate in 3 minutes. You will be held accountable for the consequences of this landing, and I will report truthfully. Beads of sweat trickled down the man's forehead. Please, Captain Zhou, guide me on what to do. Bring my personnel in. Only they can activate the mainframe with utmost speed. Did you not hear, Captain Zhou? Quickly, bring the outside personnel inside. Thus, the mecha squad effortlessly penetrated the enemy's territory, advancing towards the control room housing the planet's mainframe. The man looked puzzled. What are they doing? The individuals were placing small black boxes along the path they traversed. Luo Cun's expression turned cold. Major, do you think possessing the key makes you invincible? Without prior arrangements, how can we ensure the mainframe is under our control? Yes, you are correct, he conceded. Finally, the group arrived at the entrance of the central control room. The mechanical voice of the intelligence core resonated. Please input the planet's key. Luo Cun urged. If everything is prepared, why are we still standing here? The major's expression shifted dramatically as he swiftly drew his weapon from his waist. However, Luo Cun, having anticipated this, delivered a swift kick that sent the gun flying. A mecha darted forward, scooping her up before soaring into the sky. The remaining mechas followed suit, powering up to their maximum as they diverged in various directions. Simultaneously, a miniature missile was launched from a distant rooftop, hurtling towards the administrative building. The warhead accurately penetrated a window, landing amidst the central control room, where it detonated upon contact with the black energy boxes that had been strategically placed there, unleashing a tremendous explosion. Once outside the building, Luo Cun leaped down from the shoulder of the mecha. She retrieved the shoulder insignia she had discarded, wiped it clean, and gently pressed it to her lips. Boom! Behind her, amidst a blaze of flames, the administrative building collapsed in a thunderous roar. On the central projection beside Luo Cun, a prominent symbol flashed. I never knew there was ins rating. My health bar is gone. How magnificent. What else can I say besides impressive? Is this what they call walking 2 meters and boasting 20 times? The preliminary assessment concluded. Congratulations on exceeding the mission expectations and achieving ins rating. Please continue your efforts. Before she could ponder the implications of this voice announcement, her vision suddenly darkened. When she opened her eyes again, the scene had transformed dramatically. She found herself in an expansive classroom, entirely white, designed with a futuristic mechanical aesthetic, utilizing lightweight composite eco-friendly materials and linear light sources. Slowly, she rose and stepped out of Biopod 009. Luo Cun, you are incredible. Ens rating. That must be a considerable amount of credits. A bespectacled girl approached, her freckles animated with excitement. Following her gaze, Luo Cun looked up at the immense projection overhead, which displayed footage of her recent exploits. recalling the advanced holographic projection technology she had witnessed during the mission, along with the robotic lieutenant and the sudden barrage of prompts and announcements. Luo Cun suddenly comprehended that everything she had experienced was not real. It was merely a simulation conducted within the biopod as part of a preliminary assessment. She observed the young girl before her, still clad in a uniform, with a golden thread-embroidered logo on her right breast reading, Alliance Military University. The nameplate on her left chest read, Sue Lily, Department of Sociology. A military academy student? Was she her classmate? At this moment, Luo Cun fully grasped what had transpired. Although it was astonishing, the truth remained. She had traversed from being an unfortunate commander who perished on the battlefield to inhabiting the body of a military academy student sharing her name. Complicating matters was the fact that she lacked the original body's memories. However, as a proficient officer, not raising suspicion was merely the basics of survival. With an unperturbed demeanor, she responded, "Is your task not similar to mine?" "Indeed, it is. We are to uncover the reasons for the planet's lockdown, restore communication, and successfully seek rescue. That is the foundation of our department's assessment." She suddenly clicked her tongue, casting a probing glance at Luo Cun. "How did you know that obtaining the weapon would allow us to exit that door?" When I attempted to pull the door, a prompt appeared. Luo Cun replied smoothly, "Isn't that an indication that we could leave?" "Heavens! You are so clever. I didn't even realize."
Su Lily Edgalim.
Her face a picture of frustration. Luo Cun smiled, choosing not to respond. Until she had fully grasped the actual circumstances, it would be best to lay low. The less she revealed about herself, the better. The pre-examination assessment has concluded, and the results will be distributed to each account along with the credits. Please be sure to check. Upon hearing this announcement again, Luo Cun realized that the previous sounds were merely the examination system's broadcasts. The exam is finally over. I'm so hungry. Let us go eat. Su Lily spoke with a familiar ease, indicating a friendship with the original self. After pondering for a moment, Luo Cun did not refuse. Sure. Chapter 3. It's rather inappropriate to touch hands upon first meeting, isn't it? Luo Cun deliberately lagged half a step behind, allowing Su Lily to walk ahead. This way, she could discern the correct direction from her unintentional gestures. Just as they exited the classroom, a chorus of screams erupted around them. Wail, the piercing sound of an air raid siren suddenly blared. Luo Cun looked outside. The sky had darkened, transforming into a shade of grayish-blue, with ribbons of auroras streaking across, emitting blindingly bright green, pink, and other dazzling hues. A magnetic storm. A dozen monstrous creatures circled above, their enormous forms casting vast shadows on the ground. Above, a transparent membrane resisted their entry, pulsating with blue light at the contact points, seemingly unable to hold out for long. Su Lily gasped, "How can so many star beasts appear out of nowhere?" What about the planetary shield? Emergency alert level. Special. All students are to gather in the school auditorium with weapons immediately. Emergency alert level. Special. All students are to gather in the school auditorium with weapons immediately. Emergency alert level. Special. All students are to gather in the school auditorium with weapons immediately. Su Lily's eyes widened. Special alert. I'm already in my third year. I've only heard a level 1 alert once. Luo Cun made a split-second decision. Run. The two immediately dashed downstairs, racing with the crowd toward the auditorium. The throng was dense, and they were quickly separated. What is happening? The beast tide shouldn't be arriving this early this year. How did these star beasts breach the planetary shield and reach the surface? Oh no, I wasn't prepared at all. Luo Cun glanced around, noticing the same panic etched on everyone's faces, yet their evacuation remained relatively orderly. Clearly, it wasn't their first encounter with such a crisis. Suddenly, with a sharp crack, the membrane in the sky shattered. Roar! The star beasts descended, unleashing a furious roar. Run! Help! The students scattered in every direction. Robotic sentinels flew in from all sides, firing at the star beasts, the air filled with the sound of gunfire. However, the star beasts had thick hides, and unless the shots struck vital points, ordinary energy bullets would scarcely inflict lethal damage. Luo Cun's heart raced as she exerted every ounce of strength to run forward. She had no desire to die again. Unfortunately, this body was not in peak condition, making her slow. Su Lily lagged even further behind, soon overtaken. She screamed and rolled aside just in time. A long, slender tail swept past the spot she had just occupied. A rat-like star beast landed, baring its massive jaws to bite her, and Su Lily closed her eyes in despair. Catching a glimpse of the scene, Luo Cun instinctively drew a gun from her ankle, aiming for the beast's teeth.
Bang!
A direct hit. The rat beast recoiled in pain, momentarily stepping back. Luo Cun shouted, "Run!" Su Lily snapped back to reality, scrambling to her feet and sprinting towards Luo Cun with all her might. The rat beast possesses a tremendous biting force capable of destroying C-class mechs. Its weakness is located in the thoracic heart, and its claws are venomous. A brief introduction flashed in her mind. Luo Cun rolled over, adjusted her aim, and fired again at the rat beast's right eye.
Bang!
Another hit. Screech. Losing its right eye, the rat beast went berserk, its fur bristling, the uninjured left eye turning a fierce crimson. Raging rat beast, speed triples compared to normal state. A wave of dread washed over Luo Cun. She watched as the rat beast's hind leg muscles exploded with force, leaping forward to catch up with Su Lily. Just as despair threatened to engulf her again, Luo Cun leapt into action, grabbing Su Lily and slipping through the gap between the beast's claws, pulling her to safety. Gasping for breath, she frowned, a fiery pain surging in her arm, her head spinning. She had been inadvertently scratched by the rat beast's claws, and the venom was coursing through her. Suddenly, a flash of blue light appeared. A majestic white beast materialized, colliding with the rat beast and sending it crashing into the teaching building with a tremendous noise.
Roar!
The white beast's roar echoed with an ancient resonance, its size dwarfing the rat beast. Its ears stood erect, sharp-headed with a white cheek, a faint royal symbol visible on its forehead. This was an ancient and powerful white wolf king. Luo Cun's eyes widened. This ISNTA star beast. It's a spiritual entity. Has someone truly managed to materialize their spiritual power? The White Wolf King. It is Hua, an S manifestation. Hua, and is nearby. In this moment, it was uncertain whether to consider it a blessing or a curse. A tall young man leaped from the teaching building, positioning himself in front of Luo Cun. He epitomized favoritism, his face exquisitely crafted as if by a divine sculptor. With thick brows, a high nose, and slightly protruding brow bones. His deep black eyes were further accentuated by the upward slant of their outer corners, adding a touch of rebellious youthfulness to his handsome visage.
Bang! He shot the rat beast in the chest.
Screech. The rat beast, its eyes blood-red, lost all semblance of reason, lunging to bite him. Luo Cun shook her head. Activating her mental power, the internal structure of the rat beast laid bare before her. Its skin, muscles, bones, blood vessels. There it was. A small, pulsating, shadowy heart. Its heart. 70 centimeters under the left armpit. She shouted. With a flick of his finger, Hua, an S-energy bullet struck true. Boom. The bullet exploded at the rat beast's heart, accompanied by a high-pitched, mournful wail. A surge of violent spiritual energy erupted, and the rat beast collapsed to the ground. Hua En's body stiffened, his eyes suddenly turning blood-red. Run. Hua En has gone berserk, more ferocious than the star beasts.
No, no, no.
What about the class flower? Luo Cun instinctively took a step back, feeling an incredibly dangerous aura emanating from this young man. As if sensing something, Hua En abruptly turned, his blood-red gaze locking onto her. Luo Cun froze. At that moment, Huan moved. He charged towards Luo Cun, gun drawn. His speed was blinding. In the blink of an eye, he was upon her. Luo Cun had no time to react. With a powerful push, Hua En leapt from the ground, executing a flawless front flip in midair, raising his gun, aiming. Bang, 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 bang. He emptied the magazine. Luo Cun immediately turned, every hair on her body standing on end. A rat beast twice the size of the others had somehow circled behind her, preparing to strike. But this rat beast was cunning. It not only avoided the heart area, but charged at Luo Cun once more. However, the poison had spread throughout her body, rendering her immobile. Luo Cun bit her tongue, striving to maintain her clarity of mind. Resignation was never an option in her life's repertoire. Once again, her mental fortitude surged forth, causing her head to throb as if it might split in two. A faint azure protective barrier materialized. In this crucial moment, she activated her psychic shield. However, the barrier could only mitigate a portion of the impact. The tail of the beast struck her, lacerating her back in an instant. Luo Cun nearly succumbed to the pain. Fortunately, Hua En intervened just in time, firing a few shots to completely eliminate the rodent beast. With a mournful wail, The creature emitted a final cry before it succumbed. The violent energy radiated outward from its core. Huan froze, his pupils instantly transforming into slits, as if flames flickered within his blood-red eyes. Sharp, elongated claws, uncharacteristic of any human, erupted from his fingertips. His expression was devoid of any semblance of humanity as he fixed his gaze upon Luo Cun. In that fleeting moment, the will to survive eclipsed all else. Luo Cun stepped forward, grasping his hand, and her mental energy surged forth. The youth was momentarily taken aback. His slit pupils reverted to round ones, the crimson hue fading in an instant. Luo Cun felt a wave of relief wash over her, her consciousness gradually slipping away until she finally succumbed to unconsciousness. Chapter 4. The Great Melee. For the title, the air was saturated with the pungent scent of antiseptic. Upon abruptly opening her eyes, the surroundings, both familiar and foreign, unmistakably indicated that she was in a hospital. Luo Cun shook her head, wincing at the pain. A nearby anxious and unfamiliar male voice inquired, "How do you feel? Is there any discomfort?" Luo Cun raised her gaze, her brows subtly twitching. The person before her was unrecognizable, with chestnut hair and brown eyes. His handsome features were complemented by well-defined muscles, evident from rigorous training. His fingertips bore calluses, and a silver wristband clung closely to his skin. A nameplate on his left chest read, Tangyingjua, Military Command Department. Fortunately, the assessment points for the second-year Mecha Combat Department and your Sociology Department are close by. Hua and was nearby, Tangyingjua expressed with palpable relief. And thankfully, you had your firearm and had undergone private training. Although the rodent beast was merely a C-class star beast, enraged star beasts are notoriously troublesome. You stepped up to save others. That was commendable. As a promising reserve commander, Tangyingjua keenly sensed something amiss, abruptly halting his ramblings to ask softly, "Luo Cun? You don't remember?" In front of Su Lily, Luo Cun believed she could endure. But this boy's tone and demeanor were far from that of a mere classmate. What was their relationship? Friends? Or perhaps something more? Moreover, he was a student in the Military Command Department, exhibiting remarkable acuity. After a moment of contemplation, she raised her head, her voice tinged with caution. "Why am I here?" Tangyingjua paused, his gaze fixed upon her. "A star beast invaded the school, and you and Hua and teamed up to kill 2 rodent beasts. Hua nearly lost control, and your psychic energy went haywire. Don't you remember?" Luo Cun could not intervene in time. He had already pressed the nearby call button. The school doctor arrived promptly, and after a series of examinations, he frowned, stating, "The test results indicate that the toxins in your body have been completely cleared, and your physical condition has recovered well. However, there are indeed documented cases of transient amnesia following near-death experiences. You should regain your memories in time without significant issues." He waved his hand dismissively. "Refrain from using your psychic energy for the time being. You are cleared for discharge." Tangyingjua visibly exhaled in relief. "Thank you, Dr. Lin." Once the school doctor departed, he turned to her, his expression laced with resignation. "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Tangyingjua, your longtime friend." Luo Cun nodded slightly. "Hello." The doctor's remarks certainly facilitated matters. Based on the current information, this world possessed technology far exceeding that of her own. In a mere few hours, her body had fully recuperated, and even her psychic energy had stabilized. "You mentioned someone lost control?" Luo Cun proactively initiated the conversation, desiring further information. Tangyingjua, still shaken, replied, "Hua has always been rather unstable. This time, his close encounter with the star beast nearly drove him to madness." Madness and transform are 2 distinct concepts. Madness refers to a warrior entering a state that amplifies their capabilities, but makes them impulsive and irritable while retaining basic awareness. Transformation, however, signifies a complete loss of control, with the warrior's exterior exhibiting star beast traits, ultimately succumbing to primal instincts. Luo Cun glanced at the gleaming ring on his wrist. "As a man, don't you find it effeminate to wear something like that? This is a suppression ring. It can inhibit madness. You have one on your wrist too, don't you?" In Luo Cun's era, transformed warriors posed a grave societal issue. Frontline fighters not only battled star beasts, but also had to be wary of their own comrades succumbing to madness, rendering their situation exceedingly perilous. But now, was the suppression ring a solution? What happened afterward? Were there any incidents involving students? With merely a dozen star beasts and you 2 managed to eliminate 2 of them, accompanied by numerous teachers. How could there possibly be any incidents? The greatest danger was you. The sociology department's assessment point was rather remote, causing the teachers to arrive a bit late. Luo Cun let out a sigh of relief. All right. Tang Yingzhua tapped at the holographic interface on his wrist. Nevertheless, you might have turned misfortune into fortune. The school intends to commend you and for this incident.
Commend?
If it weren't for you, your roommate would undoubtedly have been in peril. That was a C-class enraged star beast. This is a positive development. A commendation means a substantial allocation of credits, significantly enhancing your chances in the competition for the top spot. The competition for the top spot? Luo Cun perked up slightly. Tang Yingzhua sighed. This is something you've likely forgotten as well. After the preliminary assessments, there will be a great melee. You initially planned to contend for this year's top position. What is this great melee? It's military training. Every grade, except for the 4th year, must participate, hence the nickname Great Melee. Each grade and each major has a credit ranking list. And the student with the highest total credits is deemed the top student, enjoying certain privileges within the school. Most importantly, the top students from the 2nd and 3rd years are eligible to participate in interstellar competitions, which is why you aim for the top spot. Interstellar competitions? Tang Yingzhua appeared disinclined to continue enlightening her on common knowledge. The interstellar competitions between regions are of great significance. Let me escort you back to your dorm. Perhaps it will jog your memory. Luo Cun was well aware that it would not, yet she feigned agreement. All right. On campus, driving hovercrafts was prohibited. One could only walk or utilize campus transport. Luo Cun opted for the latter. Passing through the central square, she noticed students clad in military uniforms gathered in clusters, discussing something animatedly, while a massive projection screen above displayed battle footage. She halted in her tracks. It was a replay of the Berkeley League. Tang Yingzhua spoke in a low voice. The surrounding students were engrossed in discussions about the event. I heard we lost again? Are we unable to even secure a top 3 position now? Don't mention it. I attended the live event, and it was utterly disheartening. The Central Star region took 1st place, the Holy Land Wayon Star region 2nd, and the Xino Star region 3rd, with us in 4th. A chorus of sighs erupted around them, always at the bottom. What can we do? The Central Star region boasts the Central Military Academy. The Holy Land Wayon Star region has the Holy Land Wayon Military Academy. And the Xino Star region is home to the Xino Military Academy, but the Danja Star region has only our school. Be careful. The Danja University might take offense to that. This year, our school will probably represent Danja alongside Danja University, right? Absolutely. Come on, there's nothing more to see. Tang Yingzhua did not wish to linger here and promptly took her leave. Luo Cun hurried to follow her. It appeared that this friend of hers was not an inconspicuous individual. Merely standing there for a brief moment had already attracted numerous glances. Go ahead, room 503. I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. If anything arises, contact me via the holographic computer. After escorting Luo Cun to the entrance of the dormitory building, Tang Yingzhua departed in haste. She seemed quite occupied. Following the room number, Luo Cun found room 503. Just as Su Lily emerged from within. Upon seeing her, Su Lily's face lit up with excitement. Luo Cun, you're all right. I was just about to check on you. So this girl was her roommate. Luo Cun, appearing somewhat bewildered, inquired, Excuse me, are you? Su Lily smirked. The first military university of the Alliance is indeed a prestigious institution with commendable facilities. This student dormitory comprises suites, featuring 4 bedrooms, and a modest living room at its center. At this moment, Luo Cun was seated on the sofa in the living room, undergoing an interrogation by her 3 roommates. Roommate A, so, you've lost your memory? Roommate B, you've forgotten about your encounter with Huaren too? Su Lily, with a fierce expression, declared, From now on, I will train relentlessly. I shall not be a burden. I will only sleep 6 hours a day. No, 5 hours. Roommates A and B responded in unison. So competitive. Luo Cun was taken aback. Was it truly this competitive nowadays? Chapter 5. Rejection of the transfer application. After dealing with her roommates, Luo Cun returned to her bedroom. The room was not large, but it was neatly arranged. With a clean bed. Above the desk, a bookshelf displayed a considerable number of books and materials, meticulously organized with labels for easy reference. Opening the wardrobe, she found not only the standard uniforms issued by the school but also a dazzling array of casual clothing and jewelry, clearly of significant value. Behind the cabinet door was a dressing mirror, and upon seeing the girl reflected within, Luo Cun was momentarily stunned. This was an exquisitely beautiful face, strikingly androgynous. Her skin was fair, her hair cut just above her ears, her features delicate, and her eyes were exceptionally vibrant and luminous. She opened the desk drawer. On the right side lay a collection of bottles and jars containing various flavored nutritional liquids, potions, and energy units. The left drawer contained a haphazard assortment of items, including sanitary pads and commemorative coins. Among them was a black medal, and her gaze lingered on it for approximately 30 seconds. Its craftsmanship was so exquisite that it resembled a cherished piece of art. The middle drawer was quite empty, holding only an unremarkable black notebook, which, judging by the wear on its surface, had been in use for several years. Luo Cun refrained from touching it. After some contemplation, she activated her holographic computer. On the desktop was a folder labeled Cun containing an application for transferring from the Sociology Department to the Military Command Department. The date on the application was 3 months prior. Since the school year had just begun, it implied that the original occupant had contemplated the transfer last semester. In the lower right corner was an orange button labeled Confirm Send. Luo Cun, oblivious to the original occupant's dilemmas, unhesitatingly clicked to confirm. The Academic Affairs Office automatically directed the email to the Military Command Department. The head of the department was currently away, leaving the affairs in the hands of a substitute teacher. He methodically logged into the Academic Affairs website to review student files. Name: Luo Cun Jr. Gender: female. Age: 21. Major: Sociology. Mental strength level: a physical constitution level, BGPA. Grade point average 3. Before he could finish reading, he closed the page. Rejected. Upon emerging from her shower, Luo Cun received feedback from the Academic Affairs Office. Thinking there might have been an error, she reviewed it several times, only to confirm that the application had indeed been denied. After some contemplation, she surmised the issue. Her levels were too low. It seemed she would have to devise an alternative approach. Unconsciously, Luo Cun rubbed her neck, which bore some soreness. She had felt a slight sting while showering. She raised her holographic computer and took a photograph of the back of her neck. Expecting to see a bruise, she was completely taken aback by the image that appeared. Goosebumps spread from her arms to her neck, her scalp tingling and her temples pulsating. Luo Cun pressed her fingers together and gently applied pressure near her temples. After a moment, she exhaled deeply, regaining her composure. In the photograph, at the center of her cervical vertebrae, was a small puncture mark. Not very pronounced, but Luo Cun recognized it immediately as the mark left by a large-bore syringe, suggesting it had been inserted quite deeply. Could it be that her transmigration was no mere accident? Was the original occupant's demise due to a mental breakdown in the biological pod? The following day, after swiftly finishing breakfast, the group of 4 gathered in the central square. Throughout the journey, Su Lily kept glancing at Luo Cun. One of the others could no longer contain themselves and remarked, "Su Lily, I know Luo Cun looks dashing like this, but can you not be so obvious?" Yesterday, while showering, Luo Cun had cut her long hair into a short style, revealing her brow and transforming her appearance dramatically. The original occupant had delicate and striking features, but lacked an imposing presence. With her clean-cut short hair, she instantly exuded a poised, androgynous elegance. Furthermore, Luo Cun's gaze was resolute, her brow slightly furrowed, and her lips turned down slightly, adding a touch of sharpness to her visage. Are you not curious? She seems like a completely different person now. Su Lili muta. Tired of being the class flower, now she wants to be the class grass? If one were to describe the original occupant in a single word, Luo Cun would choose vase. The school uniform was already in the smallest size, yet still 2 centimeters shorter than the standard length, accentuating her figure. Her wardrobe was filled with various designer dresses and jewelry, and her GPA of 3. 3 was neither particularly high nor low. To be frank, Luo Cun had no understanding of the original occupant's purpose in attending a military academy. Such a person was clearly more suited for an arts institution. With an expression devoid of emotion, Luo Cun remarked, "After experiencing death, one inevitably undergoes transformation and growth." Su Lily pondered this thoughtfully. "Greetings, I am Huiqing Chuan, the governor of the Danzel region." Suddenly, the large screen in the central square illuminated, revealing a composed woman addressing the crowd. "I am here to urgently inform all residents of the Danzel region that due to yesterday's magnetic storm, the protective shield has sustained significant damage." Su Lily adjusted her glasses. "I knew the star beasts wouldn't stay out of the school. The protective shield has actually been breached." The fact that the governor of this star region was a woman was astonishing. Luo Cun gazed at the woman on the screen, a fire igniting within her eyes. Hua Qingchuan continued her address. We are currently engaged in urgent repairs to the protective shield. However, due to limited energy this year, we may not withstand a large-scale beast tide. Residents are advised to prepare accordingly. Regardless of the circumstances, we will do our utmost to safeguard the lives and property of every citizen. With a flash of blue light, the screen dimmed. Surrounding conversations began to stir. Oh heavens! This year's beast tide could claim countless lives. Governor Hu has been in office for 8 years. The election is in 2 years. Will she be re-elected? The likelihood seems slim. Although Danzhel's economy has improved in recent years, the mortality rate remains high. Let us not forget the statement she made upon taking office. It has yet to be fulfilled. Do not take campaign pledges too seriously. Every governor has their share of grandstanding during elections. However, given the changes in Danzhel over the years, I believe her chances of re-election are quite favorable. Governor Hu's popularity is exceedingly high. As a local, I can confidently say she has performed admirably compared to her predecessors. Suddenly, a thunderous roar of massive engines reverberated through the sky. Looking up, I beheld 5 colossal transport ships approaching the Alliance's premier military academy, ultimately hovering over the central plaza, casting vast shadows upon the ground. Luo Cun was thoroughly exhilarated. Such gigantic transport vessels were exceedingly rare in her era. What are you all waiting for? A group of officers clad in military uniforms leaned against the hatch, bellowing at the cadets below. Are you all in a daze? Board the ships. Yes, sir. The entire student body erupted with excitement. This year, personnel from the military district had come to conduct their training. The spectacle was truly grand. Chapter 6. The Great Brawl begins. The Mecha Combat Department was the first to react, each student scrambling for the rope ladder and climbing aboard in a frenzy. However, the situation was far from straightforward. As the frontline soldiers were about to board the ship, they received an exceptionally warm welcome. The seasoned veterans showed no mercy towards this group of rookies, delivering harsh kicks, sending the cadets tumbling down like dumplings. This was the instructor's way of establishing their authority. Luo Cun had a premonition that this training would not be a walk in the park. Just then, a gasp rippled through the crowd. A figure darted swiftly from the direction of the cafeteria, a bun clenched between their teeth. Seizing the rope ladder of one of the transport ships and nimbly climbing over the bodies of those already on it. The individuals on the ladder attempted to pull him down but couldn't even grasp the hem of his clothes. At the hatch, 3 instructors moved to apprehend this audacious youth, only to discover his remarkable agility. He deftly countered their attempts, seized one instructor's arm, and slipped through the gap, vaulting aboard. No one could rival Hua and skill.
Su li li mat vei.
If only Hua and could participate in the league, surely we could secure second place in the individual combat category. Second? To be honest, I think we could even contend for first. Can we really claim first? Is that true? Brother, you clearly haven't attended classes with Huan. His mecha piloting skills could easily outshine our instructors. No joke, Brother Hua is an ultra-S. Just look at this year's Berkeley League lineup. It seems only Danzhel lacks an ultra-S. What are you all dawdling for? The instructor pointed at the crowd below, his tone filled with dissatisfaction. The last to board the ship will have to complete a 40-kilometer weighted swim across the training grounds. A chorus of lamentations erupted from the crowd. The instructors are easing up now, go. Luo Cun suddenly shouted. Su Lily jumped in surprise. Upon hearing her words, many rushed up the ladder without a second thought, intensifying the pressure on the instructors. Seizing the moment, Luo Cun grabbed the nearest rope ladder and ascended with remarkable speed. She quickly reached the hatch, using the momentum from the swaying ropes to exploit a gap, successfully squeezing inside thanks to her petite frame. Her fluid movements left Su Lily and the others in awe. This military training base was exceptionally concealed, nestled deep within the mountains, sprawling across a vast area, and was primarily utilized by the Alliance's foremost military academy. Luo Cun's instincts were correct. The instructors had ulterior motives. As soon as they landed, they issued a command for the entire group to complete a 40-kilometer weighted swim, justifying it by stating they were a collective. This was particularly challenging for the sociology students. Ironically, the last to board the ship happened to be a freshman from the sociology department. A large group of students stood in the rushing river, fully armed, braving the torrents of water. The sociology department's team was inevitably met with mocking remarks. Sociology students shouldn't even be participating in military training. They all look like weaklings. needing protection on the battlefield. True enough. Who knows what use that major serves? It seems only the military academy still retains that program. Those studying it are just here to snag a wealthy husband, haha. Su Lily, unable to contain herself, interjected, "You all need to stop going too far." The speaker was a girl, prompting the crowd to grow even more brazen. Us going too far? Isn't it your sociology department that got everyone penalized? Will you need our protection on the battlefield too? Where's the lie? Su Lily, about to retort, was pulled back by Luo Cun. Conserve your strength. Completing the task is our priority. The instructors said there will be no dinner if we fail. Under the scorching sun, submerged in the river, Luo Cun felt her lungs constricting, her legs heavy as if filled with lead, unable to lift them. Her physical capabilities were far from passing, and she was light years away from becoming a qualified soldier. She gasped, "They aren't entirely wrong. Look at how few people are behind us." Su Lily turned to look, observing only a handful, her roommates, who seemed to have hardly moved from the riverbank. It's no wonder others view us this way. Many sociology students have never held themselves to military standards. Too lackadaisical, Luo Cun remarked. Su Lily bit her lip, tightened her backpack, and silently increased her pace to catch up. Luo Cun was right. In the past 2 years of military training, sociology students had essentially coasted through. Her chest felt as though it had been pierced by a knife, every breath tinged with a metallic taste, her entire body aching, utterly drained. Luo Cun knew she was nearing her limit. At last, in a haze, she spotted the instructors. She had made it. The 40-kilometer weighted swim was complete. The area near the finish line was filled with medical units, the school nurse poised and ready. Lin, as the head instructor, was the first to notice Luo Cun. He personally assisted her into the medical unit and, glancing at the data before him, coolly remarked, "If you can hold on for 5 more minutes, you can forget about participating in this training." Luo Cun gritted her teeth against the searing pain from the restorative liquid. "Wasn't it just luck that I managed to arrive on time?" Lin couldn't help but take a longer look at her. The restorative liquid worked wonders. 20 minutes later, aside from a slight soreness, Luo Cun felt revitalized. After drying her clothes, she made her way to the cafeteria. By this hour, it was nearly deserted. Luo Cun casually found a seat and the robot, having recognized her information, promptly served her meal. She chewed slowly, savoring each bite. By the time Su Lily arrived, Luo Cun had nearly finished. She had stashed 2 buns in her bag. "Hurry up, it's almost lights out." "Okay," Su Lily replied weakly. Upon returning to the dormitory, Luo Cun handed the buns to her 2 roommates who were surviving on water alone, earning a flurry of teary-eyed gratitude. She waved her hand dismissively and headed to the bathroom. 5 minutes later, Luo Cun was already lying in bed. The dormitory at the training base was simply furnished, consisting of 2 iron-framed double beds. Having experienced harsher environments, this was merely a minor inconvenience for her. She quickly fell into a deep sleep. The first day had come to an end, but what would the future hold? This year was proving to be exceptionally stringent. One roommate sighed dramatically. Indeed, another added, propping herself up and peering down, "Luo Cun, can you tell us how you managed to hold on?" She was already asleep. Su Lily happened to return, utterly exhausted. "You all have no idea. Luo Cun trains herself extra every day. Have we been this competitive in our dorm? Since freshman year. I've frequently encountered her in the library and training rooms," Su Lily continued, shedding her jacket. "You've all seen Governor Hu's announcement. Danzel won't have an easy time this year. I suggest you take this opportunity to train diligently." Without paying heed to the reactions of the 2, she strode directly into the bathroom. Chapter 7. Reporting to the instructor. "I will fight you." At 3 in the morning, when sleep was at its deepest, the urgent assembly whistle pierced the heavens. Luo Cun jolted awake, rousing the other 3, and swiftly donned her attire before heading out. Su Lily, astonished by her speed, hurriedly dressed and followed suit. By the time the last person formed ranks, Jin switched off the stopwatch, his expression dark as night. 5 minutes and 37 seconds. Do you comprehend what this signifies? It means on the battlefield, you are already dead. When the enemy launches a surprise attack, you won't be afforded more than a minute to react. The last one to arrive, step forward. A girl emerged from the crowd, her face flushed and beads of sweat dotting her brow, clearly anxious. "Why are you so late?" Jin bellowed. "Did no one teach you that you must report before speaking?" The young girl trembled. "Report, I fell asleep."
Yin smirket.
His tone laced with mockery. "Such a sound sleep? I shall awaken you immediately." All of you, drop and give me 50 push-ups. Commence. A chorus of groans erupted around them. Luo Cun dutifully lowered herself, completing the task with a standard form, albeit at a leisurely pace. The third in the first row, the sixth in the second row. What are you all flailing about for on the ground? If you don't wish to train, then return home. Ji Jin patrolled the ranks with a stern demeanor, stating, I am well aware that your previous military training was lackluster. However, the difficulty and intensity of this training will be quite substantial. Voluntary withdrawal is permitted. Anyone wishing to withdraw now, report. Report. Ji Jin's expression shifted. Turning to Luo Cun, speak. If one withdraws now, will there still be academic credits? 0 credits for withdrawal. Any further questions? Luo Cun lifted her body, declaring loudly, report. None. Due to the unique nature of the sociology department, only the top student of the 3rd year has historically been allowed to participate in the Berkeley competition. From what I gathered from Tang Yingzhu, the original body intends to contest for this coveted spot. Since she is here, she must fulfill the original S desire. Upon hearing 0 credits, those who were previously wavering were thoroughly dissuaded. Without sufficient credits, graduation is unattainable. Ji Jin's lips curled into a smirk. Excellent. There is still some spirit left. Allow me to introduce myself. My surname is Ji, and you may refer to me as Instructor Ji. For the next month, I will be training you. Now for tonight's agenda. Combat training. Do not underestimate this rudimentary form of combat. It will enhance your muscle strength and explosive power. During your military academy phase, what you must cultivate are physical fitness, reaction,
speed,
explosive power, stamina, and most importantly, shooting accuracy. He stood firm at the front of the ranks, proclaiming loudly, Do you all understand? Understood. Have you all not eaten? Speak louder. The crowd roared. Understood. I will call names, and those named shall step forward to spar with me. A low murmur spread among the crowd. Are you kidding? Spar with the instructor? No way. Getting beaten on the first day of military training? What is the point of fighting him? Is it a desire to be thrown around more? Observing the bowed heads of the crowd, Ji Jin scoffed. Where is your top student? Step forward. The crowd turned to look at Su Lili's position. Luo Cun was taken aback. It turned out that this unassuming girl was indeed the top student of the sociology department. Where is she? What kind of soldier has such a timid disposition? Seeing the ranks remain still, Ji Jin thundered. Su Lili's face turned pale, and she raised her hand above her head, her voice weak. Report. Noticing she was a girl, Ji Jin softened his tone slightly. Come up. Luo Cun whispered a caution. Be careful. Su Lili's expression turned serious. Understood. Ji Jin's sharp gaze quickly locked onto the two. What are you whispering about? Those on the ground, do 10 more. Luo Cun, she quickly completed the final 10 push-ups, exhaling as she stood. In the arena, the two faced each other. One tall and strong, the other petite and seemingly frail. Ji Jin, expressionless, beckons Su Lili. Attack me. I will only use my left hand. Su Lili took a deep breath and launched a straight punch aimed at his face. Ji Jin tilted his head to the right, effortlessly evading, before suddenly unleashing a left hook. Gasps filled the air. The speed was astonishing. Su Lili was caught off guard, forced to block with her hand. The impact of his rock-solid fist colliding with her slender arm produced a sharp crack. Her wrist broken. Ji Jin's expression turned grave. Not only is your muscle strength lacking, but your bone density is insufficient as well. Su Lili collapsed to the ground, her face ashen, succumbing to the pain. Ji Jin, the crowd murmured. Is this for real? What a brutal instructor. Mom, my legs feel so weak. Lin approached with a medical robot, pointedly remarking, Instructor Ji, this is the sociology department, not the mecha combat department. Take it easy. Ji Jin remained non-committal, glancing at the roster. Next. Lu Chong. Lu Chong was a third-year student from the sociology department, his physique notably striking amidst a sea of unremarkable figures, clearly someone who had trained. He stepped into the center of the arena, cupping his fists. I apologize for the offense, instructor. Ji Jin. Finally, someone showing signs of training. If you can injure me, I'll grant you extra credits. Lu Chong's face lit up with excitement as he dashed towards him. A powerful punch aimed straight at the instructor's abdomen. Lu Chong is not bad. No wonder he aims for the top this year. Hey, do you think it will be him or Su Lili for the top spot? It's hard to say. Both will likely fight fiercely to participate in the Berkeley competition. It's intense. Too bad our sociology department only allows one third year to go. Otherwise, it would be great if both could participate. In the arena, Ji moved. With a sweeping motion of his hand, he effortlessly deflected Lu Chong's attack, then lightly raised his foot, sending Lu Chong flying, landing at the edge of the sandpit. Lu Chong, sprawled on the ground, scooped a handful of sand and hurled it at the instructor. He charged forward. Ji swiftly closed his eyes. Using his left hand to brace himself against the ground, twisting his body to kick all the sand back. Seizing the moment, Lu Chong raised his hand to shield himself. Ji closed the distance and landed a kick to his head. The world spun, and Lu Chong could no longer maintain his balance, collapsing face-first into the sand. The medical robot swiftly removed him. Ji clicked his tongue, seemingly dissatisfied. He surveyed the crowd, eyes laced with disdain. It seems none of the named students are up to par. Is there anyone brave enough to volunteer? What kind of joke is this? Who would be so foolish? Anyone daring to step forward now, I would call a true warrior. Report. I will. A voice rang out, clear against the quiet night sky. A slender figure detached from the ranks, slowly walking to the center of the sandpit. Wait. Did my eyes deceive me? ISNT that our department's flower? Who are you referring to? That short-haired girl is the department flower? Are you out of your mind? The department flower has switched to the strong girl route? Please return my youth. Who can convince her to grow her hair back? Now that us a true warrior.
Chapter 8, Instant Fame.
Luo Cun gazed at Ji, her tone imbued with a mix of arrogance and bravado. Instructor Ji, how many credits can I earn if I manage to injure you? Ji, the crowd. Are we saying the department flower has become a tad too arrogant? In a fervent pursuit of knowledge, one must ask, what trials did the belle of the department endure this summer? According to insider information, the institution intends to bestow upon her and Hua and commendations. My goodness, ISNT that a substantial amount of credits? She could contend for the top position now. Do you suppose her transformation is indicative of a budding interest in the top spot? Ji-jin's temples throbbed with frustration. Having taken a leave to engage in the sociology department's training, he expected it to be a leisurely affair, only to be confronted by a formidable opponent.
No.
Someone who remains oblivious to their own capabilities cannot be deemed formidable. He scrutinized Luo Cun from head to toe, his disdain palpable as it nearly overflowed. Within 5 minutes. If you even graze me, I shall grant you 5 credits. Luo Cun responded instantaneously. Absolutely. On the very first day of training, a student boldly declared their intent to injure the instructor, and this news spread like wildfire. Even several instructors from the combat zone came rushing to witness. Observing their eager gazes, Ji felt utterly bemused. He beckoned to Luo Cun. Come forth. I shall still utilize only my left hand. Luo Cun initiated the attack. Contrary to her seemingly delicate exterior, her punches were swift and fierce, targeting the body's vulnerable points. Ji-jin's eyes flickered with intrigue as their fists collided. Despite her quick reflexes, her lack of strength rendered her only capable of feeble defenses, sustaining numerous blows in the process. The atmosphere was thick with murmurs of discontent. Is this the level attempting to challenge Team G? What were they thinking? I expected to witness some spectacular display. What a waste of expressions. These military students are deteriorating year by year. The Mecha Combat Department dismisses my provocations, yet the real troublemaker emerges from sociology? The sociology students overheard the instructor's discussions, a grave misconception. Our department is merely a collection of innocent and obedient little lambs.
Yin executed a shangle der throw.
Slamming Luo Cun to the ground. You think you can harm me? Have you lost your mind seeking fame? Luo Cun, jolted and feeling a surge of pain in her spine, managed to utter, Of course, I am merely attempting to lower your guard. Quite resilient. Ji scoffed as he stepped back. Luo Cun writhed like a sandworm in the sand, prompting Ji to exclaim, What on earth are you doing? Return to your ranks. Luo Cun lay flat on the ground, but we haven't even reached 5 minutes yet, instructor. Ji retorted. If these were my soldiers, I would have already delivered a couple of resounding slaps. 30 seconds later, the onlookers, witnessing Luo Cun still sprawled on the ground, were left speechless. Ji approached. Gazing down at her, 1 minute remains. Do you intend to lie there until the end? Luo Cun shook her head. Until the final second. One can never predict what may transpire.
Suddenly, she reached out. Yin?
Luo Cun flashed a smile. Could you please lend me a hand, instructor? Thanks to you. My spine is fractured, but it feels better now. What the? Is this instructor truly resorting to such brutal tactics? Even the instructors could not help but remark, Team G remains as formidable as ever. It's merely fractured, not broken, a trivial matter. This student possesses a certain flair. In the arena, Luo Cun suddenly unleashed an unprecedented burst of speed. With the swiftness of lightning, she grasped the instructor's neck as he reached for her, forcing him to tilt his head back. Simultaneously, her right leg soared, firmly hooking under his chin. In the instant he inhaled, she released her grip, pivoted her body, and secured her legs around his neck, constricting him tightly. The instructor's face flushed red as he began to struggle. Luo Cun's neck bulged with exertion, her grip unwavering.
Yet,
The instructor's strength was far beyond her capacity to resist. Ji-jin forcefully pried her grip apart, flinging her back to the ground. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye, leaving the sociology students bewildered. However, the instructors were exceptionally thrilled. This kid has some serious skills. He's resorting to blood chokes. Who would have thought Team G, at his age, would fall for such tricks? This kid speaks the truth. Knowing he cannot win, he first endures the blows, using his injuries to diminish Team G's vigilance, and then capitalizes on a moment of distraction for a surprise attack. Flawless. Excellent strategy. It would be a shame if this kid didn't become a commander. Indeed, until the final second, one can never predict what may occur. Luo Cun, lying on the ground, cheerfully remarked, "Thank you, Instructor G." Ji-jin displayed no visible displeasure. "I underestimated you. Though your strength is lacking, you certainly possess a knack for theatrics. What is your name?" Luo Cun raised her hand, glancing at the time, and responded nonchalantly, "You may call me 4.5 minutes, thank you." Ji-jin instructors. Damn, my hands are itching. What the heck? Impressive. Indeed. 4.5 minutes, I am in awe. I declare, Brother Cun has achieved legendary status in a single battle. Ji-jin observed her. What are you still doing sprawled on the ground? Waiting for me to invite you back. Luo Cun propped herself up. Report. Ji-jin grimaced at the sound of her formal address, exclaiming, "What is it?" "I require medical assistance, cough cough." Luo Cun coughed out a mouthful of blood. What was once a fracture had now likely become a break. Ji-jin, everyone. In the realm of sociology, Brother Cun is fierce and speaks little. Brother, does my expression resemble that of Brother Cun's fractured spine? Ji-jin rubbed his forehead. Dr. Lin. Lin had long been prepared, directing a medical robot to pour a vial of specialized fluid into the repair chamber. You are quite fortunate. The Hua family sent a batch of ultra-S-grade repair liquid to the school. Otherwise, with your reckless behavior, you would be incapacitated within a month. Observing the evident signs of usage on the repair liquid, Luo Cun, she looked at him with clear reluctance. Lin raised an eyebrow. What is the matter? Displeased? Isn't that a given? How is this any different from using someone else's bathwater? Do you think ultra-S-grade repair liquid is something that is easily available? Lin narrowed his eyes, a signature sarcastic smile forming. If I were to give you the raw materials directly, the only outcome would be your explosive demise. Hua and absorbed all the brutal components, leaving just enough for you. Luo Cun took a deep breath and lay inside. Very well, life is paramount. Using the bathwater of a future comrade is hardly a significant issue. Chapter 9. Challenging authority is the swiftest path to renown with her remarkable battle. Luo Cun became an overnight sensation, the darling of the sociology department. Upon emerging from the medical chamber, Su Lily, upon hearing of her bold challenge to the instructor, sparkled with admiration, nearly offering herself in gratitude. Brother Cun, you are formidable. Brother Cun, you are incredible. Brother Cun, I adore you. After concluding her morning training, Luo Cun ventured to the cafeteria, basking in such adulation. Having challenged an instructor, she had earned the title of Brother Cun. Tang Yingzhu, witnessing her entourage, felt a pang of envy. Is it exhilarating? It's all right, Luo Cun smiled. What brings you here? Tang Yingzhu inquired softly. What is your current rank? Third. I am 6 points shy of the top position. This figure was etched in her memory. Currently, the sociology department's leader is Luo Cun. Why so low? Didn't you gain 5 points for defeating the instructor? Luo Cun, with an impressive appetite, ordered a serving of braised pork. Well, I couldn't secure bonus points in some physical training events. She had exerted herself, but her foundation was too weak, allowing her to only catch up gradually. Speaking of serious matters, Tang Yingzhu adopted a more earnest tone. I analyzed your sparring footage. Why did you target the instructor's right hand from the outset? Luo Cun cast a sidelong glance at him, recognizing his keen perceptiveness. She lifted her tray and made her way towards the washing area. Her voice barely audible amidst the patter of water. His right hand is injured. How do you know that? She turned off the faucet, abruptly silencing the water. And her voice became clear. Muscle reaction. Unless deliberately controlled, the signs of resistance are quite apparent.
Ah, I see.
Tang Yingzhu's gaze turned inquisitive. What prompted you to challenge the instructor? This hardly seems like something the old you would do. Never seen someone kick the door down? And? Luo Cun replied, challenging authority is the quickest path to fame. You wish to be famous?
Why?
Luo Cun sighed deeply. I wanted to transfer to your military command department, but was denied. I have to find another way. Tang Yingzhu gave her a thumbs up. Luo Cun raised an eyebrow. Tang Yingzhu continued. I always knew you were obsessed with becoming a commander, but I didn't expect you to retain that ambition even after amnesia. Impressive. Luo Cun raised her fist, gazing into the distance. One must have dreams. Tang Yingzhu paused, but suddenly switching departments. Aren't you concerned about your grandfather? He suddenly recalled something and halted his words. Luo Cun spun around sharply, her eyes piercing. What about my grandfather? Does he oppose my transfer to the military command department? Tang Yingzhu's expression turned complicated. I think the old man is primarily worried about you. After all, being a frontline commander is a perilous profession. Really? Of course.
Danzing's my.
He quickly changed the subject. Aside from basic training, there will be two major subjects ahead, survival training and chaotic faction battles.
What is a chaotic faction battle?
Just as you might imagine, everyone enters the fray. It's simply a grand melee. Tang Yingzhu chuckled. On the final day, students will choose their factions for live-fire exercises. And even the instructors will participate. Choose our own factions? What if everyone chooses the same faction? The intelligence system will balance it, ensuring that the strength of the main teams is equitable. If one side has overwhelming numbers, some will be moved to the other side. If the numbers are roughly equal, equipment will be used for balance. If there is a significant disparity in strength, other methods will be employed to achieve equilibrium. Luo Cun understood. The instructors? Yes. The side with a lower strength assessment will have more instructors. I must win. Tang Yingzhu leaned closer, his demeanor serious. Insider information. The commander of the victorious faction in the Grand Melee is highly likely to become the overall commander of the Berkeley League. I'll be leading one of the main factions, while the other will likely be led by Chi Feiqi from Danzel University. Luo Cun expressed her surprise. Danzel University is participating in our military training? You forgot, Tang Yingzhu sighed. Every year, Danzel Military Academy sends a group of seed players to participate in the Star Domain League for a period of study.
Oh.
Luo Cun squinted her eyes. You want me to go over and act as a spy for you? Tang Yingzhu nodded. Luo Cun stepped back, increasing the distance between them. Though we are friends, this is not up for discussion. Farewell.
Why?
After all these years of friendship, then let us sever ties. Luo Cun retorted angrily. Once the factions are chosen, they cannot be changed. If I help you win, I will surely lose. How can I earn credits then? Without credits, how can I compete for the top position or participate in the Berkeley League? Tang Yingzhu said, there is a way. He took a deep breath. You can form your own faction, assist me in defeating Chi Feiqi, and then surrender to me. The credits you earn will not be insignificant. Luo Cun's expression clearly conveyed her thoughts. You are quite cunning. Seeing her silent, Tang Yingzhu quickly added, Cun go, help me. Target the heart. She would not succumb to moral coercion nor to authoritarian pressure, but how could she refuse when someone called her brother and asked for help? Reluctantly, she finally nodded. Tang Yingzhu was overjoyed, clapping her shoulder vigorously. Indeed, you are my good brother. Luo Cun suddenly spoke, her gaze suspicious. Why have you set this up so early? With so much time left before the Grand Melee? It's just a command battle. It shouldn't be necessary for you, right? Are you feeling anxious? Tang Yingzhu stammered for a moment before finally giving in. The overall commander for the Xino Star Domain has already been confirmed. It's Tang Jimu from Xino Military Academy. Therefore, the commander for Danzel must be me. Tang Yingzhu watched as Luo Cun's expression shifted to one of confusion. Once she realized, he exclaimed in despair. You've lost your memory. Luo Cun blinked. Your relative? My cousin. That's great. Family should be loving and supportive, right? Is Xino considering having Danzel ride their coattails this year? Luo Cun observed Tang Yingzhu's expression crack completely. Chapter 10. The marksman of the day after tomorrow. The sky was a pristine blue, as if washed clean by water. It was the perfect time for shooting practice. Ji Jin looked at the crowd. Who would like to introduce the firearm I hold? Report. Su Lily raised her hand. As the military training progressed, Su Lily's ranking had steadily declined, yet her attitude remained positive. She trained proactively every day, never giving up. Ji Jin held a favorable impression of her. Su Lily picked up the gun. This is the NGY automatic rifle. It has low recoil, stable power characteristics, a reasonable layout, and is comfortable to aim and shoot with minimal vibration. Its single-point accuracy reaches a high level. Moreover, it can adapt to various climatic and environmental conditions during combat, ensuring a long service life. Additionally, its basic structure is simple, with most components being interchangeable, making maintenance extremely convenient. Is that all?
Yin inquired.
Su Lily pondered for a moment before adding, its simple structure allows for the quick replacement of energy bullets of varying calibers, making it a soldier's lifeline when suddenly confronted by star beasts. All correct. Ji Jin turned to the other side. Luo Cun, do you have anything to add? Report. Luo Cun was about to say no when a phrase suddenly popped into her mind, and she instinctively recited it aloud. The commonly used firearm for mechas is the NGZ automatic rifle, which is an enlarged version of the NGY rifle. Mastery of the NGY automatic rifle is of paramount importance for our future familiarity with mecha operations.
Exactly.
Ji Jin raised the firearm. Star beasts are a significant challenge humanity faces today. They possess tough hides and formidable attacking capabilities. Only by piloting mechas can we confront them. Of course, practical mecha combat is still far off for you. Even the military allows new recruits ample time to familiarize themselves with mechas. However, physical fitness, combat awareness, and shooting skills are the foundational elements you must solidify at this stage. Understood? Understood. Ji Jin held the gun with both hands, aiming at a humanoid target 100 meters away. I will reiterate the key points of shooting. Everyone pay close attention. Shooting hinges on 3 essentials: steady eyes, steady heart, and steady hands. Steady eyes mean keeping your gaze fixed on the target. Steady heart means remaining calm and focused, believing resolutely that you will hit the target regardless of the extreme conditions. Steady hands mean allowing nothing to interfere with your finger on the trigger. Among veterans, their SA phrase, conscious aiming, unconscious shooting, this encapsulates the essence of steady hands.
Bang!
The bullet flew forth. The robot announced, 10 rings. Ji Jin put away the gun, smiling slightly. It's been a while since I held a gun. Thankfully, my touch is still intact. Now, let's discuss today's assessment criteria. Ji Jin set down the gun. For 1 round of shooting practice, each participant will fire 10 rounds, with no misses allowed. The hit rate must exceed 60%. Those who do not meet the standard will continue training until they do. Anyone who has not completed the task before dinner will have to undertake a 30-kilometer weighted cross-country run. Is that clear? Understood. It is imperative to maintain accuracy, without deviation, with a required hit rate exceeding 60%, meaning that every result must be above the 6th ring. This poses a formidable challenge for those who struggle with shooting performance. Su Lily's countenance turned pale at this realization. Follow my command. First row. Step forward to shoot. Luo Cun stepped forward, and the moment she grasped the gun, her demeanor transformed entirely. The assessment course for the Mecha Combat Department coincidentally involved shooting today. Upon entering the shooting range, Hua and perceptively sensed something amiss and glanced towards the Sociology Department. Luo Cun did not rush to shoot. Instead, she closed her eyes to adjust her breathing, entering a state of profound focus. She seemed to merge with her surroundings, standing there with the gun in hand, yet hardly noticeable. A gentle breeze brushed past. Suddenly, she opened her eyes and, without hesitation, fired. Luo Cun employed a method known as single shot, where she would shoot once with each breath. This approach is considerably safer and significantly enhances accuracy compared to continuous firing. After completing 10 shots, she decisively set down the gun and returned to her place in line. The robot began announcing the results. Position 7, a total of 10 shots, all scoring 10 rings. Ji Jin looked at Luo Cun with surprise. The Sociology Department was awash with expressions of disbelief, and aside from exclaiming Cun Ge is amazing, they were at a loss for words. Su Lily gazed at her with envy, exclaiming, how incredible! Your shooting skills are so high. Luo Cun was momentarily taken aback, sensing the subtle scrutiny around her, and graciously replied, I've just practiced a lot. In her previous life, to enhance her survival skills on the battlefield, she had relentlessly trained in shooting, ultimately transforming herself into a sharpshooter. Others claimed that fate had been kind to her, not only endowing her with exceptional command talent, but also commendable physical abilities. Yet only she knew that her shooting talent had been the least among her skills, beginning from a point of deviation and gradually improving. How could someone raised on the battlefield allow themselves to possess shortcomings? After completing the assessment, Luo Cun, with nothing else to occupy her time, wandered over to the mecha combat department. The instructor happened to be calling out names. Hua and Wei He Luo Shuai stepped forward. Yes. In the distance, 3 tall youths strode to the front of the line. With a command from the instructor, they began. Luo Shuai dashed out first, followed closely by Wei He, while Hua and took his time, trailing behind. In front of the 3 was an array of parts for the NGY-style automatic rifle, indicating that the shooting assessment for the mecha combat department also included gun assembly. In this segment, Hua An's speed was unparalleled, the disparity between him and the other 2 glaringly obvious. It seemed he did not require any adjustments. Each piece fell into place perfectly, and assembling the gun resembled the crafting of fine art. Although he arrived last, he was the first to lift the gun and depart. Next came the shooting phase, which differed from the sociology department's directed shooting assessment. The mecha combat department's range was filled with randomly placed humanoid targets. Hua and not only had to navigate various obstacles, but also had to swiftly eliminate enemies. Luo Cun counted. These targets stood for no more than 30 seconds. She watched as Hua and climbed a ladder with one hand, traversed a firewall in 5 seconds, and held his breath to swim across a wide river in 30 seconds, leaping from 5 stories high without a hitch, all the while annihilating every enemy in his path. Remarkably, there were 0 casualties. Hua En's bullets seemed to pierce through the foreheads of adversaries, striking Luo Cun's heart instead. Although she had sensed Hua En's prowess during the previous encounter with the rat beast, under those circumstances, as long as one had good physical fitness and accurate shooting skills, it was not unachievable. However, witnessing a typical military academy student display such prowess was utterly astonishing. If basic training could reach such heights, it could only indicate that this individual possessed extraordinary attributes across the board. In a daze, she recalled the words of Tang Yingzhu from yesterday's casual conversation. Luo Cun, you truly have guts, daring to approach that boy from the Hor family. Alongside the explosive posts currently pinned on the campus forum. Breaking, shocking. The aloof flower of the mecha combat department has been touched by someone. Breaking. Is this a moral decline or a distortion of humanity? During a life-or-death escape, the senior actually did this to the junior. Chapter 11. The Overachiever and Their Roommate on a Moonlit Night. The training ground was set aglow as 2 petite figures engaged in shooting practice. Intensive training had become the norm for Luo Cun recently, and Su Lily, upon learning this, followed her every time. Standing upright, she focused on her breathing as Luo Cun helped her adjust her stance. Remember, do not rush when shooting. The outcome is best when you are sufficiently confident and in a state of unconsciousness. Su Lily, listening intently, instinctively fired a shot. The robot reported 8 rings.
Ah.
Su Lily leaped in joy, exclaiming, I've never achieved such a good score before. Luo Cun crossed her arms, stating, shooting itself is not about tricks. It's all about practice. It's still night. During the day, your scores will look much better. You keep practicing, I'll head next door. Alright, go ahead. Su Lily replied, her face brimming with excitement as she bid her farewell. Meanwhile, Jijin had been waiting for some time. The additional training was initiated by Luo Cun herself. She even sought a note from Lin Lin to confirm that her body could withstand higher intensity training. Jijin did not refuse. Do you recognize your shortcomings? He asked, not rushing to start today. Luo Cun cast her gaze downward. Strength, reaction time, and physical fitness are too lacking. Only my combat skills are barely passable. A rather candid evaluation. Jijin regarded her. Thus, you must begin from the very basics. The horse stance is to stabilize your lower body. Practicing frog jumps will enhance your leg explosiveness. Doing pull-ups will strengthen your arms. And weighted cross-country running will build your endurance. You've been performing well during this period. I declare that you can enter the next phase today. A hint of a smile finally appeared on Luo Cun's face. As long as life endures, the overachiever shall never cease. This is the lightest weighted belt, each weighing 15 kilograms, which she strapped on her limbs. Jijin handed her 4 dark gray straps. She had finally reached a level where she could bear the weight. Once the weighted belts were on, they could only be increased, never decreased, nor removed. Do you understand? Luo Cun responded emphatically, I understand. After donning all the weighted belts, she took a deep breath and accepted the dagger from Ji Jin's hand. I'll do it just once. Watch closely. Ji Jin began to demonstrate, emphasizing that during the knife training, the horse stance must be stable. When your lower body is unyielding, the enemy will focus their attacks on your upper body. Your legs must be ready to explode with power, delivering a fatal strike to the enemy. Your hands must be swift, precise, and forceful to achieve the desired effect. Do you understand? Luo Cun nodded. Knife training 100 times begin.
Yin commended.
Luo Cun commenced her knife training, her posture impeccable. The first 20 times felt manageable. The movement incorporated all her previous training and was a standard combat stance, which she knew would prove beneficial if perfected. However, by the time she reached approximately 50 repetitions, her arms began to feel heavy and unresponsive, indicative of her body's struggle to adapt to the newly added weight. Luo Cun's entire body appeared as though it had emerged from the depths of water. With each thrust of her weapon, large beads of sweat were flung away, splattering onto the ground. Ji Jin observed silently from the side and suddenly chuckled. If you can't hold on any longer, perhaps it's time to concede. As Luo Cun's steps grew increasingly unsteady, Ji Jin's voice became ever more gentle. Just think of your bed. How delightful it would be to lie down now. Why endure such fatigue alone? Regardless of how much you practice, you will never surpass those mecha boys. Luo Cun hesitated for a moment. Ji Jin's grin widened. What's this? Have you come to a realization? Ready to give up at last? Luo Cun adjusted her breath thrice in place and lunged forward with a fierce thrust. Instructor Ji, did you forget to have dinner tonight? Why is your speech so feeble? Ji Jin's smile vanished. Look at your posture. It's so limp. You resemble a soft shrimp. Engage your core and stabilize your stance. Luo Cun immediately tightened her core. 100 repetitions. This was her limit. Upon completion, her palms nearly slipped from the hilt of her knife. At that moment, a keen sense of impending danger prompted her to swiftly lower her body and roll to the side. Before Ji Jin could finish a sentence, a fist was already hurtling towards her face, and she had no choice but to hastily block with her arm. The impact of that single blow rendered half her body weak. Excruciating pain coursed from her joints straight to her nerves, leaving her momentarily dazed. Had she not seen her arm intact, she might have believed it shattered beyond repair. Yet, the ordeal was far from over. Taking advantage of her fall, a heavy foot descended from above. Luo Cun could only cross her arms over her chest, bracing herself desperately. Ji Jin was still exerting force. Suddenly, Luo Cun's resolve hardened. Gripping her knife tightly, she aimed for his shin with a fierce stab. Ji Jin scoffed, retracting his leg and swiftly closing the distance, overpowering her legs with sheer strength. A calloused hand easily encircled her weapon and arm, gripping them tightly. A low growl filled with fury emanated from above. Remember, you must never relinquish your weapon, no matter the circumstance. This is the battlefield. You can never know how many star beasts lurk around you, waiting for the moment you tire out. Listen closely. Even in death, you must hold on to your gun, your knife. Luo Cun was taken aback, and upon regaining her composure, she shouted, yes. Ji Jin released his grip on her. Standing up, continue with your basic training. You have a long way to go.
Yes.
In the tranquil depths of the mountains, devoid of others, only the moonlight accompanied Luo Cun. In the vast training ground, a small figure sprinted under the moon's glow. Upon closer inspection, one could see another figure trailing behind her, nearly at a walk. Luo Cun, I can't go on. Su Lily gasped, struggling for breath. After completing her shooting training, she had silently followed Luo Cun, who was still pushing herself. Luo Cun turned to run back, her voice hoarse. Return. Your body cannot bear this load. Under the relentless pressure of day and night, Su Lily could no longer endure and suddenly broke down. Why am I so weak? I've truly tried my utmost. Yet the instructor says I can't even match the daily training of the mecha department. What am I striving for? Even if I risk my life to train, I will never have their reflexes or strength. It's so unfair. This world is truly unjust. Stumbling, Su Lily fell to the ground, sobbing uncontrollably. I've worked tirelessly since childhood just to enter the military. I thought this place would offer a new horizon, but reality is far from it. Most of my classmates view the military as a mere stepping stone. After graduation, they can return to their home planets, effortlessly becoming officers. the prodigies of the mecha department. While I was still playing with toys, were already handling guns and mecha models. While I was discussing love and relationships, they were training year after year under their parents' directives. I could pour my life into this, yet I can never catch up to them. It's truly so unfair. Su Lily wept openly, feeling utterly humiliated. Ashamed, she kept her head down and muttered, Luo Cun, why do you never speak? No response came. A gust of cold wind swept by, making Su Lily shiver. When she dared to look up, she discovered Luo Cun was still running. Su Lily thought to herself, so all this while, she has been talking to herself? Biting her lip, she mustered her strength and got up to chase after Luo Cun. In truth, Luo Cun had long reached her limits, sustained solely by sheer will. Sensing someone beside her, she asked, have you come to a realization? Su Lily's face was pale as she softly replied, yes. Nothing is insurmountable. Life is long. Just keep running. Luo Cun felt a sense of lightness wash over her. Su Lily pursed her lips and nodded. Thank you. Receiving Luo Cun's urgent distress signal, Lin hurried to the training ground, unceremoniously tossing her into the medical pod. Yawning as he said, isn't it enough to self-destruct? Did you really need to call someone else to join you? Yet, Luo Cun had already lost consciousness, unresponsive to him. Chapter 12. Survival Training, Part 1. After such extensive training, it is now time to assess you. Let me explain the rules. Ji Jin stood facing the students. Pointing behind him, you will traverse this jungle on foot for 3 days, without supplies. During this time, you will encounter preset traps, ambushing instructors, and may even confront star beasts. Successfully defeating instructors and star beasts will earn you bonus points. You may choose to act alone or form teams. Remember, you have only 3 days. Exceeding the time limit will result in a failing score. When faced with an insurmountable predicament, promptly send a distress signal. Your life is far more valuable than an exam. Do you all understand? The students responded in unison, understood. Please collect your gear and gather at the entrance. The countdown for the survival training assessment begins in 10 seconds. After 10 seconds, the AI announced, the survival training assessment officially commences. Luo Cun glanced at the projection in the sky, which had automatically begun a 72-hour countdown. Su Lily stood beside her, fully equipped. Shall we go? Luo Cun remained silent, preoccupied with sending a private message. Friend, quickly help me score high. The reply came swiftly. Coordinates 371, 245. A smile crept onto Luo Cun's lips as she led Su Lily away from the sociology department's group. 5 minutes later, she successfully joined Tang Yingzhu. Tang Yingzhu introduced the individuals beside him succinctly, Wei He, infantry, Qiu Sheng, sniper. Luo Cun recognized the boy named Wei He. He had performed remarkably during the shooting assessment alongside Huan. The other, Qiu Sheng, bore a similar build and had calloused fingertips, suggesting he frequently handled firearms. Luo Cun nodded slightly at both. Qiu Sheng, with his handsome features, smiled and asked, Yingzi, who is this? Tang Yingzhu replied, Luo Cun, Sociology Department, possesses a certain foundation in command. Wei He scrutinized her for a moment before suddenly recalling something, exclaiming, You're the one from 4.5 minutes? Tang Yingzhu cleared his throat. Luo Cun nodded, I witnessed your shooting assessment. You perform exceptionally well. Wei He was taken aback, scratching his head in embarrassment as he realized he had misjudged her as arrogant, only to be complimented on their first meeting, which was rather awkward. Well, since everyone is here, let us set off. Tang Yingzhu pressed his earpiece. Someone on the other end said something, and he lowered his hand, coordinates 371220. Qiu Sheng squinted his eyes. Have you found them? Tang Yingzhu nodded and hurried forward. Su Lily followed discreetly, aware that this group had clearly devised a plan. The individual soldier moved swiftly. Luo Cun's recent intensive training proved effective, allowing him to navigate with apparent ease. Su Lily managed to keep pace, albeit with some difficulty. Suddenly, she halted, her vigilance piqued as she gazed towards the dense thicket ahead. No way, could our luck be this fortuitous? Qiu Sheng also came to a stop, his face lit with surprise. Wei He twitched his nostrils. There's the scent of a star beast. This area must have been deliberately populated with them. Luo Cun cautioned. Qiu Sheng raised an eyebrow. How do you know? It's too quiet. Luo Cun glanced at Tang Yingzhu, his meaning clear. Where did you find such a simpleton? Tang Yingzhu straightened. They're coming. In a flash, a dense mouse beast suddenly charged forth. Upon spotting the humans before it, it let out a thunderous roar. The memory of the fear instilled by the dense mouse beast during the preliminary assessment made Su Lily involuntarily take a step back. Luo Cun, however, raised his gun without hesitation, aimed, and fired.
Bang.
A bullet flew in from the side, striking the dense mouse beast first. Xiao Sheng hoisted his gun onto his shoulder. Chin raised slightly, 4.5 seconds, you're lacking. Luo Cun scoffed, have some dignity. I spotted this prey first. If I shoot it first, it belongs to me. With that, he charged fiercely towards the dense mouse beast. His speed was impressive. This beast was still juvenile, barely a D-class star beast, and it paled in comparison to the one encountered at school. Thanks to Tang Yingzhu's hints, Qiu Sheng swiftly dispatched it. Luo Cun's expression shifted slightly as she turned to Tang Yingzhu. That's the second one. Why are all the star beasts on this path his? Tang Yingzhu replied with a hint of resignation, don't worry, there will be more opportunities ahead. Qiu Sheng deliberately made a face at her. A surge of unnameable anger ignited within Luo Cun, and she coldly remarked, if that's the case, there's no need for forced teamwork. Let's part ways. Excellent. Qiu Sheng proclaimed loudly, if it weren't for Yingzi, who would want to team up with you sociology majors? Su Lily, momentarily confused by his meaning, retorted angrily. What are you talking about? Luo Cun huffed, is that how you look down on the sociology department? Then let's race to see who reaches the finish line first. The loser will call the winner, Dad. Wei He looked taken aback, casting a dubious glance at the two. Qiu Sheng readily agreed, let's compete. Who's afraid of whom? The two split off in opposite directions, leaving Tang Yingzhu and Wei He exchanging glances. Wei He murmured, their acting is too good. They had me fooled. Tang Yingzhu replied, do you think he can say he believes these two are serious? In the depths of the forest, the students from Danzhou University watched the scene, utterly speechless. Luo Shu sneered, is this the core member of a military unit? Acting on impulse. That guy seems to be the one known for 4.5 seconds. There was no need to team up with the sociology department. Tang Yingzhu's decision was purely foolish. Qi Feiqi remained noncommittal. Let's focus on earning the rewards available first. We can discuss the rest later. Indeed. The dozen or so exchange students from Danzhou University chimed in unison, clearly showing high regard for Qi Feiqi. After exiting the previous area, Luo Cun's furious expression softened, returning to her usual demeanor. Su Lily, who had witnessed the transformation, remarked, so that was all an act. Luo Cun raised a finger to her lips, signaling silence. She crouched, her gun at the ready, as she approached a large tree, glancing ahead. A lone soldier was disarming a landmine beneath him, his stature significantly taller and more muscular than an ordinary student, exuding a formidable presence. Su Lily gasped, it's him.
Who?
Luo Cun inquired. Diao Zimin, incredibly strong, among the top 3 individual soldiers. Their noise had caught Diao Zimin's keen attention. He turned his piercing gaze towards their hiding spot and raised his gun, come out. Luo Cun emerged, hands raised. Noticing the sociology department insignia on her chest, Diao Zimin's wariness eased slightly, though his expression remained stern. Get lost. Luo Cun stepped closer. I can help you. Diao Zimin paused, taken aback. You can disarm mines? I know a bit, Luo Cun replied, squatting beside him. It appeared the instructor was quite gentle. It was merely a standard disc mine. She produced a dagger, inserting it at a 45-degree angle into the ground at the connection point, then retrieved a circular detonator from her pocket and affixed it to the mine. With a click, the mine was deactivated. The entire process was executed with remarkable finesse. Diao Zimin felt a surge of admiration. All done, Luo Cun brushed off the dirt and stood up. Diao Zimin tentatively took a step forward. Nothing happened. Relieved, he exited the minefield, his tone somewhat reflective. Thank you. I never expected to be saved by someone from the sociology department. Chapter 13, Survival Training, Part 2. You're alone? Luo Cun expressed her surprise. Although this was a survival training exercise, the rules did not prohibit student cooperation, especially with instructors involved. Forming teams would indeed offer a significant advantage. I can manage on my own, Diao Zimin replied coolly, exuding an air of self-assuredness. Luo Cun's eyes lit up. Bro, have you considered which faction to join for the final melee? Diao Zimin looked puzzled. Generally, it should be Tang Yingzhu's team. But I wouldn't mind being assigned to Qi Feiqi's. Why do you ask? If it weren't for the fact that this person had assisted him, he wouldn't be wasting time with her. How about considering joining my faction? Sensing his impatience, Luo Cun opted for directness. Your team? Diao Zimin exclaimed. Aren't you from the sociology department? Don't joke about such things. I'm not joking. Who says sociology students can't be commanders? Luo Cun's demeanor turned serious. The ultimate victory in the melee will belong to me. Su Lily watched. Diao Zimin, typically taciturn, felt an overwhelming urge to express himself, a sense of discomfort bubbling within. Luo Cun continued, Brother Diao, trust me, let us showcase to everyone what tactical prowess and great victory truly mean. Had it been anyone else, Diao Zimin might have dismissed them as foolish and walked away. But Luo Cun was different. Her confidence was deeply ingrained, bordering on arrogance, enhanced by an innate leadership quality. A born leader, her words naturally commanded respect and belief. Don't you want to experience what it's like to fight alongside an S-class? Luo Cun's gaze intensified, locking onto him. Did you persuade Huan? Diao Zimin was now a bit taken aback. Luo Cun assured him, he will participate. Su Lily's eyes widened at her, seemingly questioning when this had happened, as she had no prior knowledge. Sensing his hesitation, Luo Cun continued to stoke the flames. For you, participating in the Berkeley League is a given. There's no need to quibble over these credits. In the final year melee, wouldn't you want to try a different approach? Diao Zimin felt a stir within. This person was a natural persuader. Even realizing this, he found himself inexplicably drawn in. Whether it was teaming up with Huan or trying a new strategy, both held a compelling allure for him. He still clung to his last vestiges of reason. If Huan truly joins your camp, then I shall too. Luo Sun curled her lips into a smile. Certainly. Then it is settled, Brother Diao? Diao Zimin was bewildered by how the situation had shifted, but nodded. I shall not go back on my word. Luo Sun seized the moment. Then let us proceed together. Consider it a prelude to our collaboration. Diao Zimin did not refuse. Surveying the surrounding terrain, Luo Sun smirked. Brother Diao, are you keen to earn some academic credits? Diao Zimin. She pointed to the right front. That area conceals many reward points. Diao Zimin glanced over. It was a valley, characterized by its simplistic geography, comprised mainly of woods and a river. The instructor would not lay an ambush in such a place, as there was nowhere to hide. Luo Sun regarded him. For the instructors, the entire forest serves as a sanctuary. That position is not only a thoroughfare but a main road. Countless unsuspecting souls shall surely pass through. Just then, a group of sociology students ambled by, chatting and laughing. Su Lily, Diao Zimin, in stark contrast to the serious demeanor of the three. The sociology students appeared to be on a picnic rather than undergoing military training. Finally liberated. Ah, splendid. Today we needn't stand at attention or practice shooting or physical training. When will this end?
You already miss my badge. Sobi.
I miss the braised pig trotters from the cafeteria the most, so chewy and juicy. The best still is that old-fashioned hot pot outside the school, so fragrant, numbing, and spicy. My mouth is watering. The brawl is finally over, right? I challenge you to a duel, you big-headed fool. Two instructors could no longer endure the chatter and leaped down from the trees. Black Claw bellowed. Hurry up. At this pace, when will you reach the finish line? Luo Sun took off running up the nearby slope. Almost simultaneously, Diao Zimin dashed forward, swiftly vanishing into the thicket. Watching the two disappear in the blink of an eye. Su Lily. Most sociology students were rather timid. Frightened by the instructors, they scattered in panic, fleeing at breakneck speed. Yet, there were always those who chose an unconventional path. One individual lay down on the ground. Come on, Instructor Black Claw.
Today,
I shall offer my life as a tribute to your lost youth. White Tiger scoffed, unceremoniously kicking him. You think we'll eliminate you just so you can rest? Quite the imagination you have. The individual grinned. If Instructor White Tiger would grant me a swift end.
Zhou Qi.
White Tiger's expression hardened. Drop and give me 50 push-ups.
Now.
The boy named Zhou Qi's face fell immediately. Don't you think 50 is a bit excessive? Still trying to negotiate? White Tiger roared. Then it's 100.
Fine.
I'll do 50 right away. Zhou Qi flipped over and propped himself up, starting his push-ups. 1, 2, 3. White Tiger squatted down to his level. Keep your arms straight. Just as he spoke, bang. A gunshot rang out. A bullet flew past Zhou Qi's face, striking White Tiger squarely in the chest. A plume of red smoke erupted, marking his demise. White Tiger. Zhou Qi collapsed to the ground, laughing so hard he pounded the earth. I shall be grateful to this sniper for life. There's a sniper. Black Claw shouted, scrambling up the tree. Yet suddenly, someone lunged from behind, shooting him in the lower back, and the same red smoke billowed forth. Black Claw turned to Diao Zimin. Impressive. How long have you been lying in wait? The chaos caused by the sociology students had led to such disarray that neither had noticed. Apologies, instructor. Diao Zimin dared not linger, retreating cautiously as he melded into the foliage. Black Claw approached Zhou Qi, grinning. Come on, we'll watch you do push-ups. You can only leave once you finish. Zhou Qi's smile faltered, his expression wavering between laughter and tears. According to regulations, you two should be corpses by now. Black Claw crossed his legs and sat down. Indeed. You could just consider us corpses while you finish. Zhou Qi. Sniper, I truly would be grateful. Luo Cun. No need for thanks. Luo Cun stowed her weapon, shifting to a new position, her scope meticulously scanning the woods. There must still be instructors concealed here, otherwise, Instructor Black Claw would not have called out. Diao Zimin shared her thoughts. They resembled patient hunters in the jungle, waiting for their prey to take the bait. Chapter 14, Survival Training, Part 3, Bang Bang. At that moment, 2 consecutive sniper shots rang out. Red smoke erupted. The 2 instructors stood up, utterly speechless, from behind a massive rock. Luo Cun was astonished. Her scope had passed over that rock several times without detecting anyone. This was a gifted sniper. Suddenly, she was momentarily dazzled by a flash of light in her line of sight. A figure atop the opposite hill was pointing directly at her. Luo Cun lowered her head. Through the scope, Qiu Sheng wore a mischievous grin, indicating her right side. As the view shifted, a stone formation spelled out the word sun. Luo Cun's finger twitched, and without hesitation, she pulled the trigger.
Bang, bang, bang.
Qiu Sheng jumped up in alarm and sprinted into the woods. Though attacking fellow students was futile during survival training, Luo Cun still chose to expend a few bullets. After all, it was quite satisfying. She rose to leave, convinced no instructors remained in the forest. Diao Zimin emerged as well, his gaze towards Luo Cun betraying his astonishment. That sniper was you? Luo Cun shook her head. The first shot was mine. The rest were Qiu Sheng's. Diao Zimin understood. Let us go. We need to accelerate. Only by reaching the forefront can we encounter more instructors. Su Lily expressed her concern. But that's quite dangerous. If it weren't for the sociology students drawing the instructors away, we would have had a hard time spotting them. Luo Cun clenched her fists. Risks and opportunities coexist. If we want to earn points, we cannot hesitate. Diao Zimin nodded. The 3 of them quickened their pace, swiftly traversing a patch of forest until they reached the riverbank. Su Lily gasped for breath. I can't go on. Luo Cun glanced at the dimming sky. Brother Diao, go gather some firewood. I'll hunt a rabbit, and then we can set up camp and rest.
All right.
Diao Zimin, though not convinced of the necessity of a break at this moment, had grown accustomed to following Luo Cun's directives along the way and said nothing. He had yet to realize that he had subconsciously begun to regard Luo Cun as their commander. 2 bullets struck a small white rabbit simultaneously, albeit from 2 entirely opposite directions.
Someone.
Luo Cun flipped over, hiding behind a tree, tossing her sociology badge away. I am not an instructor. The person aiming at her hesitated, releasing his finger from the trigger. He stood up and approached the lifeless rabbit, preparing to take it away. What? And Luo Cun stepped out from behind the tree, calling out to him. She gazed at the emptiness behind him, astonished. You're alone? Hua and regarded her with an impassive expression, his dark eyes deep and his voice reminiscent of an ancient broadcast. Cool yet tinged with a hint of magnetism. Is there something you need? Luo Cun hesitated. No. Hua, and turned to leave. Wait, I also hit that rabbit. Luo Cun hurriedly added. Hua and lifted the rabbit high, his defiant brows and eyes brimming with impatience. Look closely. The fatal wound is on the right side. Luo Cun's intention had never been the rabbit. She pointed to the pile of prey hanging behind her. We're going to roast the rabbit. Why not join us? Hua An's fingers twitched slightly, yet he did not decline. Along the way, Luo Cun seemingly casually inquired, in the upcoming camp battle, whose faction do you wish to join? Tang Yingzhua or Qi Feiqi? Huan replied, I'll wait for the assignment. Luo Cun paused, pondering. Shouldn't it be the case that as the sole super S-class soldier in the army, Hua and would be the object of everyone's desire? Yet, he chose not to select a side. Tang Yingzhua was not an option. He couldn't even handle a junior? Upon returning to the camp, Diao Zimin had already prepared the firewood and procured some seasonings. Su Lily was busy setting up the tent and paused, startled upon noticing Huan. She whispered to Luo Cun, How did you bring him here? I ran into him in the woods. Luo Cun replied, carrying a pile of rabbits to the riverside. deftly processing the ingredients before returning. The four of them gathered around the fire. Upon seeing the rabbits roasted to a golden brown, Su Lily exclaimed, "They look absolutely delicious." I never expected to enjoy freshly cooked game during survival training. Diao Zimin swallowed involuntarily. Luo Cun chuckled softly. One can't neglect their own palate. What did you all eat during your previous survival training? Su Lily suddenly realized, so you've undergone survival training. No wonder you transformed into a superhero so abruptly. I did some basic targeted training during the summer, Luo Cun replied vaguely. Wow, you're so diligent, Su Lily remarked. I spent my summer vacation accompanying my parents on Energy Star. Had you never undergone military training or survival training before? Luo Cun asked curiously. Su Lily sighed. This year is quite strict. In previous years, we just practiced physical fitness and shooting, culminating in a chaotic free-for-all. Hua En suddenly spoke, his youthful, exquisite profile barely visible in the firelight. Raw food. Diao Zimin chimed in. Wild fruits, raw meat, and raw fish, that's about it. Luo Cun made a sound of disapproval. Sashimi is acceptable, but raw meat is a no-go. As the rabbits neared completion, Luo Cun picked one up and handed it to Huan, saying, Here, this one is yours. Huan silently accepted it and began to eat. He consumed his meal swiftly, yet silently, resembling an elegant wolf cub, prompting Luo Cun to gaze at him several times. Diao Zimin and Su Lily each took the rabbit in front of them and began eating heartily. Wow, it smells amazing. Luo Cun, your culinary skills could open a restaurant, Su Lily remarked between bites. Luo Cun smiled slightly. If I open a restaurant with this skill, I might end up losing everything. It truly is delicious. You are simply too hungry. Halfway through their meal, Diao Zimin suddenly recalled something and casually asked, Huan, what made you decide to join Luo Cun's faction? Hua and was momentarily taken aback. Cough, 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 cough. Su Lily choked and anxiously looked at Luo Cun. What to do? It's going to be exposed. Luo Cun swallowed the meat in his mouth and calmly replied, Huan, do you wish to join my faction for the free-for-all? I promise you'll have a great time. He added, waiting for the assignment is so dull. Diao Zimin paused, holding the rabbit. Hua and lifted his gaze, his deep black eyes quietly observing Luo Cun, lost in thought. Just as Luo Cun was considering his next approach, Huan suddenly responded softly, okay. Cough, 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 cough. Su Lily stared at him in shock, choking once more. Luo Cun was equally surprised. Was he really that agreeable? Had her charisma reached an extraordinary level? Perfect, Luo Cun said, pointing to Diao Zimin, let me introduce you. This is your teammate. Diao Zimin thought, why does he always feel like something is off? Why do I feel a bit dizzy? Su Lily's eyes turned pale. A wave of dizziness washing over her, and she collapsed with a thud. Luo Cun also began to feel the world spinning around her. Diao Zimin's rabbit meat fell from his hand and landed in the fire. I think I might also feel a bit unwell. Hua En, however, did not faint, yet his eyes were vacant, appearing to be in a daze. What is happening? Among them, Luo Cun exhibited the mildest symptoms. Could it be the rabbit meat? She had consumed the least of it. Luo Cun shook her head, her gaze suddenly catching a glimpse of a castor leaf among the seasoning materials, exclaiming, Castor leaf? Quickly, inject the antidote. She rummaged through her bag and administered an injection into her thigh. Diao Zimin and Hua En, being exceptional soldiers, instinctively injected the antidote despite losing consciousness. Luo Cun rushed to Su Lily's side and gave her an injection. Once they recovered, Luo Cun picked up a star anise leaf from the seasonings, sighing, This is castor leaf, not pepper leaf. Diao Zimin cleared his throat softly, the skin beneath his ears turning slightly red. It's too dark. Hua En, Su Lily. Luo Cun massaged her temples. Chapter 15, Survival Training, Part 4. After inexplicably being poisoned, Su Lily experienced the joy of being whisked away. The scenery along the way was splendid, with roasted meat and wild fruits to stave off hunger. No risk of getting lost, no need to keep watch, no fear of star beasts, and no concerns about the instructors. She completely regarded this survival training as a mountain climb. If one were to say the experience was the least enjoyable, it would be due to Hua En and Diao Zimin's excessively swift pace. Luo Cun felt that the training intensity over these past 2 days exceeded the usual. Yet the results were remarkable. Her endurance had improved significantly, and her speed had increased considerably. To enhance speed, the method was simple, just run. Running continuously every day and breaking previous records would naturally lead to greater speed. Now, on the morning of the 3rd day, All that stood between them and their destination was a dense grove of giant trees. Be cautious, Luo Cun advised before entering. Hua and dashed ahead, his speed remarkable and steps light, vanishing in the blink of an eye. The remaining three exchanged glances and quickly followed. This was the usual pattern. Hua and would often venture off on his own and return with the bounty of game. Luo Cun sighed. Well, at least he knew to come back. However, this time the situation was evidently different. Soon the sounds of gunfire and combat echoed from ahead. Luo Cun and Diao Zimin exchanged glances and sprinted forward. Suddenly, an instinctual sense of danger compelled Luo Cun to quickly crouch down and roll to the left. A bullet grazed her back, landing where she had just stood. Pressing her back against a large rock, Luo Cun whispered, "Silencer. It's the instructor. Finally here. To be honest, I've had a long-standing aversion to that team." Who hasn't? While others are struggling, they seem to be living in peace. As survival training neared its conclusion, eliminated students and instructors gathered in the square, discussing the footage captured by the intelligent brain. I'm curious, why did the two big shots from the mecha department bring along two rookies from the sociology department? Exactly. Why not take me? Sob, sob, sob. Even though we teamed up, my brother who still remains as solitary as ever, Tang Yingjue is too formidable. It's south as if this place is his backyard. He knows every hiding spot. No joke, everyone acknowledges Tang's data analysis skills. Didn't he perform well in the last Star Domain League? He should be the commander this time, right? But Chi Feiqi from Zhe University is also quite strong. It remains to be seen who excels in commanding during the free-for-all. Luo Cun recalled the direction of that bullet. It had been fired from her right front, at a low height, indicating that the shooter was likely lying down. She removed her hat and picked up a twig, cautiously peering out from the right side.
Bang!
The hat was instantly knocked away. The distance was alarmingly close. The only suitable ambush point for a sniper at this proximity was a solitary tree. Recalling the shape of the tree, she remembered an unusual protrusion at the second level of branches. Luo Cun sprang into action, without taking aim, raised her gun, and fired.
Bang!
A plume of red smoke erupted. The instructor, deemed dead, stared at Luo Cun in shock. What the hell? Blind shot? I can't believe it. A sociology major can blind shoot? I've only managed blind shots during training. It's incredibly difficult in real combat. Oh my, I thought this kid looked familiar. ISN Tishi my goddess? The recognized beauty of the sociology department. Damn. Wait. ISN T this the person who recently became famous for being 4.5 minutes. 4.5 minutes is the flower of the neighboring department? Is this for real? Brother Cun is actually Luo Cun? Is the military academy hellish? I'll pay $1. Who can make her reattach her hair? Luo Cun stowed her gun and swiftly climbed the towering tree. Her slender form navigated the branches with agility, exuding a remarkable sense of ease, as if she were in a realm far removed from the tense battlefield. Moreover, with her exceptional adaptability, she managed to take down 3 instructors along the way. The onlookers were left in a state of shock. Pray tell, what is there that 4.5 minutes cannot accomplish? Woe is me. I was wrong to claim sociology majors are weak. I am the weak one. As far as I know, sociology is actually a prestigious major from the era of the Glorious Alliance Commonwealth. They study a vast array of subjects. I'm flabbergasted. I've been misjudging the sociology department all along. Once I return to class, I must apply to audit a course there. Genuine sociology majors. What to do? They dare not speak. How to convey to them that the sociology department does not comprise individuals of Luo Cun's caliber. Suddenly, Luo Cun halted. The scene was chaotic, with red smoke symbolizing the instructors and blue smoke from the military students rising from various locations. Tang Yingjue shouted, "Earn enough credits and leave. Those eliminated receive 0 points." An instructor retorted, "Is it too late for you to realize this now? If you think of the finish line, you must break through our blockade." Tang Yingjue fell silent for a moment, then suddenly exclaimed, "Chi Feiqi, I know you're here too. There are too many instructors. Let us cooperate and get through together." After a few seconds, a voice emerged from the left. "Okay, your people take the lead." Hearing this, Wei He couldn't help but scoff. Damn, how shameless. Yet Tang Yingjue readily agreed. "All right, we'll flank the instructors from the left and right." The instructors could no longer tolerate it. "Are you so loud discussing tactics that you fear we can't hear you?" The crowd. Bang. Red smoke billowed from the instructor, who spoke. Qiu Sheng smirked, changing positions.
Bang.
Another instructor hidden in the jungle fell. This shot came from the left, indicating it was the work of the students from Danzel University. As agreed, the two teams were converging, ready to breach the blockade. Oh my! This is so thrilling to watch. This year is indeed intense and quite impressive. If I hadn't been eliminated, could I have charged with the main force against the instructors?
Boo-hoo.
Suddenly, a familiar figure flashed by. Luo Cun crouched down and set up her sniper rifle. On the field, Hua Cun had fully entered combat mode. Like a wolf, the woods seemed to be his domain. He moved with incredible speed. His reflexes sharp enough to easily discern the enemy's position in mere moments. Suddenly, Huan paused. A bullet shot past him, striking the instructor before him. This was Luo Cun signaling her arrival. The two then coordinated seamlessly, forcefully tearing through the instructor's ironclad defenses. Tang Yingzhu and Qi Feiqi realized their presence and quickly provided cover for the duo. I wondered where my brother Hua had gone. Turns out he has already infiltrated the enemy's base. No matter when I see my brother Hua, it's always a different scene. Only he dares to take on instructors alone, right? Luo Cun, in the rear, aimed her gun, her gaze never straying from Hua An's vicinity. He resembled the alpha wolf of the pack, astute and powerful, patiently tightening the encirclement. Once he spotted prey, he would strike with unyielding coldness. This combat was exhilarating, causing her blood to boil incrementally, the desire for slaughter deepening, her eyes flashing with a hint of red. It was not until she saw a familiar face that Huan halted. Instructor Ji, I didn't expect you to take the field personally. Stretch a little, Ji Jin said. Ji Jin knew Hua Cun, the only super S in the army, possessing extraordinary strength, yet he was reclusive and proud, disdainful of teamwork. This survival training had indeed brought him some surprises. He dropped his gun. Let us make a deal. The sniper behind you has already been targeted by my men. The instructor not far away raised his hand in indication. Hua An's expression darkened. What kind of deal? 1v1 hand-to-hand combat.
Fine.
Luo Cun was taken aback. She saw Huan gesturing.
Come.
Hua and tossed his gun aside. At the moment he threw the gun, both moved, but in completely different directions. Ji Jin lunged at Hua Cun, while Hua and charged towards the nearby instructor. The two seasoned soldiers immediately sensed something was amiss.
Bang.
Two shots rang out from the sniper rifles, one after the other. Ji Jin looked at the red smoke rising from his body, quite speechless. Are the younger generation this astute now? The downed instructor also emitted red smoke, reflecting. Good coordination. Time rewound to the moment earlier. As Huan sidestepped, Luo Cun, having received the signal in advance, unhesitatingly pulled the trigger, striking Ji Jin. Without pausing, she leapt, narrowly evading the instructor's sniper bullet. Meanwhile, Hua An was already quite close to him. He drew his dagger and struck at the instructor's neck, eliminating him. This exchange showcased a flawless collaboration between Luo Cun and Hua An. Wow, that was impressive. 4.5 minutes is fierce. Why am I feeling a bit emotional? It's the first time I've seen Brother Hua collaborate with someone. Indeed, elites gather around elites. No wonder she can team up with Hua An and Jiao Zimin. Chapter 16, Survival Training, Part 5. As soon as Luo Cun leaped down from the tree, she was surrounded by a dozen individual troops. She looked at the people opposite her. Is this how you Danzel University students treat your classmates? Qi Feiqi stepped forward. Please don't take offense. Everyone is just too curious about you. Do you know who I am? The person before her was clad in the combat uniform of Danzel University, tall with delicate features, a subtle shadow lurking between his brows. Luo Cun narrowed her eyes. Qi Feiqi? Qi Feiqi chuckled. I enjoy conversing with intelligent individuals. Glancing at the sky, how about we talk privately?
All right.
Luo Cun followed him aside, avoiding the filming robots. Is this not allowed? Can I pay $5 to watch? Smart brain. Help, I'm so curious. Have you all noticed how many big shots are surrounding 4.5 minutes? What's the reason for that? Brother, have you ever considered the possibility that 4.5 might be a hidden powerhouse? To be honest, even if I could hit the instructor, I wouldn't be able to avoid that sniper bullet. Question from the audience. How did you come by the nickname 4.5? Have you lost your connection? It was from the bet I had with Instructor Ji that I could reach him in 5 minutes. Qi Feiqi looked at Luo Cun, his eyes betraying a profound appreciation. Your sniping skills are commendable. Luo Cun raised an eyebrow, realizing that the initial act had indeed drawn him in. She immediately adopted the persona of a cool, aloof sniper, casting a sidelong glance at him. Is there something you need? Chief Feiqi smiled slightly. In the impending chaotic battle, will you join Tang Yingzhua's faction? No, Luo Cun answered without hesitation. The amusement in Chief Feiqi's eyes deepened as he casually provoked. That makes sense. After all, Tang Yingzhua already has Qiu Sheng as a sniper, so your roles overlap somewhat. I may have a distaste for that brat Qiu Sheng, but that does not mean I will align with you, Luo Cun interjected. I intend to establish my own faction. Chief Feiqi's smile faltered. Luo Cun's brow furrowed. What exactly are you trying to say? Chief Feiqi quickly altered his approach. I am here to propose a collaboration. You assist me in defeating Tang Yingzhua, and I will help you take down Qiu Sheng. Luo Cun stroked her chin thoughtfully. You want me to assist you? What's in it for me? Credits. Should you eventually submit to me, I want to eliminate you, and you shall receive a substantial amount of credits. Luo Cun nearly applauded on the spot. Look at that. The two candidates for commander in the Danzel star domain are indeed painting quite the enticing picture. Noticing her growing intrigue, Chief Feiqi continued. Aren't you eager for credits? You've been investigating me? Luo Cun raised an eyebrow. Just a general understanding. Compared to previous years, your performance this year has been notably exceptional, Chief Feiqi said, a confident smile gracing his face. It must be because you wish to participate in the Star Domain League. Correct? Luo Cun did not deny it. This individual was remarkably astute. No wonder Tang Yingzhua dared not let his guard down. Chief Feiqi stepped back. Today's credits serve as a gesture of my sincerity. Luo Cun raised an eyebrow. Then let me see your sincerity. The ensuing scene left all students and instructors utterly perplexed. The individual from Danzel University was paving the way ahead. Yet it was not Chief Feiqi who was reaping the credits from behind, but rather Luo Cun. I don't understand, but I am utterly astounded. How did things reach this point? Do they know each other? Weren't they previously unacquainted? Oh no, I can't contain myself any longer. Brother Cun is so handsome. Wait, could it be for the reason I'm thinking of? Wow. Chief Feiqi is playing a very dark game here. What on earth are you all talking about? We're saying that Chief Feiqi is likely teaming up with Brother Cun in the chaotic brawl. Naturally, Tang Yingzhua's side also took notice, and Wei He remarked with a sigh, indeed, 4.5 possesses considerable skill. Seeing Qiu Sheng readying his weapon to leave, Wei He hurriedly asked, Where are you going? Qiu Sheng did not look back. I still have a bet to settle with her. Wei He was left speechless. Tang Yingzhua face-bombed. Let them be. We should leave as well. Wei He was taken aback. We're leaving just like that? There are still a bunch of reward credits ahead. You don't really think the instructor is serious, do you? Tang Yingzhua stated, with our capabilities, even with double the number of people, we wouldn't breach their blockade. If we linger here for credits, the instructor will show no mercy. Chief Feiqi was equally clear-headed. Observing the sudden increase in injured individuals, he remarked, That's enough. Let's head to the finish line. All right, Luo Cun readily agreed. As they covered the final stretch, Luo Cun felt as though she had forgotten something. It was only upon crossing the finish line and spotting Su Lily sitting there that she remembered she had overlooked the girl. Su Lily looked astonished. How did you get out? Su Lily pointed at Diao Zimin, complaining. Brother Diao came back to fetch me. Diao Zimin nodded slightly at Luo Cun. Luo Cun felt a pang of guilt for having forgotten her teammate and praised. Brother Diao is indeed reliable. Su Lily replied. Hear us a smile. Interpret it as you wish. Luo Cun suddenly leaned closer to Chief Feiqi, whispering, I have received your sincerity. May our collaboration be fruitful. At that moment, surrounded by many eyes, Chief Feiqi preferred to keep his words minimal, nodding slightly, and they parted ways. Students who have completed the assessment, please do not linger. Gather at the base of the mountain. Credits will be allocated to each of your accounts after tallying. The intelligent system repeated the instruction twice. Su Lily sighed dramatically. No way. We're actually gathering at the base of the mountain? Shouldn't we return to the dormitory to rest? Let us go. Luo Cun led the way down the mountain. Suddenly, a voice called out from the side. Baiyu. Luo Cun turned to look, only to see Qiu Sheng shouldering his rifle. Mouthing, call me daddy. Luo Cun narrowed her eyes, making a gesture across her throat. Su Lily, puzzled, asked, Is that Qiu Sheng? Luo Cun confirmed with a nod. Truth be told, throughout this journey, Su Lily had found it difficult to comprehend Luo Cun's maneuvers. Her tone was somewhat hesitant. Are you really planning to establish your own faction in the chaotic brawl? Indeed, Luo Cun replied nonchalantly. As if it were a matter of course. What prompted this sudden idea? Someone informed me that the ultimate victor of the chaotic faction battle stands a significant chance of becoming the commander of the Berkeley League. How could I possibly miss this opportunity? Cough, cough, cough. Sue Lily was so shocked that she choked on her own saliva. You want to be a commander? And on top of that, you aspire to be the commander of the Berkeley League? Isn't that a bit too far-fetched? Does amnesia make people foolish too? Wake up. Luo Cun paused, her dark pupils shimmering with confidence. So, are you considering joining my faction? Sue Lily pondered. Is it that I am approaching this world incorrectly? Luo Cun blinked. Just imagine, a climactic conclusion belonging to the sociology department. Her heart raced uncontrollably. Merely envisioning that scene made Sue Lily feel overwhelmed. Would the sociology department, often criticized and scorned, truly have its day? Her heart pounded fiercely. She felt as if Luo Cun were the wicked witch from a fairy tale, tempting the princess to consume a poisoned apple, fully aware of the danger, yet unable to resist the allure. Taking a deep breath, she recklessly declared, "Count me in. After all, I won TV the top this year anyway. If I lose, it's just a matter of not receiving credits, right? No big deal. Who told you that you would lose?" Luo Cun gazed at her, her tone brimming with audacity. "I shall lead you to victory, and you will reclaim the top position, joining me to participate in the Berkeley League, aspiring towards the alliance." Sue Lily felt a jolt throughout her body, clutching her heart, rendered speechless. After a moment, she burst out, "Ah!" She yelled in exasperation. "I can't take it anymore. Even just imagining it feels exhilarating." Chapter 17. Who speaks boldly best? The familiar moonlight illuminated the familiar training ground. This was the sniper training room equipped with the most advanced technology in the Alliance. Ji Jin brought them inside, capable of replicating various extreme environments and assorted enemies. A cradle for cultivating exceptional snipers in our military. Luo Cun hesitated. "Why have you brought me here? In comparison to the mecha prodigy Qiao Sheng. In terms of sniping proficiency, do you believe you are superior, or is it he?" "He," Luo Cun replied without hesitation. Ji Jin was momentarily taken aback. Feeling exasperated. "Do you truly have so little faith in your own sniping abilities?" "Not quite," Luo Cun confidently asserted. "If I had undergone the same duration of training as he has, I would undoubtedly be the best." Her audacious demeanor evoked a sense of irritation in Ji Jin. However, she swiftly changed her tune. "But my ambition is to become a commander, so it is inevitable that I will lag slightly in this regard." Ji Jin exclaimed loudly, "Slightly? You have no idea what that slight difference means for a commander." Luo Cun was momentarily stunned. How did the illustrious Pommy Air Caesar meet his demise? If her mecha piloting skills had not been lacking by that slight margin, he would not have fallen on the battlefield of Berkeley. Ji Jin's expression turned grave. The complexities faced by a commander are far greater than those encountered by a soldier, with myriad matters to manage and resolve. The dangers confronting a commander are not less than those faced by a single soldier. In fact, they may be even more perilous. Learning to better protect oneself on the battlefield is a lesson every commander must master. Your shooting talent is remarkable and could serve as your lifeline, yet it can be honed further, elevated to a level that instills fear in your enemies, so high that they would hesitate to engage you directly. Do you comprehend what I am conveying? Luo Cun dismissed her distractions, stood at attention, and replied emphatically, "Report, I understand." Ji Jin handed her the helmet. "Since you understand, practice diligently here. In addition to foundational training, you must train for 2 hours here. Is that clear?" No objections. Luo Cun accepted the helmet and entered the training room. The surroundings transformed, and she found herself in a familiar jungle. Armed to the teeth, she gripped a sniper rifle, with only 6 rounds in her pack. Suddenly, a notification popped up. 2 snipers are coordinating to eliminate you. Your objective is to dispatch them as quickly as possible.
Bang.
A bullet struck the tree trunk beside her, leaving a deep indentation. She had been discovered. Luo Cun rolled to the side, taking refuge behind a large boulder. After attempting a punch, the feedback indicated that the pain response level had been set exceedingly high. She quickly calculated the enemy's probable positions, recalling potential ambush spots. There, rising, she steadied her rifle and resolutely squeezed the trigger. "Congratulations, you have successfully eliminated 1 enemy. Please continue your efforts." The notification displayed. Holding her weapon, Luo Cun stealthily departed. 2 hours later, she completed her task and emerged. Ji Jin had already left, and a performance evaluation report lay on the desk. Someone was meticulously reviewing it, examining each page closely. Luo Cun approached. Is something the matter? Tang Ingzhu pointed at the report, reading aloud. Shooting accuracy is commendable, but strength is lacking. Response speed is inadequate. Physical condition is insufficient, and combat awareness is good. Wiping the sweat from her brow with a towel, Luo Cun inquired, "What are you implying?" "I am curious," Tang Ingzhu said, scrutinizing her intently. "Where does someone with so little battlefield experience, practically none, acquire such combat awareness?" Luo Cun paused, slowly lowering her hands. Had she been discovered? From the age of 8, she had been engaged in command classes on the Star Network, maintaining contact until now. Despite being in 2 different galaxies, she had always believed they were friends, even brothers. But now, it seemed she no longer recognized her brother. Luo Cun's smile faded. "Speak plainly, what do you mean?" Tang Ingzhu crossed his arms, fixating on her reaction. "I conducted a character data analysis. You are entirely different from who you once were. Here it comes." Luo Cun's heart raced, yet she maintained a calm exterior. Suddenly, she laughed. "You must be joking. You must have analyzed my genomic sequence and found that I am still me. How could you entertain such an absurd notion?" Tang Ingzhu's expression shifted, but he quickly regained his composure, asserting, "It is you who is transformed into another person." However, this slight change did not escape Luo Cun's notice. She exhaled deeply, cursing under her breath. "Damn it, Tang Ingzhu is too perceptive." Luo Cun consciously raised her voice, her expression filled with indignation. "Could you not show me a bit of compassion? I have amnesia. Each day, I wake up to classmates I do not recognize. Fortunately, my grasp of knowledge is sufficiently solid, allowing me to muddle through the present situation. Of course, I am different from before. I have no idea what I was like. What nonsense about combat awareness. That is merely my intuition, my command talent." Tang Ingzhu, witnessing her emotional outburst for the first time, was momentarily taken aback. After a brief pause, he spoke in a thin voice. "I am just worried about you." Luo Cun turned her back, taking deep breaths. After a full minute, Tang Ingzhu awkwardly shifted the topic. "Have you come to an agreement with Chi Feiqi?" "Yes." "What about your teammates?" Tang Ingzhu cleared his throat, asking if she had made her selections. Luo Cun turned to face him, her demeanor returning to normal. "Hua and Su Lily, and you can find 2 more at random." Tang Ingzhu nodded. "Yes, a self-formed team must have at least 5 members." Luo Cun was taken aback by his lack of reaction. "You do not want one?" Tang Ingzhu was momentarily confused. What? Hua An's individual military capabilities far surpassed his peers, and having him would significantly increase their chances of victory. Tang Ingzhu covered his face. "Let's skip Hua then. He does not follow orders." "Enough of him," he continued. "I came here today to request your assistance in reviewing." Luo Cun smirked. "Oh? I thought you were merely trying to deceive me." Tang Ingzhu replied. Cough. "Well, I was also concerned about what might happen to you. Like having someone suddenly occupy your mind." Luo Cun felt a chill down her spine. "Stop right there. The more you say, the more ridiculous it becomes. How do you intend to conduct the review?" Tang Ingzhu paused, naturally stating, just like before. The 2 made their way to Tang Ingzhu's dormitory, where Luo Cun discovered he had a single room, which made her teeth clench with envy. Damn the privileged class. Tang Ingzhu activated the video projection. The screen opened with him issuing commands, his instructions detailed and precise, nearly dictating what each individual should do. "This is the final command battle of the last Star Domain League. I was only responsible for a small portion of the battlefield." The footage displayed a confrontation between the Danzel Star Domain and the Central Star Domain teams, showcasing a stark disparity in strength, with Danzel quickly losing its defense. The Central Star Domain's team pressed their advantage, and Danzel, struggling to hold on, soon fell into disarray. Luo Cun frowned. "Are you asking me to review the entire battle or just yours?" "Let us discuss both," he replied. "In terms of the entire battle, the commanding officer bears greater responsibility than you. There was a chance for a desperate retreat, yet indecision led to a missed opportunity for a turnaround." Luo Cun's tone was tinged with regret. A desperate retreat? That was nearly 2/3 of the team. When one hesitates, chaos ensues. Her eyes sparkled with determination. "Even with just 1/3 of the team left, I could lead them to victory." Tang Ingzhu remarked. "Bravado suits you well. The Alliance army seeks the bold Luo." She suddenly sighed. "You had the opportunity to hold this defensive line." Tang Ingzhu was momentarily taken aback. Luo Cun pointed at several positions on the projection. These are vacant slots, intentionally left open by the commander to adjust troop strength. Based on the comprehensive data from the battlefield, you have concluded that these positions lack troop presence. However, have you ever considered that this might be precisely what the enemy wishes for you to perceive? After all, advancing from your location would allow for the swiftest access to the command center. You are overly reliant on the results of data analysis. Tang Ingju lowered his head. The data does not lie. It is my analysis that is flawed, having overlooked the trajectories of these two light mechas. Luo Cun exclaimed in disbelief. On the battlefield, every second generates a plethora of genuine and false intelligence. You are not an intelligent brain. How could you possibly notice every piece of information? In the imagery, the two light mecha teams silently infiltrated the front lines, systematically dismantling the ambush points set by Tang Ingju. The adversary knows you well, she mused. Tang Ingju had long recognized this. Are my arrangements flawed? Luo Cun shook her head. Tactical arrangements hold no superiority or inferiority. However, if everything is seen through by the enemy, the tactics lose their intrinsic meaning and may even become a death knell for our forces. Luo Cun stood up, ready to depart. I believe there is no need for further analysis. The disparity in strength between the two teams is evident, and the commander frequently makes errors. Tang Ingju sat in place, motionless. As Luo Cun reached the door, she hesitated and returned, although it may not be the most opportune moment to say this. Have you ever considered becoming a deputy commander? Your data analysis skills are the most formidable I have ever witnessed. Tang Ingju scoffed. Deputy commander to whom? Chief Feiqi? Is he worthy? Luo Cun gazed at him, her eyes brimming with immense confidence. To me.
Ha.
Tang Ingju suddenly covered his eyes. Once. Someone said the very same thing to me. Luo Cun frowned. She tentatively asked, Tang Jimu? Tang Ingju stiffened, lowering his hand. You've regained your memory? Luo Cun shrugged her shoulders. Clearly, that was not the case.
Damn.
Tang Ingju turned away, waving his hand dismissively. Get lost. Chapter 18. It is said you have a relationship with Commander Tang. Qiu Sheng and Wei He returned from training, and just as they stepped onto the stairs, they spotted a familiar figure vanish at the end of the corridor. 4.5 minutes. Qiu Sheng exclaimed dramatically. How could she come to the boys' dormitory? Wei He instinctively glanced down the corridor. Luo Cun? I didn't see anyone. Qiu Sheng pointed emphatically at his own eyes with 2 fingers. His tone resolute. Trust a sniper's keen observation. That was definitely 4.5 minutes. It is isn't it? Wei He opened the door. Perhaps she came to look for someone.
Ugh.
Qiu Sheng gasped. Oh no. Ingzi. He immediately dashed upstairs. This floor, and those below, are all Mecha Department dormitories. Starting from the next floor, it's the Military Command Department's territory. Wei He was startled by his antics, and hurriedly followed him upstairs.
Ingzi.
Qiu Sheng kicked the door open. Are you alright? Tang Ingju lay on the bed with his eyes closed, his clothes disheveled. Qiu Sheng rushed forward, gripping his shoulders tightly. Ingzi, what did the 4.5 minutes do to you? Oh my god.
Ingzi.
Your innocence. Tang Ingju had been utterly exhausted that day. He had barely fallen asleep for 2 minutes when he was jolted awake, still somewhat dazed. By the time he processed the content of Qiu Sheng's shout, it was too late to silence him. Such volume, it could surely be heard 3 floors up. He kicked out. Do you have to be such a nuisance? Qiu Sheng rubbed his backside, looking aggrieved. I was just worried about you. Wei He looked on, speechless. Tang Ingju groaned. Did I not tell you she's my friend? What on earth are you worried about? A brawl is about to begin. Of course, I fear you might meet with an accident. Qiu Sheng's reasoning was quite sound. Tang Ingju couldn't be bothered to engage with him. Qiu Sheng's thought process was clearly not on the same wavelength as a normal person. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave. Seeing everything appeared normal, Wei He turned to head downstairs. Tang Ingju glanced at Qiu Sheng, his eyes threatening. Leave. Qiu Sheng pouted, but before departing, he kindly closed the door behind him. After a month and a half of military training, it finally reached its conclusion. The Great Brawl was officially commencing. Instructors and students gathered at the assembly point. Prior to this day, no one could accurately determine their assigned factions, troop strength, or equipment. All of this would be disclosed by the intelligent brain on the day of the event. This faction war will last a total of 12 hours, with the victory condition being the survival of the commander within the stipulated time, and our own casualties not exceeding 50. There are 3 factions in total: red, blue, and green. The main factions consist of 2 Red Faction, Commander Tang Yingzhu, total personnel 5, 891. Blue Faction, Commander Chi Feiqi, total personnel 480, 310. To ensure balance in combat strength, the identity of the third faction will not be disclosed, with total personnel being 51. As soon as this news was announced, it caused a tremendous uproar. Except for the initial years of the Great Brawl, when some dared to establish their own factions, no one had attempted such folly since. The main factions are termed as such because they represent an overwhelming superiority in strength. The smaller factions are generally mere cannon fodder. Even if they manage to survive the early stages, they seldom reach the end. Has someone truly lost their mind to establish a main faction again? 51. 6 individuals, 5 students, and 1 instructor? What can 6 people accomplish on the battlefield? Haha. This time, it seems the red and blue factions are not too disparate in strength. Although the blue faction has fewer members, they have 10 instructors. Don't worry, brother. Charge boldly ahead. Your score cannot possibly be lower than that of the third faction's members. Haha. Haha. Yes. This time, everyone can relax. I'm genuinely curious as to who those 5 unfortunate souls are. Luo Cun's unfortunate squad, faction, and identity have been distributed to each individual's light brain. Please check. Note: faction cannot be changed. Now, all individuals are to immediately proceed to the equipment area to collect their gear. Wishing everyone a successful competition. Luo Cun and Su Lily had just collected their equipment when they were blocked in their path by an approaching figure. Noticing the other's hostile demeanor, both halted in their tracks. Luo Lusher glared at Luo Cun, his eyes nearly bulging. You dare deceive us? No way? Has it been exposed so quickly? A tempest surged within him, yet he revealed not a hint of it on his face. Luo Cun feigned indignation. What do you mean? What have I deceived you about? Stop pretending here. Luo Lusher's temper flared, and he was about to act, but was restrained by a companion. Chief Feiqi's expression darkened. I didn't expect you to have such an identity within the Tang family. Agreeing to collaborate with me solely to relay information to Tang Yingzhu? Damn. The moment to test my acting skills has arrived. Luo Cun appeared agitated. What on earth are you talking about? Why would I provide information to Tang Yingzhu? Get it straight, you came to me for collaboration. Chief Feiqi pondered over Luo Cun's initial demeanor. Indeed, there seemed to be no reaction when Tang Yingzhu was mentioned. Could he have misjudged? You don't survive by relying on the Tang family? Luo Cun? She looked utterly perplexed. What are you two even talking about? Su Lily made a pause gesture, pulling Luo Cun aside. Don't you know what's going on? Luo Cun maintained her calm demeanor. How could I know? All right then, Su Lily whispered. Did you visit Tang Yingzhu's dormitory a few days ago? Luo Cun nodded. Su Lily raised her hand high. I swear, all that follows is what others have told me. I am unaware of the exact events that transpired, but ever since that day, rumors have circulated that you and Tang Yingzhu are entangled in a romantic liaison. Once again, a certain individual has emerged as the protagonist of scandal. Black question mark? Luo Cun took a deep breath. From where did this information originate? I have investigated, and it appears that the initial gossip stemmed from the Mecha and Command departments. Many are claiming that without identifying the instigator, I nearly choked in disbelief. You almost believed it? Not at all. Su Lily replied with utmost sincerity. You spend your days either studying or training, leaving no time for romance. Regardless, the situation is rather peculiar. Su Lily adjusted her glasses and, after extensive verification, indicated that it seems Qiu Sheng and Tang Yingzhu had a loud argument in the dormitory, which everyone overheard. It probably implied he exposed your relationship. Luo Cun smiled slightly. Qiu Sheng? Excellent. She returned to face Chi Feiqi, her expression radiating righteous indignation. That scoundrel Tang Yingzhu is too underhanded to tarnish my reputation in such a manner. I never mentioned anything about establishing my own faction, nor expressed an interest in joining the Red faction. He must assume I am aligned with your camp, attempting to sow distrust between us. Chi Feiqi frowned. How can you prove you are not deceiving me? Luo Cun's gaze darkened. Following the commencement of the match, I shall assist you in locating the Red Command Center with utmost expediency. Very well. Chi Feiqi's brow relaxed as he regarded her, declaring that he would observe her sincerity this time. Luo Cun replied, No problem. Preparation time is up. Everyone, please ascend the mountain immediately. The chaotic faction battle officially commences. Preparation time is up. Everyone, please ascend the mountain immediately. The chaotic faction battle officially commences. Simultaneously, a colossal countdown of 1200 appeared in the sky. On the mountain at the Red Command Center, a group was engaged in urgent discussions. Wei He expressed his concerns. Do you think Qi Feiqi might expel Luo Cun from the competition over this matter? He instinctively glanced at Qiusheng. Tang Yingzhu replied, not likely. Wei He looked up. How can you be so certain? Tang Yingzhu opened Qi Feiqi's profile, densely populated with notes. I have created a character sketch. Qi Feiqi is notoriously headstrong and possesses a heavy dose of suspicion. Although he initiated contact with Luo Cun, it does not imply he fully trusts her. The timing of the rumor's emergence is too fortuitous. He will certainly suspect I am behind it, aiming to drive a wedge between him and Luo Cun. As long as Luo Cun does not reveal any inconsistencies, he may actually come to trust her even more because of this incident. Qiusheng gaped, astonished. Goodness, you commanders are quite crafty. So this was your own doing. I was wondering how everyone knew overnight. Tang Yingzhu restrained himself, yet could not help but kick him. Nonsense. Your voice could be heard throughout the entire building. Do you think the soldiers are deaf? Qiusheng paused, and after a moment, he broke into a grin. So, I inadvertently contributed? Wei He covered his face. Tang Yingzhu is too exasperated to engage with this fool. Chapter 19. The Chaotic Faction Battle, Part 1. The beeping signified a message from the neural interface. Tang Yingzhu extended his hand to type, sending a coordinate. 2 minutes later, Luo Cun arrived at the Red Command's main camp. The command center was modest, yet the team members worked in seamless coordination. Each person had their designated role. Some gathered intelligence on instructors, others analyzed data and terrain, while some managed logistical supplies, and still others commanded the various groups. Everything was meticulously organized. Luo Cun lifted the door curtain to witness such a scene. Tang Yingzhu stood with impeccable posture at the central model table, his expression grave, surrounded by a few individuals. He was undoubtedly the nucleus of the operation. Luo Cun approached him, whistling. You selected a fine location. The command center, situated in a valley, is easily defended and challenging to attack. Finding such a place in a short span is no small feat. Tang Yingzhu looked up, his demeanor far more serious than usual, and gestured towards his companions. You have met Wei He and Qiusheng. This is Zhu Zhao, my deputy commander. Luo Cun stepped forward, warmly grasping her hands. It is a pleasure to finally meet you. Tang Yingzhu was taken aback. You know Zhu Zhao? I have heard that the jamming device here employs one of your technologies. You will undoubtedly become a remarkable master of information warfare in the future. Luo Cun smiled sincerely, stating if there are any backdoors, please do let me know. The jamming device she referenced pertained to the school's AI's communication blackout over the military training base, effectively preventing unauthorized student communication, ensuring fairness in competition, and safeguarding against data leaks to the Star Network. Zhu Zhao blushed at the compliment. There is indeed. Zhu Zhao, please check how the blue faction is positioned. Tang Yingzhu abruptly interrupted their conversation. Zhu Zhao offered Luo Cun an apologetic smile before moving to the other side. Luo Cun crossed her arms, clicking her tongue. Quite the audacious maneuver, Yingzhu. First, you tarnish my name, and now you are wary of me? Tang Yingzhu sighed,
Pointing to the sky.
Luo Cun squinted. It seems there truly is a backdoor. Tang Yingzhu likely fears that Zhu Zhao's revelations might be intercepted by the AI, rendering them ineffective. You seek me out before the competition even begins, unafraid of Qi Feiqi discovering it? Luo Cun regarded him. I merely came to inform you to evacuate swiftly. No sooner had she spoken than Zhu Zhao dashed back, panic-stricken, reporting a multitude of blue reconnaissance drones. Tang Yingzhu's expression shifted dramatically. You brought Qi Feiqi's people here? I told you I came to notify you in advance. Luo Cun responded. The bulk of the blue forces are still behind. It had only been 2 or 3 minutes since he provided the coordinates to Luo Cun. Qi Feiqi's forces could not have arrived that quickly. In a flash, Tang Yingzhu comprehended. You anticipated the location of my command center all along? Luo Cun smiled. In this area, data indicates 2 suitable locations for a command center. I selected one based on your preferences. Who would have thought Qi Feiqi would genuinely believe it? Prepare for battle. With that, she departed. Tang Yingzhu's expression turned ashen as he issued a command. Prepare for engagement. Yes. The Red Command Center swiftly mobilized, with red soldiers appearing from both flanks to intercept the blue forces. No one anticipated that the primary clash of the chaotic faction battle would commence merely minutes after the competition began. Those instructors not participating in the chaotic battle gathered at the assembly point, discussing the situation on the field. This 4.5 minutes is quite something. The Red Command Center's location was indeed guessed correctly by her. Tang Yingzhu is quick to react. Chief Hei's hastily assembled forces may not be familiar to most students, which could lead to trouble. Are the White Tiger and Black Claw involved? With them, I foresee trouble for the red side. Why is she? Clearly a member of the blue faction, coming to inform Tang Yingzhu? Is there an insider? This chaotic battle is shaping up to be quite the spectacle. These kids even know how to plant spies. Luo Cun sprinted swiftly through the jungle. Su Lily, Zhu Zhao has a backdoor. And the red faction may leverage this for an information advantage later. You must devise a way to alert Chief He.
Su Lili,
Held as a hostage in the Blue Command Center, responded. Understood. The others reported their positions. Diao Zimin in position. Hua En in position. Zhou Qi in position. Luo Cun smirked. And the instructors? You wouldn't dare defy the commander's orders, would you? Ji Jin in position. She calmly commanded. Zhou Qi. Take your position and ensure your identity remains concealed. Hua and Diao Xiong and the instructor, each of you shall lead a team. And it is imperative that we slay the enemy's elite during this battle. Is that clear? Understood. Ji Jin smacked his lips and took charge of 6 individuals, clearly exuding confidence. Zhou Qi timidly remarked, a team? But there are only 6 of us. Ji Jin laughed unabashedly. Luo Cun naturally chimed in, you are unaware, aren't you? The combat prowess of these 3 is akin to that of an elite squad. Zhou Qi responded with an impressed, wow.
Su Lili Ego, wow.
Hua En's lips curled into a slight smile as he reminded, the 2 sides will encounter each other head-on in 30 seconds. Luo Cun immediately quickened her pace, received. On the battlefield, the red and blue factions converged amidst a thicket. Wei He raised his weapon and shouted, brothers, the battle has just begun, and the enemy is delivering themselves to us. If we fail to collect these points, it would be an affront to them. The red faction echoed his rallying cry. Collect heads. Deliver heads? We have seen through your command post's location with ease. We are here to collect your command post. Luo Shu retorted loudly. The blue faction erupted in laughter.
Bang!
A bullet swiftly zipped towards Luo Shu, striking his left arm. He immediately retreated behind cover. Relieved that the intelligence system merely deemed his left arm incapacitated, sparing him from elimination. He cursed, damn it. An ambush. Qiu Sheng scoffed, coward. Charge. Wei He suddenly shouted. Leading the charge, let us finish this and have lunch. His formidable strength was evident. As the vanguard, he dispatched foes with precision, exhibiting keen reflexes in close combat, emerging from several skirmishes unscathed.
Bang! Bang! Bang!
The sound of sniper fire reverberated. Qiu Sheng, positioned on a hillside, picked off enemies with remarkable accuracy. Within mere minutes, the blue faction suffered significant losses. Brother Sheng is on fire today. I love it. It seems lunch is just around the corner. Breakfast was barely enough. I am starving. Aren't we all? I hope the sociology department serves something delicious. Qiu Sheng remarked seriously, enough joking, let us resolve this swiftly. Luo Cun? Chief Hei's voice crackled through the earpiece. She quickly switched the communication channel to the blue faction. Commander, the sniper is in position. Chief Fei commanded. Our firepower is suppressed by Qiu Sheng. Eliminate him. I will send assistance. Luo Cun had already set up a rifle, aiming towards Qiu Sheng. Cover. As she focused on the arrogant figure through the scope, a cold smile crept across her lips as she slowly pressed the trigger. In that fleeting moment, the instinct of a top sniper kicked in, and Qiu Sheng swiftly rolled to the side.
Boom!
A bullet left a mark on the grass before him. Qiu Sheng's expression shifted drastically. He barely had time to retrieve his weapon when another shot rang out from a different direction. He immediately rolled behind a tree, shouting, Be cautious, there are at least 2 snipers. They have silencers. Luo Cun shifted her gaze from the scope, feeling regretful that her shot had missed. It was evident that Qiu Sheng had not detected her presence. She had encountered warriors with an innate sense of danger in combat before, but it was a pity that such a rare talent resided in Qiu Sheng. Luo Cun pressed the communication button, reporting to the commander, I will handle Qiu Sheng. You may proceed. With a command from Chief Fei, advance. Take the red command post. Upon receiving the order, the blue soldiers, under the cover of their snipers, surged forward, rifles at the ready, leaving no enemy in their sights. Chapter 20, The Chaotic Faction Battle, Part 2, I see Diao Ziming. He is on the blue side. Wei He reported over the communication channel. Zhu Zhao looked perplexed. Why did Team Diao choose the blue side this time? Tang Yingzhu furrowed his brow. Qiu Sheng. Is there any way to eliminate him? Qiu Sheng pursed his lips. I'll give it a try. The moment he peeked out, his helmet was shot to pieces. Luo Cun smirked. What the hell? He.s. aiming at me. Qiu Sheng had never felt so frustrated. The opposing sniper had sealed off all his escape routes, and showing his face meant certain death. Tang Yingzhu reassured him, no worries, let him in. Wei, he affirmed, understood. A bloody melee ensued in the thicket, resulting in the elimination of most students lacking sufficient combat prowess, drastically reducing their numbers. The current tally stood at red, 4971, blue, 4303, green, 6. The gathering point was instantly filled with eliminated students. No matter when, seeing that final 6 is quite amusing. Chief Feiqi's strategy is commendable. The numbers have evened out. Isn't it too early to make conclusions? Brother, you must be from the red side. I understand your feelings. Anyone would find it unacceptable for the command post to be located right away, ha ha ha. Do you have a misunderstanding about your identities? A commanding officer boomed. You are all corpses transported back to the rear. All of you, stand at attention. Let us see who dares to move. Suddenly, the students fell silent. On the battlefield, under the instructor's leadership, the situation began to tilt in favor of the blue faction, advancing relentlessly while the red faction retreated step by step. The instructor is incredible. I knew I made the right choice in faction this year. It felt like a cheat code, so powerful. The blue soldiers entered the red command post with jubilant expressions, as if they were on the verge of claiming victory in this match. Witnessing this scene, Luo Cun's brow furrowed incrementally. Observing Qiu Sheng, who had settled behind a tree, she suddenly spoke. Something feels off. Fall back. Yes. Diao Ziming paused momentarily, then silently retreated. Inside the red command post, blue soldiers approached the flag symbolizing the command post and yanked it down. Suddenly, a plume of red smoke erupted, accompanied by a deafening simulated explosion. There are bombs.
Run.
Luo Shu shouted. But it was too late. The blue faction's numbers plummeted. The red command post has been destroyed. The blue faction lost 4 instructors. The red faction had planted explosives in the command post. They had deliberately lured the blue faction inside. Just an hour into the chaotic battle, both sides had suffered significant losses, with the current numbers standing at red, 4678, blue, 3875. Watching the simulated massive explosion on the battle map, Chief Feiqi's expression darkened. Luo Cun clicked her tongue. What a beautiful firework. Diao Ziming, who had narrowly avoided death, retorted, not at all. Tang Yingzhu is quick to react. When did he plant those bombs? He even feigned an attack, making it seem like he was engaging when he was actually retreating. The red side is in a tough spot. Not only have they lost their head count advantage, but they also lost the command post. Not entirely. While the command post was indeed lost, it also decimated nearly all of the blue faction's elite troops. The instructor's analysis was accurate. In a bid to swiftly capture the red command post, Chief Feiqi dispatched only elite units. Listening to their conversation, the group of corpses in the rear felt their faces flush with embarrassment. They too wanted to voice their opinions. They shouldn't have to watch this. This was utterly ridiculous. After the initial skirmish, both factions were gravely weakened and entered a period of recuperation. Noticing Wei He approaching her, Luo Cun glanced at Qiu Sheng, who remained hidden behind the tree, sighed in regret, and silently departed. She sprinted through the jungle with her rifle, dialing Tang Yingzhu's video call. Tang Yingzhu immediately picked up the phone, her tone far from pleasant. I'm struggling to discern your stance at this moment. The students began to murmur softly. What the heck? 4.5 minutes. What kind of operation is this? Self-inflicting 1,000 losses to take down 800 of the enemy. Can we please not act recklessly? Luo Cun halted on the tree trunk, glanced around and lay down. Being an insider carries inherent risks. My trust in Chief Feiqi is already tenuous, and now you're pulling this? I must find a way to regain his trust. This was his fault, and Tang Yingzhu suppressed her anger. You sacrificed my command center for a fleeting notion of trust. Compared to ultimate victory, a momentary win or loss is inconsequential. Luo Cun remained remarkably composed. Coordinates 701. 232. You can obliterate his logistics base and launch a surprise attack. Tang Yingzhu gestured, and Zhu Zhao confirmed the location with an OK sign. A surprise attack? You must have noticed how pitiful the food supply was this morning. There were no nutritional fluids among the supplies. Tang Yingzhu furrowed her brow. She had certainly noticed. which was why she had preemptively arranged for the sociology department to prepare lunch. At that moment, she truly realized that Luo Cun had been viewing the situation from the perspective of a commander all along. Whether it was the location of the command center or the rules of this faction war, these were matters only a chief commander would ponder. Her aptitude for command was indeed remarkable. Luo Cun, perched on the tree, aimed her gun at the soldiers on the ground. Her voice calm. This indicates that preparing food was indeed an assessment criterion in this faction war. Factions that can secure meals are likely to earn extra points. If we destroy the blue faction's logistics point, they will undoubtedly come to seize our supply truck, and we can lay an ambush in retaliation. Tang Yingzhu could almost visualize the scene. She exhaled. But if I blow up the logistics point, Qi Feiqi will certainly suspect you. Luo Cun replied, her voice lowering. I had Su Lily mention to Zhu Zhao that she could hack into the AI system. He won't believe that. Unless we directly hack the AI system, there's no way I could see the logistics points he set. Luo Cun insisted. This is an extraordinary opportunity. If a counter-ambush could solidify our victory, it would all be worth it. After a moment of contemplation, Tang Yingzhu conceded, very well. Yingzi, I suppose this counts as me regaining your trust? Tang Yingzhu acknowledged, with a sound. Luo Cun's finger rested on the trigger, and bang! A bullet struck the ground in front of Wei He. Wei He paused, gripping his gun, scanning the surroundings warily. Let us have Wei He return. His life shall serve as my token of sincerity, she stated coldly. Tang Yingzhu's expression shifted. In the footage, Wei He uttered a few words, glanced towards Luo Cun, and quickly withdrew. The assembly point erupted in chaos. Wow, that's impressive. A military version of Mission Impossible? The department flower is indeed the insider? My goodness. Call the AI. Someone is about to breach your system. This chaotic battle is absolutely thrilling. Oh my god. I feel like I'm watching a blockbuster. The instructors, too engrossed in their discussions to call for silence, debated fervently. How did she know that preparing food would earn points? I heard Captain Ji has been giving her special training. Did he mention that? Captain Ji wouldn't do such a thing. It merely indicates this student is exceptionally perceptive. Veterans know how crucial this skill is. Otherwise, what was the point of the previous survival assessment? It's entirely normal to lack nutritional fluids during missions. She is incredibly suited to be a commander. What commander? This person is fit for intelligence work. No wonder Captain Ji is willing to give her special attention. Captain Ji truly knows how to scout out talent even in the sociology department. I have a feeling this chaotic battle might have an unexpected turn of events. Chapter 21, The Chaotic Faction War, Part 3, The simulated missile struck the blue faction's logistics point with precision. The immense simulated explosion reverberated through the ground. Qi Feiqi's face turned an unmistakable shade of green. His fierce gaze fell upon Su Lily, mocking. Is this the backdoor you spoke of? It seems the red faction has effectively gained control over your military AI. Su Lily bit her lip. I don't know. But such precise targeting suggests someone may have leaked our position. Qi Feiqi scrutinized her. And who do you think that would be? Su Lily hesitated, raising her hands innocently. Not me. Where is Luo Cun? Just then, Luo Cun entered. You were looking for me? Qi Feiqi fixed his gaze upon her, the shadows deepening between his brows. Shouldn't I be relieved that this missile didn't land on the command center?
How could that be?
Luo Cun exclaimed. The current situation is dire as well. She shared her hypothesis about food earning points. Qi Feiqi stared at her intently. So, you believe we should seize this batch of food supplies from the red faction? Luo Cun nodded. Of course. Qi Feiqi's expression darkened considerably. Report. Our defensive position at Hill 303 has been compromised. The blue faction's deputy commander suddenly reported, panic-stricken. Qi Feiqi was taken aback. Hill 303? What have you set up there? He glanced at Luo Cun, who should have been unaware of this secret location he had dispatched men to establish. He scrutinized Luo Cun's subtle expressions. A temporary command center. Luo Cun remarked in surprise. Oh, that position is indeed advantageous. Qi Feiqi paused, pondering whether the red faction had genuinely discovered the logistics point. Luo Cun inspected the terrain map, puzzled. What would the red faction want with such a concealed location? The deputy commander, taken aback, instinctively replied, It seems the patrol team discovered it. Luo Cun frowned. I need to see the route map of this patrol team.
Yes.
The deputy commander unwittingly followed her lead. Su Lily moved to the sand table, pulling the terrain map, which was scaled up, marking several locations. aside from Hill 303. These other points have also been discovered. At that moment, the deputy commander transmitted the patrol team's route map. Luo Cun overlaid the two maps, and to her astonishment, the routes and positions perfectly coincided. This is astounding, Su Lily gasped. It seems they were aware of all the defensive points.
Why?
Chi Feiqi dismissed any lingering doubts. He was certain that many of the positions were unknown to Luo Cun and Su Lily. Suddenly, Luo Cun recalled the moment Wei he approached her. Despite the lack of any traces along the way, he had managed to stumble upon the location. Luo Cun blurted, "Is it possible that the Red faction can monitor our positioning?" Su Lily's eyes widened, and as if struck by a sudden realization, she quickly produced a schematic. This is a newly developed detection device by the head of the Information Warfare Department. Zhu Zhao may have created a simplified version which, through the back door, could facilitate personnel tracking. Chi Feiqi turned to the deputy commander. "Can it be hacked?" The deputy commander broke into a light sweat. "Cracking this will take time. I can only do my best." Chi Feiqi tapped the table. "How long will it take?" "At least 4 hours. Chi Feiqi, Luo Cun. Considering the pace of this competition, the battle may be over in 4 hours. Perhaps I could give it a try?"
Su Lily suddenly interjected.
Luo Cun was taken aback. "You can do that too?" For within it lay a segment of my design. Su Lily's face flushed with embarrassment. The head of the Information Warfare Department was my thesis advisor. I had crafted a calibration device for a positioning instrument, which he found quite ingenious, asking if it could be employed in his new design. Naturally, I agreed. Chi Feiqi immediately inquired, "How long will it take you to crack it?"
Su Lily paused,
furrowing her brow in contemplation. "Within an hour, I suppose, but I would recommend utilizing a jammer directly." The deputy commander's expression shifted as he recalled that the jammer had been placed at the logistics point, which had been blown up. Luo Cun raised an eyebrow, surprised that Chi Feiqi had also positioned the jammer there. The red team had indeed struck fortunate this time. "I have an idea," Su Lily timidly spoke. "My thesis revolves around the analysis and production of jammers. The materials are simple." Chi Feiqi's eyes brightened at once. The personnel in the blue team's command center paused their tasks, fixating intently on Su Lily, as if she were a beacon of light. Su Lily had never experienced such attention before and mechanically projected the schematics from her holographic computer into the air, feeling somewhat exhilarated. A throng of individuals surrounded Su Lily's designs, taking notes as they quickly rendered decomposition diagrams. After a long observation, the deputy commander asked, "Given the existing materials, can we produce a sufficient quantity? However, I have my doubts. Are you certain this will have a jamming effect?" "Of course."
Su Lily displayed confidence.
"Natasha is brilliant." The deputy commander pointed at the diagrams, analyzing. "Traditional jammers primarily create electromagnetic interference through signals of varying frequencies, leading to signal blockage to achieve their objectives. But your Natasha resembles a virus, doesn't it?" "Indeed," Su Lily affirmed, speaking fluently. "From a sociological perspective, I believe the ultimate aim of jamming is to disrupt the enemy's judgment rather than to cause malfunctions in machines. In today's world, where intelligent systems are increasingly dominant, even if issues arise within a localized area, they can still derive accurate assessments from other factors. This is why the frequency of jammer usage in modern military conflicts has diminished. However, historically, jammers were portable, simple to operate, and difficult to detect, having played a pivotal role in numerous battles. The deputy commander sincerely praised her. "Like the Natasha campaign? You truly are a genius." Being complimented in person, Su Lily felt a surge of happiness, her cheeks flushed. Natasha was conceived on that very principle, rather than being a mere set of viruses. It is more accurately a string of coded signals, fundamentally aimed at deceiving intelligence systems. "Come," Chi Feiqi immediately commanded, "teach them how to create it." "All right. To be honest, my classmates are truly remarkable. The live creation of a jammer seems utterly unbelievable. The sociology department is indeed a hidden treasure. It turns out Su Lily is also quite an expert. I used to underestimate the sociology department, thinking it insignificant. Evidently, every department has its reason for existence. My apologies to the sociology department. I was too shallow before. I must say, Luo Cun's psychological resilience is exceptional." Chi Feiqi has already begun to doubt her. Indeed, those who are referred to as bro in military academies are never ordinary. Chapter 22. The Great Chaos, Team Battle, Part 4. Qiu Sheng was completely covered in colorful paint, hidden among the bushes, his stomach growling with hunger. Softly complaining, "I could faint from hunger. Where are the sociology department folks?" This is undoubtedly the hungriest edition of the Great Chaos Team battle I have ever participated in. I envy those corpses that were taken away. I'm so damn hungry. I can barely stand it here. Didn't they say they would set off half an hour ago? Tang Yingzhu's voice cut in at the perfect moment. Stay alert. Xiao Sheng's eyes lit up. Brothers, perk up. If we can take out the blue team here, we can head down for a meal. Absolutely. On the blue team side, each soldier was equipped with a jammer, lying in ambush on the opposite slope. Qi Feiqi personally directed the battle. Remember, focus on the red team. Everyone responded in unison, yes. Just then, a group of soldiers adorned with sociology department badges cautiously navigated through the underbrush, their leader appearing rather timid and walking with trepidation. They're here. Luo Cun whispered. Our objective remains to deplete both sides' numbers. Do you understand?
Jiao Ziming, understood.
Hua, and understood.
Yin, understood.
This was perhaps the most highly anticipated moment for the sociology department since the establishment of the academy. Suddenly, a gust of wind surged from the east, rustling the leaves. The sociology department members abruptly halted, standing still, gripping their weapons and scanning the surroundings, resembling a group of frightened rabbits. Stay alert. The leader of the sociology department cautioned in a low voice, yet his words were clear enough to be heard even from the slope. No sooner had he spoken than one of the members tripped over a stone and fell to the ground with a soft thud. The girl next to him mistook the sound for gunfire, gasping and crouching down with her hands on her head. This was a disaster. Those nearby assumed there was an enemy and raised their weapons, shooting wildly. However, after a flurry of clicks with no sound, they opened their eyes to find everyone staring at them like they were fools. The leader pointed at the safety switch, utterly speechless. Zhou Qi. Thank goodness you didn't disengage the safety, otherwise, we would all be done for. Zhou Qi, embarrassed, scratched his head. Oh. Blue team, red team. What kind of training is this? They can't even distinguish a gunshot? Firing without disengaging the safety? I could literally die of embarrassment. I suggest not to look at the instructor's face. I'm terrified of staying here another month. Wah, this feels familiar. The sociology department is back. Just now, I underestimated them, mistaking novices for experts. I take back what I said earlier. I am not shallow at all. I dare not inquire how this department produced someone like Luo Cun. This moment has indeed rendered both the red team and the non-red team silent. The deputy commander hesitated. Should we proceed? Qi Feiqi finally snapped out of his shock, awakening from his reverie. All personnel, advance. A group of individuals crouched low and swiftly surged forward. The snipers lying in ambush above immediately fired at their pre-targeted objectives. In the blink of an eye, a multitude from the sociology department fell. Enemy attack. The members of the sociology department shouted as they scattered chaotically, the scene descending into utter turmoil. Xiao Sheng wiped his face, snapping back to reality from the sociology department's various suffocating antics, shouting, "There's an ambush." Tang Yingzhu quickly responded, "Identify the blue team's firepower points before engaging." Understood. Zhu Zhao glanced at the instrument that provided no hints and exclaimed, "The opponent has jammed our positioning." Tang Yingzhu remained silent, his attention fixated on the shifting dynamics of the sand table. Assessing the situation as favorable, he commanded, "Go." Countless red team soldiers charged down the slope, bullets firing. And soon the entire area was engulfed in blue smoke. "Be careful, it's the red team's main force," Diao Zimin shouted. Looking around, the red team was everywhere, and the blue team's numbers swiftly dwindled. Qi Feiqi glanced in Luo Cun's direction, a cold smirk forming as he ordered. Team 2, have you all identified the firepower points? I want you to annihilate the red team's main force here.
Yes.
A chorus of blue team soldiers roared as they charged from the rear. Witnessing this, Tang Yingzhu stood up in disbelief. He shouted, "Fall back. Fall back." However, it is already too late. The ensuing chaos has transformed the valley into a hunting ground for the blue team, enveloped in a haze of crimson smoke. The blue side has unleashed their full force. Luo Cun finally comprehends why Qi Feiqi has taken command of this battle personally. He seeks not merely victory in this skirmish, but ultimate triumph. At this moment, the numbers have shifted to red, blue 33-29 to 30-21. The red team has entirely lost their numerical advantage, while the blue still boasts 4 instructors. Without hesitation, Luo Cun retreats. On her way, she encounters a soldier from the blue team approaching her, and with a swift motion, she fires several shots, efficiently dispatching the enemy. She calls out in the team channel, "Su Lily?" There is no response. Hua, and follow me.
All right.
Where are they headed? Surely they do not intend to rescue Su Lily alone? What a joke. 2 people challenging the enemy's command post? By the way, I suddenly recall something. Where are the 3rd faction members? Not important. They won't survive until the end. Once this skirmish concludes, both sides' leaders will commence a reckoning. Upon reuniting with Huaren, they immediately set off towards the blue command post. Both move with remarkable speed, despite dashing through the jungle. It feels as though they are traversing level ground. Suddenly, they halt at the base of a tree, Luo Cun squinting her eyes. She must have received news of her departure from the battlefield. Su Lily is bound at the entrance, placed conspicuously. If she were to approach recklessly, at least 6 sniper points could easily eliminate her. Can you handle a sniper? She inquires. Hoa, and remains silent. Luo Cun continues. I will signal you shortly. You take action. With that, she strides forward. Why won't you listen? Does Hugo even know how to snipe? To be honest, I've seen him for 2 years and never once witnessed Hugo touch a sniper rifle. It seems to me that he only teams up with others when he comes looking for some action. How touching. Upon spotting Luo Cun, the scouts immediately send out a signal, and a throng of soldiers surrounds her. Su Lily, upon seeing her, is deeply moved. The deputy commander stands above on the steps. Visibly incensed. You are the red team's mole. Shameless. Luo Cun halts. Shameless? In warfare, one must employ cunning. Do you know how many spies the Empire sends to the Alliance each year? The deputy commander stumbles over his words, ultimately defeated by Luo Cun's audacity. And despondently states, the commanding officer has decreed that unless you kill yourself here, I cannot release her. Clapping her hands, Luo Cun cannot contain her amusement. What do you mean? You accuse me of being shameless? This girl has done nothing wrong, and has even provided you with a distraction. And this is how you treat her? The deputy commander's face flushes with embarrassment. Luo Cun's smile fades. Allow me to exchange with her. When Shi Feiqi returns, I will submit to his authority.
No.
Su Lily cries out. She seems entirely immersed in the conflict, tears streaming down her face as she throws herself toward the enemy's guns. Just kill me. Please, kill me. The deputy commander ponders for a moment and nods at Luo Cun. Let us make the exchange. 2 soldiers step forward, securing Luo Cun's hands behind her back. While Su Lily is released from her restraints, Luo Cun turns to her. Go. The deputy commander clicks his tongue. If you don't leave, I might just change my mind. Taking a deep breath, Su Lily dashes away in a flash. Luo Cun. Deputy Commander. TC. Chapter 23. The Great Chaos of the Faction War. Part 5. Just as Luo Cun approaches the deputy commander, a sniper bullet grazes her ear, striking the deputy commander squarely in the chest. A cloud of blue smoke erupts, and the deputy commander falls lifelessly. At that moment, Luo Cun leaps into the air, executing a front flip to seize his weapon, pivoting to fire immediately.
Bang! Bang! Bang!
Simultaneously, Hua and eliminates all the snipers hiding in the shadows. With a single gun, Luo Cun maneuvers with agility, and with Hua An's protection, the blue team finds it nearly impossible to capture her. Seizing a moment of opportunity, she hurls several flashbangs and explosives into a nearby room. Huaren. Sniper bullets follow, accurately striking the airborne bombs.
Boom.
The simulated explosion and flames erupt upon the hillside. The blue command post has been destroyed. Both the red and blue forces, engaged in fierce combat, are momentarily stunned. Shi Feiqi, seething with rage, grits his teeth. Luo Cun.
Whoa.
I underestimated her. Not only did she go to rescue someone, but she also aimed to blow up the command post. Incredible. They destroyed the blue command post with just the 2 of them. Ma Yan is astonished. It's the first time I've seen Hugo snipe. Pray tell, is there anything Hugo cannot do? Luo Cun enters the thicket, and Hua and jumps down from a tree with his rifle. How did you know I could snipe? Leaning against a large tree, Luo Cun sits on the ground. Rubbing her legs, the intensity of this combat has taken a toll on her current physical condition, necessitating urgent relaxation techniques to ensure her continued performance. Hearing Hua An's question, she does not lift her head. I observed your shooting assessment.
What?
Luo Cun extends her hand. If you help me up, I'll tell you. Huan stares at her for a moment, refraining from offering his hand but extending a fist in a playful gesture. All right, that works too. After all, given that she had been borrowing his healing fluid daily, Luo Cun deemed it reasonable to be magnanimous. She grasps Hua An's wrist, rising to her feet. Her leg muscles feel significantly improved. Your weapon is not the commonly used NGY automatic rifle. The SVD sniper rifle possesses formidable lethality, making it difficult for an average person to control. It is not a popular firearm. Thus, many are unaware that it can be modified with a different barrel, transforming it into a sniper rifle. This realization struck her upon seeing Huan, as her mind immediately made the connection. Coupled with his extraordinary marksmanship during the shooting assessment, deducing that he was a sniper was not particularly challenging. Most importantly, Luo Cun understood individuals like Huan well. Anyone aspiring to be the strongest solitary fighter would not allow themselves to have a shortcoming. Report to the commander. I am being targeted by Qiusheng. The communication channel suddenly crackled with Diao Zimin's voice. Without hesitation, Luo Cun responded. Instructor Ji. I'm on my way. It appears that not only Qiusheng but also Wei He are involved. Diao Zimin's situation seems dire, his speech fragmented. Luo Cun furrows her brow and re-establishes contact with Tang Yingzhu via video. I helped you eliminate the blue command post. As soon as the line connects, Luo Cun exclaims angrily, Are you now planning to kill me? You never informed me that Diao Zimin was one of yours. Tang Yingzhu gazes at her with an unprecedented seriousness. What do you intend to do? Luo Cun's tone grows grave. She has raised Tang Yingzhu's suspicions. Having already lost Qi Feiqi's trust, if Tang Yingzhu were to also doubt her, her fate would be sealed. This moment is critical. She must regain Tang Yingzhu's confidence. It's not about what I want to do, but rather what you intend to do. Tang Yingzhu's voice drops to a low murmur. You and Qi Feiqi have been leading me around by the nose this entire time. I was exposed, and Qi Feiqi failed to inform me of the ambush. Luo Cun calmly explains, if I were one of Qi Feiqi's people, why would I destroy the blue command post? You are exploiting us, depleting the ranks of both the red and blue factions. Tang Yingzhu, with the tip of her tongue, touched her back molar. Luo Cun, was your ultimate intention always to ensure the victory of the green side? What the hell? A military version of a nested scenario? I've always found it odd. In 4.5 minutes it felt like the red side was up, then the blue side. Oh my! The commander of the third faction is 4.5. What? Cun is incredible? I feel like I'm at a loss for words aside from incredible. Woe is me. So, who else is on the green side?
Huan, Sulili, Instukozi.
And we still need one more. Oh, I just checked the records. I was eliminated by the green side. Damn, me too. I was wondering how the blue side had such an extraordinary sniper. Blue side? I was also thinking, how does the red side have another sniper besides Qiusheng? It seems like the one who eliminated the blue side was Instructor Ji, and the one who took out the red side was Huge. Heavens! Does that mean Cun has been manipulating the battle to diminish the numbers of both red and blue factions from the very beginning? What the hell? Is Cun now deceiving Tang Yingzhu? Cun is a top-tier double agent freely traversing between the two major factions. Woe is me. How will my Tang cope with the immense psychological impact after the match? Had it not been for being deceived once before, Luo Cun might have genuinely believed Tang Yingzhu's composed demeanor. She scoffed. With a total of nearly 10,000 from both red and blue factions, you think I can take you on with just 6 people? You truly overestimate me. Before Tang Yingzhu could respond, she continued with a confident and flamboyant expression. It's futile to say more. Give me a soldier, and I shall claim the head of Qi Feiqi for you. With the blue command center destroyed, capturing the blue commander at this juncture would be of monumental significance. She was poised to personally deliver victory to Tang Yingzhu.
Tang Bao.
Don't believe her. Woe is me. Woe is me. Is this what they call love? Even knowing she is deceiving me, at this moment, I am dreadfully smitten. Woe is me. My husband is so handsome. I want to marry Cun. The instructor cast a disdainful glance at this group. A bunch only thinking of living off others. The intensity of this faction war rivaled that of a real battlefield, and the instructors understood the students' excitement, allowing them to indulge in it. Realizing her intent, Tang Yingzhu cleared her throat. Qi Feiqi is protected by 4 instructors. It won't be easy to kill him. I can do it. Luo Cun was brimming with confidence. Oh, I ordre qu'on y est flambiance. Isn't that a bit too confident? What if she gets smacked down? Luo Cun lay in ambush within the jungle, her face adorned with oil paint and colors. Report your positions. Diao Ziming, in position. Hua, and in position. Zhu Zhao and Su Lili in position. Qiusheng in position. Wei He in position. Ji Jin in position. Luo Cun spoke resolutely. This mission's primary objective is success. Failure is not an option. Action. Yes. They surged from 4 directions, ensuring all retreat routes for the blue side were completely sealed off. The leader of the frontal team was Huan. His speed was astonishing, darting and leaping through the jungle, leaving only the faintest sounds behind. Do you think they can successfully take Chi Feiqi's head? 6 against 4. Doesn't that seem like an advantage? What advantage? Those are instructors. For elite regular army personnel. How can it be impossible? 4.5 has an instructor on their side too, plus Hugo, an ultra-S. By the way, is this Hu Ji's first time participating in such a large-scale exercise? Hugo is so strong. Why doesn't the school let him participate in the Berkeley competition? I can't figure it out. Maybe he is not old enough? Oh please, Tang Yingzhu participated in her freshman and sophomore years. It's likely he is leading this year's competition. And is in his sophomore year now. Who knows if he'll be on this year's list. On the other side, the instructors were also discussing which faction might win. It's been a long time since I've seen such an intense faction war. This batch of students is quite impressive, especially Luo Cun. With Huan in the mix, they might actually have a chance. You have such confidence in Huan? The power of Ultra-S, many are still unaware of it. Luo Cun and Huan were in the same group. Given her current physical condition, keeping up with Huan's speed was somewhat challenging, causing her breath to become slightly erratic.
Halt.
Suddenly, Zhu Zhao's voice came through the earpiece. The instructor is located 600 meters in front of you on the right. Please be cautious, Zhu Zhao advised. Su Lily whispered, your positioning device is incredibly impressive. So accurate. Zhu Zhao replied with resignation. No matter how impressive, it was still blocked by her Natasha. To her utter astonishment, her prideful trump card, the highly precise instrument, had been rendered ineffective by a non-professional employing a method that could only be described as absurdly simplistic. You keep praising me, and I might just get embarrassed, Su Lily said, surrounded by a halo of pink bubbles. Luo Cun, how about we create a separate channel for the two of you? Qiu Sheng, one way the friendship between girls is truly peculiar. Ji Jin's temples throbbed with anger. Are you all still joking around while executing the mission? What's going on? Luo Cun's voice suddenly turned serious. All units. Action. Yes. Huan's eyes reddened, resembling a wolf as he leaped forward, pouncing fiercely towards his chosen prey. The white tiger, sensing something, rolled over to evade his sudden attack. You've improved, kid. He glanced at Huan. The response came in the form of Huan's direct assault. The two moved with astonishing speed, instinctively refraining from using firearms, instead opting for the most primal form of combat. Each punch and kick landed with force, their movements barely more than fleeting shadows. Whoa! Is it possible? Hugo is actually holding his own against the instructor? Is this the power of Ultra-S? So formidable. Is it a level suppression? What level is instructor, White Tiger? S or A? The White Tiger's eyes brightened. You've progressed again, not bad. The answer came in the form of a straight punch from Huan, and Luo Cun's scope had not strayed from Huan's vicinity. She was waiting, certain that there were other instructors nearby. Meanwhile, Diao Ziming, Wei He, and Qiu Sheng formed a trio to confront the Black Claw instructor. The Black Claw clapped his hands. Making it this far is commendable. You two can come at me together. Diao Ziming and Wei He exchanged glances and charged in from opposite sides. At that moment, bang. Qiu Sheng pressed the trigger. The Black Claw raised his hand, about to react, when an overwhelming sense of danger surged over him. In a split second, he lunged towards Wei He. Wei He was taken aback, realizing his intent. He gripped the Black Claw's hand tightly. But an instructor is an instructor. In a one-on-one, Wei He was no match. Just as it appeared the instructor would break free, Diao Ziming rushed in and firmly seized his other hand. Seeing he couldn't escape, the Black Claw dropped to the ground, pulling Wei He's body in front of himself as a shield. Wei He pinned down his leg and flipped over, taking the dominant position. Just as the Black Claw attempted to rise, Diao Ziming used his weight to press down hard. Qiu Sheng, what are you waiting for? Damn it.
Gu Sheng Poulet Te Jiger, bang, 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 bang.
A plume of red, blue, and green smoke erupted. Wei He and Diao Ziming collapsed to the ground, utterly exhausted. Wei He exhaled deeply. Instructor Black Claw, did you grow up on power pills? Black Claw stood up and kicked each of them. You two are quite strong yourselves.
You've made me sweat.
Qiu Sheng sighed. Report. Instructor Black Claw has fallen. Wei He and Diao Zimin are casualties. Acknowledged. Luo Cun cautioned. There's still a sniper instructor unaccounted for. Stay vigilant. Before she could finish speaking, a gunshot rang out from Qiu Sheng's position.
Damn.
He's aiming at me, Qiu Sheng shouted. Instructor Ji was engaged in a fierce confrontation with another instructor. Luo Cun glanced at the intensely battling Hua En and whispered, I'll be right there. Unbeknownst to her, as soon as she moved away, Hua En had completely succumbed to his frenzy. This is so exhilarating, just like a blockbuster movie.
Help.
This is so intense. Damn, this is what military school is all about. Qiu Sheng used a mirror to survey the surroundings. Finding no anomalies, he had sealed off this area. There was no escape. Luo Cun manipulated the telescope on her helmet, swiftly locating his position. Qiu Sheng was hiding behind a rock, with bullet holes on both sides, yet no signs of injury. She spoke, Give me the direction. Beads of sweat formed on Qiu Sheng's forehead as he meticulously recalled the position, distance, and wind speed of the recent gunshot. Approximately, at my 1 o'clock. Distance unknown. Luo Cun began to scan the direction he indicated, finding nothing out of the ordinary. In other words, she was unable to discern the instructor's location. Qiu Sheng Luo Cun suddenly spoke, her tone exceedingly gentle. Qiu Sheng tensed up, on high alert. What? Be a good boy, peek your head out. What the hell? You want me to die in 4.5 minutes? Luo Cun's serious voice rang out. He's a very cautious veteran. Your survival is due to instinct. If I miss my shot, we both perish. Qiu Sheng was taken aback, then growled fiercely. In 4.5 minutes, if you don't kill him. I won't let this go. Don't worry, Luo Cun replied confidently. Qiu Sheng took a deep breath and slowly extended his head out.
Bang.
A sniper bullet shattered his helmet. Red smoke billowed up. Luo Cun's gaze sharpened, quickly catching a flash of light, and immediately squeezed the trigger. Through the telescope, the instructor stood up, a look of resignation on his face as he glanced towards Luo Cun, surrounded by a cloud of blue smoke, already eliminated. A smile crept onto Luo Cun's lips. Ah, so cool. That smile is amazing. Cun Ge is incredible. Cun Ge is incredible. Just then, Ji Jin's voice came through. Report, Commander. Successfully eliminated one blue instructor. Luo Cun smiled slightly. Well done. Ji Jin couldn't help but chuckle. The kid's strength was lacking, but he certainly had the demeanor of a commander. She pressed the communication button. Huan, how is it going over there? After a moment of silence, she had to ask again. Huan? Just then, a chilling wind suddenly swept in from behind. Luo Cun rolled to the ground, gun in hand, and saw Huan, his eyes blood-red, staring at her with an expressionless face. What the hell? Why is Hua Ge running this way? Has Hua Ge gone berserk? Cun Ge can't handle him. Ah, help. I can't bear to watch. This wasn't Luo Cun's first encounter with such a situation. Although she hadn't fully grasped the circumstances, she had a rough idea of what to do. Feeling quite composed, she lowered her weapon, raised her hands, and half-squatted as she looked at him. Don't be tense. I mean no harm. Hua En seemed to retain a shred of rationality, tilting his head to regard her for a moment, as if contemplating her words. Luo Cun slowly approached him. I bear no malice, nor do I pose a threat.
Hua En, relax.
Why does this berserk Hua Ge seem different this time? Why is he suddenly so compliant? Oh my, is this still my berserk Hua Ge? Observing this scene, even the previously wary instructors paused to watch. As Luo Cun drew nearer to Huan, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Hua En's eyes suddenly flared with ferocity as he lunged toward Luo Cun. The distance between them was too short for Luo Cun to evade. Just then, a tremendous roar reverberated, and an ancient white wolf king materialized out of thin air, colliding with Hua En and positioning itself protectively in front of Luo Cun. ISN T this Hua Ge's manifestation? What a twist of fate. Luo Cun let out a sigh of relief, retracting her hand from her ankle and standing up. The white wolf king's eyes were also red, exuding an aura of menace. Luo Cun placed her hand atop the white wolf king's head, her mental energy surging forth, gently coursing through its fur. Hua En's body stiffened, gazing at Luo Cun in confusion, momentarily pausing his actions. No way. Is this really the Wolf King? I wish I could pet Wolf Ge too. This is a masterpiece. This scene is explosive. Luo Cun's head began to throb faintly, her body weakened. and she found herself kneeling on the ground as the White Wolf King's crimson gaze finally softened before vanishing into thin air. Luo Cun instinctively looked at Huaren, only to find him wearing an even more puzzled expression. Damn, was this a resolution or a failure? Chapter 25. The significance of the commander. You take a break. I'll handle Chief He. Hua, and left these words before hastily departing. Luo Cun thought, damn, can't you at least help me up first? She decided to lie back down, staring at the sky, forcefully suppressing the overwhelming dizziness and nausea. Why does Cun Ge seem so exhausted? It must be the use of mental energy, right? Cun Ge is amazing. Even without manifesting, he can calm Hua Ge. Am I the only one who feels Hua Ge was just a bit shy before leaving? Am I the only one who feels like something happened afterward? Bro, you seem a bit too confident, daring to joke with Hua Ge? As a cold and detached sniper, Hua and was swift in eliminating his targets, ending them with a single shot. Blue faction commander has fallen. The blue faction has failed. The AI's announcement followed suit. Su Lily jumped up in joy. Yay! We did it. Zhu Zhao smiled at her. Indeed, we succeeded.
Su Lily pauset.
Looking at the gun pointed at her. What do you mean by that? Zhu Zhao shrugged. You have two choices. Either tell me the name of the last member of the Green faction, or disclose the location of the Green command post.
Su Lily laugetsa deeply.
Chief Zhu, it can't be just this, right? It's certainly beyond just this. Zhu Zhao sighed. You're all quite formidable. Su Lily's heart sank. Our team has thoroughly searched this area and couldn't find your command post. The Green faction has 6 members. One has fallen, with damage less than 17. While our Red faction's damage rate has soared to 473. You Green faction could even win this match just by hiding away. Before she could finish her sentence, Su Lily activated the signal flare to concede.
Damn.
Listening to Zhu Zhao's analysis, I feel the Green faction has a substantial chance of victory. What chance? Only 2 have fallen, yet the damage rate is already 333. Lose 1 more, and the Green faction is done for. It is no wonder that the intelligence network refrains from disclosing the roster of the Green faction, revealing it would indeed be profoundly unjust. The Red faction merely needs to identify the remaining individual, and victory appears to be all but assured. With the current circumstances, employing a strategy of overwhelming numbers would surely secure their triumph. But who could the last person from the Green faction be? Their survival is almost too remarkable. Meanwhile, Luo Cun received the disheartening news of Su Lily's demise. Ji Jin could clearly see the disappointment etched upon her face, and couldn't help but scoff. Now you realize that the third faction is not as exhilarating as it seems? In the battlefield, sheer numbers hold undeniable sway. Luo Cun remained silent. The 3 of them lay concealed on a hillside, overlooking the vast assembly of the Red faction below, where a group was merrily feasting and laughing, seemingly serenading their impending victory. Huazhen hesitated. Relying on the 3 of us to eliminate over 100 foes and emerge unscathed is a daunting task. Not daunting, it's quite insurmountable. Especially considering the likelihood of leaving unscathed, another added. The Red faction is already scrutinizing their list. It's only a matter of time before they ascertain the identity of the last individual. Are you suggesting that our brother is contemplating surrender? Who says this person must necessarily belong to the Red faction? Could it be that they are with the Blue faction? But they have already exited the arena. The factions can only conceal, not alter their allegiance, yet this individual is part of the Green faction and undoubtedly remains on the field. Perhaps they are hiding in a cave or similar refuge. The Green faction could indeed persist in hiding indefinitely. I wager a dime on a stalemate. I, too, support the stalemate. At that moment, Zhu Zhao entered the Red faction's temporary command post, bearing a bowl of fish soup. The roster has been dispatched. We should soon uncover the identity of the infiltrator. In the meantime, you ought to eat something. Indeed, they were famished. Tang Yingzhu accepted the soup and took a hearty sip. Zhu Zhao, puzzled, asked, how can you be so certain that Luo Cun will position the last member of the Green faction among us? Data informs me. Tang Yingzhu replied. No one can predict the course of war, but by strategically placing a piece in advance, one can alter the tide at a crucial moment. She has buried Su Lily with the Blue faction, thus to balance the final outcome, she must have planted another piece among us. Zhu Zhao was taken aback. Then what purpose does the piece hidden among us serve? I feel somewhat lightheaded. Suddenly, she lost her balance and toppled over. Tang Yingzhu's grip on the bowl faltered as she stared blankly at the rich, fragrant fish soup, and her countenance abruptly shifted. Oh no! Don't let them drink. Before she could finish her sentence, the fish soup was knocked over, spilling onto the ground, and Tang Yingzhu fell as well. What is happening? Is the fish soup poisoned? Oh my goodness, someone has committed murder. Isn't the reckless use of substances against the rules? As they gazed at the growing silence at the foot of the hill, Luo Cun smirked. Zhou Qi, it's time to act. In the chaotic valley, one who had been lying prone suddenly stirred. He brushed off the excess red powder and stood slowly, reporting to the commander. Received. Luo Cun stood tall against the wind. Instructor Ji, the wind was too strong just now. I didn't catch what you said. Would you mind repeating it? Ji Jin. He forcefully wiped his face. The assembly square fell into a profound silence. Zhou Qi stumbled into the Red Faction's temporary command post, shouting, Commander, it's bad. The soldiers have all fainted. Some Red Faction soldiers who hadn't consumed the fish soup stood bewildered, allowing him to enter freely.
Zuki a protect Dang Jingzhu.
Disengaging the safety catch. Reporting to the commander, I have identified one enemy commander. Please advise. Luo Cun's lips curled into a smile, the wind rustling her uniform. As her directives rang clear and powerful. Eliminate. Hua then lifted his eyelids, gazing at the individual in the center. Her posture was erect, and though she appeared to be addressing the air, it ignited fervor in all present. He had only witnessed such an aura once before, his mother, Governor Danzel, Hui Qingchuan. The Red Faction commander has fallen. The Red Faction has been defeated. This match concludes with victory for the Green Faction. The command post remains intact, and the commander survives. With casualty ratios at 333, all students, please descend in an orderly manner and gather at the assembly point. As the intelligence network announced the results, the assembly square erupted into fervent discussions. What in the world? What an astonishing turnaround. 6 against 10,000, and they triumphed. My goodness, my scalp is tingling. And this data reflects a complete and utter domination in victory. Brother Cun, please accept my admiration. Oh no, I'm out of blood. I can't take it anymore. Brother Cun is incredible. Forget calling him Brother Cun. He deserves to be called Big Brother now. Big Brother is amazing. Big Brother is amazing. As Luo Cun descended the hill, she reveled in the highest honors ever bestowed upon a soldier. The students formed 2 lines, welcoming her with eyes sparkling with curiosity, astonishment, admiration, and disbelief. At the end of this line stood a group of instructors, gazing at her with expressions of deep sentiment. In that moment, Luo Cun felt akin to the most prized gorilla in a zoo. Observing the figure at the center, Qi Feiqi inhaled deeply and boldly declared, for the sake of fairness in the competition, might I request the instructor to disclose the final tactics employed by the Green Faction? The crowd fell into a sudden hush. This was a contest that could easily be inscribed as one of the most extraordinary, tumultuous battles in school history. Everyone was eager to learn of Luo Cun's strategies, yet none expected someone to publicly question her, especially a commander from one of the main factions. I shall elucidate. Luo Cun volunteered. She produced a castor leaf from her pocket. This is a toxic substance. Ingestion leads to dizziness, loss of consciousness, and potentially death. The fish soup consumed by the Red Faction contained a significant amount of this. A student from the sociology department exclaimed, Isn't this a pepper leaf? We picked it to use as seasoning. Zhou Qi raised another castor leaf. Look closely. This is the pepper leaf, with smooth edges, not serrated. Goodness. These 2 leaves are strikingly similar. Zhou Qi, you old actor. Did you gather this yourself? I was so thoroughly deceived. Zhou Qi's revelation sparked extreme discontent among the Red Faction members. He retorted without reservation, Come on, I lay there pretending to be dead for ages and no one noticed. Indeed, some of the corpses had been curious about the outcome and had not left. Zhou Qi blended into the crowd, smearing himself with a bit of red powder to pass unnoticed. The Red Faction members responded, Haha, how is it that I feel a strange sense of honor in our defeat? Luo Cun turned to the instructors. Given that it's something commonly found in the mountains, it shouldn't be considered contraband, right? Suddenly, a figure was projected into the air. He was slender, with graying hair at the temples, and wore a serious expression, clearly not someone to be easily fooled. His appearance elicited a chorus of Director Gu from the crowd. Gu Huaiduan regarded everyone and began to explain. The rules of the tumultuous battle are quite lenient, favoring a more authentic battlefield experience. The red team utilized a backdoor to create a positioning device, while the blue team crafted a jamming device using materials sourced from the scene, thus rendering their actions above reproach. It is worth noting that even if Luo Cun directly employed castor leaves or synthesized a potion from several raw materials, neither would be deemed a violation. I hope this instance serves as a profound warning to you all. On the battlefield, the enemy will devise various schemes to target your provisions, weapons, and medicines. And while this time you may have merely fainted, next time fortune may not favor you. His tone was one of exclamation. Let us conduct a brief analysis of this chaotic melee. Luo Cun's performance was remarkably outstanding. She adeptly leveraged intelligence, relying on her formidable prowess to maneuver between the red and blue factions, consistently earning the trust of both commanders, thereby achieving the improbable feat of 6 against 10,000. The command of Tang Yingzhua and Qi Feiqi was executed with minimal error. Have you pondered why Luo Cun emerged victorious? The crowd fell into contemplation. It was because both commanders were adhering to her script. Thus, they inevitably treaded towards the conclusion she had orchestrated in advance. It was merely a matter of time. Gu Huaidong offered the answer directly. Do not presume this was an easy task. Both Tang Yingzhua and Qi Feiqi are seasoned commanders, yet they fell into the trap. Have you considered the reasons behind this? The allure was simply too great. Tang Yingzhua was awakened to this realization at an indeterminate moment. Indeed, when Luo Cun made her first move, she delivered the red team's command center. If you were Qi Feiqi, could you restrain yourself from retaliating? Gu Huaidong meticulously analyzed for the audience. Her second strike delivered the blue team's logistical point, placing the red team at a disadvantage. If you were Tang Yingzhua, would you refrain from counterattacking? In truth, it was at this juncture that both commanders had ceased to trust Luo Cun.
What?
So early? Shouldn't the contention arise over the food? Gu Huaidong continued. Luo Cun's methods are distinctly personal. She never engages in idle talk about trust, instead offering a cake from which to choose. Aware of her dwindling trustworthiness, she still proposed a plan for seizing provisions from both sides. With one command center destroyed and one logistics point bombed, who would not be tempted by the allure of food? At such a moment, contention was inevitable. And with contention comes casualties, thus falling once again into the green team's trap. Moreover, instructors Ji and Huo were intricately woven into the fabric of the unfolding battle. The green team's strategy of attrition is worthy of emulation. They inflicted minimal casualties, yet targeted the elite of both factions. This not only significantly weakened the combat capabilities of both the red and blue teams, but also prolonged the duration of the conflict. Wow, how ruthless. So clever. Fewer deaths make it less likely to be detected. Gu Huaidong posed a final question. Why did Luo Cun seek to eliminate Qi Feiqi? Was she genuinely attempting to gain Tang Yingzhua's trust? No. Zhu Zhao interjected. Her intention was to decisively prevent an alliance between the two factions. She glanced at the composed Luo Cun. It was only now that she comprehended the entirety of Luo Cun's strategies. Qi Feiqi added. By this point, choosing to eradicate one of the factions is the most prudent course of action. Absolutely correct. At this juncture, should the red and blue factions join forces, the green team would have no hope of victory. Gu Huaidong applauded, noting that there were myriad details worthy of exploration in this match. Luo Cun's mastery over human psychology and her situational assessment were astute. Truly impressive. I believe the essence of a commander lies precisely in this, orchestrating strategies from afar and determining the outcome from a distance. Brother Cun is formidable. Big Brother is formidable. The assembly point resonated with exuberant cries. They were genuinely awed by Luo Cun's prowess. Chapter 26. The Roll King Plan. Once the scene had calmed, Gu Huaidong slowly remarked, this was a highly accomplished exercise, showcasing the results of our military training and demonstrating the valor and intellect of our students. Whether in individual combat or the exchanges between commanders, the performances were exceptionally thrilling. The sociology department, in particular, surprised me greatly. To encourage you, the school has decided to award each of you an additional 10 points. Oh yay! The crowd erupted in cheers. Woe is me. With these 10 points, I want to have to retake my military theory class. Woe is me. A collective reward. How touching. Among them, a few students displayed particularly outstanding performances and will receive additional medals, which will be discussed upon your return to school, Gu Huaidong added. Su Lily seized Luo Cun's sleeve, her expression brimming with excitement. What is it? I have a premonition that your credits this time will be exceedingly high. Luo Cun calmly nodded. Why are you not the least bit surprised? Su Lily's voice slightly elevated. It is a foregone conclusion. What is there to be astonished about? Luo Cun rose, stating, I shall not squander time on trivialities. Su Lily was momentarily taken aback. Are you coming or not? Luo Cun propped herself against the door of the shuttle, calling out to her. Su Lily regained her senses and ran towards her. Coming. The assembly point was filled with campus shuttles, with students boarding in an orderly fashion. Suddenly, a deafening roar erupted from the ground. Luo Cun looked up as a colossal transport aircraft ascended from the opposite side of the training base, heading in an entirely different direction than theirs, toward the Danzel military district. She withdrew her gaze, entered the shuttle, and, amidst the gazes of many, calmly found a seat by the window and began to rest her eyes. Her mind involuntarily drifted back to the conversation she had with the instructor during her descent. Jin, you possess considerable talent in command. Luo Cun smiled widely. Rest assured, instructor. The Danzel military district shall certainly not lack for an exceptional commander like me in the future. Observing her audacious demeanor, Jin playfully swatted her on the head. With your physical condition, whether you can even enter is still uncertain. You should have some awareness of that. Luo Cun was exceedingly confident. Can the champion of the Star Domain League not gain entry? When we meet again, we shall be colleagues. The Star Domain League? Hasn't Team Danzel always been at the bottom? How did you become the champion? This year, with me, you needn't worry. Luo Cun boasted without modesty. Jin felt that conversing with Luo Cun was a sheer waste of time, hastening his descent. Luo Cun called after his retreating figure. Calling you instructor next time seems inappropriate, right? Jin, with his back to her, replied. You can call me Jin. Luo Cun was taken aback.
Ian?
Radical? Meanwhile, on another shuttle, Tang Yingzhua activated a video call. Director Gu Huaidong, with his straightforward nature, got straight to the point. Do you know Luo Cun? Tang Yingzhua was momentarily taken aback. What's the matter? I find this child quite impressive. Since you are friends, I wonder if she has any interest in joining our command department? Gu Huaidong could not bear to let a talent like her slip away. Tang Yingzhua. Gu Huaidong hesitated. Is there an issue? It's like this, Director Gu. Tang Yingzhua deliberated. As far as I know, Luo Cun submitted a request to transfer departments, but it seems it was rejected. Gu Huaidong was visibly astonished. Is that so? She said it herself. Gu Huaidong's decisive nature kicked in, and he exclaimed, This cannot stand. I will inquire immediately. She is a talent that must not be lost. Tang Yingzhua ended the video call and gazed out the window, unable to suppress a smile. Luo Cun, you truly are impressive. The shuttle landed and a throng of students, weary but triumphant, returned to their dormitories. After returning and completing her ablutions, Luo Cun lay on her bed, finally free to reflect upon all that had transpired during this period. She seemingly traversed into a parallel timeline of the future, inhabiting the body of a young cadet yet to step beyond the gates of military academy. Amnesia serves merely as a pretext. She requires further intelligence. When discussing the original owner's circle of acquaintances, one name inevitably surfaces. Tang Yingzhua, the S-rank commander of the Alliance's foremost military university, hailing from the Tang family of the Xino region. How could someone born with such privilege have known the original owner from a tender age? Suddenly struck by a thought, she bolted upright, hastening to her desk, and opened the middle drawer to retrieve a well-worn black notebook. Gently flipping it open, she discovered the title page inscribed with the words, Plan Outline. In the year 730, one of the Alliance calendar, the March agenda included 1. Self-study detailed analysis of star beasts, beginner. 2. Self-study Are you truly prepared to become a commander? 3. Achieve a B grade in the end-of-month assessment. 4. Attain AD in physical fitness. 5. Construct a blind group auxiliary series Reta E grade mecha model. By December of the same year, the agenda evolved to 1. Self-study detailed analysis of star beasts, intermediate. 2. Self-study quickly distinguishing between plant and animal star beasts. 3. Self-study establishing commander's mindset during adolescence. 4. Achieve an A grade in the final assessment. 5. Attain AD in physical fitness. 6. Construct a blind group Fortress series Flame D grade mecha model. Note: failed. The Fortress series has a fundamentally different core from the auxiliary series. By February of 733, the plan included 1. Self-study rapid data analysis of simple battlefields. 2. Self-study mecha and mecha manufacturing principles. 3. Self-study combat theory guidance. 4. Self-study introduction to intelligence studies. 5. Achieve an S grade in the end-of-month assessment. 6. Attain AC in physical fitness. 7. Prepare materials for the entrance interview to the affiliated high school of the Alliance Central Military Academy. for May and June of 734. The agenda delineated 1. Commander studies, beliefs in command, detailed analysis of the 10 great battles, flexible application of data analysis on the battlefield, mental control, Part 1. Physical training, combat skills, soldiers, learn self-control, how to scientifically train physical fitness, Mecha. Drafting the auxiliary series Reta D grade Mecha blueprint. Barely completed. The blueprints are significantly more challenging than the models. 2. Achieve an A grade in the final assessment. Note: A. Students from the Central Military Academy, S affiliated high school, are not that impressive. 3. Attain AC in physical fitness, C, below the standard. By January of 736. The plan included 1. Commander studies, mental control, Part 2. Note: so difficult, is it because my mental capacity is insufficient? Self-assessment of command value, learning to stimulate mental power. Physical training, targeted exercises for cardiopulmonary function, how to fight when limb strength is lacking, Mecha. Drafting the auxiliary series Reta C grade Mecha blueprint. The distinction between C and D grades is not as significant as anticipated. 2. Achieve an A grade in the final assessment. Note: A. Students from the Central Military Academy, S affiliated high school, are not that impressive. 3. Attain AC in physical fitness, C, below the standard. In October of 737, the first semester plan for freshman year included 1. Synchronize with Tang Yingzhua's course schedule, ensuring attendance in every class of the command department.
2.
Self-study each subject up to the progress by the end of sophomore year. 3. Attain AB in physical fitness. 4. Achieve an A in the final assessment. This small notebook meticulously chronicled the original owner's academic journey from childhood to adulthood, containing not only expansive yearly and monthly plans, but also detailed daily agendas. Luo Cun estimated that such a level of academic ambition necessitated the utmost optimization of daily time. Most impressively, the original owner did not labor aimlessly. She had recognized her physical shortcomings early on and, through years of perseverance, elevated her fitness level from AD, or potentially lower, to AB. A mere step away from an A. All these insights attest to the original owner's remarkable execution ability, extreme self-discipline, solid foundational knowledge, and clear objectives. So, why did she perform mediocrely in the military? A true scholarly achiever masquerading as a mere ornament? At last, she discovered the answer. In April of 731 in the interstellar calendar, to hell with etiquette classes, flower arrangement classes, painting classes, music classes, dance classes, and cooking classes. A sheer waste of time. In March of 736, the plan included, convince grandfather to permit my application to the military academy. The sociology department of the Alliance's foremost military university, Tang Yingzhua, would attend. Between the lines, an unsettling discord became evident. Her grandfather not only opposed the original owner's military aspirations, but also arranged numerous courses in etiquette, cooking, flower arrangement, and painting, subjects the original owner vehemently resisted. Luo Cun clenched her right fist, her thumb rubbing against the knuckle of her index finger. Suddenly, her fingers froze. She understood. Such occurrences are not uncommon. Being a scion of a prominent family is no easy feat. Having gained resources, one must contribute to the family. It is highly probable that she was groomed as a candidate for a strategic marriage. The original owner possessed all the prerequisites of an ideal marriageable candidate: good looks, a slightly low fitness level, yet a high mental capacity, suggesting she would likely bear children of high caliber in the future. The original owner was astute enough, upon realizing her predicament, to refrain from rebellion and instead chose to bide her time. For years, she played the role of a mindless ornament, afraid to outshine. Even hesitant to rank highly in the sociology department, parading her flamboyant appearance through the school corridors. She was the recognized belle of the sociology department. Luo Cun scoffed at the notion of a belle. A family sustained through such superficial means could only be considered second-rate. Luo Cun activated her holographic terminal and searched Central Star Luo family. An overwhelming array of information flooded the screen. The Luo Group, a colossal family enterprise rooted in pharmaceuticals, spans diverse sectors including hospitals, schools, real estate, robotics, nutritional solutions, and therapeutic pods, among others. The more she investigated, the more astounded she became. The Luo family's commercial scale bore the hallmarks of a first-rate household. Luo Cun gazed out the window, her palms gradually tightening. It was no wonder the original owner dared not resist. The situation was indeed complex. However, blind obedience and evasion would not alter her fate. Passively awaiting demise would never be an option in her life. Chapter 27. My brother is impressive. Luo Cun awoke before dawn. After having 2 buns in the cafeteria, she tidied up and made her way to the training ground to commence the day's drills. She did not miss a single basic training session. Upon completion, she went for a lap around the track. Midway through her run, Su Lily joined her. What time did you arrive? Following military training, Luo Cun's fitness had dramatically improved, and after all these exercises, she merely felt slightly out of breath. Just past 5. Su Lily thought to herself about this diligent peer, taking a deep breath. The rankings have been updated. Have you seen them? Luo Cun acknowledged with a nod. What's your score? Su Lily's eyes sparkled. I heard you're now first in our department. Luo Cun gestured a number with her fingers. Su Lily's eyes widened, her voice escalating into a shriek. 30,000? How could it be that much? Academic credits are cumulative. During her freshman and sophomore years, Luo Cun had performed averagely, accumulating just over 10,000 credits, placing her in the upper middle tier, far from Su Lily's impressive score exceeding 20,000. During military training, Su Lily garnered approximately 3,000 credits, primarily due to her overall assessment being rated as an A. Her training results were dismal, and the A was likely awarded based on her performance in the final showdown, where Natasha's interference granted her a substantial boost in points. Su Lily's score was already quite commendable, slightly surpassing Luo Cun, yet Luo Cun astonishingly amassed nearly 20,000 credits. This was utterly incredible. Her eyes sparkled with admiration. You are a miracle. A considerable number of people began to gather around, including a few from the sociology department. Su Lily remarked in awe. Cun Go, your influence on the sociology department is profound. Luo Cun, not wishing to be viewed as a spectacle, quickened her pace, distancing herself from the crowd. She was well aware that, despite her remarkable performance, military training could not account for such a substantial increase in credits. A portion must be the commendation that Tang Yingzhu had mentioned. Truly deserving of the title commendation, it was indeed delightful. After freshening up in her dormitory, Luo Cun delved into literature on mecha manufacturing, as her original self possessed a solid grasp of this knowledge. She was engrossed until her roommate knocked on the door, urging her to the school auditorium. The throngs of students converging towards the venue made it seem as if the entire school was in attendance. It's just an award ceremony. Yet such a grand display? Su Lily exclaimed excitedly. Haven't you heard? The governor is coming. Luo Cun raised an eyebrow. What is her purpose for coming? Her roommate was equally astonished. Governor Hua is here to present awards? Doesn't she have a vast region like Dan's to oversee? The Dan star system, comprising 7 planets, ranks second in area within the alliance. The commander of the entire star system attending a mere military academy commendation ceremony? It was hard to fathom.
No.
Today is primarily for conferring ranks. Aren't the seniors graduating? I am so enviably moved. The governor is here to confer ranks. What prestige. Upon entering the splendid and grand auditorium, Luo Cun casually found a seat, her curiosity piqued. Is the governor's presence customary in previous years?
Impossible. Su Lily diplit.
Governor Hua is very busy. Perhaps she is just nearby this time.
Luo Cun.
Tang Yingzhu called out across a row of seats. Why are you sitting here? Our seats are at the front. Su Lily, filled with envy, urged her forward. Quick, quick, they said awards would be presented. After the military training, Luo Cun had undeniably become a rising star, her every move under scrutiny. As she approached Tang Yingzhu, a foot suddenly extended from the crowd. Had she not reacted swiftly to evade it, she might have stumbled publicly in an embarrassing manner. Luo Cun shot an irritated glance at the instigator. Qiu Sheng mimicked a sniper rifle with his hands, positioning them at his chest, peering at her with one eye, and softly uttered, Baiyu. Luo Cun smirked coldly. It seems you Haven T had enough of aiming during the brawl? Struck at a sore point, Qiu Sheng looked indignant. 4.5 points. How shameless. You actually conspired with Dan's University to suppress me. I demand a fair one-on-one duel. Tang Yingzhu appeared exasperated. Fine, but you must agree to one condition. Luo Cun replied calmly. Qiu Sheng, consumed with a desire for vengeance, failed to heed the latter part of her statement. All right. Tang Yingzhu silently wished his brother good luck as the ceremony was about to commence, pulling Luo Cun to the front row. Scanning the crowd, Luo Cun recognized familiar faces. Qi Feiqi, Zhu Zhao, Diao Zimin, Hua En, and a boy named In Curson. She found herself seated between Hua En and Tang Yingzhu. As she settled in, she greeted Hua En. He merely glanced at her, slightly tilting his chin in acknowledgement, exuding an air of aloofness. Luo Cun raised an eyebrow. Really? Junior? We collaborated several times, and yet you greet your senior so coldly? Hua En's eyes flickered slightly, his gaze fixed on her, mulling over his words. Senior? Luo Cun responded with a light snort, as if in affirmation. Witnessing this exchange, Tang Yingzhu quietly inquired, Are you too close outside of school? The two had not allowed their competitive rivalry to create a rift. Both understood well that in competition, employing every strategy and exerting utmost effort was the utmost respect for an opponent. Tang Yingzhu's greatest miscalculation was underestimating Luo Cun's determination to become a commander. With a sardonic smile, Luo Cun quipped, Perhaps it's just that I'm more familiar with him than with you? Tang Yingzhu sighed in resignation. Should I post a clarification on the forum? Luo Cun glanced at him with a smirk. Do you not know that such attempts would only exacerbate the situation? Leaning back in his chair, Tang Yingzhu resigned himself. Well, it seems that that's the only way to express my sincerity. Is your face not important? Compared to my face, my brothers are of greater significance. As the three became the talk of the military training, they also found themselves at the center of two trending gossip threads on the campus forum. Those seated nearby were like live spectators at a grand spectacle, hanging on to every explosive exchange, afraid to miss a single detail. It was likely that their focus exceeded that of any classroom setting. A well-meaning individual posted this segment on the forum, and the responses skyrocketed, inadvertently turning into a heated topic. The grand spectacle, who will ultimately win the heart of the department as flower. Accompanying the post was a photo of Luo Cun and Hua En exchanging glances, with Tang Yingzhu caught in a contemplative, candid shot. 1L. Why call her the department's flower? She's Cun Ge. 2L. Why call her Cun Ge? She's big brother. 3L. Looking at this picture, I reckon Hua Ge has the upper hand. 4L. From the look in Zhu Ji's eyes, he doesn't seem to be losing. 5L. I'm in the second row. And I just heard Hua En call Cun Ge Senior. Oh my, I'm losing it. 7L. One of the 10 unsolved mysteries of the military. Hua En actually calls her sister. 8L. I'm begging for a recording. 9L. 1000000086 10L. I also heard Luo Cun tell Zhu Ge to roll.
11
12L. Where did the last person who told me to roll go? 13L. Rumor has it they dropped out. 99L. We mean no disrespect. Tang Yingzhu is S rank, Hua En is super S rank, and Luo Cun a weak A. Why does she speak like this to them? 100L. Because Big Brother is impressive. 101L. Because Big Brother is impressive. 133L. Because Big Brother is impressive. Chapter 28. Setting a small goal. As the music began to play, a man in uniform ascended the podium. Hello, fellow students, I am Gu Huaidong, the host of the 539th graduation ceremony. Gu Huaidong had a naturally slender frame, appearing frail, and although he was young, he resembled an old man. Yet, this did not diminish his popularity among the student body. It was said that the medals he had earned could adorn an entire wall. Each year during this transition period, I feel a profound sense of reflection. This signifies that our military has once again contributed a batch of exceptional soldiers to the alliance. I hope that as you leave this institution, you will always remember our school motto: cultivate virtue and knowledge, uphold justice, and honor the glory of a soldier. This year's graduates are the fortunate ones. You will be conferred ranks by the esteemed Governor of Danzel, who was once an outstanding graduate herself.
Now,
let us welcome Governor Hua to deliver her speech. The auditorium erupted in applause. Hua Qingchuan rose and approached the podium, clad in a sharp black suit that accentuated her commanding presence. Her strides were decisive and brisk, exuding a strong military demeanor. Greetings, everyone. I am Hua Qingchuan. She began with a warm smile, her voice gentle. Upon receiving an invitation from the school, I felt it was high time to revisit my alma mater. Fortunately, after a decade, the changes among old friends are minimal, particularly with Director Gu, whose vigor remains remarkably intact. Despite his current frail appearance, he bore the same demeanor a decade ago, prompting laughter from the audience. She's always been so approachable, Luo Cun quietly inquired. Tang Yingzhu focused on the stage, noting, Governor Hua has consistently been known for his accessibility since his campaign, a distinctive personal trait. Luo Cun appeared contemplative.
Moments latte.
Her gaze hardened with determination as she pointed assertively at the stage, declaring, Give me 2 years, and I will occupy her position. Tang Yingzhu doubted her ears. Turning to her, what did you just say? Luo Cun calmly reiterated her statement. Tang Yingzhu slowly began to analyze after graduation. It could take at least 3 years for an intern to become a department head, even if you are exceptionally talented. Reaching the rank of planetary governor will require a minimum of 5 years. The final leap to the governor of the entire star region conservatively estimates a decade, totaling 18 years. This is contingent upon the full support of the Luo family. The implication was clear. Do not dream too grandly. Luo Cun shook her head. No. You cannot calculate it that way.
Oh.
Tang Yingzhu seemed to grasp an insight. With your looks, becoming the governor's wife should not pose an issue. That is indeed a strategy. Luo Cun earnestly explained, when I say 2 years, I mean the next election will only occur in 2 years. Tang Yingzhu was interrupted by a sharp laugh from the side. What are you laughing at, Huan? Luo Cun demanded. Seizing the opportunity, Tang Yingzhu fanned the flames. The person on stage is his mother. He is mocking you. Luo Cun huffed. Young people must have dreams. Is it wrong for me to set a small goal? Tang Yingzhu raised her thumb. Your goal is indeed quite modest. Why not share your grander dreams? She squinted at Huan. My dream is to join the military, he replied. Tang Yingzhu chuckled. What a coincidence. My dream is also to join the military. Luo Cun scoffed. You two are utterly uninteresting. Huan's expression dimmed slightly. On stage, Hu Qingchuan had concluded her speech and was now conferring honors to distinguished graduates, generating excitement among the students. Luo Cun noticed some with red eyes. Gu Huaizhong continued his role as host. We will now proceed to the second item, awarding individuals who have excelled during military training. He projected a video showing a girl diverting the attention of a star beast to save her classmate. This is a video of our student, Luo Cun, battling a class C rat beast. Her courageous actions successfully prevented her classmate from falling victim to a star beast massacre. In light of her outstanding performance during military training, the school has decided to award Luo Cun the Red Rose Honor Medal. The audience erupted in cheers. She actually received the Red Rose Medal. It has been years since anyone last earned it. Incredible. Even Tang Yingzhu was taken aback. The Red Rose Medal? Impressive. Luo Cun, curious, inquired, what is the use of this medal? The school has a rose hall where those who have received the Red Rose Medal are immortalized with busts, came the response. When she learned it was merely a statue, her interest waned. Once you enter the military, you will receive focused training, Huan added. Gu Huaizhong continued. In recognition of the outstanding performances during military training, we will also be awarding the exercise model title to Tang Yingzhu and Huan, as well as the outstanding soldier title to Qi Feiqi, Zhu Zhao, Diao Zimin, Wei He, Qiu Sheng, and Incursion. The group was invited to the stage. As the recipient of the Red Rose Medal, Luo Cun was undoubtedly the center of attention, flanked by Huan and Tang Yingzhu. Governor Hu personally awarding the medal? They are so fortunate. I can understand the conferring of ranks, but bothering the governor for a mere medal seems unnecessary. It's primarily about the rank. The medal is just a side note, no need to be so excited. Hu Qingchuan tirelessly handed the medals to each recipient with an exceptionally amiable demeanor, akin to a leader bestowing a model student award. It was a moment of utmost surprise and honor. When it was Huan's turn, Hu Qingchuan personally pinned the medal on his chest, softly praising him. Well done. Huan's response, however, was rather indifferent. Luo Cun suddenly realized that this was merely a guise for Hu Qingchuan to award her son. She numbly accepted the medal, expecting the ceremony to conclude, only to find a hand reaching out before her. Hu Qingchuan smiled warmly. The recipient of the Red Rose Medal will undoubtedly be someone to reckon with in the future. Luo Cun blinked and extended her hand for a handshake. Just as their fingers were about to touch, an alarm rang in her mind, and she quickly withdrew, lightly grazing his fingertips. Hu Qingchuan paused momentarily, said nothing, and smiled as she moved on to Tang Yingzhu. Luo Cun discreetly rubbed her tingling fingertips. After the award ceremony, Gu Huaizhong retained Luo Cun for a private conversation. They sat side by side in the first row of the auditorium, with the space behind them entirely vacant. Director Gu, did you wish to discuss something with me? Luo Cun inquired politely. Gu Huaizhong pondered briefly before stating, Luo Cun, I am quite direct, so I will be straightforward. I have heard you are interested in transferring to our military command department. Is that true? Here comes the matter of the transfer. Luo Cun's tone carried a hint of sadness, recalling her previous application that had been rejected. Gu Huaizhong quickly reassured her, Luo Cun, Your previous application was handled by a substitute teacher, and I have already reprimanded him. Your command abilities are evident. Our department would certainly welcome you with open arms. Pretending to think, Luo Cun replied, perhaps it's best to leave it be. Transferring would mean starting over from scratch, and that sounds rather cumbersome. Cumbersome? Not at all. Gu Huizhong appeared well prepared. Tang Yingzhu mentioned you've been attending courses with the command department. Thus, you could follow the third-year curriculum while only needing to take exams for the second-year courses. How does that sound? Given the strictness of military education, this was already a significant concession, as transfers typically required starting anew from the first year. Luo Cun nodded. That is acceptable, but my credits seem a bit low. That can be easily resolved. Gu Huizhong responded nonchalantly. We can temporarily keep your credits undisclosed and reassess them based on your midterm exam results. It was evident that Gu Huizhong was genuinely eager to have her, providing such generous conditions. Seeing Luo Cun nod, Gu Huizhong enthusiastically proclaimed, in that case, let's finalize this. Submit your transfer application as soon as possible and I will approve it. Director Gu, I have one more request, Luo Cun interjected. Go ahead. I request the same eligibility for interdepartmental competitions as other students. Gu Huizhong immediately affirmed, of course. Once you join us, you will be a student of the command department, and this is not merely a request, it is your rightful entitlement. Luo Cun happily accepted. Gu Huizhong, pleased that the command department would welcome a talent like Luo Cun, concluded their conversation on a very positive note. Chapter 29. One-on-one with Qiu Sheng. Luo Cun was assigned to Class A of the Military Command Department, becoming classmates with Tang Yingzhu. Having a wealthy friend certainly had its advantages, allowing one to live a campus life without incurring expenses, provided one had the audacity. Tang Yingzhu expressed her exasperation at Luo Cun's habit of mooching meals. Are you out of money? Not just out of money, came the reply. Her account held a mere 15,789 star coins. In a cafeteria where a single meal could cost several hundred star coins. This paltry sum could barely sustain her for half a semester. It's not as if you can't afford it, so why all the fuss? She retorted, suggesting that if he treated her to a year's worth of meals, all her grievances would be forgiven. Tang Yingzhu promptly offered her a chicken leg deal. After their lunch, the two set off together for class. On their way to the academic building, Tang Yingzhu made a point to remind her. Fu Bin's shooting class is quite rigorous, particularly for students with shooting talent. He tends to pay them special attention. Luo Cun furrowed her brow slightly. Special attention means Tang Yingzhu's lips curved into a subtle smile. Exactly what you're thinking. Soon, they arrived outside Hongyi Building, a towering structure entirely clad in white, resembling a spaceship with a strong sense of futurism. This building was specifically constructed for the Military Command Department, adorned with an atmosphere of grandeur and exquisite decor, housing numerous cutting-edge technological devices. Luo Cun halted abruptly. Why is he here? Qiu Sheng was leaning against the classroom door, appearing as if he had been waiting for quite some time. Our military command department shares many classes with the mecha combat department. Qiu Sheng, don't act recklessly.
Tang Jingzhu told Wunna.
Qiu Sheng whistled and turned to Luo Cun, taunting, 4.5 minutes. Don't forget our agreement. Luo Cun narrowed her eyes. Of course. Don't linger at the door. Fu Bin entered with a teaching plan in hand, casting a stern glance at Luo Cun. My class does not permit auditors. Tang Yingzhu interjected on her behalf. Teacher Fu, this is a new student who just transferred. Fu Bin appraised Luo Cun with a discerning gaze, but said nothing as he ascended the podium, rapping his knuckles on the desk. Prepare for class. Enter the pods. The classroom was filled with biological pods. Tang Yingzhu guided her to a corner where an unused device stood. Our shooting course utilizes the STAR network to simulate real combat. Go ahead. Luo Cun reclined, and the pod's door sealed automatically. A flash of white light surged through, and the scenery around her transformed abruptly. She found herself in an open field, surrounded by dense jungles and towering ancient trees. Tang Yingzhu approached her, his physique tightly encased in tactical gear, revealing well-defined muscle contours. He pointed to a small figure emblem on her helmet. Adjust the pain sensitivity level. Teacher Fu has set the minimum threshold at 40. Observing her current pain sensitivity level at 100, Luo Cun adjusted it to 75, a value that could elicit a crisis response without causing unconsciousness. At that moment, a faint hissing sound emanated from the depths of the jungle. Fu Bin, gun in hand, stood at the front of the group, his voice resonating clearly in every student's ear. Scythe-tailed snake, a C-class star beast, named for its tail resembling a scythe. Its tail tip can launch poisonous stingers and possesses immense strength. Do not get ensnared. As he spoke, a colossal snake, approximately 10 meters in length, appeared before them.
Bang, bang, bang.
Fu Bin raised his weapon and fired. Its weak spot lay in the triangular area between its eyes, a small target that posed significant challenges on the battlefield. His aim was steady as he emptied nearly half a magazine before finally slaying the scythe-tailed snake. The crowd's expressions shifted drastically. Is this truly a C-class star beast? Someone exclaimed. Its head defense capability is utterly monstrous. Fu Bin smirked. You may also try shooting at other areas. Just then, another scythe-tailed snake emerged, and someone attempted to shoot at its tail. Unlike the head, this spot immediately opened a gaping wound, but before they could celebrate, the wound rapidly healed. What an absurd healing ability! Enraged, the scythe-tailed snake lashed its long tail, its half-meter-long spikes raining down like hailstones. Some were caught off guard and eliminated instantly. At that moment, 3 thunderous shots rang out in succession. 3 bullets struck the snake squarely between its eyes, and it collapsed.
Wow.
Qiu Sheng leaped down from a tree, grinning broadly, exuding confidence. Such a show-off, Luo Cun muttered. Fu Bin proclaimed, this is a pop quiz. Those eliminated receive 0 points, while successfully killing a scythe-tailed snake earns 10 points, with a maximum of 100. Oh no, another exam. If I fail this shooting class again, I'll be delayed in graduating. Unlike the others, Luo Cun's eyes brightened at the mention of points. The military command and mecha combat departments offered numerous courses and exercises, making them the highest credit-earning majors in the entire school, with students often amassing between 70 to 80,000 credits. Tang Yingzhua had even surpassed the 100,000 mark. She had arrived with a mere 30,000 credits, placing her at the bottom. Suddenly, a massive, rhythmic hissing sound erupted from all directions. Fu Bin taunted, how did you study for your star beast class? Scythe-tailed snakes are pack animals. You've already provoked them by killing 2. The crowd cursed as they retreated. As Qiu Sheng brushed past Luo Cun, he gave her a hard pat on the shoulder. Luo Cun halted abruptly. Tang Yingzhua, who had been by her side, looked puzzled. What do you intend to do? Luo Cun surveyed her surroundings, switched her NGY-style automatic rifle to a sniper rifle, and, leveraging the sturdy branches of an ancient tree, swiftly ascended to the treetops. Tang Yingzhua could only follow. From their elevated vantage point, the view was unobstructed. In the distance, the bushes trembled violently. Accompanied by a rustling sound, a multitude of scythe-tailed snakes was rapidly approaching. Luo Cun squinted for a moment, then quickly returned to a mid-level branch, positioning her weapon. She raised her wrist, noting that just over 10 seconds had passed. The scythe-tailed snakes were advancing at approximately 168 meters per second, covering about 200 meters. Calculating her shot, she pressed the trigger without hesitation.
Bang, bang, bang.
ID 007 successfully killed 1 scythe-tailed snake, earning 10 points.
Bang, bang, bang.
A second.
Bang, bang, bang.
A third. Seeing the notifications, Fu Bin glanced incredulously towards Luo Cun. Is that the new transfer student? What the heck is this really happening? Who is 007? ISN Qiu Sheng S pod number 250? It's Siyuan Go. I saw her lie down in there. Wow, Siyuan Go is impressive.
Bang, bang, bang.
At that moment, ostentatious gunfire erupted from another direction. It was Qiu Sheng. A cold smile crept upon Luo Cun's lips. The two seemed to be in competition, their gunfire echoing in tandem from opposite directions. Their marksmanship was impeccable. Every shot fired found its mark. Star beasts possess an innate ability to sense danger, causing the scythe-tailed snakes to slow their advance. An extraordinarily surreal scene unfolded. With just the 2 of them, they halted the onslaught of the scythe-tailed snakes. Chapter 30. Where are the items? Is this what it feels like to be carried by the experts? What do you mean carried? The star beasts are being killed by them, the points belong to them, and have nothing to do with us. This is the feeling of being utterly dominated. The scythe-tailed snakes dare not approach, and we don't dare to advance. Bro, you summarized that well. Promise me you won't do it again next time, okay? As everyone witnessed the scene, Fu Bin found himself both amused and exasperated, realizing these 2 youngsters were competing in his class. Very well, if you wish to compete, then let the contest commence. He quickly tapped a few buttons on the attribute panel. The scythe-tailed snakes, seemingly provoked, emitted high-pitched hisses. their eyes turning crimson as they crazily surged toward the students. Oh my god. The scythe-tailed snakes have all gone berserk.
Crap.
This is definitely Fu's doing.
Run.
A group of frenzied star beasts unarmed, who could possibly contend with them. The pressure on Luo Cun and Qiao Sheng suddenly escalated. The scythe-tailed serpent, after its transformation, had its defenses, speed, and healing capabilities elevated to a new echelon. 3 sniper bullets were utterly insufficient to slay it. In the blink of an eye, the scythe-tailed serpent was upon them, and Luo Cun felt her body ensnared by the serpent's tail, her ribs compressed, a jarring pain radiating to her brain. Some darkness enveloped her, and when she reopened her eyes, she found herself back in the classroom. The hatch opened automatically, and she sat upright. Qiao Sheng met her gaze from afar, grinning smugly. I killed 25. You killed 23. I am the victor. The sensation of death felt all too real. Luo Cun gasped lightly, her tone icy. Oh. Observing her calm demeanor, Qiao Sheng grew anxious. You lost. By 4.5 minutes. Luo Cun fixed her gaze upon him. Indeed, I lost, you won. Remember your promise to me. Qiao Sheng's mind momentarily short-circuited, his smile frozen in place. What promise? I can agree, but you must promise me something in return. Sure. Luo Cun pressed the pause button. Aside from the audio, I also have video footage. Would you like to see it? Qiao Sheng's lips twitched, disbelief washing over him as he glanced at Tang Yingzhu, who had just emerged from the biological pod. Tang Yingzhu rubbed his forehead. He resolved that in the next shooting class, he must keep a safe distance from these two, lest he meet an untimely demise. I haven't figured out this matter yet, but I will seek you out once I've come up with something, Luo Cun cheerfully reminded before leaving the classroom. Qiao Sheng's eyes widened in disbelief as he murmured to the air, I won, and I still have to agree to her conditions? What was the point of winning? Tang Yingzhu consoled him. At least you won. Qiao Sheng felt dejected for only a moment, quickly immersing himself in the joy of victory. Yingzi, you're right. I won by 4.5 minutes. This feels fantastic. Just as Luo Cun exited the conference building, she was intercepted by a slender figure with exquisite features and curly hair. She vaguely recognized this person. And Curson, the chief of the mecha manufacturing department. Although mechas were not utilized during military training, he was responsible for the maintenance and upkeep of firearms and various machinery, which boasted a remarkably low damage rate, thus earning a place in military training. Do you need something from me? She asked with a friendly demeanor. And Curson got straight to the point. Where is it? They actually knew each other? Luo Cun, momentarily at a loss, replied vaguely, It's not with me. And Curson scrutinized her for a moment, then inquired, Is it true that you've lost your memory? Luo Cun's mouth twitched. Were the students in this school always so impolite towards classmates with amnesia? He appeared quite distressed. You don't remember where it is? What are we to do? Luo Cun's heart sank. Is it something of great importance? And Curson's pale pupils were filled with helplessness. Your entire belongings. Is it not important?
What?
Luo Cun's voice involuntarily rose by an octave. She had always found it peculiar. After all, she was from the Luo family. How could she be in such a state of destitution? So she had spent all her money. Your custom-built basic mecha, along with a plethora of rare materials. These are substantial items. Where do you think they could be? And Curson had little hope himself. If Luo Cun genuinely had amnesia, then he could attempt to help her remember. But she didn't. She had no recollection of this matter at all. Luo Cun's tone became exceedingly difficult. I'll think about it. Is there anything else? I heard you only lost part of your memory, but all your skills remain intact? Luo Cun nodded. Currently, that is the case.
Come with me.
And Curson sighed in relief. Luo Cun followed him directly to the mecha manufacturing department. Gazing at the enormous mecha before her, she exclaimed, You want me to help you repair the mecha? And Curson, standing on a ladder and inspecting the power source module, explained, You are familiar with the auxiliary series mechas. I want to see if I can enhance the weapon systems. Luo Cun circled the mecha thoughtfully. You can already independently produce A-grade mechas? Her mind automatically processed all the information about this mecha, the auxiliary series A-grade Lita mecha. And Curson sighed. To reintroduce myself, I am an S-grade mecha master. Luo Cun's eyes widened. An S-grade mecha master is as prestigious as an S-grade commander. The former is even more rare in reality, as they are often courted by various powerful families, making them exceedingly valuable. Only an S-grade mecha master can manufacture S-grade mechas. Among the auxiliary series mechas, the Lita mecha has the highest usage rate, as it is the only auxiliary mecha equipped with a small missile system. Since combat on the battlefield is inevitable, I want to see if I can add some additional weapon configurations. A commendable idea. Luo Cun followed his line of thought. But how would they address the added weight from the weapon systems? If they sacrifice the advantages of weight and speed, the Lita would lose its inherent significance. She refrained from mentioning that optimizing the attributes of the Lita, a mecha that had been around for many years and was technologically mature, was exceedingly challenging. And Curson suggested, utilize turtle shell materials. They can enhance the defensive attributes while keeping the overall weight within standard limits. Luo Cun pondered as she stroked the exterior. Using only turtle shell is somewhat brittle. Let's try incorporating some carbon gold. If we use the best alloys for the joints, it may ensure speed, but that would drive the cost too high. Let's redesign the joint structure and see if we can achieve a similar effect with ordinary materials. And Curson was taken aback. I had planned to use alloys for the joints all along. This mecha is being prepared for the League. Are you really considering the cost? Luo Cun blinked, pointing at herself. Is this being made for me? And Curson set down his wrench. Of course not. This is a standard mecha being modified at the request of the school. Before Luo Cun could catch her breath, he continued, you did indeed ask me to help you design a League mecha, but didn't you forget where you placed the items? Luo Cun, I must find them. Your performance during military training was quite impressive, he suddenly said, his tone earnest. Thank you. May I ask, how did we come to know each other? Luo Cun felt a bit apprehensive. Surely, he wasn't yet another acquaintance like Tang Yingzhu? Last year, in the library. You solved a problem I had posted on the campus forum, and Curson replied slowly. Luo Cun sighed in relief. Thankfully. This person had a typical classmate relationship with her original self. She certainly did not wish to deal with another Tang Yingzhu. Chapter 31. Out of living expenses upon returning to her dormitory, Luo Cun immediately retrieved a black notebook and perused it from cover to cover, finding no mention of the custom mecha whatsoever. Undeterred, she rummaged through her bookcase and wardrobe, yielding no results. Instead, she discovered that many of the gemstones set in her jewelry were, in fact, inexpensive synthetic stones. In other words, they were all fakes. Luo Cun could almost envision how her original self had discreetly amassed a considerable fortune by purchasing counterfeit bags and jewelry. During this period, she had diligently acquired a wealth of knowledge. The price of a custom mecha was an exceedingly daunting figure. A-grade mechas ranged from tens of millions to billions. While S-grade mechas never fell below $1 billion, it was rumored that Hua An's mecha cost upwards of hundreds of billions. It became evident that uncovering a secret meticulously concealed by someone was an arduous task. After thoroughly turning her dormitory upside down, Luo Cun sighed heavily and dialed Tang Yingzhu's video call. The other party was having a meal, the exquisite dishes on his table starkly contrasting with the cafeteria fare. Luo Cun raised an eyebrow. You left school? And you didn't invite me for a meal? You promised to treat me to food for a year. The succession of inquiries prompted Tang Yingzhu to promptly provide an address. Luo Cun hastened out. This was a private club, sprawling in its expanse, adorned with resplendent opulence, where priceless artifacts merely served as decorative pieces. The attendant, exuding politeness, inquired, Madam, may I ask which of our regular private rooms you prefer? Such an elite establishment was not accessible to the common populace. The attendant, perceiving her unfamiliarity yet daunted by her imposing presence, dared not to impede her further and tentatively inquired. Upon receiving a message through his earpiece, his demeanor shifted immediately. A distinguished guest from Renhui residence. Please follow me. Madam. Ascending to the 10th floor via the panoramic elevator and traversing a corridor, Luo Cun followed the attendant to Renhui residence. To call it a private room would be an understatement. It resembled a lavish suite equipped with every conceivable amenity. She couldn't help but exclaim, young Master Tang truly knows how to indulge in life. The Yin family's domain was relatively secure. The Yin family is involved in this? Luo Cun expressed her surprise, as she seldom heard of the Yin family's commercial pursuits. With a long history, the central Yin family wielded vast resources spanning military and political spheres. And perhaps to maintain their formidable and enigmatic reputation, they rarely engaged in business ventures. Tang Yingzhu wiped the corner of his mouth, preemptively stating, I initially intended to summon you, but I noticed you had accompanied someone to the mecha manufacturing department. Luo Cun let out a dismissive hum, seating herself opposite him. As she picked a tender piece of meat from her plate and popped it into her mouth, she was momentarily stunned. A surge of energy erupted within her. seamlessly integrating into her limbs, enveloping her in a gentle warmth. Is this star beast meat? After finishing his meal, Tang Ingju rose and reclined on a nearby sofa. Is your mental capacity functioning normally now? Luo Cun sensed no obstructions upon introspection. Yes, that's good. We shall practice piloting mechas on the star network shortly. If it's the superficial connection akin to the daytime classes, it requires no substantial mental effort. However, piloting a mecha is markedly different. It necessitates a deeper connection that activates mental capabilities. Luo Cun nodded nonchalantly, quickly finishing her meal. I have something to ask you. Have I ever mentioned commissioning a custom mecha? Tang Ingju raised an eyebrow in surprise. You're seeking to commission a mecha from Incursion? I had no idea. If even Tang Ingju was unaware, who else could she inquire? Luo Cun covered her face, but I forgot where I hid that batch of materials. Why did the original self conceal the custom mecha so deeply? Tang Ingju hesitated. Have you undergone a follow-up examination at the hospital? Doctor. Lin mentioned your condition, might be short-term amnesia. Luo Cun's expression darkened incrementally. I suspect I may never recall. What do you mean? She exclaimed. I've lost my memory, yet the skills I possess remain intact. It defies logic. I suspect the damage is a result of a mental surge. Luo Cun presented her pre-prepared explanation. Tang Ingju frowned. You should get tested at the school hospital. All right. Tang Ingju sank deeper into the sofa, rubbing his temples. I've received results regarding the matter you asked me to investigate. Oh. Luo Cun straightened her posture. On the day of the preliminary assessments, there indeed was an outsider from another school present, but my investigation hit a dead end when I traced the clues to Cold Lake. Luo Cun narrowed her eyes. What about the biological pod number 009? No issues? This was the pod she had utilized, and Su Lily informed her she had been perfectly normal prior to entering it. No problems, Tang Ingju exhaled. This matter seems to be related to the Cold Lake's most powerful faction, Huayan. Luo Cun's heart sank. Her suspicions were validated. The original self's demise was not simple. However, given the current uncertainty, involving Tang Ingju recklessly would not bode well. She refrained from mentioning the needle incident. How could Huayan's people suddenly appear in the military? The school is still investigating. It's unclear if the protective barrier is also a ploy by Huayan, speculated Tang Ingju. Luo Cun's brow furrowed, her keen instincts alerting her that this situation was far more complex. This matter exceeds our jurisdiction. Do not dwell on it. Tang Ingju shifted the topic. I vaguely recall that the Luo family transfers your living expenses around mid-month. It is now the end of the month. Luo Cun paused, glancing at her account records. Indeed, she had consistently received a transfer of 500,000 star coins around that time each month. Her expression shifted slightly. I haven't received this month's funds. It must be my grandfather's doing. He dislikes me stepping out of his control. Tang Ingju raised an eyebrow. It seems you've begun to remember certain things. Luo Cun sighed deeply. I've merely come to understand my circumstances within the Luo family. The family matters were not something Tang Ingju could entangle himself in too deeply. He patted her shoulder. Should you require assistance, do not hesitate to speak. Learning of her complete loss of financial support cast a shadow over Luo Cun's mood. Her expression soured as she entered the biological pod. An enigmatic sensation enveloped her, as her mental force seemed to connect with something unknown. Upon opening her eyes, she found herself in a bustling plaza, surrounded by a myriad of people, with screens overhead broadcasting various mecha battle footage. Clicking on the character attributes interface in the upper right corner revealed a face strikingly similar to hers, albeit blurred for anonymity. The resources within the warehouse appeared substantial, with over a dozen mechas available. Luo Cun was taken aback. It seemed the original self was not impoverished on the Star Network. Tang Ingju approached, unchanged in appearance. Do you know how to operate a mecha? Are you interested in training grounds or the competitive arena? Just then, Qiu Sheng logged on, astonished to see Luo Cun. No way, no way. Ingzi, did you bring us here just to score points in 4.5 minutes? Wei, he exclaimed in disbelief. You're bringing someone who can't operate a mecha to the competitive arena? Luo Cun blinked. I can. Before she could finish, a sharp ridicule interrupted her. Huh. You're worried about losing the match, yet you still have the leisure to bring a girl along to score points? The speaker was a red-haired individual, reasonably attractive. Yet his disdainful demeanor marred his appearance. The redhead continued. I heard the league's Danza suffered a crushing defeat again? You might as well not show up for the next league. It's a waste of a spot. Ha ha ha. Gazing at his nostrils, Luo Cun felt a compulsion to retaliate. Zhang Peng, What gives you the right to speak? Qiu Sheng positioned himself protectively in front of Tang Yingzhu. Are you barking up the wrong tree now that the master isn't around? What the hell did you say? Zhang Peng, incensed, stepped forward, chest to chest with Qiu Sheng, his eyes wide with fury. Qiu Sheng stood his ground, pushing back forcefully, their faces nearly touching. What's going on? Luo Cun whispered. Wei he spat, that guy from Xino Military Academy is an old scoundrel. Observing the sudden appearance of Zhang Peng's companions, Luo Cun gained a new understanding of the term old scoundrel. Qiu Sheng laughed derisively. What's the matter? Are you so fearful of me that you need to call for backup? Wei he explained, he lost to Qiu Sheng in a 1v1 before, and after that humiliation, he has been targeting Yingzi. You know Yingzi generally avoids confrontations with Xino. This brat thinks she is scared of him and has only escalated his antics. Zhang Peng, as if he had heard a great joke, let out a mocking laugh, raising his nostrils even higher. Me, afraid of you? You 4 against my 4. Let us have a 4v4 if you dare. Luo Cun thought, indeed, he was quite the old scoundrel. Qiu Sheng laughed, pointing at Luo Cun. This is a newcomer who hasn't even touched a mecha. You want to challenge us to a 4v4? Their commotion attracted considerable attention, and upon hearing Qiu Sheng's words, many laughed aloud. Luo Cun interjected once more. Didn't he say you were bringing a girl to score points? What's the matter? Are you backing down now? Zhang Peng flared his nostrils again, cutting her off. Luo Cun chose to remain silent. Her appearance was set to resemble her original form, and even with the features blurred, it was evident that she was a gentle girl. Within the mech arena of the Star Network, military academy students consistently occupied the upper echelons of the hierarchy. However, aside from these students, a multitude of ordinary enthusiasts who adored mechs also gathered here, competing solely based on their skills. They were quite disdainful of the military students who brought their accomplices to gain points. So, it turns out they are just here to help their friends. If that's the case, then they should just go ahead and not meddle with us ordinary folks. Last time I was randomly teamed with a girl from Sanctum Wayan. She couldn't even shoot, wasting my time. Could we please refrain from letting newcomers participate in team matches? Bringing friends along is just absurd. Zhang Peng chuckled ominously. Look, everyone is saying this. Are you afraid of losing and tarnishing the reputation of your army? To invoke the name of the army at this moment was truly egregious. Qiu Sheng unconsciously clenched his fists. Tang Yingzhu held him back. The Star Network was not a lawless place, and they couldn't resort to violence. He turned to Zhang Peng. Speak. How do you wish to compete? Let us make it fair. A 4-on-4 team battle in the Star Beast battlefield. The side that kills the most Star Beasts wins. How despicable. He won't fight us directly. Qiu Sheng retorted angrily. Zhang Peng's group was far from being a match for Qiu Sheng and Wei He, and Tang Yingzhu's mech combat skills were no less formidable. Even a 3-on-4 scenario would not leave them without a fighting chance. However, killing Star Beasts was an entirely different matter. The disparity between having one less person and one more was immense. If this is a competition, shouldn't there be some stakes? Luo Cun suddenly interjected, her voice light and bright. Qiu Sheng shot her a chilling glare. You actually used a voice changer. Luo Cun gazed directly at Zhang Peng, her demeanor innocent and carefree. Seeing her gentle facade, Zhang Peng chuckled. What stakes do you desire? Luo Cun articulated deliberately. If you lose, you must change your personal introduction on the Star Network too. I was wrong, Army Daddy. How about that? Qiu Sheng trembled with excitement and straightened up. Huh? What a splendid idea. Zhang Peng wiped the smile from his face and fixed a steely gaze on Luo Cun. And if you lose? We'll do the same. Luo Cun shrugged. Zhang Peng pondered for a moment. He had summoned skilled individuals this time, and with 4 people killing Star Beasts, he was confident of victory. He declared, very well. But don't you dare regret it. With the involvement of 2 major star domains, the news spread like wildfire. As Luo Cun and her companions entered the simulated battlefield, the viewership for their rooms surged past 1,000 and continued to climb. Luo Cun's eyes sparkled as she quietly opened the donation channel. Qiu Sheng felt a bit nervous and leaned closer to her, whispering, 4.5 minutes left. Honestly, can you pilot a mech? I should be able to. Luo Cun replied, having piloted mechs from her own era. Qiu Sheng's voice quivered. Should? You were so confident just now. I thought you could. If we lose, we'll have to call those old geezers daddy. Luo Cun dismissed his concern. What's the big deal? You can start calling me daddy to get used to it. Come on, son. Qiu Sheng. Don't panic, Tang Yingzhu interjected. The three of us are not without our strengths. Implicit in his words was that he hadn't counted on Luo Cun at all. Qiusheng took a deep breath, forcing himself to remain calm. After much deliberation among the many mechs in the hangar, Luo Cun ultimately chose a striking red mech. Qiusheng was flabbergasted. Cun go, big brother. Don't play with fire. You should take a Leda. The flame heavy mech isn't suited for you, trust me. The flame mech, part of the Bastion series, was renowned for its firepower. Given Luo Cun's normal range of studies, she should have only encountered support series mechs like the Leda. Luo Cun initially intended to select the Leda, but upon seeing the flame, all the design schematics for it sprang to mind. Naturally, she chose it. With little time left for preparation, Luo Cun entered the mech and embedded her mental energy within it. Her field of vision suddenly expanded. As if she had transformed into a colossal steel giant, she attempted to raise her hand, feeling the immense counterforce almost causing her to buckle. Her mental energy evenly enveloped her body as she tried to lift her leg, only to lose her balance abruptly. Thankfully, Tang Yingzhu was quick to support her, preventing a disastrous fall. Although the two sides could not physically touch, they could see each other's perspectives. And the students from Xino Military Academy were nearly brought to tears from laughter at the sight of Luo Cun. Zhang Peng even shouted directly, urging them to concede quickly and avoid further embarrassment. Qiusheng, witnessing the viewership numbers surge past 10,000, felt a twinge of anxiety. Star Beast Kill Competition. Total duration 1 hour, countdown 541, begin. With the announcement, a horde of scythe-tailed serpents flooded the battlefield. Qiusheng's expression shifted dramatically. Zhang Peng burst into laughter. Haha. Qiusheng, you better use your ghost to aim properly. The ghost was a renowned sniper-class mech, yet it was a light-class mech. To deal with star beasts like the scythe-tailed serpents, a heavy mech was essential. Qiusheng instinctively sought the position of the flame, only to find it wobbling precariously, almost toppling over. He rubbed his face vigorously, his focus sharpening as he charged forward. Relying on himself was the way to go. Chapter 33. You cheated. Qiusheng, a prodigious sniper, exhibited top-notch shooting skills and combat awareness. Even in the hostile environment of the scythe-tailed serpent's battlefield, he remained composed. The ghost mech paved the way, effectively trapping the scythe-tailed serpents at the periphery. A sleek black mech, shielded by the ghost, charged into the fray, showcasing formidable close-range firepower and swiftly clearing a vast area. This was the Assault Series Black Knight mech. Another golden mech flanked him on either side, harvesting the scythe-tailed serpents with ease. Piloting a mech was a stark contrast to fighting unarmed. While it took half a magazine from an ordinary rifle to dispatch a scythe-tailed serpent, the Black Knight could eliminate a swarm with just one burst. Qiusheng kept a close watch on the data from the opposing team. The score was nearly even. Tang Yingzhu frowned. Put in more effort. They may be gathering strength.
Right.
Qiusheng glanced at the flame's position again, and his heart sank. The mech that had been wobbling just moments ago was now moving with surprising agility. The audience was equally stunned. Initially, the room's comments were filled with ridicule of Luo Cun for overestimating herself. Even after the Xino Military Academy members arrived, harsh words were thrown around.
Yet now,
Luo Cun had taught them all a valuable lesson: never hastily conclude based on personal experience, or risk being proven wrong. Luo Cun finally grasped the sensation of piloting a mech. Compared to her era, this mech was palpably more responsive. Simply distributing her mental energy uniformly across her body was insufficient. She needed to allocate her strength differently across her limbs to better handle the mech's weight. Once she adapted to walking, she began to attempt running. This time, she managed to jog quite normally without wobbling. The distribution of energy while running was entirely different. Due to improper posture, her back muscles felt strained. Luo Cun quickly adjusted. Qiusheng began to feel a throbbing pain in his head, a sign of overexerting his mental energy. The scythe-tailed serpents required precise aiming, and utilizing the mech for targeting necessitated mental energy assistance. Otherwise, hitting them was nearly impossible. With just 30 minutes remaining, the score stood at a tie, Xino 299-257, First Army. Tang Yingzhu frowned. Although they held a temporary advantage, Qiusheng and Wei He were rapidly exhausting their energy, and would soon be overtaken. He had never anticipated drawing the scythe serpent, a rather unfortunate stroke of luck for him. His concerns were not unfounded. 10 minutes later, the score displayed 341-342. They had been surpassed. The Black Warrior mech suddenly roared, an immense wave of psychic energy cascading around it. Wei He's eyes turned red as the black warrior brandished its weapons, unleashing a frenzied barrage. The golden mech and phantom mech immediately joined in, reversing the score once more to 423-379. The First Army has been pushed to the brink of frenzy. The Xino Military Academy's current cohort is quite formidable. The First Army has always been weak. But how can Xino claim strength with a 4-on-3 advantage? Rumor has it that all participants are core members of the League. The 3 from First Army are all Class S, while Xino has 2 Class S members. Oh my, it's a showdown of titans. Going into frenzy now ISNTYs. The Star Beasts will also enter frenzy in the final 10 minutes. Underway, He's influence. Zhang Peng and another flame mech began to frenzy as well. The number of scythe serpents on both sides plummeted. Suddenly, a hissing, rhythmic sound erupted. Tang Yingzhu's expression changed. Retreat. The scythe serpents have entered frenzy. The psychic energy in the arena surged, and Qiusheng along with the remaining 2 mechs from Xino also succumbed to frenzy. The scythe serpents, now in frenzy, escalated from Class C to Class B beasts. The pressure on Tang Yingzhu and his team intensified immensely. With the entire Xino team in a frenzied state, their score surged dramatically. Tang Yingzhu inquired over the comms. How are you holding up, Wei He? Don't push yourself. Wei He replied, I'm fine. Tang Yingzhu furrowed his brow. He could sense the strain in Wei He's voice. He adjusted the suppression ring on his wrist, hesitating. At that moment, a mech, blazing like fire, leapt into the battlefield and Luo Cun shouted, Qiusheng, cover me. The flame mech soared into the center of the fray, and Luo Cun's fingers danced across the control panel, activating all the mech's weapon systems. Wherever the flames spread, there lay the corpses of scythe serpents. What the heck? When did the flame mech develop a 4-arm design? That's scientifically impossible. The flame mech can only activate 70 of its weapon systems simultaneously. Is the star network bugging out? Haha, the flame mech's design is hilarious. Qiusheng, witnessing the bizarre 4-armed mech, was so startled that he instantly exited his frenzy state, numbly clearing away the surrounding mechs. In the final minute of the match, the score plummeted to 634-501. This was a figure from which a comeback was impossible. As the match concluded, both teams were transported to the plaza. The 2 groups faced each other, tension palpable in the air. Zhang Peng was the first to erupt, pointing at Luo Cun. You cheated. Both military academies had sent numerous representatives, and the members from Xino stood behind Zhang Peng, indignantly declaring, the First Army has truly declined. Resorting to cheating for victory is disgraceful. Diao Ziming had already received the news and logged on, his robust figure booming. Watch your mouth. His muscular build and imposing presence intimidated many. It should be noted that sustaining severe injuries in the Star Network is irreversible. Luo Cun casually rubbed his ear. You say I cheated? Just because the flame mech has a 4-arm design? Zhang Peng retorted. The flame mech doesn't even have a 4-arm design. In fact, since the advent of sensory mechs, there had been no unusual designs, as they did not conform to human usage norms. Zhang Peng's expression darkened. And you clearly don't know how to pilot a mech. How could you have learned in just 1 hour? Luo Cun chuckled. Who told you I can't pilot a mech? Zhang Peng and his companions' expressions shifted. Luo Cun produced a screenshot from the warehouse, showcasing various mechs. I just haven't piloted a mech in a long time. I needed time to adapt. Qiusheng chuckled. Zhang Peng gritted his teeth. How do you explain the flame mech's performance? Luo Cun smirked. Explain? Is it cheating if someone possesses knowledge beyond your understanding? Refusing to admit defeat and counterattacking, that's the ethos of your Xino Academy? Qiusheng quickly interjected. What do you mean by that? If you don't want to revise your introduction, feel free to recite it aloud. Come on, repeat after me. First Army is my father, I was wrong. Zhang Peng's face alternated between shades of blue and red. Chapter 34. Old Black's general store. With the situation escalating, Zhang Peng was naturally unwilling to comply. If he did, given Tang Jimu's temperament, he would undoubtedly be expelled from the league roster. Just as both sides were at an impasse and Xino Academy began contemplating stepping away, someone logged on. The arrival of this individual stirred quite a commotion, indicating their significant prestige among the student body. Noticing the resemblance he bore to Tang Yingzhu, Luo Cun realized, this must be the Class S commander from Xino, the heir of the Tang family, Tang Jimu. Long time no see, Yingzhu. A smile graced Tang Jimu's lips, exuding an air of refinement. Tang Yingzhu's expression stiffened. Tang Jimu approached him, sighing. You don't greet your older brother? It's truly disheartening. You're already a commander. Why still act so willfully? Luo Cun's internal alarms blared. She leaned closer to Qiu Sheng and whispered, "Why is Yingzhu's brother so pretentious?" Qiu Sheng blinked in confusion. What do you mean by pretentious? It refers to someone who is duplicitous and cunning. Qiu Sheng quickly shot a glance at Luo Cun, silently giving her a thumbs up. Their conversation was hushed, yet those nearby could hear clearly. The members of the First Army wore expressions of suppressed laughter. Tang Jimu subtly glanced at Luo Cun, then declared, "Joking has its limits. A private bet should not escalate to involve the academy. After all, this is a military academy. The repercussions of such news would be detrimental." Upon hearing this, many voiced their agreement. Even those from the First Army had no objections. He continued softly, "Yingzhu, having grown up in Zino, wouldn't you want to see your hometown gain notoriety in such a manner, would you? Let us resolve this matter privately, shall we?" This was tantamount to placing Tang Yingzhu on the hot seat, almost directly branding him a traitor to Zino. Tang Yingzhu forced a stiff smile. "Of course. It's just that you can't handle defeat." Before he could finish, Luo Cun interjected, her large innocent eyes wide. "We hadn't intended to pursue this matter. But when your team's skill was found lacking and you accused us of cheating, that was rather excessive, wasn't it?" Tang Jimu's brows knitted slightly. "Cheating?" Luo Cun pointed at Zhang Peng, indignantly stating, "Yes, the one who accused me of cheating, a grown man who can't handle losing. Is this how all Zino people behave?" Tang Jimu chuckled as he glanced at Zhang Peng. Zhang Peng panicked, immediately stating, she used the Flame Mech-S forearm design and activated all weapon systems. Sensing the situation spiraling out of control, Tang Jimu bluntly interrupted, "Apologize. Zhang Peng, apologize." He reiterated. Zhang Peng, pale-faced, approached Luo Cun, choking out, "I'm sorry." Tang Jimu smiled softly. "Publicly accusing a lady is not the behavior of a gentleman, Zhang Peng. Remember today's lesson." "Yes, Commander Tang." Tang Jimu waved his hand. "All right. Since this matter is resolved, don't linger here. Log off and rest early." Zhang Peng and the others promptly logged off. A dispute was deftly brushed aside by Tang Jimu. Without mentioning the facts of cheating or the stakes of the wager, he succinctly concluded with a remark that it was unbecoming of a gentleman. Truly, as a long-established commander, his finesse and shrewdness are commendable. "Yingzhu, it has been quite some time since we last sparred, hasn't it? Since we are both participating in the upcoming league, why don't we stage a preliminary match between our two brother schools?" Tang Jimu proposed with a smile. The inevitable could not be avoided. Wei Yingzhu closed his eyes momentarily and raised his gaze. "How do you propose we rehearse?" "A small-scale mech battle with 500 participants, scheduled for this Sunday. I shall request a separate battlefield. How does that sound?" Qiu Sheng interjected. "Zino Military Academy seems to have orchestrated this well in advance." He cast a worried glance at Wei Yingzhu. Under the watchful eyes of many, Wei Yingzhu could hardly refuse. Very well. With that, he disconnected, leaving Luo Cun and a few others in a state of bewilderment. Tang Jimu observed them with a slight smile. "Gentlemen, see you on Sunday." In a flash of white light, his figure vanished. Following his departure, the spectators from both military academies gradually logged off. He exclaimed, "They prey on the weak and then the strong. What a devious bunch at Zino." Qiu Sheng echoed, "Indeed, devious." As Luo Cun prepared to log off, Qiu Sheng quickly stopped her. "Aren't you logging off?" Luo Cun blinked in confusion. "Why would I log off? I still have matters to attend to." Qiu Sheng scratched his head. "Aren't you going to seek out Yingzi? You two are together, after all." Luo Cun retorted. "You know very well that Yingzi is with his brother." Observing the conflict in their expressions, Luo Cun quipped, "Honestly, are you both afraid of losing? Is that why you want me to comfort Wei Yingzhu's fragile heart?" Qiu Sheng blinked, while Wei He stared intently. Luo Cun quickly understood, then it's even less necessary. Wei He and Qiu Sheng were left perplexed. Luo Cun patted their shoulders, confidence exuding from her words. In front of his brother, Yingzi resembles a lamb to the slaughter. For he fears defeat. But I will lead you to victory in this competition, trust me. Ignoring their bemused expressions, Luo Cun proceeded to the commercial district of the Star Network. Much like the real world, the Star Network is a vast ecosystem, serving as a platform for learning, shopping, entertainment, and work. The commercial area echoed this, featuring towering buildings alongside numerous street vendors selling clothing and refreshments, nearly indistinguishable from reality. Navigating through the throngs of people, Luo Cun arrived at a secluded alley, checked the shop sign, and confirmed her destination before stepping inside. Old Black's Grocery, a vendor frequently appearing on her Star Network transaction statements. The shop was quite small, unrenovated, with bare walls adorned with wooden shelves haphazardly displaying various mech parts. It was rather rudimentary. "Is anyone here?" She rapped on the table. 2 minutes later, a hunched old man emerged, parting the curtain. He removed the long cigarette from the corner of his mouth, exhaling a plume of dark, gray smoke. With a lazy squint, he inquired, "What do you want? Is this how one conducts business?" Had she not known that most of her mech materials came from this place, Luo Cun might have turned to leave. "I'm just browsing," she ventured cautiously. The old man, puffing on his long cigarette, scrutinized her from head to toe, scoffing as he turned to retreat into the back room.
"Wait."
Luo Cun called out hastily, "Are you selling the modification design for the joints of the Leda mech?" The old man extinguished his cigarette on the table, activated his holographic interface, and after a moment of typing, rasped 3 million. Luo Cun opened her payment code. A small robot flew out from the wooden shelf, scanning her payment code with precision, its mechanical voice bright and clear. "Payment of 3 million received. Thank you for your patronage." Luo Cun felt a pang of regret. At that moment, the robot buzzed beside the old man, emitting 2 beeps. Noticing the message on the holographic screen, the old man glanced back at Luo Cun, smirking. "I thought you were giving up on that batch." Luo Cun's heart skipped a beat. She had indeed uncovered something. "Wait," he said, pinching the air, and the long cigarette reappeared between his fingers as he took a deep drag, the faint fragrance of cold smoke filling the air. Luo Cun involuntarily inhaled, and as the aroma filled her lungs, she felt invigorated, the pressure on her mental energy dissipating. The old man returned, placing a black and gold card on the table. "A pickup card, there's only this one." The information on it was quite straightforward. "Please collect the item numbered NO121456 at number 178, Fair Street, Danzel, Longbang District." Suppressing her tumultuous emotions, Luo Cun pocketed the card and swiftly exited Old Black's Grocery. Chapter 35. The competition begins with the ringing of the class bell. The morning training session for the second-year mech combat class A came to a close. Groups of students exited the classroom in pairs. "How impressive is Huan?" He received an S rating right at the start of the mech class. "I've taken a few mech simulation classes on the Star Network, and it would take years to reach his level. This skill is comparable to that of third-year students, don't you think? I wonder what the professor kept him behind to discuss." Upon hearing their conversation, Luo Cun stepped forward. "Excuse me, could you tell me which classroom Huan is in?" The student, upon seeing her, instinctively replied, "807. "Thank you." After Luo Cun walked away, the student suddenly realized was that
"Kunye."
when Luo Cun found the classroom, she happened to see Gu Huituan descending the stairs from the opposite side. She raised an eyebrow, then turned to see the dejected little wolf inside the classroom. With a gentle tap of her fingers, she knocked on the doorframe. Hua and looked up at the sound, his gaze sharpening as he recognized her, swiftly returning to his usual aloof demeanor, as if his earlier despondency had been but an illusion. "Are you interested in taking on some upperclassmen from another school?" Luo Cun leaned against the doorframe, her tone playful. Huan replied with a puzzled expression. "Huh?" Luo Cun chuckled lightly. "Come with me. Let us take you to a mech battle." During military training, she had sensed his yearning for the battlefield. Just as she suspected, Huan did not decline. The two exited the school gates and headed straight towards a private club, Renhuiju. Seeing them arrive, Wang Zhu cleared his throat. "All right, everyone is here. Zhu Zhao, you may begin. Your competition video on the Star Network has gone viral." Zhu Zhao projected the information into the air, highlighting that Bian Feizhao had created a strategy post. Strategy: how to unlock the forearm configuration and full weapon system of the Blazing Mech. The post featured clips of Luo Cun operating the Blazing Mech, meticulously analyzing how she transitioned from dual to forearms through manual controls. It also detailed the data, explaining that in manual control mode, the Blazing Mech could activate its entire weapon system, albeit with very high demands on the pilot's speed. In conclusion, it was noted that Luo Cun was not only skilled in piloting mechs, but was also an exceptional talent with profound expertise in manual mech operation. Bian Feizhao, a renowned commentator in the mech competition scene, was highly popular and known for his exceptional skills. Once this post was published, it triggered intense discussions across the Star Network, with related topics trending explosively. Reflections on the Blazing Mech, analyzing the advantages and disadvantages of manual versus sensory control. After a century of silence, has the era of manual control mechs finally arrived? 3 sentences to analyze what level of speed is required for seamless operations like those of the blazing mech. Qiu Sheng crouched in the corner, his expression blank. 4.5 minutes. Are you beginning to walk in a zigzag manner as a means of adapting to the manual control mode? Luo Cun nodded. And Kuxian sighed. Now, aside from mecha engineers, no one cares whether the mechas retain the manual control mode. It's commendable that you've practiced specifically for it. Luo Cun touched the tip of her nose. The current manual control code library is markedly different from the past. She had yet to fully acclimatize. Zhu Zhao spoke up. I've looked into it. There's no hidden agenda behind this. It's simply a natural phenomenon. Luo Cun nodded and turned to Su Lily. How is the draft I asked you to prepare yesterday? Su Lily, clutching a portable light brain, gestured an okay. The entire sociology department is on standby and ready to publish at any moment. Luo Cun immediately replied, Go ahead and publish. Su Lily adjusted her glasses, swiftly pressed the code, and contacted the waiting classmates, instructing them to execute the plan. Article after article ignited discussions, emerging like mushrooms after rain on the Star Network. Tang Ying looked at these eye-catching article titles and couldn't help but read aloud. Is it moral decay or the distortion of humanity? The flame driver is accused of cheating? Zino versus Yijuan. Which side will you stand on? Zino. Yijuan dad, I was wrong. He pondered. What are you trying to accomplish? Luo Cun smirked, creating momentum. This not only escalated the conflict between the two schools, which Tang Yingzhou was not entirely in favor of, but also drew greater attention to our match on Sunday. Isn't attention a good thing? Luo Cun's words brimmed with confidence. I will undoubtedly lead Danzel to victory in the league championship. Let us use Zino to sharpen our skills. Qiu Sheng gasped. What skills? The others exclaimed. Suddenly, Su Lily pointed at the screen. Look, it's having an effect. As several eye-catching articles were published, the volume of shares and comments surged at a geometric pace. I'm truly appalled how shameless are Zino's people. A bunch of grown men picking on a girl, and they still want to admit defeat. Feeling for the flame for a second. Strongly advocating, Zino. Step up and fulfill your promise. Shout 3 times. Yijuan dad, I was wrong. Ha 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 ha. Observing the online discourse, Luo Cun wrapped her fingers on the table. Zhu Zhao. Control the comments and steer them towards the friendly match between the two schools. Huh. Zhu Zhao looked puzzled. Luo Cun reminded. The competition starts from this moment. Zhu Zhao's eyes lit up. Understood. Qiu Sheng rose from the corner, his tone eager. Is there anything I can assist with? Su Lily and Zhu Zhao had methods to alter the positioning discreetly. Can you do that? Wei He regarded him with a sidelong glance. Qiu Sheng then retreated. And Kuxian widened his eyes. Are all your commands so tainted? I'll definitely take a detour if I encounter you in the future. Qiu Sheng pulled him over. His tone sorrowful. Child, what a big truth you speak. Tang Yingzhou opened his mouth but ultimately said nothing. Luo Cun. Director Gu has agreed to help us apply for a paid viewing channel on the Star Network. Su Lily stood up from behind the screen, her face radiant with joy. What paid channel? The others chorused. Su Lily blinked. Everyone is incredibly curious about our match on Sunday. Entry will be ticketed. Zhu Zhao murmured. Impressive. The ticket and broadcasting fees for the league are astronomical every year. Luo Cun cleared her throat and stated earnestly, any great revolution cannot do without the accumulation of initial capital. Tang Yingzhou covered his face, realizing that the entire scheme was indeed about making money. It was quite a feat for her to conceive such a plan. Luo Cun, we will apply for the venue. Remember to communicate with Zino.
Tang Yingzhou not dead.
Luo Cun patted his shoulder. Yingzi, let us lead Yijuan to take the first victorious step. I will become your most adept deputy commander ever. Upon hearing the latter part, everyone was momentarily taken aback. Tang Yingzhou, astonished, remarked, You don't plan to command? Magic can only be defeated by magic. Luo Cun raised her head. I want you to defeat him honorably with your data analysis skills. Tang Yingzhou was taken aback. Qiu Sheng excitedly stood up and applauded. Well said. Wei He clenched his fist. Let's go. Take down that group of old scoundrels. Huazhen leaned against the wall with his arms crossed, expressionless as he observed the fervent display of this group, his inner self as tranquil as a still pond. Even in the same room, a lone wolf finds it hard to integrate into the pack. Huazhen, what do you think? Luo Cun suddenly called on him. The others looked at him with curiosity. With rippling starry eyes, Hua-hun replied softly, "Very good." Luo Cun nodded in satisfaction. Chapter 36, The Battle of Blackwood, Part 1. With Luo Cun's deliberate momentum building, the match between Yijuan and Sino attracted a significant amount of attention. Even the Central Military Academy and the Holy Landway and silently joined in. In the VIP viewing area, Luo Zhiqiu sat beside and Ranfeng, respectfully stating, "You needn't come in person." And Ranfeng nodded towards the opposite side, his face filled with arrogance. "Isn't Gu Qingfeng here as well? I'll take a look and leave." Watching the continuously rising viewership numbers, Luo Cun's lips gradually spread into a smile, forming a grin that could only be described as maniacal. The ticket revenue this time, with the Star Network taking a 5 commission, would be split evenly with Sino, and subsequently divided among each individual, potentially yielding tens of thousands. Even the smallest mosquito is still meat, and fully aware of her advantageous position, Luo Cun beamed again. "We've struck gold. Ha ha ha." A flash of white light signaled the collective appearance of 500 students from Sino Military Academy.
Danjiemu,
who usually wore a smile on his face, lost some of his joviality. "Yingzhua, after a few years in Yijuan, I hardly recognize you anymore." Tang Yingzhua replied calmly, "People will always grow." Luo Cun raised an eyebrow. This fellow even dared to retort his brother now. "What progress? Please both teams take their positions. We will now begin the battlefield draw. Draw for an urban battlefield, a territory competition. Killing an enemy grants 1 point, and accidentally injuring a civilian deducts 1 point. An hour later, a Star Beast tide will arrive on Blackwater Star. The team that successfully activates the planetary shield first will win. Match begins." As the intelligence brain announced, the scene transformed dramatically. Tang Yingzhua and the others found themselves in an underground air raid shelter, which presumably served as their command base. Zhu Zhao, draft the map.
Su Li,
Establish communication channels and confirm personnel positions. Diao Zimin, send a squad of elite troops to the surface for reconnaissance, moving within a small radius. Qiu Sheng, Wei He, use the command center as a pivot, maintain a 1,000-meter radius of vigilance. Tang Yingzhua issued commands methodically, and the members of Yijuan sprang into action with remarkable efficiency. As reconnaissance robots relayed information, the map gradually became clearer. So this is the caliber of students from the top 4 military academies. Their map drawing speed is impressive, and their accuracy rate is high as well. Have you seen Yijuan's commander? They say his data analysis skills are phenomenal. Luo Zhiqiu, this Zhu Zhao isn't bad. His map drawing speed is on par with Sino. And Ranfeng remained non-committal. At that moment, Tang Ying suddenly took the initiative and completed the remaining sections of the map, even making a few adjustments. Wow, I kneel in respect first. Urban maps are complex with numerous components. Usually, achieving a 70 accuracy rate is commendable, and Yijuan is quite impressive. Zhu Zhao pointed at the central position, incredulously saying, "Is that the administrative building? The main brain is inside. That is so easy to find." Tang Yingzhu furrowed his brows gradually. A battle involving 500 participants should not be this arduous. Instinctively, he sought out Luo Cun, only to realize that she was not present. Luo Cun had been randomly assigned to a wastewater recycling facility in the outskirts. Glancing at her communication device, she noted the dark indicator lights, indicating that the signal had yet to be restored. Crouching low, she navigated through several low-lying factory buildings before sprinting into the only tall office building, quickly ascending the stairs while gripping the handrail. This edifice boasted 13 floors, housing numerous chemical laboratories, and along her path, she encountered countless researchers sprawled in pools of blood. Reaching the rooftop, she observed her surroundings through a telescope, noting the desolate landscape filled with crumbling walls and the eerie absence of sound or signs of life. It appeared that this planet had recently endured the ravages of war. The communication channel flickered to life with a green light as she called out, "Coordinates for the outskirts wastewater facility. Is anyone there?" A familiar male voice responded, "I'm here." Luo Cun was taken aback. "Huan? Yes, I'm on the perimeter." "You search the factory. I will investigate the office building. Let's regroup at the main entrance in 10 minutes. Understood." On the top floor, there was an exhibition room. Luo Cun forcefully broke the lock and entered. The walls displayed detailed group introductions and process flowcharts, while the display cases were filled with numerous trophies and medals, all credited to the glorious Union Commonwealth. She made a beeline for the central control room located on the 5th floor. By accessing the system's backend, She unraveled the events that had transpired on this planet. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Luo Cun pressed the communication button. Huan, keep an eye out for any bomb shelters. I suspect there may be survivors here.
Received.
Half a minute later, Huan relayed intelligence. There's a situation. In the northeast corner, there's an underground bomb shelter with many employees from the wastewater facility inside. I'm on my way. Luo Cun met up with Huan, and as they stepped into the bomb shelter, a man in a white shirt rushed out towards them. Huan swiftly raised his weapon, commanding stop. The man raised his hands above his head, trembling all over. I'm a civilian. I'm a civilian. Luo Cun checked his waist, back, and ankles for weapons, then focused on the nameplate on his chest. Are you the person in charge here?
Yes.
I am, the man exclaimed, his voice filled with emotion. Finally, you've come. Those damned rebels have slaughtered this place. How many of you are there? Luo Cun glanced behind him and noticed a dense crowd, stretching endlessly. This bomb shelter could accommodate 1,200 people, including the elderly, children, and pregnant women. We've been here for 3 days without supplies. People will die. The leader cried, his voice breaking. Remaining composed, Luo Cun replied, in 1 hour, help will arrive for you. Okay. The leader wept tears of joy. Just then, the communication channel abruptly emitted Tang Yingzhu's orders. Luo Cun, proceed according to the map I marked and assist Diao Zimin's team. She shielded her face to avoid the leader's gaze, whispering back, understood. Huan, with a grave expression, cautioned, the rebels are still active. You all stay hidden here, and do not act rashly. The leader's expression tightened, and he saluted. I guarantee the completion of the mission. Please, both of you, stay safe. Luo Cun felt a twinge of emotion. Thank you for your hard work. The leader waved his hands dismissively. It's nothing. It's what I should do. I hope to see both of you return safely. Chapter 37. The Battle of Haimu, Part 2. Upon exiting the wastewater facility, Huan inquired with confusion, rebels? That was years ago, wasn't it? Luo Cun contemplated for a moment. This battle has factions. It seems we are the regular army, while Zino represents the rebels. Whomever gains control of the main brain first will claim victory. As she spoke, her gaze swept over the troop deployment on the battlefield, a smile gracing her lips. 3 routes of troops, quite audacious. On the map, the blue dots representing one army advanced from 3 directions. The eastern route's forces encountered Zino head-on, with blue and red dots engaged in fierce contention. This must be Diao Zimin's team. Luo Cun promptly declared, get into the mecha. A jet-black mech descended from the sky, its surface shimmering with specks of luminescence, akin to the arrival of a war god. The mech's exterior was crafted from expensive liquid metal, with silver glints at the black joints. Such a unique appearance could only be achieved with Narway alloy. A single phrase echoed in Luo Cun's mind, divine weapon descending. What kind of mech is this? So cool. Blind guess. S-Class mech. I would bet it's definitely more than S-Class. I've never seen a mech with Narway alloy used for its joints. Stop arguing. The grass is explaining now. This is an Ultra S-Class mech named Lone Wolf. Does one army have an Ultra S now? This year's Starfield League is quite intriguing. Doesn't that mean all 4-star regions have Ultra S? Central Military Academy S Ultra S Command, Holy Land Wan S Ultra S Infantry. Zino S Ultra S Mech Division. A glimmer of envy flashed in Luo Cun's eyes as she realized she could not keep up with him, using the Leda. You go ahead to support, I'll cut in from the flank. The reply came from the soaring black mech, vanishing from sight in the blink of an eye. The battle between one army and Zino was at a stalemate. The arrival of Lone Wolf shattered this deadlock. Charging like an ancient ferocious beast towards the mech engaged with Diao Zimin. He did not employ weaponry. With a swift maneuver, he effortlessly twisted off the opponent's right mech arm with his bare hands. Following this, a colossal metallic fist crashed down upon the opposing mech cockpit. Having never witnessed such ferocity in combat, Zino students were so startled that they forgot to resist. Under relentless assault, the cockpit shattered, and the pilot was declared dead on the spot. Without hesitation, Horn surged towards the next target, showing no signs of slowing down. He seemed to relish this visceral combat experience, rarely utilizing the mech's weaponry unless absolutely necessary. The Ultra S is terrifying. This street is his domain. Zino is in trouble. One army is advancing rapidly. The previously slow eastern line, due to the presence of Lone Wolf, had surged to the front. With only 5 kilometers remaining to the government building at the city's center, This distance was trivial for a mech. Luo Cun piloted the Leda mech, trailing Hua En, assisting him in neutralizing the peripheral fire points, her head throbbing. Is this how he pilots the mech in reality? Diao Zimin replied, perhaps it's due to the star network. Some suggest it's futile to attempt to comprehend the thought process of an Ultra-S. Luo Cun, gazing at the relatively intact administrative building ahead, pressed the communication button, reporting to the commander. The Eastern Route team has reached the target location. Tang Ingzhu immediately responded, enter the building. Our objective is the control center. Be cautious of any residual rebels and avoid harming civilians. Understood. Luo Cun commanded. Heavy mechs remain to guard the entrances. The rest of you disembark and follow me inside. Yes. Tang Ingzhu reminded her. Luo Cun, we have mapped the building. The control center may be located underground. Received. Luo Cun extended both palms, signaling 2 teams to split, descending the stairs one to the left and one to the right. Reaching the staircase, Luo Cun aimed her weapon upwards. The stairway above was empty, devoid of any figures. And she exhaled in relief, asking, how is it looking on your end? Still manageable. Tang Ingzhu was under considerable pressure, concurrently commanding 2 routes. Zhu Zhao was intently observing the sand table, reporting, the enemy has entered the capture area in the central route.
Stay calm.
Tang Ingzhu remained composed, instructing Qiu Sheng and the others to wait until they reached the fork in the road. Understood. Qiu Sheng's voice brimmed with eagerness. Towering at approximately 100 meters, a skyscraper loomed as Qiu Sheng clung tightly to a horizontal beam in the midsection, securing himself in midair. A nano-sized reconnaissance drone whirled around him, surveilling the vicinity. Meanwhile, a scattered mechanized infantry squad from Xino Military Academy traversed the building's front. Unbeknownst to them, a sniper had them in his sights. As they approached the intersection, the Phantom mech leaped into action, its rear-mounted cannons deploying automatically, and bullets were unleashed. Ambush! Zhang Peng shouted, alerting his comrades, vigilantly scanning his surroundings. He was compelled to alter their course, hastily guiding his team to the right. Yet this was a dead end. Students from a rival military academy, having concealed themselves on either side of the street, emerged to effortlessly take down the squad. Zhang Peng's face turned ashen as he yelled, if you have the guts, come at me 1v1. Setting an ambush is hardly heroic. In response, a white cylindrical trash bin came hurtling his way. He attempted to evade it, but Qiu Sheng's sniper bullet followed closely behind, leaving him no choice but to dodge the bullet. The trash bin struck, wedged firmly into his mech's nasal cavity, an act both injurious and humiliating.
Ha ha ha.
Qiu Sheng laughed maniacally in midair. Wei He, blushing with embarrassment, remarked, my apologies, I slipped. Qiu Sheng frantically snapped pictures, exclaiming, oh my, you truly are a genius. This old trick of using your nostrils to see is pure brilliance. I've wanted to do that for ages. Wei He decisively flew to the next position, stating, dispose of him. Right away. Qiu Sheng surged forward. The Phantom mech's wings locked onto their target, bullets sealing off all of Zhang Peng's escape routes. The mech, with a trash bin lodged in its nasal cavity, succumbed within a minute. In this contest, Tang Ingzhu showcased his terrifying data analysis capabilities, expertly utilizing the intricate urban terrain for tactical advantage, gradually dismantling the enemy forces. Typically, Xino's scattered infantry would struggle to advance beyond 3 blocks. Realizing their forces were being decimated, Tang Jiashu ordered all units converge towards the center and prepare for a strong offensive. In the audience, An Ranfeng turned to his companion, Zhiqiu. Which side do you think will prevail? Luo Zhiqiu pondered before responding. Tang Ingzhua's analytical skills are indeed formidable, but in terms of raw strength, I believe Xino holds the upper hand. Furthermore, Tang Jiashu's secret weapon has yet to be deployed. Not quite, and Ranfeng remarked with a hint of schadenfreude as he observed the battlefield. It seems Tang Jiashu may be in for a setback. Luo Zhiqiu was taken aback, realizing that the opposing side had already disconnected. Glancing up, she noticed that Gu Qingfeng had also left, unbeknownst to her. Sensing a shift in Xino's troop strength, Tang Ingzhu promptly contacted Luo Cun. Xino intends to launch a strong offensive. You must hurry. Received. On Luo Cun's end, they had located the underground control room and were preparing to breach it. However, and Curson intervened, wait, don't you think things are progressing a bit too smoothly? Diao Zimin added, this is the central control room. How could it be devoid of robots? Let me take a look, and Curson casually dispatched several small engineering robots, resembling tiny spiders, which quickly scurried toward the walls. tapping and probing. Moments later, he gasped, "We can't detonate it." The walls are packed with highly concentrated explosives, enough to bring the entire building down. Diao Zimin slapped his forehead, realization dawning. No wonder it's deserted. They must have evacuated in advance. Luo Cun stepped forward, staring at the sealed main entrance in silence. Still hearing the automated voice prompt, "Apologies, you do not have access permission." Frowning, she queried, "Can't we just melt a hole through the ground without using explosives?" "Absolutely not." And Kerson's tone sharpened. "The entire wall and underground are laced with sensory lines. If any part is severed, it will trigger an explosion. Then what do we do?" Just then, Huan stepped forward, his expression serious. "In 30 minutes, Blackwater Star will face an overwhelming tide of beasts. We have been ordered by our superiors to restart the mainframe and activate the planetary shield, allowing us entry." Diao Zimin scratched his head, "But this isn't a human. Can it even understand us?" A red beam shot forth from the door, accompanied by a mechanical voice. "Beast tied information under verification. Information verified successfully." Diao Zimin's eyes widened in astonishment. "Well, I'll be. It actually works." The red light scanned Huan. "Identity verification in progress. Regular Army of the Glorious Alliance. Verification successful. Please enter the emergency command code." Without hesitation, Luo Cun called out to Tang Yingjue, her voice strong. "Commander, please provide us with the emergency command code." Chapter 38. The Battle of Blackwood, Part 3. Tang Yingjue's voice cut through the cacophony of gunfire. "Emergency command code?" He sought a relatively quiet spot. "What is the situation?" Luo Cun succinctly relayed the events. "If you haven't received the command code, it indicates this is part of the test." Tang Yingjue replied, "This test is exceedingly challenging. There are no clues whatsoever." Luo Cun recalled something she had seen at the wastewater treatment plant and bit her lip. "I have a question. Are the simulated battlefields in StarNet derived from real battlefields? Are you suggesting?" Tang Yingjue's body jolted. "I remember now. This is modeled after Blackwood Star. The Battle of Blackwood." Zhu Zhao, quickly retrieve the mainframe control code from the period of the Glorious Alliance. Understood. The entire command center sprang into action. The Battle of Blackwood occurred during the era of the Glorious Alliance, when remnants of the former Glorious Empire's noble factions, seeking to safeguard their interests, founded a rebellion that swiftly grew in strength, leading to a 30-year civil war within the Glorious Alliance. The innumerable battles that transpired during this period are unforgettable, particularly the one at Blackwood Star, where over 1,200 civilians fell victim to the rebels' massacre, including pregnant women and children. This heinous act incited the previously wavering moderates, accelerating the division that ultimately formed the current interstellar landscape of opposition between the Glorious Empire and the Alliance. How did he discern that Blackwood Star is now classified within the Empire's territory? Through data analysis, the city map bears a 70 resemblance to Blackwood Star. I can hardly believe he might also be an S-class. His analytical prowess resembles that of an intelligent brain. Tang Yingjue removed his gloves and pressed the clasp on his left wrist, gently pulling off the silver bracelet. His muscles quivered slightly as his eyes turned red. He had entered a berserk state. In this heightened state, his consciousness sharpened, and the myriad data from the battlefield swirled in his mind, his hands almost leaving after images as he constructed the computational model. 1 minute later, the system produced the command code. Tang Yingjue exhaled, leaning against the table, utterly spent, a sign of excessive mental strain. Just then, they received a video call request from Zino. Zhu Zhao furrowed his brows. "What does Tang Jiaxu want from us at this moment?" Tang Yingjue's expression darkened. "Answer it. It's been years. Your data analysis skills have significantly improved," Tang Jiaxu remarked with a smile. Tang Yingjue's lips pressed into a thin line. "Speak plainly. You remain as straightforward as ever." Tang Jiaxu replied, "Why don't we strike a deal? You provide me with the emergency command code to access the control room, and I will release the civilians held by the rebels." Tang Yingjue's expression shifted. "What civilians?" "The Battle of Haimu. You haven't forgotten, have you? Here, 1,200 innocent lives were lost." Tang Jimu opened the video he had sent, revealing countless civilians huddled together in a narrow underground space, their eyes devoid of hope. Zhu Zhao gritted her teeth, exclaiming, "Despicable." Tang Jimu glanced at her. "Madam, I am merely loyal to my faction. Let your commander decide. If these civilians perish, you shall not emerge victorious either." Why do I feel that this battlefield harbors such malice towards our side? In truth, it is still equitable. Our side's overall position is considerably closer to the central area, while Xinhua has far more leverage. Initially, didn't two members of our faction fall into the wastewater plant? The intelligence network provided ample warnings. The wastewater plant? Goodness. The person in charge is a rebel. Luo Cun also realized this, instinctively glancing at Hua's and goodness. The roar of mech engines echoed, and Hua and burst forth from the building. My word, he is quite the action-oriented individual, Luo Cun thought, following suit. She messaged Tang Yingzhu, delay Tang Jimu. Upon seeing this message, Tang Yingzhu's eyes flickered. Tang Jimu seemed to sense something threatening. Do not act rashly, or I shall detonate the bombs underground immediately. Tang Yingzhu inhaled deeply and replied, my team has just located the control center. Deciphering the coded order will require time. 3 minutes. If there are no results, I will detonate the bombs and launch a full-scale assault. With that, Tang Jimu ended the video call. Tang Yingzhu messaged Luo Cun. Only 3 minutes. It's up to you now. Luo Cun smirked, a hint of mischief in her smile. Report, Commander. You can always trust your deputy. Tang Yingzhu was taken aback. Zhu Zhao, however, wore a worried expression. Is Xinhua intending to take us down with them? No, Tang Yingzhu sighed. As it stands, we alone would incur penalties for the loss of civilians. If Xinhua detonates the central government building, although we wouldn't be able to reopen the planetary shield, it would still count as our defeat. He is forcing my hand to issue him an emergency command. This meticulous calculation was, as always, thoroughly irksome. What shall we do now? The communications between both sides remained synchronized, leaving Incursion somewhat overwhelmed. Luo Cun had transferred the on-site command authority to him before leaving. The communication channel fell silent. After a while, Tang Yingzhu finally made a decision. I will send him the coded order. Everyone prepare for confrontation and delay Xinhua's forces. The personnel of our side reluctantly accepted this directive. No need, Huan suddenly interjected. And Incursion exclaimed, what? Tang Yingzhu shouted furiously, Huan, what are you planning? Rada, in his mech, also shouted, Huan, stop. The audience gasped collectively as the lone wolf mech descended from above, crashing through the air defense bunker's entrance. Upon seeing him, the man in a white shirt sprang to his feet, racing toward the power supply apparatus on the opposite wall. Yet halfway there, he was struck down by an overwhelming force. Hua and repurposed the shattered door as a weapon. At the same time, he leaped from the cockpit, swiftly and decisively dismembering the man's limbs and severing his jaw. The man writhed on the ground, seemingly intent on further action. Hua An's dark eyes narrowed as he placed a hand on the man's neck. Just as he was about to snap it, a woman's voice echoed in his mind. Stop. His life signals may be linked to the bombs. Hua An swiftly struck, rendering him unconscious. Luo Cun, having finally arrived, punched through the exit, allowing more light to flood into the underground bunker. She peered down, urging, come out. The crowd erupted in cheers. Once everyone was safely evacuated to an open space, Luo Cun sighed in relief. Report to the commander. All hostages have been successfully rescued. At that moment, 3 minutes and 49 seconds had elapsed. Tang Yingzhu was engaged in a standoff with Tang Jimu when he heard this and promptly cut off the video, shouting at Incursion, go reboot the mainframe. Incursion was taken aback, but immediately rushed toward the control room door. Tang Jimu realized something was amiss, his face turning ashen as he commanded, prepare the heavy mechs. Blow up the building. Yes. Diao Zimin removed the suppressor ring from his wrist, rallying, charge, brothers. We shall defend the mainframe at all costs. To the death for the mainframe. Behind him, the mech combat soldiers removed their suppressor rings and soared into the sky. Above, countless mech warriors braved the incoming artillery fire with their lives. On the ground, Incursion trembled as he input the reboot code. Beep. The match is concluded. Congratulations to the 1st Military Academy for successfully rebooting the mainframe, activating the protective shield, and securing victory in this match. System settlement in progress. All participants please log off from the original ground. Qiu Sheng forcefully opened the biopod, shouting exuberantly, we won. We defeated Xinhua. We won. The entire building reverberated with the fervent roars of students. Tang Yingzhu sat within the biopod, observing the ecstatic crowd, unable to suppress a smile. A sharp pain throbbed in his head, yet it was the most relaxed he had felt in years. He instinctively glanced beside him, where Luo Cun had just emerged from the biopod, and their eyes met from afar. She blinked. Only magic can defeat magic, right? Tang Yingzhu lowered his gaze, chuckling softly. Tonight at 7 p.m., at the Onren Club, it's on me, he declared. Qiu Sheng was quite thrilled. Wow, my benefactor, a hug. Someone inquired. Is it the Onren Club? I think it is. Of course. Your brother Zhua is not short on funds. Thank you. Chapter 39. As your deputy commander, the territory of Renhui was not expansive enough, so the Onren Club arranged for them to be accommodated in a suburban villa. Due to the large number of attendees, fearing any oversight, they dispatched a full 10 chefs to cater. Throughout the banquet, Star Beast meat was plentiful. Since military academy students were strictly prohibited from consuming alcohol during their time at school, Tang Yingzhu had them replaced with high-energy drinks. Overindulgence in high-energy drinks could also lead to intoxication. Qiu Sheng stumbled as he walked, excitedly leaning on Tang Yingzhu's shoulder, his words somewhat slurred. Yingzi, you always seem so intimidated by your brother. I thought he was some formidable figure, but he's really not that impressive. I'm just being honest. Don't be upset. In terms of data analysis, he's no match for you. However, when it comes to understanding people, you certainly cannot compete with him. But we shouldn't compare our shortcomings against other strengths, right? And Curson added, he couldn't decipher the final emergency command, so he came after Yingzi. Tang Yingzhu raised his drink, clinking it with several others. I'm stepping out for some fresh air. He walked alone to the second-floor balcony, gazing at the starry sky, feeling a heavy weight lift from his heart as clarity washed over him. You seem to be in good spirits? Luo Cun stood beside him. What brings you out here? Tang Yingzhu turned, leaning against the railing. Luo Cun rubbed her temples. I have a headache. Your mental energy hasn't he recovered yet? You should find time to visit the school hospital. Luo Cun tilted her face upward, closing her eyes to relish the gentle night breeze, savoring this moment of tranquility. I've been thinking, Tang Yingzhu suddenly said, I can be your deputy commander in the league. Luo Cun's eyes flew open in surprise. Are you serious? I heard that loud and clear. No backing out now. But I have one request. Speak. Even if Tang Yingzhu desired the stars in the sky, Luo Cun would find a way to procure them for him. She was determined to recruit Hua, and Luo Cun paused momentarily. Without an Ultra-S team, the prospect of claiming victory was nearly impossible. With Horn on board, the team still possessed a fighting chance. Tang Yingzhu's starry eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. I've always been curious, Luo Cun remarked. During the chaotic battle, you and Chief Feiqi seemingly did not regard Hua An as a formidable asset? Tang Yingzhu sighed. Though Hua An is undeniably powerful, he is insubordinate. Employing such a soldier is exceedingly perilous, yet your coordination appears rather commendable. Luo Cun raised an eyebrow. Is that so? Not long after Hua An entered the academy, Director Gu instructed him to join our league's specialized training. Tang Yingzhu's gaze drifted into reminiscence. He was exceptionally talented and strong, and initially, everyone held him in high regard. However, as time progressed, the situation took a turn. Hua An, accustomed to solitary endeavors, frequently acted independently during training, causing considerable disruption to the team. Eventually, many grew intolerant and petitioned the school to have Horan withdraw from training, which only exacerbated his isolation. His recent collaborations with you have genuinely astonished many. Luo Cun inhaled sharply. All right, but please refrain from embellishing my reputation. I shall confront this wolf cub, Vice Commander Tang. Tang Yingzhu chuckled. I shall defer to your arrangements. Commander Luo. The following day, Luo Cun audaciously attended the mecha combat class for second-year students. Fu Bin's lethal beam swept precisely across each student, and the previously boisterous classroom fell silent. Luo Cun couldn't help but smile. I told you if even third-year students are intimidated, there's no way the second-years would dare to misbehave. It seems the arrival of new classmates has stirred your excitement. Fu Bin stroked his chin and declared, in that case, we shall forego theory today and engage in a simulated battle. Help. Another impromptu test. The students lamented, and Fu Bin's smile turned wicked. In faction warfare, you are free to choose your sides. Luo Cun, Hua An, step forward. The two advanced to the forefront. Fu Bin, select your factions. Luo Cun raised an eyebrow. It seemed fortune had favored her, as she had been contemplating how to engage this wary wolf cub. Indeed, she had come for Huaren. With Gu Huizhong's permission, she could freely choose courses from both the second and third years, though she was required to take the final examinations. One commander, one Ultra-S soldier, each with their own strengths and weaknesses. Fu Bin was curious how these students would select their teams. Soon, however, his expression stiffened. What is going on? Do you all look down on your senior? Luo Cun turned around, finding herself alone. Someone whispered, apologies, senior. Though your command is indeed formidable, Hua and his Ultra-S, collectively, we do not stand a chance against him. Huan glanced back, his expression one of disdain. I do not require them. The second-year mecha class collectively felt the awkwardness. Do not require them?
Fu Bin chuckled.
Hua, and those behind you are your future comrades. Are you implying you do not need allies? Hua, and maintained his stoic demeanor. Correct. Very well. Fu Bin's expression darkened. Everyone behind Hua and fall in left face, quick march, halt. Seeing the throng behind him, Luo Cun revealed a satisfied smile. Excellent. This is the script I should be following. Fu Bin announced, you have 5 minutes to prepare. A group of spirited youths immediately surrounded Luo Cun. Senior, please give us orders. We promise to follow your commands. Commander, please lead us to defeat Huazhen. My passing this semester's combat class hinges on today. Luo Cun smiled. Of course, trust your senior. I will guide you to victory. She beckoned, and the crowd instinctively drew closer to hear her strategy. Heavens, this feels so devious. I love it.
Keep your voices down.
What if we get caught? Huan scoffed, retreating to a corner, arms crossed, eyes closed in meditation. Time's up. Fu Bin pressed the control button, and the mechanical whirring echoed as the classroom gradually transformed. Numerous obstacles appeared, including sniper positions, and Luo Cun and her peers descended into makeshift trenches. Whoever first enters the trench and eliminates the enemy will be victorious. The students murmured. I can already sense Fu's malice. Luo Cun commenced her pre-battle rally. Comrades, brothers, this is a 1 versus 31 contest. Do we have confidence? The crowd lethargically responded. Yes. Fu Bin retorted. Have you all skipped breakfast? I can't hear you. The entirety of second-year mecha class A boomed. Yes. Excellent. Luo Cun resumed her position. After 1 minute, 2 minutes, 5 minutes, she remained still, prompting someone to speak up. Report, Commander. Shall we remain here indefinitely? Luo Cun reclined on the ground, leisurely swinging her legs. Do you remember what I just said?
Yes.
Then there's no problem. Just wait. Proceed as originally planned? Luo Cun nodded. All units. Proceed according to the original plan. 2 minutes later, impatience grew. Why is there still no movement? Hua, and hasn't he approached? Has he? That's impossible. I've been watching. Not even a fly has come. Suddenly sensing something, Luo Cun ceased her leg movements and swiftly rose. All units, be advised. The lone wolf has infiltrated. Repeat, the lone wolf has infiltrated. Position 1, received. Position 2, received. Position 3, received. A voice exclaimed, What the? He came from the sky. His speed is incredible. Defend! Defend! Position 3. What are you doing? The second-year students had yet to establish a complete battlefield awareness, resulting in chaos. Gunfire erupted continuously. Damn it! For soldiers from Position 1 heroically sacrificed themselves.
Bang, bang, bang.
For soldiers from Position 2 fell valiantly. Feeling it was time, Luo Cun led a 6-member squad into the fray. Huan, his eyes filled with contempt, effortlessly dodged the incoming bullets with a few agile flips.
Damn.
I've never hit him. How could Hua, and seemed to have eyes all over his body. In an instant of distraction, Hua, and, like a specter, leaped out, delivering a spinning kick that sent 2 opponents flying, then swiftly dispatched the 2 with 2 precise shots. He immediately crouched to evade several bullets, drawing 2 throwing knives from his ankle, striking down the last 2 opponents in the heart. All this transpired in the blink of an eye. The fluidity and precision of his movements even elicited a cheer from Fu Bin. Seeing him aim at her, Luo Cun raised her hands high and boldly declared, If you're a man, let South settle this in close combat. Huan shifted his gaze from the scope, tilting his head as if contemplating whether to accept this lowly provocation. Fu Bin, curious about Luo Cun's intentions, interjected, Hua, and practice with her. Hua, and holstered his gun. Standing face to face with her, I will only use my left hand. Aware of the insurmountable gap in their physical prowess, Luo Cun unceremoniously replied, Fine. She initiated the attack. If her arm strength was lacking, she would resort to her legs. Leaping into the air, channeling her core strength, Luo Cun executed a magnificent spinning kick aimed at Hua An's heart. Had an ordinary person endured such an assault, they would have either perished or been left severely incapacitated. Yet the target was Hua An. With his fists clenched and crossed over his chest, he effortlessly deflected the onslaught with a gentle block. Luo Cun merely sensed an immense recoil, and by the time she regained her bearings, she found herself standing a meter away. Suddenly, Huan sprang into action. His speed was astonishing, and in the blink of an eye, he was before Luo Cun, devoid of any flamboyant maneuvers, but delivering a left hook instead. Luo Cun raised her arms to guard, only to feel the impact akin to being struck by an iron fist. After 2 exchanges, Huan pinned her to the ground with a single leg, rendering her immobile. Luo Cun shouted, "What are you all waiting for?" A throng of people surged forward, shouting as they rushed out. Huan swiftly drew his gun, prepared to fire, but the sight before him instinctively made him loosen his grip on the trigger. The crowd brandished wooden sticks, brooms, and mops, encircling Huan. A prominent sticker on their chests boldly proclaimed the word civilians. Huan immediately aimed his weapon at Luo Cun. Civilians, unarmed, rushed to shield her. Huan pressed his lips tightly together. After a long standoff, beads of sweat trickled down his brow as he ultimately refrained from pulling the trigger, his expression ashen as he lowered his gun. A group of soldiers emerged from the trenches, standing protectively behind the civilians, their weapons aimed at him. Luo Cun rubbed her bruised shoulder and smiled gently. "Huan, you have lost." Huan gritted his teeth, muttering, "You cheated." Waving aside the crowd, Luo Cun approached him. "Cheated?" Teacher Fu's rule was to enter the trench and eliminate the enemies. Knowing that an elite soldier of Super S caliber would launch a surprise attack, and that our forces were outmatched, why shouldn't I bring civilians to act as a buffer? Is it because it lacks righteousness? But I am the enemy commander. Are we discussing ethics here? She scoffed. "I thought after the Battle of Haimu you would have learned something." Huan's complexion paled. Luo Cun crouched down to meet his gaze. "Do you realize that even if you had killed me and completed your mission, you would still face a military tribunal upon your return for the homicide of civilians?" Huan's breath hitched, and his downcast eyes began to redden. Unaware of the turmoil within him, Luo Cun continued, "At position number 2, there were 5 individuals. Did you happen to notice that the one furthest from you was a civilian?" A student turned around, revealing the civilian tag on his back. "You didn't notice?" My voice is almost cruel. Position number 1 was meant to put you at ease, while the positioning and shooting angle at position number 2 were deliberately arranged to obscure the civilian label on the 5th person, which is why you could so easily dispose of everyone. Had you a comrade, they would have recognized his identity. Had you a comrade, you wouldn't be so helplessly captured by a group of defenseless civilians. With each statement, Huan's eyes reddened further, although his bowed head concealed it from view. Luo Cun sighed. "Soldier, do you know what awaits captives? You will be subjected to torture. A soldier of your caliber. You could even have your memories implanted and be thrust back into battle. Now tell me, Huan, do you need comrades?"
Clap, clap, clap.
Teacher Fu's applause rang out. "Luo Cun, well done. An extra 20 points. Elated, Luo Cun looked up. "Thank you, Teacher Fu." Suddenly, she halted. Wait. Did she just hear a whimper that belonged to a star beast? Huan's gaze abruptly lifted, his dark eyes now tinged with crimson, fixed intently on Luo Cun. "Oh no! Run!" The crowd quickly retreated, leaving a wide expanse of empty space. Fu Bin's expression shifted dramatically as he placed his hand on the real gun at his waist. The mech combat course had a certain probability of igniting students' bloodlust, leading to a frenzy. To prevent unforeseen incidents, instructors always carried real firearms. Huan appeared to retain some semblance of consciousness, his face contorted in anguish, his body trembling uncontrollably. With a sharp sound, jagged beast claws erupted from his fingertips. Luo Cun's expression turned horrified. How could he have gone berserk so quickly and started to mutate? Was it due to his Super S status that it progressed so swiftly? Fu Bin's face darkened as he disengaged the safety. There was no time to wait for Huan to fully transform. A Super S star beast would turn the school into a hell on earth. In that instant, Luo Cun acted on instinct, propelled by a familiar motion. Amidst the gasps of the crowd, she lunged forward. She pinned Huan's hand. Assuming he was under attack, Huan suddenly turned his head, his eyes bloodshot, with piercing vertical pupils that were fearsome. Luo Cun, closest to him, felt the full force of the impact. Within those blood-red eyes, there was no trace of human emotion left. Then, a torrent of mental energy surged forth. With a soft pop, a small white flower blossomed quietly between their palms. Luo Cun's eyes widened slowly. Was this her flower? Had she finally materialized her mental power? Huan's body stiffened. The crimson hue in his eyes abruptly faded, and his fingertips retracted, returning to their normal state. Chapter 41. The stoic genius Fu Bin charged forward, roughly securing an inhibitor collar around Hua An's neck. The latter offering no resistance, instead staring blankly at Luo Cun. This was the second time. Once Hua An was subdued. Fu Bin turned his ire towards Luo Cun. How can you, as the commander, be so thoughtless? Do you think Hua An is someone you can handle? Can your mental power suppress a Super S? You dare to lecture Huan? I see you both as two peas in a pod. After venting his frustration, he fumed, Luo Cun, both of you will lose 30 points for disrupting class. Since being restrained by the collar, Hua An had become eerily quiet. Luo Cun was utterly taken aback. Just as she had warmed to the 20 points, another deduction was imposed. Her lips moved, but upon seeing Fu Bin's still fuming face, she wisely fell silent. And you all, why are you standing so close? Go back and think about what the first step should be when facing a mutated warrior. Next class, each of you must submit a written report to me. The students appeared utterly deflated. All the instructors from the first military university of the Alliance had mobilized outside the classroom, establishing at least 10 sniper positions, fully armed and highly alert. Qiu Sheng was among them, his palms slick with sweat. Ingzi, what if Hua An really? Tang Yingzhu's expression turned grave. Then don't hesitate. Just fire. He will thank you for it. Qiu Sheng shuddered. Meanwhile, Lin Lin kicked open the door, and a swarm of school medics rushed into the classroom, spraying suppressants into the air. Fu Bin was taken aback. I didn't he call for help? Why are you here? Lin Lin. She glanced at the students present, noting that everyone appeared alert, their skin clean, devoid of any abnormalities. The individual of primary concern was wearing an inhibitor collar, obediently seated in the corner. He removed his mask and declared, the alert has been lifted. Qiu Sheng released a heavy sigh, collapsing onto the rooftop floor. Once the campus guards had withdrawn, Lin Lin punched Fu Bin. What is going on? The smart brain issued a level 1 alert. Fu Bin rubbed his nose. It was a combat training competition. That kid Hua An got stirred up. Lin Lin inquired softly, who did this? Fu Bin gestured towards Luo Cun with a slight nod of his chin. Lin Lin took a deep breath and declared, everyone, follow me to the school hospital. A group of individuals trailed behind Lin Lin, eerily silent, as they made their way to the hospital. After examining 3 individuals and finding no issues indicated by the data, Lin Lin proceeded to the adjacent examination room. What is the situation? He asked. Everything appears normal. There is even no need for an injection of suppressants, came the response. Lin Lin was astounded. They just faced an initial transformation of a Super S. How could they be completely unaffected? Both the stability of their genes and the blood analysis confirmed that this group of students was brimming with vitality and entirely manageable. I heard there was a commander present? Could that be the reason? After a moment of contemplation, Lin Lin stepped out and called Luo Cun into the examination room alone.
Seat.
Luo Cun obediently took her seat. Long time no see, Dr. Lin. Lin Lin scrutinized her for a moment. Your first instinct upon witnessing the transformation of Hua An wasn't to flee, but to rush towards him? Are you so unafraid of death? Luo Cun replied, it was purely instinctive. After all, he is a classmate. I couldn't bear to see Hua An turn into a mindless star beast. Lin Lin regarded her with skepticism. Is it not guilt that drives you? After all, you were the one who provoked him to this extent. Sharp as ever, she remarked, lightly clearing her throat, her expression unchanged. Where will Hua An be taken? A sudden influx of people had led to Hua An being taken away in front of everyone. Lin Lin smirked. Do you know who Hua An's mother is? I do. But Governor Zhe, General Hu Qingchuan. This was an unspoken secret within the military, known to all. Luo Cun enlightened. He's been taken to Paradise Island? Paradise Island, the center of governance in the Danja Star region. Lin Lin scoffed lightly. Worrying about others might be less prudent than considering your own situation? The fact that those youngsters are unharmed indicates that someone has managed to suppress their agitated mental energies, preventing any frenzy. How do you feel now? Luo Cun relaxed slightly, leaning back in her chair, pinching her brow. My head is pounding, I feel nauseous, and my entire body is cold. Ugh, she muttered. Goodness, Lin Lin remarked. Where did this stubbornness come from? He slowly administered a mental stabilizer into her arm. Your mental energy is merely logically. It shouldn't be able to suppress so many individuals. Has it manifested into something tangible? The entire world felt as though it were spinning. And upon hearing Lin Lin's words, Luo Cun felt as if she had forgotten something crucial, yet could not grasp it, ultimately remaining silent. Su Lily arrived to escort her. Noticing Luo Cun's pale countenance and hesitating, Dr. Lin, is she really alright like this? She has already received the mental stabilizer. Take her back to rest. She should be fine, Lin assured. Alright, thank you, Dr. Lin. Su Lily helped Luo Cun onto the public shuttle, exclaiming, Heavens! Why are you so cold? Hearing this, Lin paused momentarily as he entered the hospital, a thought flashing through his mind, but was quickly interrupted by a colleague. Dr. Lin, come quickly. 2 students have suddenly exhibited signs of frenzy. I'm on my way, he replied, rushing to dormitory 503. Su Lily assisted Luo Cun onto the bed, her worry evident. How do you feel? It was as if she were engulfed in a freezing blizzard of -30 degrees, a penetrating chill seeping into her very bones, numbing her limbs, heart, and mind. She trembled as she spoke. Cold. Cold? Su Lily pursed her lips. Can excessive use of mental energy really make one feel cold? Without time to ponder further, she rushed back to her room, gathered all the blankets, and tightly wrapped Luo Cun within them. She then filled 5 hot water bottles and adjusted the room temperature to 28 degrees. How about now? Luo Cun had become so cold that she had lost all capacity for thought, succumbing to sleep under the influence of the medication. Su Lily gently patted her through the blankets. Just sleep well. When you wake up, you'll feel better. Fearing Luo Cun might call for help, she dared not leave. Sitting at the foot of the bed, scrolling through the campus forum. The forum had erupted. Shocking. Eyewitness account. When Cun touched him, and returned to normal? Clicking on the post, it detailed the events that transpired in class, with the original poster fervently asserting, I saw it with my own eyes. When and exhibited signs of transformation, Cun rushed forward and subdued his claws, and then and returned to normal. 1L. Isn't that fake? Though hard to say, Cun is merely an A. 2L. So, what if he is an A? Cun can still take down an instructor in 5 minutes. 3L. So, what if he is an A? Cun's shooting skills are on par with that of an S. Okay. 4L. So, what if he is an A? Frankly speaking, A is just trash in front of S. Only Cun is so absurdly strong. 5L. Isn't that why he is called Big Brother? 6L. Isn't that why he is called Big Brother? 11L. Isn't that why he is called Big Brother? 173L. Only peers can suppress. Have you considered that Big Brother might also be a Super S? 174L. Big Brother is Super S? Haha, if it's unarmed combat. Bring a bunch of Big Brothers and I could take them down, believe it or not. 175L. I just have one question. An S Super S level is indisputable. Would you dare approach him during his transformation? 176L. I wouldn't, let alone during transformation. I'd keep my distance even during a frenzy. 177L. 1201L. 100000086. Just as Su Lily was about to reply, the screen suddenly went blank and the post vanished into thin air. Not only that, but all posts related to An's transformation disappeared in an instant. The forum fell into a profound silence. Su Lily quietly exited the forum, realizing such a significant action must have been orchestrated by Paradise Island. Chapter 42. Old Black's General Store. Part 2. Luo Cun slept for an entire day and night. Su Lily had initially arranged for her to take 2 days off, perhaps to allow the incident to cool down, as the school granted her 3 days off instead. Lin was right. After a good sleep, she indeed felt much better. However, the overwhelming chill she had experienced still made her shiver involuntarily at the mere thought. Convinced that nothing was amiss, Luo Cun changed into casual attire and stepped outside the school gates. An hour later, she found herself standing between 177 and 179, Fair Street in the Longbang district of Danja, inspecting the area back and forth, yet could not locate number 178. After some contemplation, she entered the tavern at 177, which bore a striking resemblance to Old Black's General Store. The tavern's proprietress did not look up. We open at 7 in the evening. Luo Cun, masked, replied in a muffled voice, I'm here to pick up an order. The proprietress suddenly raised her head, scrutinizing Luo Cun from head to toe before setting down her ledger. Follow me. They passed through the tavern's back door, arriving at an elevator, with a sign on the adjacent brick wall reading, 178, Fair Street. The proprietress assisted her in opening the elevator. Once inside, align your pickup card with the scanner. With that, she left, her demeanor straightforward. Luo Cun stepped into the elevator, which was rather cramped, the walls smeared with unknown substances, a nauseating blend of yellow, green,
and blue.
She stood rigidly in the center, as if that would distance her from the mysterious substances. Please present the pickup card. A mechanical voice emanated from the scanner above. Luo Cun retrieved her card and aligned it with the device. Identifying. Goods require on-site inspection. Please note, the elevator is about to descend. The surroundings suddenly became transparent, revealing several identical transparent elevators. She noticed that the individuals within the elevators were either completely covered like herself or boldly showcasing their well-defined muscles. However, they shared a common feature. Each wore a variety of ghastly masks upon their faces. Before her stood an elevator, where a muscular man faced away from her. His hands below him moving frantically, exuding exuberant cries of delight. Luo Cun glanced at the viscous substance on the glass wall, suppressing her nausea as she took a step back. Soon, the elevator creaked ominously, its speed noticeably diminishing, and the doors gradually opened to reveal two armed figures clad in black, their guns trained upon her. Where is your pass? Luo Cun raised her hands in a gesture of peace. I am here to collect an order. One of them spat disdainfully. You can collect it from above. Why come down here? Luo Cun proactively displayed her collection card. The other man cast a brief glance at it, lowering his weapon. It's old black's goods. Let her through. Luo Cun blinked. How should I proceed? Walk straight to the end, take a left, that's south the place. Don't stray. Be careful or you might lose your life. As Luo Cun observed, the floor was predominantly occupied by shops, the foot traffic sparse, yet every passerby wore a ghastly mask, rendering her conspicuously out of place. As if oblivious to the scrutinizing gazes around her, she walked straight ahead, reaching Old Black's general store. The decor here was nearly indistinguishable from that of the Star Network. And she confidently presented her collection card. A flash of red light erupted, and a small robot emerged from the wooden panel, chattering excitedly. Old Black, your order is here. A familiar, faintly cold fragrance wafted towards her, invigorating her senses. The old man, a long cigarette dangling from his lips, lifted the door curtain. Come in. Following him inside, she traversed a narrow, dark corridor, and upon emerging, her surroundings opened up. Before her stood a vast mecha manufacturing room. A towering silver-gray mech loomed in the center, its surface appearing to pulse with a flowing liquid, shimmering under the lights with glimmers of white. Utterly breathtaking. The shell was made of liquid metal. Only liquid metal could possess such luster. This was the custom mech that the original owner had hidden away. She had finally found it. The old man pinched his cigarette between two fingers, navigating the inventory list on a holographic screen with one hand, clicking his tongue. Class A mech, humanoid shell. Cockpit situated in the head, weighing 13-20 tons, standing 18 meters tall, powered by 12 red blood cores, dual mode control, liquid metal exterior, nioxidant alloy joints, attack rating A. Speed rating A, cockpit defense rating A, overall defense rating B. What on earth, there's a second form? He tapped on the control panel, and the mech before him transformed, retracting its head and limbs to morph into a small manned spacecraft. Luo Cun burst into laughter. Ha ha. The old man's laughter was reminiscent of a broken organ, sending a shiver down her spine. The materials you selected are more than sufficient to construct an S-class mech. I wondered why it was built as an A-class mech. Turns out it was for this function. Luo Cun comprehended everything at once. The original owner had concealed this mech so deeply with the intention of fleeing. The creativity involved in transforming a mech into a spaceship was undeniably impressive. Taking a deep breath, she realized that since it was S-class material, she could return and ask in person for further modifications. There was still hope. Clearing her throat, Luo Cun inquired, I am quite satisfied with the goods. May I take them? Naturally, the old man ceased his mirth and tossed a mech ball into the air, which swiftly transformed, compressing and enveloping the mech within. He handed her another spatial button. This contains some leftover scraps and the additional materials you purchased. Check them against your list. Luo Cun glanced over, noting they were mostly weapon-related parts and drives. No problem, she affirmed. The old man took a puff of a cigarette. All right, I'll escort you out. As Luo Cun exited, she casually remarked, It seems everyone here is wearing ghastly masks. Do you sell them? The price is negotiable. The old man exhaled a long, large smoke ring, casting a sidelong glance at her. This is not a place for you. What, just because it's a black market?
What is so forbidding about that?
Luo Cun chuckled softly. This was perhaps the most orderly and secure black market she had ever encountered, with security measures at the entrances and exits and separate zones for collection and individual transactions. All indications pointed to the fact that the leader of this black market wielded considerable power. The old man scrutinized her for a moment, then retrieved a ghastly mask from a nearby shelf, muttering, "No charge. If something goes awry, seek security and don't venture into level 9. Luo Cun accepted it with delight. The texture returned to her fingertips was quite unique. She realized that the material of this ghastly mask was difficult to replicate, perhaps explaining why it served as a pass in the black market. "Thank you," she said, waving the mask in her hand. "By the way, do you only sell items? Or do you also accept them?" The old man shot her a glance, as if to say, "What could you possibly have of value?" Luo Cun presented a document. It was the operational manual for Natasha. The moment she first laid eyes on it, she sensed a business opportunity, and upon informing Su Lily, the latter had entrusted her with complete responsibility. The old man extracted a pack of cigarettes from a drawer, pulling one out to chew on. A robot swooped down, lighting his cigarette. An even more intense, cold aroma wafted from him once again. Luo Cun was entranced by the smoke curling at his fingertips. "Cigarettes R&T for sale." The old man closed the document, his voice hoarse as he stated, "We can accept it, but I must see the physical item." As Luo Cun reached the door, she affixed the mask to her face. "Next time, I will bring the actual item." Chapter 43. The black market returning to the elevator entrance, she asked, "Excuse me? How does one reach the underground fighting arena?" The security guard responded expressionlessly. "Level 7 is for hand-to-hand combat, level 8 is for mech battles. As for level 9, I advise you not to go there." Level 9? If her guess was correct, considering the scale of this black market, level 9 should be the Star Beast fighting arena. She stepped into the elevator, to level 8. As the doors were closing, she heard another person exclaim, "Today's youth truly fear nothing." Level 8 was an entirely different realm. This floor was filled with the sounds of clashing mechs. Muscles, sweat, weapons, and death were its prevailing themes. "Do you understand the rules? No private fights outside the arena." In front of her, 50 meters away, a security guard pinned a burly man to the ground. I understand. Please spare me, Master in Black." The muscular man, covered in bulging muscles, pleaded without hesitation. The figure in black pressed a hand against the man's face, and fine cracks appeared on the ghastly mask, "Prohibited from entry for a month." "Understood, Master." As the man stood, Luo Cun realized he was none other than the individual she had seen in the elevator. She turned her gaze away in disdain. "First time here?" A figure in black approached her silently. Luo Cun had come to realize that those clad in black were the security personnel here, so she nodded. The figure in black, perhaps with monthly quotas to fulfill, enthusiastically explained, "This button on the mask is for the betting table. Pressing here allows you to see the rankings of fighters. And here you can check your own points." Surprised by the myriad functions of a single mask, Luo Cun understood why this black market was so popular. Standing still, she replied, "I'm not here to place bets." The figure in black was taken aback. "You wish to become a fighter? Recently, there have been fewer fighters. Someone like you could probably get through. Here, it's a matter of life and death. Will you go or not?" "Yes," Luo Cun replied with remarkable decisiveness. The figure in black paused. "You need to think it over. Will you use your own mech or one of ours? Let me be clear. Renting a mech is free, but we do not cover repairs. When you return the mech, you must pay for any damages, otherwise." The figure in black suddenly grinned ominously. "You wouldn't want to know the consequences." Luo Cun maintained a calm demeanor. "Let us go. I don't have much time," the black robe remarked. This newcomer lacks any sense of achievement. He drove a low-slung vehicle with Luo Cun, retracing their steps to the mecha storage room. "We only have these mechas. Choose one and proceed to register beside." All of them were basic models, and Luo Cun opted for a heavy-duty mecha. The black robe expressed his astonishment, saying, "You don't seem like someone who favors heavy firepower. Typically, those who select such mechas are brawny men." Luo Cun remained silent, completing the registration and signing the life and death waiver as per the rules before following the black robe to the arena. "Your opponent appears to be a rookie as well. You can exchange a few blows first." The black robe chuckled heartily and departed. With an impassive expression, Luo Cun entered the mecha. The sensory apparatus automatically conformed to her body, and the immense pressure left her momentarily breathless. Her mental energy instinctively activated, evenly distributing throughout her body, alleviating the pressure. This heavy mecha weighed nearly 3,000 tons. And given her current physical capabilities, she could not sustain it for long, relying solely on her mental strength to withstand the burden. In other words, she could not last too long. The experience of piloting a mecha was starkly different from the Star Network. It was exceedingly unrefined, even bordering on obstructive. I've struck gold. It turns out to be a novice who can't even operate a mecha, sneered her opponent. As mere level 1 rookies, they could not attract any bets. Their only aim was to accumulate points and ascend to higher-tier competitions. Ignoring the taunts, Luo Cun clenched her fists and kicked her legs, her movements growing increasingly fluid. The sensory mecha indeed had a significant advantage over manual control. In the past, she would have needed to input no fewer than 100 commands to perform these actions.
Ding.
Level 1 PK match, You Come Hit Me vs. Shy Strongman, commence. Shy Strongman was the moniker Luo Cun had whimsically chosen when filling out the waiver. You Come Hit Me launched the first attack, seemingly intent on a swift victory, targeting Luo Cun's head. She deftly sidestepped, easily evading the bullet. You Come Hit Me was momentarily taken aback, his confidence faltering. How could this rookie master the mecha so quickly?
Impossible.
He must be pretending. Seizing the opportunity of her opponent's distraction, Luo Cun leaped, aimed her weapon, and fired. The shot struck the mecha cockpit directly. You Come Hit Me immediately surrendered. If that bullet had had a bit more penetrating power, he would have lost his life. What a madman. Match concluded. Shy Strongman victorious, gaining 5 points. Shall we proceed to the next match? Luo Cun, proceed. You may choose the arena match. Do you wish to proceed?
Select.
Filtering for level 3 challenge, Chili Pepper, level 3, versus Shy Strongman, level 1. Commence. You Come Hit Me did not leave, but instead took a seat in the audience. Upon hearing the announcement, he stood in disbelief. This rookie was audacious enough to challenge a level 3 directly? Luo Cun recognized that her chosen opponent was on an entirely different tier compared to the previous novice. But there was no time for further contemplation as the opponent was already upon her. Chili Pepper was a medium-sized mecha, clad in brilliant red and equipped with numerous weapon systems, leaving onlookers dizzy with its overwhelming arsenal. These weapons had effectively elevated its offensive capabilities to a whole new level. She immediately retreated, but it was too late. Bullets struck her mecha's right leg, obliterating it. In a mere encounter, she had rendered one of her limbs useless. Quick to react, Luo Cun adapted, running on one leg, her speed modest but her agility allowing her to evade her opponent's strikes. Fortunately for her, Chili Pepper was burdened by its weight and lacked speed. Luo Cun seized an opportunity to counterattack, disrupting her opponent's rhythm. Yet this tactic was exhausting, and a dull ache began to throb in her head. Initially, Chili Pepper found her somewhat intriguing, but as the bout progressed, it became tedious, akin to chasing a rabbit, darting about with remarkable speed. It was time to end this. Losing patience, he activated all his weaponry and unleashed a barrage at Luo Cun. Despite her anticipating all the projectile trajectories, the sheer volume meant she inevitably took numerous hits. Watching her plight, You Come Hit Me reveled in delight. However, Luo Cun was not one to concede easily. She swiftly switched the mecha mode to manual control and activated the forearm configuration. This was the very reason she had chosen this particular mecha. Once the forearm configuration was initiated, Luo Cun used her arms to support herself, legs raised. Entering a frenzied dash mode, she shielded the cockpit with a base and charged forward ferociously. Chili Pepper, is this still a basic mecha? This scene was nothing short of terrifying. The mecha, relying solely on its 2 arms for support, leaped high, while the other 2 arms extended, wielding 2 guns, unleashing a torrent of fire upon Chili Pepper's cockpit. Chili Pepper attempted to retaliate, but the cockpit was shielded behind the base, making it impossible to land a hit. This was utterly absurd. Who on earth could execute such a level 10 stretching maneuver? Surely, their ribs must be crushed. The match drew to a close amidst Chili Pepper's frustration. Victory in an over-level challenge. Congratulations to Shy Strongman for successfully advancing to level 3, gaining 5,000 points. Shall we enter the next match? Luo Cun, yes. Upon inspection, your mecha requires replacement. Repair cost is 3.25 million. Replacement fee is 4 million. Would you like to proceed with the replacement?
Luo Cun promptly replied, no replacement. No replacement.
Your mecha is no longer able to continue the match. Please repair it before returning. Understood. Chapter 44. I will take you to participate in the league. Luo Cun returned to level -3 to seek the elderly mechanic to repair her mecha. Fortunately, the joints and core power components were unharmed. Only the exterior was dented and battered, giving it a severely worn appearance. After inspection, the old man quoted a reasonably fair price. 35 million. Luo Cun winced at the thought. I'll give you 5 million and fill it with ammunition. Engaging with mechas was indeed a money-burning endeavor, and her finances were barely holding up. Feeling that time was still on her side, Luo Cun decided to check out level -7. Unlike the distant competition venues of level -8, level -7 was lined with arenas, all teeming with spectators below. Shouting fervently, "Kill him! Kill him!" If she hadn't noticed the clarity in their eyes, Luo Cun might have thought she had wandered into a frenzied gathering. She detected the air was thick with the concentration of suppressants. Have you heard? The Wolf King has returned.
What?
Didn't they say the Wolf King went to level -9? It seems he has come back. It's his match now. The legendary level 10 duel. Let us go take a look. Luo Cun pivoted and followed two individuals. Unlike the typical arena, this one was vast, with a sea of spectators filling the stands. Just as she was about to enter, she was stopped. No entry without a bet. Luo Cun produced 1,000 star coins. I bet on the Wolf King. The black robe scoffed. Minimum bet is 10,000. Let me in to watch for 5 minutes before I decide. This time, the black robe relented. As Luo Cun stepped into the arena, the crowd erupted with excitement. The atmosphere was palpably intense. The two fighters engaged in brutal hand-to-hand combat, each blow a testament to bloodshed. She merely glanced and then retreated. 1 million. Bet on the Wolf King. The black robe urged, bet on Tiger Tooth. If you win, you'll net 5 million. I'm betting on the Wolf King. Luo Cun hastily returned to the arena, where the battle had reached a fever pitch. The fighter dubbed Tiger Tooth was a massive man with extraordinarily developed pectorals, while the Wolf King appeared remarkably slender in comparison. Yet, the seemingly frail Wolf King held his ground in the contest of strength against Tiger Tooth without faltering. The two combatants refrained from employing any weapons, relentlessly pummeling each other's faces, arms, waists, and chests with their fists. Each strike bore the weight of lethal intent, and beneath the iron fists, blossoms of crimson emerged. What has happened to the Wolf King? After more than half a month of absence, his skills have diminished so drastically. The Tiger Tooth has made remarkable progress. It is said that he ascended from level 1 to level 9 in merely a year. Level 10 is the pinnacle. Do you comprehend nothing? At this rate, the Wolf King is destined to lose. Suddenly, seizing an opportune moment, Tiger Tooth delivered a devastating blow to the Wolf King's temple. The force of the strike was so immense that the Wolf King instantaneously lost his mobility. Tiger Tooth let out a roar and hoisted him up, slamming him violently against the wall. Yet the Wolf King appeared to have lost all strength, his arms hanging limply, motionless. Wolf King! Wolf King! Wolf King! The crowd erupted in fervent calls of his name. Luo Cun's heart sank. Could it be? If this fellow loses, she would be left utterly destitute. At last, amidst the crowd's clamor, the Wolf King stirred. He swiftly wrapped his arm around Tiger Tooth's neck, driving his right elbow forcefully into his spine. Tiger Tooth winced in pain, retaliating by smashing him against the wall. The Wolf King twisted in midair, leveraging the wall to propel himself upward, landing with his knees on Tiger Tooth's shoulders, his right arm locking tightly around his neck. In the blink of an eye, the tide of battle had shifted dramatically. A naked chokehold. This is an exceedingly brutal maneuver. Utilizing the strength between the upper and lower arms, one could strangle a person with the force required to crush an apple. The audience went wild. Those who frequented the black market reveled in such spectacles. Wolf King! Wolf King! Wolf King! The arena erupted into frenzied shouts, seemingly yearning for a scene of even greater chaos. At that moment, a squad of individuals clad in black robes surged onto the stage, one of them delivering a swift injection to the Wolf King, compelling him to release his grip. Two of the black-robed figures lifted the unconscious Tiger Tooth away for medical attention, while another escorted the Wolf King off stage from behind. The match concludes, and the Wolf King emerges victorious. Wolf King! Wolf King! I place my bets on the Wolf King. Ha ha ha. The crowd remained enraptured in the remnants of the prior battle. Yet Luo Cun's brow furrowed, her face betraying no hint of joy over her winnings. She dashed outside, and upon her pursuit, she glimpsed two black-robed figures supporting a figure as they moved to the right, swiftly vanishing into the throng. She hurriedly followed. However, the individuals evidently possessed formidable counter-tracking measures as they disappeared in the blink of an eye. After a moment of contemplation, Luo Cun made her way to the nearest elevator. When she exited, the night had deepened considerably. Sensing her surroundings, she stepped toward the right. If there had been surveillance footage, it would reveal Luo Cun's movements as highly suspicious. At every fork in the path, she would close her eyes to feel the air before deciding her direction. After winding her way east and west, she finally halted. This was a secluded alley. Moonlight cascaded down, faintly illuminating a protrusion in the shadows. She approached and prodded the humanoid figure before her. "Are you all right?" No response. Luo Cun reached out to lift the brim of his hat, only for the previously unresponsive figure to suddenly open his eyes, revealing a pair of cold, blood-red irises fixated on her. Any ordinary person would have screamed at the sight, yet Luo Cun remained composed. "Huan?" The moment she stepped into the arena, she had recognized him. Huan blinked, and his slit pupils betrayed a hint of confusion. Recalling her sensations from class, Luo Cun extended her hand to press on his forehead, but a claw pinned her wrist down. Indeed, it was a claw. Huan's hand had morphed entirely into the lethal talon of a star beast, covered in white scales, with a layer of fine, soft white fur on the surface, rendering it somewhat less unsightly, albeit still intimidating. With a soft pop, a small white flower bloomed once more in the palms of the two. Under the moonlight, it emitted a gentle blue glow. A delicate, cool fragrance began to waft through the air, causing Huan's body to stiffen, the blood-red hue fading from his eyes, and his claws quickly returning to their normal form. Luo Cun smiled in relief. This flower possesses remarkable properties. Suddenly, a flash of white light appeared before her. A familiar gigantic white beast leaped down from the high wall. Its speed was such that Luo Cun barely had time to react, as the creature snatched the white flower from her palm. Feeling her mental energy become sluggish, Luo Cun aimed her gun at it. "Spit it out." The white beast cautiously nudged her hand, seemingly attempting to appease her, resembling a spoiled child. "I'm not falling for that." Luo Cun glared, her voice laced with threat. The white wolf king slowly crouched down, opening its mouth to regurgitate the object it had taken. The flower was now wilted and lifeless. Luo Cun suppressed her nausea, heartbroken as she retrieved the small white flower. Huan's voice emerged hoarsely. "Thank you." "No need for thanks," Luo Cun sighed, recalling how he had saved her and Su Lily back at school. Huan stroked the white wolf king's head. It jumped out on its own. "Your mental energy is rather special." He intended to say that it was quite alluring but felt that such an expression was inappropriate, opting for a more neutral description instead. "You see, you saved me, and now I've saved you. Our bond is akin to that of comrades." Luo Cun's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm as she earnestly proposed. "Shall we strike a deal?" Huan replied cautiously. "What kind of deal?" Luo Cun rubbed her hands together, her excitement palpable. "Have you ever participated in underground fights?" Huan propped himself up, poised to rise. Luo Cun pressed her hand against him. "You take me to underground fights, and I'll help you enter the Berkeley tournament." Huan settled back down, all right. Chapter 45. The Shadow Warrior. In this lesson, we shall not discuss command. Gu Huaidong stood at the podium, his hands clasped behind his back. Instead, I shall impart knowledge on how to effectively restrain a berserk warrior on the battlefield. He raised his right hand, signaling for attention. There exists but one method, the embodiment of mental energy. Tang Yingzhua, please demonstrate for the class. Tang Yingzhua stood. Certainly, Director Gu. A flash of blue light surged, and a majestic bird materialized in the center of the classroom, its wings fully extended, spanning nearly 10 meters in width. The magnificent creature cast a disdainful glance at the crowd before alighting on the window beside its master, preening its feathers. Gu Huaidong pointed at it and declared, "Classmate Tang Yingzhua's embodiment is a fierce white falcon. With its cry, it can suppress an individual warrior. This is precisely why his name has graced the tournament roster for the past 2 years." The students nodded in comprehension. Tang Yingzhua noticed Luo Cun's envious expression and cleared his throat. "You'll have yours in due time." "Thank you, but that does little to comfort me," Luo Cun replied. "Chief Feiqi, please reveal your embodiment for everyone to see," Gu Huaidong continued.
Certainly.
Chief Feiqi's embodiment was a snake, and as soon as it was released, it elicited shrieks from several female students. Snakes have always been a creature that struggles to earn the favor of women. Your embodiment has developed quite well. It seemed rather small last time, didn't it? The snake, inherently playful, slithered toward the girl who had screamed the loudest. Prompting Chief Feiqi to retract it, It has indeed grown a bit. Gu Huaidong nodded. After a period of time, embodiments undergo secondary development. Following this phase, they will be essentially finalized. Luo Cun raised her hand to inquire, how long does this period last? Gu Huaidong appeared surprised. Classmate Luo Cun, you possess an embodiment as well? Recalling her tiny white flower, Luo Cun felt embarrassed to reveal it. Not yet, I'm simply curious about the duration. Oh, this primarily pertains to individual mental fortitude. It may take as little as 1 to 2 months, or as long as 1 to 2 years. One should simply allow the process to unfold naturally. Gu Huaidong cast a serious gaze over the assembly. I am aware that some among you have yet to manifest your mental projection. Scientific research has shown that once your mental strength reaches grade A, you will be capable of triggering this projection. Strive earnestly, all of you. The crowd fell silent, as the notion of easily awakening such an ability seemed almost too good to be true. However, he sighed, for sometimes, manifestation does not guarantee absolute safety. There exists a particularly rare breed of individuals for whom manifestation holds little significance. Should you encounter them in the future, your foremost instinct should be to flee. Do not hesitate. Run with all your might. The students straightened in alarm. Luo Cun he suddenly called out, what are these individuals known as? The answer seemed etched in her mind, and she stood. Dark warriors. What are the characteristics of dark warriors? Gu Huaidong inquired. Their capabilities far exceed those of ordinary people. Their lethality is immense, rendering them humanoid weapons capable of rivaling star beasts, yet they are uncontrollable. Correct, 10 points for you. Luo Cun beamed. Thank you, Teacher Gu. A multitude of photographs and videos illuminated the air, and Gu Huaidong lamented. A fully matured dark warrior possesses strength comparable to that of an ordinary army. They ought to have a bright future, receiving unparalleled privileges. Regrettably, however, power is a double-edged sword. Their inherent uncontrollability renders them akin to ticking time bombs on the battlefield, and no one can predict whether they will unleash their fury upon foes or allies. Tang Yingzhu inquired curiously, Teacher Gu, where have all these dark warriors ended up? Gu Huaidong replied somberly, some are confined within prisons, forever required to wear suppression rings. Others undergo treatment in the Alliance's specialized research institutions. Yet these are the ones you must be wary of. This group seldom reveals themselves, living in the shadowy corners of the cosmos under the guises of wanted criminals, outlaws, or mercenaries, poised to strike at any moment. A gasp rippled through the crowd. If no one can control the Dark Warriors, what should we do upon encountering them? Do not provoke them. Strive to fulfill their desires and seek rescue. The students murmured, if we cannot win, we must flee. This is an immutable truth. Luo Cun frowned. How can we distinguish a Dark Warrior? Do they appear different from ordinary people? That is an astute question, Gu Huaidong commended. Dark Warriors possess a little-known trait. After undergoing complete mutation, they can revert to their original state, yet they will forget the events that transpired during their transformation. Isn't that excruciating? If they were to kill their loved ones during the mutation, they would surely go mad upon regaining consciousness. How could such Dark Warriors emerge among humanity? I suspect there has been a deviation in the evolutionary tree. Absurd, truly absurd. Dark Warriors are more outrageous than even the eldest brother. Luo Cun interjected. What does this have to do with her? Well then, today's lesson concludes here, Gu Huaidong remarked, glancing at the time. For the next class, each of you is to submit an analytical report on Dark Warriors, which will be factored into your final assessment. Oh, come on. Who wishes to study such grotesque entities? Indeed, couldn't we select a different topic? Gu Huaidong calmly exited the classroom. Tang Yingzhu picked up a book and turned to her side. Shall we dine at Renhui residence again today? Luo Cun quickly packed her belongings. I have matters to attend to this evening, so I shan't be joining. I shall take my leave first. Just as Tang Yingzhu was about to inquire about her plans, Luo Cun had already vanished. Nearby, there was an entrance to a black market. The two had agreed to meet at the entrance at 4 o'clock. Luo Cun arrived 10 minutes late. I apologize. Teacher Gu kept us longer than expected. And remained silent and pressed the elevator button. Fortunately, they encountered no thugs this time, Luo Cun thought. Upon arriving at Lao Hei's general store, she deftly tossed her belongings onto the table. You test it first. I'll check the mechas in the back. The old man glanced at the pair and began his assessment with a smacking of his lips. You plan to use this mecha for the arena? And was astonished. Luo Cun confirmed that the weapon systems were indeed fully operational and leaped down from the maintenance platform. What is wrong with this mecha? It's one of the rare dual-mode operational mechas available. She took the mecha to the outer area. Old Hay, did you adjust the parameters for me? It feels significantly smoother. Thank you. The old man set down the Natasha disruptor, exhaling a puff of smoke. For my price, 3 million per unit. If you transfer a shell company to me, clean and without any traceable flaws, I will offer you that price. Hey, don't be so merciless. Business should be conducted with some honor. Luo Cun maintained her composure, gazing at the old man. What if I say I will only sell through your establishment? The one and only, no alternatives. Chapter 46. Underground fighting. I am your father. Seeing that he seemed somewhat swayed, Luo Cun pressed on. Once the market is monopolized, you can set your own prices. I will not interfere, but all transactions must be accounted for through this company. The old man straightened up, a fierce glint flashing in his murky eyes. Anyone daring to deceive old Hay will learn the consequences. You can inquire about it outside. Rest assured. I have faith in old Hay's reputation. Luo Cun replied with a smile. The old man extinguished his cigarette and retreated to the inner room. A minute later, he emerged holding a paper document. Direct transfer, pristine and straightforward. Luo Cun accepted the document, which detailed a company named Black Tech Intelligent Machinery, primarily engaged in selling energy converters. That name is excellent. It aligns perfectly with my positioning. For now, this will suffice. Luo Cun produced a box. After adjustments by Incursion, Natasha's usage and effects had been significantly optimized. The core technology was encrypted, making it challenging to crack in the short term. The old man examined the contents, a mere 10 in total, and clicked his tongue. Too few. Scarcity enhances value. Let us first gauge market reaction. The old man eyed her askance. Get 2 more boxes.
All right.
After leaving Lao Hei's general store, the two headed to the underground level 8. At the registration site for team competitions, Luo Cun pulled Hua Then aside and whispered in his ear, "We're participating in underground fighting. Remember to use a pseudonym later." Huan's ears flushed slightly. Understood. Observing the two whispering away, the hooded figure grew impatient. "If you're not registering, don't linger here." "We are registering." Luo Cun hastily replied, "Challenge match. Duo team? Name? I am your father." Huan added. The hooded figure retorted, "Your fists have grown stronger. Duo challenge match. I am your father, level 1. VS earn money to buy a house, level 2. The match begins." As the announcement echoed, both teams entered the arena, momentarily stunned. "It's you? You dare to fight me?" Luo Cun exclaimed. "What are the odds of encountering both of yesterday's subordinates today? You dare to fight me?" Yesterday, while watching the match, they had concluded that Chao Tianjiao's fighting style suited him well, leading them to agree to try their hand at the duo match today. None had anticipated meeting the bashful giant. When foes meet, their eyes glimmer with heightened intensity, coordinating seamlessly. "You dare to fight me?" And Chao Tianjiao unleashed their attacks, one focusing on ranged firepower while the other engaged in close combat. Soon, Luo Cun found herself cornered. At that moment, Huan sprang into action, targeting Chao Tianjiao. Had it not been for that individual's suppressive fire, Luo Cun would have already dispatched the other mecha. In an effort to synchronize with Luo Cun, he also employed a standard mech from the black market, yet his speed was astonishingly swift, weaving left and right in a manner that rendered him nearly a mere afterimage. Chao Tianjiao was taken aback. This individual could seemingly evade his bullets with ease. What level was he? A-class? Or perhaps S-class? What was a powerhouse doing in a novice village? In the blink of an eye, Hua Then had approached, merely swinging his fist lightly, causing the cockpit of Chao Tianjiao to shatter. "I surrender. I surrender," he cried out. Meanwhile, Luo Cun once again restrained him, exclaiming, "Come on, hit me." The opponent, pinned to the ground, spoke incredulously, "How have you improved so quickly?" Match concluded. I am your father has successfully challenged above his level, advancing by 2 levels, earning 50,000 points. Chao Tianjiao departed the arena with a look of indignation. "Come on, hit me." Took a seat in the now empty audience section. Luo Cun leaned closer to Huan and whispered, "We are here to engage in underground fights. You must not reveal your true strength." Huan pursed his lips. "You are no match for them both." Luo Cun tilted her head defiantly. "What nonsense. Both of them were defeated by me yesterday." "I meant that you alone cannot take on 2, Huan clarified. "Cough, cough. Just remember not to expose your super S-level strength," he added. Huan nodded in agreement. Luo Cun accessed the control panel beside the arena, perusing the duo rankings, and selected a team named You're Nothing to challenge. I am your father. Level 2, you're nothing. Level 5. Father is here. Come forth to battle. You're nothing. Damn, you old man, your dad has arrived. The two exchanged barbs in the public chat, drawing a multitude of spectators. The previously empty audience seats quickly filled to nearly a third capacity. The duo from You're Nothing teleported directly to the arena. The golden mech spoke with a booming voice. I want to see who dares to be so arrogant. Two basic mechs? Are you jesting with me? His tone shifted, clearly incensed by the inadequacy of the opponent's gear. The blue mech beside him sneered. The price of arrogance. I hope you can withstand it. Hua and quietly informed Luo Cun. They are piloting A-class mechs. It was well known that the highest grade of basic mech was merely B-class. What of basic mechs? Father can still bring you down with basic mechs, Luo Cun retorted. Hua then interjected. Come on, hit me. The spectators murmured. Is Yuri nothing even considered above average in this duo? What level are they? How audacious. I just checked. The team I Am Your Father was established today and had just successfully challenged a level 2 team. The blue mech coldly remarked. Remember your words. Do not expect mercy later. His voice dripped with malice. Hua and furrowed his brow. He was well acquainted with the black market. It was rife with ruthless individuals willing to risk their lives for resources and wealth, employing any means necessary. Yet Luo Cun appeared invigorated, exclaiming, the betting has finally opened. The odds are 1, 2, and I've wagered 5 million. If we win, it's 100 million. Are you placing a bet? Hua, and shook his head. To Luo Cun, the opponents appeared as two walking treasuries, her eyes gleaming with excitement. Dual challenge match. I Am Your Father, level 2, vs You're Nothing, level 5. The match begins. The black gold mech launched the first strike, opting not to use a firearm. Unless facing a star beast, utilizing guns against A-class mechs was largely futile. Firstly, A-class mechs were exceptionally swift. Secondly, their defense was formidable, and most importantly, such mechs typically possessed anti-tracking systems. Whether it be missiles or bullets, the intelligent system would calculate the trajectory, assisting the mech in evading. Among A-class mechs, the most common offensive weapon was the energy sword, a beam composed of high-energy particles capable of severing a mech's arm with ease. As the golden mech surged toward Luo Cun, the energy sword raised high. You're Nothing sprang to his feet. If that strike landed, the bashful giant would likely be cleaved in twain. Luo Cun recognized the imminent danger and quickly retreated. Suddenly, a piercing pain shot through her mind. She realized she was completely immobilized. Chapter 47. Compensation. It was a psychic attack. Luo Cun glanced at the blue mech. That sinister fiend. The denizens of the black market were truly malevolent, employing lethal tactics from the outset. In the arena, the cumbersome black basic mech stood frozen, as if paralyzed by fear. Yet, in reality, Luo Cun's mind was racing. Huaren, the blue mech is employing psychic power. When I counterattack, you strike to force him out. A voice echoed in Huaren's mind. What was this? His teammate was on the brink of demise. Yet she did not rush to save him? Perhaps she had some confidence? Confidence? Could an A-class mech's energy sword not breach a B-class mech's cockpit? Now's the time. In the arena, a faint blue aura enveloped the bashful giant, and at that moment, Huan struck decisively, launching two projectiles at the blue mech from an exceptionally acute angle. Look! It's a psychic barrier. That kid's psychic ability must be at least A-class. Why would an A-class pilot be operating a B-class mech? What is he playing at? You're Nothing pondered. Could it be due to lack of funds? Observing the two standard black market basic mechs, the crowd fell into a collective silence. As the bright white energy sword met the blue barrier, a pop echoed, and both the sword and barrier dissipated simultaneously. Luo Cun had managed to block the attack with her psychic power. The black gold mech hesitated, witnessing his ally's plight. He reignited his energy sword and aimed a fierce sweep at Luo Cun's waist. The bashful giant's mech suddenly shrank down, amidst the astonished gazes of the spectators. The bashful giant transformed from a nondescript basic mech into a four-armed configuration. The energy sword grazed the mech surface, merely removing a small base. The four-armed mech swiftly retreated. Just then, the projectile struck the blue mech's cockpit, resulting in a resounding explosion as the blue mech collapsed. Beep! One member of the You're Nothing team has been eliminated. Witnessing his teammate fall, the black gold mech bellowed and charged at Luo Cun. No need to assist me. Hua, and had just intended to intervene when he heard her voice, halting his steps. In the arena, the black gold mech surged forward at full speed, his grip on the energy sword rising and falling, yet he could not catch up with the bashful giant. The velocities of the two mechs were seemingly equal. What was this transformation? Had the basic mech been modified? Would one really modify a mech that wasn't theirs? I understand now. He was employing a manual control mode. Luo Cun did not appear as carefree as she seemed to the outside world. Her head throbbed painfully, her stamina waning. And she was relying solely on sheer willpower to persist. Bullets were ineffective against the black gold mech, as they could all be deflected by the energy sword. Unless she struck the cockpit, she could not even breach the mech's surface defenses. However, victory was not entirely out of reach. She had brought Hua En to engage in underground fights to earn money, but that did not imply she had to rely solely on him. She intended to win for herself. What was this individual scheming? Why did he keep running without attacking? Were his allies merely decorations? Would they simply watch as their teammate was relentlessly pursued? The four-armed mech was failing, its endurance waning, destined to meet its end. Just then, the black gold mech once again cornered its opponent, its tone dripping with malice. Running away? Why the sudden hesitation? Is this all you've got? With rage, it raised its lightsaber high, poised to bring a definitive conclusion to the encounter. Suddenly, the descending blade halted abruptly, the searing energy pulse causing Luo Cun, ensconced in the cockpit, to feel an intense heat. Another psychic attack. This kid possesses a remarkably high level of mental prowess. Look, the four-armed mech is moving. It deployed its entire arsenal for arms brandishing weapons, unleashing a frenzied barrage towards the cockpit of the black gold mech. Amidst the relentless gunfire, cracks finally marred the cockpit of the black gold mech. Match concluded. I am your father. A successful challenge beyond level, promoted by 5 levels, score 5, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0. Congratulations. A brief silence enveloped the arena before an eruption of fervent discussion ensued. Incredible. A level 2 challenging a level 5, and they actually won.
Who are these two?
Clearly both are A rank, yet they insist on piloting B-class mechs to flaunt?
Damn.
I've suffered a crushing defeat here. Who do they think they are? Truly insufferable. On the field, Huan nimbly exited his mech, climbed into another's cockpit, opened the shell, and dragged out the incapacitated individual before teleporting away. Outside, the night had deepened, and the two found themselves in the same alley as before. With bones clearly defined, Luo Cun leaned against the wall, pain shooting through her as her fingertips spasmed. You need not force your mental powers. I can deal with him, Huan said, his lips pressed together, uncharacteristically speaking. Thank you for not intervening earlier, Luo Cun replied. Struggling to prop herself up, her complexion ghostly pale. Hua En's brow furrowed. He had almost acted, just a moment away from doing so. Luo Cun slid down the wall, casually bringing up a topic to distract from the throbbing in her head. Hua En, what brings you to the black market for fights? Huan paused, and after a long silence, quietly replied, to vent. Vent your super S energy? Why the black market? Luo Cun wrapped her arms around herself, her eyes instinctively closing. You have countless alternatives, training facilities, schools, Paradise Island. She unconsciously drew herself tighter, so cold. After a full minute, Huan finally covered his face, speaking, because only here can one truly engage in combat. Just as he thought the other had drifted into slumber, Luo Cun suddenly queried, haven't you undergone transformation more than once? Hua En's pupils constricted sharply. By the time he comprehended her words, his hand had already tightened around Luo Cun's neck. What did you say? Had Luo Cun been fully conscious, she would have scolded him for being an ungrateful wretch, wasting her efforts. Yet, she was not. She was not only barely awake, but also freezing. The heat emanating from his grip made her mistake it for a blanket, instinctively nuzzling against it. Hua En's face flushed crimson, abruptly retracting his hand. Bereft of warmth, Luo Cun felt uneasy. You had already transformed in the classroom, hadn't you? You even showed your claws at me, yet no one else noticed. She continued in a daze. Don't worry, I won't tell anyone. As a reward, could you lend me your jacket? Huan chuckled softly, thinking, should I say, as expected of her? He removed his jacket, stretching it out to drape it over Luo Cun. The fabric still retained his body heat, and Luo Cun's expression eased slightly. Come here, and let me lean on you. After a moment, she added, as a reward. Hua En, with a resigned sigh, sat beside her. Luo Cun instinctively leaned against him. Hua En's body stiffened. Simultaneously, he sensed something was amiss. Luo Xuan's body was chillingly cold, reminiscent of the ice sculptures he had carved in his childhood. Warmth flowed steadily from him, and Luo Xuan's features gradually relaxed, resting her head on Hua and shoulder, eventually drifting into slumber. Feeling his shoulder suddenly heavy, Hua and instinctively turned his head. The tranquil moonlight illuminated her pristine eyelids, pure and sacred like that of an angel. Hua and observed her, murmuring solemnly, "Is it you?" Luo Xuan's sleep was restless. Her eyelashes fluttered slightly, as if she were about to awaken. Hua and abruptly turned away, directing his gaze to the wall, his ears slowly tinting pink. Chapter 48. Testing the waters. Concrete White Orchid. This class was focused on mech manufacturing, and Luo Cun eagerly answered questions, racking up some credits. However, she remained in a daze throughout. She had spent an entire night with Hua and in that derelict alley? Had that scoundrel truly lost his mind? How could he not have taken her to the hospital? At the very least, he could have booked her a hotel nearby. She rubbed her stiff neck, lamenting the discomfort of having slept seated. Finally, the class concluded, and upon seeing Tang Yingzhu approaching her, Luo Cun yawned, sleepily making her way out. "I'm so tired. Let me go home and catch some sleep first." Just then, Su Lily appeared, immediately dragging Luo Cun into a nearby corridor and whispering urgently, "What happened to you? You didn't come home last night. Do you know what kind of punishment you could face if discovered?" Luo Cun's eyelids felt heavy, and she slapped a document against Su Lily's chest. "Find a time to transfer the company into your name and produce a few dozen goods for me." Su Lily widened her eyes after reading the contents of the document. "You want to give me this company?" Luo Cun patted her shoulder. "From now on, you'll be General Su. Don't think you can trick me with this. Tell me, where did you go last night?" Su Lily's nostrils flared. "Why do you smell like a man?" Luo Cun, startled by her outburst, became a bit more alert. But upon seeing Su Lily's flushed face and flustered expression, she felt there was no need to explain. I'll go take care of what you asked," she stammered before hastily fleeing. Exiting the stairwell, she unexpectedly collided with Tang Yingzhu, who, lost in thought, didn't even greet her and hurried away. Luo Cun tugged at her collar and sniffed, grimacing as she put it down. She wasn't sure if it was a masculine scent, but there was certainly an odor. Stepping outside, she was taken aback. "What are you doing standing here?" Tang Yingzhu raised an eyebrow, intrigued. "Out all night?" Luo Cun rubbed her temples. "I went out to handle some matters. That girl thought I was out fooling around." "What do you need?" Tang Yingzhu replied. "Teacher Gu wants to see you." Luo Cun immediately perked up. "Teacher Gu is looking for me? Why didn't you say so sooner? Weren't you supposed to get some rest?" Cough, cough. Luo Cun stroked her chin. "Do you know what it's about?" Tang Yingzhu shook his head. "No idea, but given the timing, it might be related to the Berkeley League. Perform well." Her eyes lit up. "Thanks, Yingzi." After walking a few steps, she suddenly recalled something and began operating her holographic computer. "I never let my friends suffer losses. 500,000 is interest." Tang Yingzhu raised an eyebrow. His holographic computer displayed a notification of a 550,000 yuan transfer from Luo Cun. Passing through the conference building, Luo Cun arrived at a nearby white standalone building. Following the signs to the office of the director of the military command department, she knocked on the door. "Teacher Gu, it's Luo Cun."
Come in.
Luo Cun opened the door to find a spacious office, a loft style, with sunlight streaming through the 9-meter-high floor-to-ceiling windows, filtering through sheer curtains, illuminating the walls lined with bookshelves, casting a golden glow on the rare and precious volumes. Gu Huaidong's voice echoed from the second floor. "Make yourself comfortable." The second floor was a loft, basked in abundant sunlight, as the water in the teapot bubbled cheerfully. Gu Huaidong approached, lifting the teapot to serve tea to his companion. "What do you think?" The person held the teacup, not sipping, merely swirling it in their hand. "The distance is too great. I can't discern anything. Shall we call them up?" Gu Huaidong suggested. The individual hurriedly replied, "No, please don't. During the last commendation meeting, I merely wanted to test things out. And she caught me. That girl is quite vigilant." Gu Huaidong chuckled lightly. How rare it is to witness something that can perplex Governor Hua. "Not entirely." Hua Qingchuan smiled faintly, the aura of authority subtly emanating from her. "You go ahead and converse with her. I'll observe from here." Gu Huaidong descended with a small teapot. Noticing Luo Cun seated upright on the sofa, he smiled. "With so many books, is there nothing that piques your interest?" "I've read most of them," Luo Cun replied nonchalantly. "It is commendable for young people to immerse themselves in literature. Gu Huaiduan, feeling a surge of spontaneity, casually picked up a book. What is this one about? Luo Cun glanced at it. The Sea of Aya County, chronicling the history of a dark sentinel who suddenly went rogue and slaughtered the entire county. With one hand on the lid and a finger pressing down, Gu Huaiduan took a sip from the spout. What is your stance on dark sentinels? Like most people, do you believe they deserve to perish? Teacher Gu, I'm not quite certain what you mean, Luo Cun responded. No matter, Gu Huaiduan smiled. Speak boldly. Luo Cun cast a glance at him. She could glean no useful information from his cheerful visage. Could it be that he genuinely sought a heart-to-heart? Contemplating, she decided to voice her true feelings. From a command perspective, I believe dark sentinels can be utilized. A sudden clattering sound resonated from above, akin to a teacup striking the table. Luo Cun paused momentarily. Gu Huaiduan replenished her tea. It's nothing, just a guest of the teacher. Please continue. People fear dark sentinels primarily due to their fear of the uncontrollable power they wield. At this moment, a hint of arrogance flickered in Luo Cun's expression, aligning her with the prominent figures upstairs. But I can. You can? Gu Huaiduan countered. Once dark sentinels go rogue, it may cost countless mech warriors their lives to subdue them. Is that worth it? If they have already gone rogue, why attempt to subdue them? Luo Cun narrowed her eyes, her tone calm and resolute. Leading them to the beast tide is the ultimate honor for a warrior. Gu Huaiduan felt a profound tremor within, followed by a surge of suppressed anger at her reckless disregard for life. Luo Cun continued, the ultimate honor of ordinary soldiers is to return to the beast tide, while individuals like you, Director, are few and far between. Dark sentinels and commanders at their core are no different from ordinary soldiers. Her tone was casual, tinged with a hint of self-deprecation. Gu Huaiduan was momentarily taken aback. Her words evoked memories of mechanical limbs mingled with bloody remnants. It was akin to telling a wounded veteran on the ancient battlefield that our ultimate fate is to be wrapped in horsehide, and you are considered fortunate. This was not mere audacity, but rather the words of a commander who has come to comprehend the brutality of war, embodying a blend of cruelty and greatness birthed from the mire of flesh and blood. Teacher Gu, Luo Cun suddenly interjected. Did you summon me merely to ascertain my views on dark sentinels? Gu Huaiduan placed the book back, his demeanor softened considerably. Do not underestimate casual conversation. It aids me in quickly understanding you. He resumed earnestly. I hear you possess a strong desire to participate in the league? Indeed. Chapter 49. The Whistleblower's Determination. Luo Cun's expression grew serious. I will lead bands to victory. Gu Huaiduan was taken aback. It had been quite some time since anyone had spoken with such certainty in his presence. He hesitated. Confidence is commendable, but, Director Gu, Luo Cun interjected directly. A white flower gradually blossomed in her palm, emitting a gentle blue glow. Tang Yingzhu, being merely a bird, has participated in 2 consecutive leagues. Surely I should face no issues? Gu Huaiduan stood in astonishment. Plants. How long has it been since a manifestation of the botanical type appeared? Moreover, one blooming as splendidly as this lily. An absurd occurrence indeed. After a night, she appeared more invigorated, and the lily had flourished even further. Its 9 petals were plump and unfurling, the center tinged with red, the filaments intertwining like a celestial bloom, pure and sacred. A faint, ethereal fragrance wafted through the air, invigorating the senses. Director, Luo Cun's demeanor turned earnest. I have but one request. Allow Huan to participate in the league. Gu Huaiduan's expression shifted, instinctively glancing upstairs. But he managed to restrain himself at a critical moment. I am unaware of the school's reasoning for barring Huan from competing, but from a command perspective, bands cannot aspire to victory without an S tier. Luo Cun withdrew the flower. I assure you, Huasin will follow orders. Gu Huaiduan promptly decided. Do not reveal your manifestation in public until the competition. As for Huan, the school will consider it. This outcome exceeded his expectations, and Luo Cun rejoiced. Thank you, Director. After Luo Cun departed, Hua Qingchuan's silhouette appeared at the staircase landing. Gu Huaiduan set down the teapot, smiling as he spread his hands. Some people are just fortunate. While you still ponder how to arrange your son's future, someone has stepped forward to alleviate your worries. Noticing her prolonged silence, Gu Huaiduan's expression darkened. Gripping the edge of the table tightly, confirmed? Hua Qingchuan released the handrail and descended the stairs. The connection between whistleblowers is infallible. Isn't it said that physical contact is necessary? She now has a manifestation. Her mental energy fluctuations are evident. I confirm she is a whistleblower of considerable potential. Hua Qingchuan raised her chin slightly, gazing out the window, her voice commanding yet calm. With her presence, Hua and will not lose control. Let them proceed. It is time to show Central Star Domain some colors. Gu Huaiduan's expression grew stern. Has the energy application for repairing the shield not been approved? Hua Qingchuan picked up her coat from the rack as she moved toward the exit, pausing momentarily at the doorknob, her posture tall and straight. Old Gu. The results of this league are crucial for bands. Train them well. Gu Huaiduan quickly straightened, his right hand brushing against his trousers, pausing at his temple. Yes. Governor. The afternoon consisted of second-year courses, and Luo Cun had no intention of attending. She held no interest in toying with a bunch of junior students. Of course, had those junior students known Luo Cun's sentiments, they would likely have enthusiastically invited her to join their combat classes. With a lift of her foot, she headed toward the mech manufacturing building. This building was situated in an open area on the northern side of the school, originally a storage facility for mechs. Later forcibly developed into one of the most renowned treasure troves of the military by the big shots of the mech manufacturing department. The reason was simple. Regardless of how affluent one was upon entering this building, after encountering the endearing yet exasperating mech engineers, one would surely find themselves tightening their belts upon exiting. A veritable den of iniquity. What brings you here? Luo Cun entered the mech manufacturing room, handing her belongings to Enkerson. Her gaze astonished as she looked at Wei He. Enkerson removed her gloves, climbing onto a nearby container, her tone filled with delight. You brought me fish. How lovely. Wei He glanced at the logo on the lunchbox, pursing her lips. As Qiusheng said, commanders are a breed filled with cunning. At noon, everyone gathered at Renhui residence for a meal, so why did he not think to bring a portion back? The crucial point is that it wasn't even his own money being spent. And Enkerson glanced at Wei He, fuming. I have already told you. If you want to make such changes, that is fine, but the requirements for the joints are excessively high. I do not wish to spend the entire league helping you repair them. It was quite a feat for him to articulate so clearly while eating. Alternatively, there's my suggested plan, a comprehensive upgrade of the joints, but securing such rare materials is no easy task, approximately 50 million. Luo Cun's eyebrows twitched ever so slightly. She strode in with $1 billion in cash, only to feel as though her wallet had already deflated by half before uttering a word. Wei He wore a mask of agony. Can it be any lower? This is already the friend price. I haven't even calculated your parts, design, or modification fees. This is solely the cost of materials. And Enkerson's frizzed hair stood on end from anger. These individuals always assumed that they, the mecha engineers, were pocketing kickbacks, bargaining over a pittance with him. Luo Cun stepped back, clutching her chest, feeling deflated. Wei He, with a numb expression, transferred the funds, then trudged away. His countenance was so tragic that Luo Cun mistakenly thought he intended to leap from the 13th floor. However, she was too preoccupied with her own troubles. When Enkerson fixed his gaze on her, she even felt an urge to turn and flee. The once adorable curls now resembled a drooling star beast. Reaching out to her, 1 billion, and that's merely for the materials. Luo Cun? Enkerson waved his hand in front of her. Shaking her head, she kicked the star beast from her mind and placed a silver mecha sphere in his palm, instinctively saying, Please help me modify this. Enkerson touched the texture of the mecha sphere. Have you found that custom mecha? How do you want to modify it? Luo Cun instinctively replied, Increase the attack and defense levels, create a sniper mode, and add 2 animal forms. After speaking, a thin sheen of sweat broke out on her back, her tone tinged with caution. How much will that cost? Depending on the materials and forms, it could range from 1 billion to 10 billion. Luo Cun's face mirrored the pained expression of Wei He. The rate of earning money cannot keep pace with the rate of spending. What to do? Enkerson tossed the mecha sphere into the air, and after a flurry of transformations, a silver-gray humanoid mecha appeared before them. Several small robots surrounded the silver-gray mecha, commencing a data scan. Observing the data on his handheld device, Enkerson slowly furrowed his brow. Why is the material utilization so low? Does this mecha have a second form? Luo Cun's mind sharpened in an instant. Before she could intervene, he had already switched the mecha to its second form. Gazing at the ship before them, Enkerson laughed until tears streamed down his face. This is too hilarious. Are you planning to fly this to the League? Ha ha ha. I must capture this moment. Chapter 50. The transformation of the Valkyrie. Luo Cun kicked his rear, nudging the shipping container beneath him. So, Can it be modified or not? And Curson continued to chuckle. Of course, this mecha has a liquid metal coverage of up to 93. It can even transform into a ship. What's difficult about the modes you mentioned? He paused. This is an A-class mecha, with attack, speed, and cockpit defense all rated at A. And full body defense at B. Do you want to elevate it to an S-class mecha? But aren't you an A-class? It seems I might be an S now. And Curson tactfully remarked, an A-class is already a rarity among humans. One must remain grounded. Luo Cun rubbed her temples, patiently explaining that after her mental powers erupted and awakened, she sensed an elevation in her mental level. She had privately tested it and confirmed it was S. And Curson's eyes widened in disbelief. You encountered something so extraordinarily rare among humans? Luo Cun smiled gently. So, can we proceed now, Master Mecha Engineer? I have no objections. And Curson signaled an OK gesture. He leaped down from the container, unfolding all the data on the design board, stroking his chin. Eliminate the ship form, adjust a few things. And it will already be an S-class mecha, achieving a balanced enhancement in levels. Otherwise, I wouldn't know how to proceed. Luo Cun nodded. This was also a point of immense relief for her. Different levels of mechas inherently possess barriers. This barrier is not apparent in C-class mechas, but between A, S, and Super S-classes, it is a chasm. For example, A-class and S-class mechas utilize different materials, their structural frameworks differ, and there are significant disparities in energy structures. Even the most poorly equipped S-class mecha can easily overpower an A-class one. The Valkyrie mecha she possessed was originally constructed as an S-class framework, but due to the influence of the ship form, its overall classification was forcibly lowered by one tier. Now, simply removing that portion would restore its original form. This mecha must not be inexpensive, and Curson mused, his gaze enamored. Though unsigned, he was certain it was crafted by a master. Luo Cun thought to herself, indeed. This mecha represented 20 years of savings from her original self. The sniper form could also be modified, perhaps transforming it into a lightweight medium mecha. He received an inspiration. Sketching as he spoke, adding 2 animal forms would make it very agile, which suits you perfectly. Luo Cun pointed to the design. I designed a structure that allows for a rapid switch between sensing mode and manual control. Could you help me test it later? And Curson suddenly looked up. You can operate manually? With a low physical level, one must cultivate other means of survival, Luo Cun said, half-jokingly. She spoke no lies. Her original self had clearly practiced manual operations, which demand a high level of dexterity. Without training, even if she were here, her body would falter, unable to keep pace with her mind. However, due to the obsolescence of manual operation in this era, her original skills were rather mediocre. What about the animal forms for the mecha? Do you have any ideas? Luo Cun had already contemplated this. She promptly revealed her design blueprints. One is a spider form, and the other is a bird form. The spider form is good, but the sniper form can already fly. Creating a separate avian form seems somewhat redundant, and Curson advised, noting that having 2 entirely different types of animal forms would increase the weight. Luo Cun pondered. I intend to leverage the inherent characteristics of birds to enhance speed. And Curson considered this, calculating roughly on his draft before shaking his head. No, that contradicts the original intention. Adding a bird form would categorize it as a heavier medium mecha, sacrificing agility. Luo Cun decisively said, then let us forego the bird form and find a way to enhance the speed of the sniper form. This task posed considerable difficulty. And Curson contemplated. I'll give it a try. Perhaps with minor adjustments, we can avoid changing forms. Excellent. And Curson set down his handheld device. Now, let us calculate the switching structure you devised. Luo Cun stepped into the cockpit of the Valkyrie. This was her first official activation. Identity information being collected. Confirmation in progress. Owner, would you like to activate the Valkyrie? Activate. The cockpit lights illuminated fully, and the sensing suit conformed automatically to her body. Luo Cun attempted to lift her leg, and the right leg of the silver-gray mecha elevated in tandem. Are you ready? And Curson inquired from outside. The Valkyrie raised her right hand, signaling an OK gesture. Luo Cun issued the command. Switch to manual control mode. The sensor suit automatically detached. The seat emerged from the rear, and the control panel appeared from the front. Safety devices secured themselves automatically. Luo Cun entered her instructions, and the Valkyrie made a pause gesture. A voice from the earpiece announced in Curson's countdown. 15 seconds, far too long. Luo Cun responded. Adjust it. There's no need to remove the sensor suit. Just temporarily disable the sensory feedback. Also set up a shortcut button that does not require voice activation. The speed at which the control panel emerges is too slow. Make it faster. Very well. And Kerson's fingers danced swiftly as lines of code were rapidly written in. The 35th test commenced. Luo Cun pressed a shortcut button on the cabin wall, and all the indicator lights on her sensor suit extinguished simultaneously as the control panel appeared rapidly. She sat down, and the seat enveloped her completely, with safety devices locking her in place automatically. And Kerson's excited voice came from outside. 1 second. It's a miracle. Luo Cun exited the cockpit, wiping the sweat from her brow. As long as it can switch in seconds, that's good enough. She glanced at the darkened sky. It was now completely shrouded in darkness, with the time displaying exactly 11 o'clock at night. Let's go. I'll treat you to dinner. And Kerson, chewing on a pen and not even looking up, replied, let me think about how to increase movement speed without affecting sniping accuracy. You go ahead. Is this what it means to be a tech fanatic? Luo Cun felt somewhat inferior. She picked up the blueprints from the ground, opened the door, and the night breeze cleared her chaotic thoughts considerably. I'm off. Upon reaching downstairs, her neural interface emitted a soft beep, indicating a design blueprint. And Kerson poked his head out from above. The spider-shaped blueprint needs revision. I've circled the key points for you. Think about how to adjust it while you eat. By the way, I still want fish. Luo Cun, alright. I'll work overtime tonight. Chapter 51. Wei He joins the team. As soon as class ended, Luo Cun received a message from Su Lily, stating that the company had been transferred to her name and inquiring about the next steps. After some contemplation, Luo Cun transferred 10 million to her company startup funds. Hire a few people first, rent an office, and research the equity structure. Su Lily. Su Lily, you're giving me 10 million just like that? And I have no idea about equity structures. Luo Cun, if you have questions, you can ask Zhu Zhao and Zhou Qi. Su Lily, got it. Luo Cun, thanks for your hard work, Su. Su Lily, shivering with fear. JPG, seeing the little figure in distress, Luo Cun chuckled and walked towards the west. She had been preoccupied with the mecha project lately. The Valkyrie was a well-structured mecha, and Kerson was reluctant to dismantle it, resulting in numerous challenges during the design process, often failing to pass the simulator. This forced them to repeatedly revise their plans. Fortunately, the outcome was clear in the end. The plan was set, and all that remained was securing funding. Let us prepare 50 billion first, as some materials are hard to come by. And Kerson's lips barely grazed each other, nearly causing Luo Cun to faint on the spot. Where would she procure 50 billion? Of course, only the black market. Finding a secluded corner, Luo Cun nimbly climbed a tree, swiftly made her way to the branch's tip, and with a push off her feet, executed a graceful front flip over the grayish-white wall, landing softly on the ground. She approached the two individuals below. Lao Fu is dragging on again. Hua then leaned against the tree with his arms crossed. Level 2 alert. No returning after curfew. Are you not afraid of being discovered? Luo Cun replied fiercely. What does being discovered matter? If I don't make money, I'll be done for. Let us go. Wei He observed the familiarity between the two, his expression puzzled. Where are we going? Luo Cun, to make money. If you don't want to go, turn left and head back to school. Wei He took a deep breath. As long as we do not violate the laws of the Alliance or school regulations, then fine. Luo Cun interrupted him. We're going to fight for money. Are we going or not? I'm in. Understanding the balance of risk and reward, Wei He appeared resolute as if preparing for a noble sacrifice. Luo Cun cast several surprised glances at him. She hadn't anticipated this solitary soldier to possess such depth of thought. No wonder he could befriend Qiao Sheng. She asked Hua Ren, why is the school suddenly on level 2 alert? Level 2 alert means military cadets cannot freely enter or exit the school gates, must not return after curfew, and should always be prepared for battle. Recently, the Energy Star region has been quite tumultuous, and Cold Lake has also caused quite a stir. Which Energy Star isn't in turmoil? Has the military not sent anyone? Luo Cun was astonished. Wei He had also heard some rumors. The Energy Star region is jointly governed by the Danzel military and the Central Military. The personnel sent were from the Central Military. Huan scoffed. Joint governance? That's just a pretty way to say it. Neither the military nor Heaven Island knows exactly what is happening over there. Luo Cun raised an eyebrow slightly. They arrived. As they conversed, they reached the entrance of the black market, where Hua and stopped the hovercraft. Luo Cun followed him out. I've never been to this entrance before. Huan stored the hovercraft and pressed the elevator down button. I never revisit the same entrance. within a short time. Luo Cun turned back and handed a ghost mask to Wei He. No matter what, do not take it off, and also tone down that military cadet demeanor of yours. The three descended to level -8, and Luo Cun skillfully located the black-cloaked figure to sign up for a team match. The black-cloaked figure remarked, "Your team has finally reached level 5. Adding a novice will drop it to level 3. Are you sure?" Luo Cun retorted, "Just add it. Stop your incessant chatter." The black-cloaked figure, "Damn, you've got a tough fist now." Wei He had remained silent since arriving at the black market. Judging by the surroundings and the attitudes of the two, he had gathered the general nature of this place. Observing Luo Cun's demeanor in conversation with the other, he felt a jolt within. The novice Wei He, "I don't understand, but I am deeply impressed." Midway, Luo Cun instructed Hua and to take Wei He to choose a mecha while she made a trip to Old Hei's general store. She lined up 10 boxes in front of the old man. "You specifically left a message for me on the Star Network. Did Natasha sell out?" Old Hei remained silent. He took a drag from his cigarette, opened one of the boxes, inspected its contents with a discerning eye, and nodded. Luo Cun grinned. "You can trust my goods. By the way, do you accept mecha design blueprints that have passed the simulator?" "I do." The old man's voice was hoarse. "Show me the goods." Luo Cun handed over 3 designs, all independently created by her, 2 of which were for B-level mechas, and 1 for an A-level mecha. The data was detailed and had passed the simulator, making it extremely convenient for secondary design or direct production. Such blueprints were highly sought after in the black market. The old man glanced at her. "Name your price." Luo Cun, unfazed, replied, 20 million for each B-level mecha and 50 million for the A-level mecha. Her offer was slightly lower than the market price.
Deal.
The old man accepted all 3 blueprints. Old Hei pulled out a mecha ball from beneath the table. His eyebrows drooping. "Don't say it was repaired here." "Ahem, the appearance isn't important. What matters is the core." She whispered, "I need a batch of materials." The old man retrieved a small black notebook from his coat pocket. "Narway alloy, golden wing thin wings, and the bones of the buying." The old man exhaled a puff of smoke. "These materials are not easy to find. Although golden wing thin wings and buying bones are classified as S-level materials, they are rarer than some Super S materials." Luo Cun was well aware of this. She quickly added, "I don't need much, just a small piece will do." "How much do you need?" "I still have some Narway alloy left." 500 G. She was not as extravagantly ruthless as Huan. The joints of her lone wolf mecha were forged from solid Narway alloy. All she needed to do was enhance the durability of each joint in the Valkyrie. Old Hei checked the holographic display and quoted a price, 1 billion. Luo Cun felt a pang of pain in her heart. Old Hei retrieved his calculator, pressing buttons as he calculated. Natasha initially intended to sell for 3 million, but now it would be 5 million per unit, totaling 55 billion for 110 units, and an additional 90 million for 3 images, thus bringing the total to 64 billion. The Narway alloy cost 1 billion, with a maintenance fee of 100,000. He pursed his lips and pressed the backspace. "I won't count the maintenance fee. You still owe me 36 billion. After a pause, he added, "You can also bring goods to offset the debt." Luo Cun closed her eyes briefly. Old Hei extinguished his cigarette and rose to the inner chamber. After 5 minutes, he emerged wearing gloves, carrying a small black briefcase. "This is a low-temperature storage box." Luo Cun immediately took it. "We're supposed to establish a long-term partnership. Surely, you wouldn't charge for an inconsequential box?" Old Hei raised an eyebrow, disdainfully waving his hand. "Just go." As Luo Cun descended to level 8, Wei He had just completed a solo challenge, advancing from level 1 novice to level 2 novice. "How was it?" Luo Cun inquired. Wei He exited the cockpit. "A bit boring. These opponents are quite pathetic." "Did you place any bets?" Wei He was taken aback. "Bet on what?" Luo Cun patted his shoulder. "This isn't how you play here." Wei He. Chapter 52. It turns out she is the only true pauper. Luo Cun casually selected a team and initiated a challenge. "I am your father. Level 3 kneel before me. Level 7. Father has arrived. Come and fight. Kneel before me. Just wait. Watch how your father brings you to your knees." Recently, he felt as though he had lost the joy of life. His purpose for coming to the black market differed from others. He was not there for bloodshed. With no fresh excitement to be found, he began to feel bored until he saw a message on the public screen. He almost instantaneously rushed towards the arena, his mind racing. "Shy giant. Here I come." He was not alone in this thought. Many others, especially those who had lost a significant amount of money to Luo Cun last time, hurried over as well. Wei He gaped as he watched the arena transition from empty to packed. The two individuals beside him seemed unfazed, Hua and was numb to it all, being the unacknowledged king of this realm, while Luo Cun was pleased as this was the effect she aimed to achieve. She flipped through the odds table, clicking her tongue. Why are these people so astute? Last time the odds were 201, and now they are 81? If anyone knew her thoughts, they would likely berate her mercilessly. Anyone who had witnessed their previous match would be exceedingly cautious with their bets, as it was evident that these two were seasoned players masquerading as novices, today accompanied by an uncertain figure whose status was ambiguous. Luo Cun leaned closer to Wei He. Bet on our victory, the more, the better. Even Wei He, who was usually clueless, understood at this moment. Indeed, they were boxing, albeit in an underground setting. He quietly asked, "How much did you bet?" 90 million. The maximum single bet is 100 million. Thus, Wei He placed a bet of 100 million. Hua and still refrained from betting. Luo Cun suddenly realized, it turned out she was the only true pauper. At that moment, amidst the crowd's cheers, 3 mechas in red, yellow, and green appeared at the entrance. Kneel! 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 The entire arena erupted in encouragement and cheers. Luo Cun raised an eyebrow. Do these 3 paint palettes have fans? Huan shook his head. I know them. 2 S ranks accompanied by an A rank. These 3 relished tormenting their opponents, forcing them to kneel in humiliation. Luo Cun was stunned. 3-person challenge. I am your father, level 3, versus kneel before me, level 7. The match begins. Luo Cun's team released their mechas simultaneously. The crowd erupted in laughter. What is this? A Tinkin patched-up mecha? Ha ha ha. Where did they get it repaired? I would never set foot in that shop. Surely, they didn't just sew some metal plates together, right? Hua then gazed at Luo Cun's hastily stitched-together mecha in silence. Wei He commented, I don't understand, but I am truly astonished. The trio on the opposing side wasted no time in targeting Luo Cun, with the red mecha rudely pointing at her. What an oddball. After a hearty laugh, the yellow mecha announced each word distinctly. Poor, pauper. The green mecha even raised a middle finger at her. This was intolerable. Luo Cun immediately launched a psychic attack on the green mecha. How could such uncivilized gestures be displayed publicly? She resolved to teach him a lesson. The opposing team, taken aback by her sudden aggression, momentarily froze, allowing Luo Cun to charge forward at the green mecha. She ran while shooting, causing the cockpit door of the green mecha to slightly deform. She was not just anyone. Of the 3 mechas, the green one was an A rank. The other 2 attempted to intervene but were both blocked by Hua, and Luo Cun sensed the activation of her psychic power and acted almost simultaneously with Huan. Although Wei He was slightly delayed, he quickly joined the fray. The battlefield dynamics shifted instantly. Luo Cun against the green mecha, Hua and against the red mecha, and Wei He against the yellow mecha. The green mecha struggled to break free from the psychic grasp and sought to retreat. But Luo Cun swiftly drew a light sword from behind and brought it crashing down. At a critical moment, the yellow mecha fired a shot at Luo Cun, providing just enough of an opening for the green mecha to evade the strike. However, the yellow mecha lost its right arm as a result of Wei He seizing the opportunity. What the hell? Can a B-rank mecha wield a light sword too? This is unacceptable. The energy reserves can't support such usage. What is the point? Just when the green mecha was about to breathe a sigh of relief, a sudden sharp pain struck its head, rendering it immobile once more. Luo Cun sneered, raising her light sword and thrusting it fiercely, piercing through its mecha cabin. Kneel before me loses 1 member. Noticing the commotion on Luo Cun's side, Huan acted even faster, swiftly dispatching the red mecha. Kneel before me loses 2 members. Wei He also ceased to linger in battle, quickly eliminating his opponent. Match concluded. I am your father successfully levels up by challenging above, reaching level 7. With a score of 50 million points, congratulations. Unlike previous matches, this time the audience was unusually silent. Everyone recognized that this was a one-sided annihilation. All 3 members of I Am Your Father were S rank, with formidable strength. You come to fight me, and his eyes sparkled. He realized the shy giant had grown even stronger. Wei He looked at Luo Cun, expressing awe. You've made tremendous progress. Luo Cun was replacing the energy box. Using a light sword with a B-rank mecha was somewhat challenging, but she had no choice. Her strength did not match that of the 2. Even barehanded, She could dispatch enemies. She messaged Wei He. Transfer the money out. Secure your gains. Wei He. Transfer complete. Thank you. Luo Cun mused silently. This person was surprisingly quick with his hands. Would you like to continue? The system's prompt echoed in the arena. Continue. This time, Luo Cun selected an 8th level team, which had a relatively normal name, Chaotic Lifespan. They did not issue any threats, yet the opposing team accepted the challenge. The audience in the arena remained, a torrent of excitement surging forth to place their bets. Luo Cun observed the data on the platform, her expression darkening. Almost everyone was wagering on our victory. Wei He inquired, what shall we do? Having just experienced the euphoric thrill of an unexpected 800 million gain. Was it truly to end so abruptly? Luo Cun steeled her resolve. We shall counterbet.
Huh.
Wei He was momentarily taken aback. The odds on the opposing side stood at 15, suggesting a potential profit. She turned to Hua and, do you know what to do? Huan felt an unprecedented urge to lend money to someone for the first time. In a 3-person challenge, I Am Your Father, level 7 versus Chaos of Life, level 8. The match commences. As before, Luo Cun was the first to charge forth. However, unlike the previous team, Chaos of Life was evidently more formidable, and her mental attack faltered. Throughout her history, Luo Cun's psychic assaults had been unfailingly effective. This was the first time she had encountered failure. Undeterred, Luo Cun launched another mental assault against the central mech. Yet this time, her psychic force felt ensnared, as if trapped in a quagmire. Observing the confrontation, Wei He swiftly darted toward the individual on the left, her black mech advancing like a tempest, exuding immense force. Bullets seemed to possess a will of their own, targeting the vulnerable areas of the cockpit and joints. Huan sighed, following suit. A closer examination would reveal that their display was merely a facade of grandiosity, with little substance. Chapter 53. The black market pursuit. The green mech's psychic power was formidable, and Luo Cun gradually found herself struggling. Suddenly, her mental strength waned, as if utterly depleted. She attempted to retract her psychic energy, but her adversary was intent on seizing the moment. That individual clung to her mentally, even forcefully breaching her cerebral domain. Luo Cun's body stiffened, rendered immobile. Seizing the opportunity, her opponent lunged forward, unsheathing a light sword aimed directly at her cockpit, evidently with no intention of leaving her alive. Huan paused, abruptly turning around. Luo Cun's heart raced with terror. Releasing all her psychic energy, she forcibly expelled her opponent's mental grip from her mind, finally regaining her ability to move as her mech stumbled backward, narrowly evading the light sword. The cockpit sprang open and Luo Cun shouted, I concede. We concede. A chorus of boos erupted from the crowd. Match concluded. I Am Your Father's challenge fails. Level remains at 7, with a deduction of 5,000,000 points. Despite the announcement of the match's outcome, the mech wielding the light sword remained motionless before Luo Cun, lost in contemplation. Hua and regarded him, his body tense. Luo Cun stood pale atop her mech, suppressing her dizziness, coldly stating, You have won. Won? The individual scoffed, We shall meet again. It won't be so easy next time. With that, they piloted their mechs away. Wei He frowned. What does he mean by that? Luo Cun gazed pensively in the direction of their departure, feeling an icy sense of murderous intent for the first time in the black market. This indifference to life was reminiscent of assassins, those from Cold Lake. Once they had departed, Huan finally relaxed somewhat. Luo Cun pondered. They seem quite accustomed to killing in battle. Haven't you heard? Huan shook his head. The black market is teeming with activity daily. I can't be privy to every situation. Shall we continue? The mechanical voice inquired. Without hesitation, Luo Cun replied, Continue. Due to her failure to advance, Luo Cun chose another level 8 team, named Watch Me Break Your Legs. She soon realized that the stranger the name, the more competent the team. This time, the odds for I Am Your Father stood at 13. After a grueling battle, Luo Cun and her companions barely managed to secure a narrow victory. However, their mechs lay in tatters. Just then, Wei He remarked, Why can't we withdraw our funds? It shows account irregularities? Luo Cun's heart jolted as she noticed a glaring red box pop up on her black market account, halting any further transactions. This isn't good. We need to leave. At that moment, a throng of figures clad in black robes surged in from the entrance. The trio stood at the teleportation pad, ready to escape, but the surroundings remained unresponsive. Hua unfurrowed his brow. The teleportation channel has been sealed. Wei He demanded, "What happens if the black market catches us?" Huan glanced at him. "They sever your fingers and feed you to the dogs." Wei He touched the mech ball in his pocket. "Is it really that brutal? What do we do now?" "Charge out in the mech." Luo Cun retrieved her gun. "The law of the black market dictates that only those with strength can negotiate. Let us strike first." With a flick of her wrist, a mechanism sprang from her sleeve, and she seized the rope. Ascending swiftly to perch atop the beam above the arena, quickly aiming her gun and firing at a spot a meter in front of the black-robed figures. They were forced to halt. "Ah, it's the Dark Robe Lord. A sniper. Their S.A. sharpshooter." Panic ensued as the audience scattered in all directions. "Let us go," Luo Cun shouted amidst the chaos. Positioned high above, she became conspicuously visible after revealing her location, prompting the black-robed figures to shoot at her. Luo Cun dashed along the beam, her psychic energy surging as she calculated her next landing spot. To onlookers, she appeared as a nimble monkey, deftly navigating the overhead beams and supports. Hua and Wei He hid behind a pillar, engaging in a firefight with the black-robed assailants. While the two drew fire away from her, Luo Cun seized the opportunity to leap down. The elevator was secured, so she opted for the stairs. Contemplating that they should head toward the mech storage area, the trio sprinted forward, with more black-robed figures joining the pursuit. After a night of relentless battle, they were now mentally exhausted, dodging bullets from behind. Luo Cun's head throbbed as if about to explode, distorting her vision of the path ahead. Wei He gritted his teeth, removing a silver ring from his hand, his eyes gradually reddening. "Don't let me lose control, Commander." Luo Cun was taken aback, then nodded solemnly. Wei He turned and plunged into the fray, moving with incredible speed toward the frontline black robes. A series of swift kicks and flips rendered his opponents utterly incapacitated. Luo Cun forcibly expanded her psychic energy, her gaze sharp. Hua and their S.A. group of them at 1 o'clock. A bloodthirsty grin crept across Hua An's face, resembling a wolf as he charged forward, moving so swiftly that he seemed but a blur. Luo Cun caught the circular object he threw, inspecting it and noticing a black line encircling the center, markedly different from Wei He's. The two flanked her, forming a tight triangle as they charged toward the mech storage area. "This way," Luo Cun directed, pointing down the right path. The trio swiftly altered their course, advancing nearly 100 meters when Wei He's expression shifted. They had reached a dead end, with a towering wall blocking their path. Without hesitation, Luo Cun commanded, "Break through the wall." Hua An's fist struck the wall, causing cracks to spiderweb across its surface. With a second blow, he shattered a large opening. Wei He stared at Luo Cun in astonishment. "How did you know?" Behind the wall lay a hidden passageway. Hua An pressed his palm against the wall, a deep rumble emanating from his throat. "This is bad. He's about to change." Wei He felt beads of sweat forming on his back. Luo Cun extended her hand, her palm glowing with a fragrant white light that spread out, causing Hua and Wei He to shudder, their crimson eyes fading as they regained a semblance of clarity. "Let us go. The exit is above," she shouted. At that moment, a thunderous roar resonated from behind. Luo Cun turned around, only to see a ferocious rat beast lunging at him. A figure beside him leaped high, delivering a powerful kick that sent the rat beast tumbling to the ground. Wei He simultaneously stepped forward, firing 2 shots with precision, swiftly eliminating the creature. However, this was merely one of many. Within the dark mech storage, countless pairs of crimson eyes glimmered ominously, fixated on them, glistening with ravenous anticipation. Both Hua and Wei He stepped forward in unison, positioning themselves protectively in front of Luo Cun. Beads of sweat trickled down his brow, a chilling wave surged from his marrow, causing Luo Cun to tremble involuntarily, his breath turning to frigid mist. "All 3 of you are esteemed guests of our black market. We merely wish to invite you for a discussion, harboring no ill intentions." A youthful male voice echoed from outside. Luo Cun suppressed the chill enveloping him, curling his lips into a sardonic smile. "Is this how the black market treats its guests?" "We mean no harm," the man continued. "The rat beasts have yet to launch an attack, correct?" "What a declaration of innocence," Luo Cun retorted, biting his tongue to remain alert. "There are a total of 2 104 B-class mechs here, equivalent to 2 104 units of B-class energy. If I were to detonate a D-class bomb here, all 2 104 units of B-class energy would explode simultaneously, resulting in an explosion comparable to a singular A-class energy detonation." Although it may not obliterate this place, it would likely demolish half of the upper and lower tiers. There's no need for rashness. Opposing the black market is not a wise decision, the man threatened in a low voice. Luo Cun chuckled softly. How many star beasts are you holding in your -9 facility? If this place goes up in flames, it would create a straight path for the star beasts to the outside world, leading directly to the military. Very well. Since our esteemed guests do not wish to converse today, we shall postpone our discussion for another time, the male voice concluded abruptly. The three of them slowly retreated. Once Hua and had also withdrawn behind the wall, Luo Cun deftly tossed out an unarmed bomb. Stop! The male voice bellowed. The trio swiftly ascended. As they neared the exit, Hua and detected a whiff of blood. He gestured for caution. Approaching the exit with trepidation, they beheld a multitude of fallen black-cloaked figures. What are you waiting for? Get up here. A flying shuttle hovered midair, with Tang Yingjue standing at the entrance, machine gun aimed at the ground. Luo Cun breathed a sigh of relief. This fellow had arrived just in time. Chapter 54. The cold effect of the isolation agent. As soon as Tang Yingjue received his comrades, the flying shuttle ascended rapidly, piercing through the cloud cover. The pursuing black cloaks seemed to have received an order, halting their chase upon witnessing the shuttle's departure. Luo Cun removed his mask, glancing at Tang Yingjue's attire, and offered a weak smile. A masked bandit? Tang Yingjue pulled off his mask, his tone sharp. What have you done? The black market is out for your heads. The three fell into a collective silence. Tang Yingjue stroked his chin, turning to Wei He. Why did you also follow them? Wei He cleared his throat awkwardly. He glanced at Hua Then, who was resting with his eyes closed. Eventually, he sat down directly opposite Luo Cun. It's too noisy to return to school now, besides. We have time. I can wait. Luo Cun pressed his lips together, realizing there was no way to gloss over the situation today. He attempted to initiate a conversation. You know my financial situation has been precarious lately, so you three resorted to illegal fighting. Luo Cun was about to explain that it was a desperate measure under extraordinary circumstances, but Tang Yingjue interrupted, his face flushed with indignation. And you didn't even invite me? Luo Cun and Hua exchanged glances. Wei He let out a relieved sigh, eagerly sharing their exploits in the black market, recounting how their team had slaughtered foes left and right, earning a staggering 3 billion in just 1 hour, completely covering the funding gap for their mech modifications overnight. What a pity. After grasping the entire story, Tang Yingjue slapped his thigh. You should have been competing in individual matches instead of team battles, with 3 rounds of betting. Raking in 100 billion in 2 days would be a breeze. Wei He admired. Yingzi, your mind works too quickly. While Luo Cun inwardly cursed Tang Yingjue's heartlessness, lamenting the tens of billions he had missed out on, he suddenly felt a surge of anger that caused him to spit out a mouthful of blood. Wei He was taken aback. Is it really that bad that you're spitting blood? What are you thinking? Tang Yingjue reached out to check Luo Cun's pulse. His expression shifting dramatically. This isn't right. The low temperature has triggered bloody coughs. Hospital now. Hua abruptly opened his eyes, his crimson gaze piercing. The shuttle's AI immediately began scanning for the nearest hospital. The closest facility is the Luo General Hospital. Shall we proceed? Proceed. As Hua with eyes aflame, kicked open the emergency room door of the hospital, the on-duty physician was nearly startled into triggering the alarm. Fortunately, Wei He was quick to restrain him. Tang Yingjue rushed in, panting, please remain calm. We are military students, and this classmate collapsed during training, experiencing a sudden drop in body temperature and requiring urgent medical attention. He presented his student ID. Wei He released the doctor. The physician exhaled deeply, approaching Luo Cun to check her pupils, which had already begun to dilate. He promptly instructed, prepare for emergency treatment room 1. In the corner, medical robots automatically unfolded, transporting Luo Cun towards the operating room at breakneck speed. The attending physician followed closely behind. At that moment, an elderly doctor with graying hair hurried in from another side, accompanied by a number of staff. What is the situation? The attending physician swiftly replied, Director, the patient has overexerted her mental strength, leading to severe physical exhaustion. The cold effect of the isolation agent has fully manifested and requires immediate rescue. The elder, referred to as the director, declared, I will perform the surgery personally. You will be my assistant. Yes, Director. Once Luo Cun was wheeled into the operating room, the remaining trio exchanged glances of concern. Wei He hesitated. Isolation agent? Cold effect? Is it what I think it is? Hua and Tang Yingzhua's expressions darkened. The isolation agent is something only the waste of Central Star would use. Why would she resort to it? Huan spoke hoarsely. Wei He added. Isn't that stuff addictive? It only temporarily alleviates the growing pains from mental strength. The drawbacks far outweigh the benefits. Tang Yingzhua furrowed his brow. The cold effect is fully manifesting? She might be undergoing withdrawal? Wei He raised his voice unconsciously. I really can't believe Luo Cun would use a mental strength isolation agent. The military training is so grueling, and she's been pushing herself every day. There's no way she couldn't endure the growing pains. Suddenly, he clutched his head. Although that pain is indeed excruciating, the growth of mental strength follows a process. Typically, every level gained causes pain that can last from 3 to 7 days, with fainting and convulsions being normal occurrences. For some with special constitutions, the pain can even be life-threatening. The mental strength isolation agent was initially designed for such individuals. Over time, as more people found the pain intolerable, they sought to bypass it with a shortcut, leading to the widespread use of the isolation agent among the upper class. With just one injection, the pain can be alleviated, and it has almost no side effects. The only downside is the potential for addiction. The isolation agent is also known as the luxury needle. The market price for isolation agents is exorbitant, with even decent ones starting at 1,000,000 star coins, making it out of reach for ordinary individuals. However, for those in high society, such sums are negligible. The hallmark of addiction is the cold effect, where the entire body feels as if submerged in sub-zero temperatures, causing extreme torment. If the injection is not administered in a timely manner, the body temperature will continue to plummet, ultimately leading to a fatal freeze. In other words, it is nearly impossible to withdraw from the suppressor. Although various studies indicate that the suppressor has no side effects, in reality, the scions of affluent families are strictly forbidden from touching it. The general public harbors a particularly negative perception of the suppressor, with rumors labeling it as a coward's needle. Wei He, despite coming from a well-to-do background, was still an ordinary person, and upon hearing this news, she felt as if struck by lightning. Tang Yingzhua and Hua exchanged glances, both reflecting the fury in each other's eyes. In certain second-tier families, there are even instances of descendants being proactively injected with a suppressor. This particular batch possesses a higher concentration and superior efficacy, albeit at a steep price. Moreover, it is scarce and, aside from family provisions, nearly impossible to acquire independently. Most of those unfortunate enough to receive the suppressor were selected from a young age, nurtured in luxury, as potential marriage candidates. The most lamentable aspect is that even if they join a new family, they must still live under the shadow of the suppressor. Everything is dictated by others. Thus, the suppressor has become a means for these families to exert control over individuals. Tang Yingzhua had always understood Luo Cun's predicament. Yet, he never anticipated it to be this challenging. In a flash of insight, he suddenly realized she probably remains oblivious to the addiction caused by the suppressor. Chapter 55. The grandfather's kindness, the grandson's filial piety. As the surgery drew to a close, Luo Cun gradually regained consciousness. Just as Tang Yingzhua had surmised, she was completely unaware of her addiction to the suppressor. Drowsily overhearing the doctor's conversation, she suddenly became fully alert. The data indicated that she had not received an injection of the suppressor for nearly 3 months. The attending physician expressed concern. The hospital director sighed. This matter is beyond our control. You must contact headquarters. The attending physician was momentarily taken aback. Director, she is from the Luo family? Indeed. Her suppressor is personally delivered by headquarters, which I receive, replied the director. The attending physician promptly took action, not daring to delay. The director input a password on the side wall, and a vial of crimson reagent was ejected. He carefully retrieved it. Luo Cun felt a sudden chill in her right arm, followed by the sharp prick of a needle as a certain liquid was continuously infused into her body. Her fingers involuntarily twitched. The director, sensing something amiss, turned to check on Luo Cun, but was suddenly struck by a piercing pain in his head, causing him to sway and collapse. Luo Cun opened her eyes, her gaze clear and cold. She detached the remaining half vial of suppressor and discarded it into the low-temperature storage box provided by Lao He. Then, she activated the emergency alarm. A flurry of doctors and nurses rushed in. With an innocent expression, Luo Cun feigned distress. I reacted a bit excessively. Upon waking, I suddenly attacked your director. I apologize for the inconvenience. The lead physician, the attending doctor, directed the nurses to carry the director to a separate room and then spoke cautiously. Master Luo's video call. Please answer. Luo Cun's breath caught. The head of the Luo family was none other than her biological grandfather. She glanced at the attending physician, who instantly understood and promptly ushered everyone out, dimming the surveillance cameras in the corners of the operating room. Taking a deep breath, Luo Cun connected to the video call. Grandfather. A vigorous elder appeared in the projection, his hair meticulously groomed, his facial features strikingly similar to Luo Cun's. His voice resonant like thunder, yet his tone was far from pleasant. Ha. It's rare for you to remember your grandfather. Luo Cun lowered her gaze, reluctant to say much. Speaking too much could lead to mistakes. What attitude is this? The head of the Luo family thundered. Look at your current appearance. Your hair is cut in an androgynous style. You've unilaterally changed departments, and you haven't even received the suppressor injections. What do you intend to do? Have you grown wings and wish to fly? Luo Cun suddenly raised her head, her voice cool and calm. Grandfather, I have amnesia. The head of the Luo family paused, a frown forming between his brows. Amnesia? It seems your biological grandfather is unaware that you nearly perished. She sighed softly. I was attacked by a mutated star beast at school. My mental energy went berserk. And when I woke up, I had lost my memory. The head of the Luo family slowly relaxed his furrowed brow. So your mental energy level also increased at that time? Luo Cun immediately grasped why her grandfather, who had not contacted her for over 3 months, suddenly reached out. If it were merely a life-threatening situation, having experienced that once at school, he would not have acted. It turned out he was aware that her mental energy had reached level S. She feigned regret. That must be it. During this time, I've been trying various methods to stimulate my brain to recover my memories, but to no avail. I apologize. Child, there's no need for apologies. The head of the Luo family said, his demeanor softening further. You should have informed grandfather sooner. There's no rush regarding memories. Our family has an abundance of doctors. Let them treat you. Thank you, grandfather, she replied, as if suddenly remembering something, her smile fading. Yet she thought of the ongoing discussions with Tang Yingzhua and the others about the league, realizing she might not have much time. Just put on an act. There's no need for the Luo family to genuinely treat her.
Danzel.
The head of the Luo family squinted. The child from the Tang family? You intend to participate in the Star Domain League with him? Luo Cun keenly sensed something amiss. The head of the Luo family was completely unaware of her relationship with Tang Yingzhua. The Luo family's efforts in nurturing her were precisely aimed at facilitating her marriage into the prestigious Tang family, a prominent alliance family. This was an opportunity. Grandfather. Although I have amnesia, I've had an incessant thought in my mind about participating in the league, as if it were to meet someone. Luo Cun probed, her voice laced with uncertainty. The head of the Luo family was instantly enlightened, exclaiming, yes, it is indeed to participate in the league. This way, everyone on Central Star will see you. Everyone will see me? I'm that remarkable? Luo Cun's eyes sparkled with excitement. If the elite were present, they would surely kneel before her acting prowess. The naive, innocent girl before them was hardly the same as their esteemed elder brother. The head of the Luo family broke into a rare smile, the creases at the corners of his eyes becoming apparent. Of course. There's no need to rush about recovering your memories. Focus on preparing for the league. If there's anything you need from grandfather, just ask. Luo Cun bit her lip, glancing at the head of the Luo family before quickly lowering her gaze. Look at you after a few compliments. You revert to that timid demeanor. The head of the Luo family seemed displeased with her behavior, his tone taking on a hint of reproach. Grandfather, please don't be angry. I just want to ask if I have another card with you? Luo Cun's eyes widened. I have no money in my account at all. Since the start of school, it's been Tang Yingzhua treating me to meals. And Curson mentioned doing the mecha for the league. I have no funds. The family? The head of the Luo family's expression involuntarily twitched. Are you quite familiar with them? Luo Cun shook her head, feeling dejected. Not really. It's just that we'll be participating in the league together. So there's been some interaction, but I can't seem to fit into their circle. You've always had a card with grandfather. The head of the Luo family interrupted her. Previously, it was to prevent you from overspending, but now it's time to give it to you. Our family may not be as affluent as the N or Tang families, but we certainly aren't short on money. It's rather improper for others to keep treating you. And don't skimp on the mecha. Spend as you wish. We have no shortage of funds. All right, grandfather. Luo Cun's face lit up with genuine delight. The two engaged in a facade of light-hearted conversation, ultimately concluding their video call with mutual satisfaction. Upon opening her holographic device, Luo Cun discovered a substantial transfer from her grandfather, amounting to 100 billion star coins, accompanied by a note. Please treat your classmates to a meal. She initially typed a simple okay, but a flicker of brilliance crossed her eyes, prompting her to backspace and rewrite. I understand, Grandpa. The mechas are rather expensive. And Hua An's lone wolf mech is so impressive. I heard it's valued at over 1,000 billion. Aware of the intentions of the Luo family patriarch, she decided to enhance her leverage. Hua An's reputation, it seemed, could prove more advantageous than Tang Yingzhu's. As anticipated, a swift reply came. No need to worry about money. The head of the Luo family gazed tenderly at Luo Cun's message, thinking to himself that this child had recovered remarkably from her amnesia and was finally showing signs of enlightenment. He promptly instructed the butler. No need to arrange for a doctor to examine Luo Cun. She is doing splendidly as she is. The butler, puzzled, withdrew. Luo Cun, feeling particularly buoyant, mused that had she known she could earn money simply by chatting with her grandfather, she would have refrained from engaging in underground fights. When Hua An and the others arrived, they were greeted by the sight of a beaming Luo Cun. Tang Yingzhu furrowed his brow. Last time it was amnesia. And now she seems outright foolish? Luo Cun retaliated by tossing the pillow behind her. Tang Yingzhu caught it effortlessly, remarking, it seems she has made a good recovery. Wei He observed her, hesitating before saying, Are you aware of your dependency on the suppressor agent? Luo Cun's smile faded as she tossed the low-temperature storage box containing the remaining half of the suppressor agent to Tang Yingzhu. I heard the Zhu family is involved in pharmaceutical research in Danzel. Could you inquire whether they can create a high-spec replica? Tang Yingzhu's expression momentarily froze. Sure. Chapter 56. The light of black technology shareholder meeting with wealth in hand. Her heart remained untroubled. After returning to school, Luo Cun's days unfolded peacefully and productively. The modifications to the Valkyrie were progressing smoothly, and Incursion was indeed a genius. He had enhanced the Valkyrie's sniper mode to a speed rivaling that of birds. The golden-winged thin wings and the bone spines of the behemoth had also been sourced from Old Hay, costing Luo Cun over 60 billion. She promptly sent the bill to her grandfather, inadvertently revealing half of Incursion's face in the photo. Soon after, she received a second transfer of 100 billion star coins. As it was inconvenient to visit the black market, Luo Cun opted to have Old Hay send the materials to another location, expecting delivery in a couple of days. At that point, the Valkyrie would officially enter the activation phase. During this time, she and Incursion worked tirelessly together on the mech modifications, leading to a wealth of inspiration and many unique design innovations, significantly elevating their mech manufacturing skills. One day, they agreed to dine at Renhui Pavilion, and it was a rare occasion for Luo Cun to treat everyone, drawing nearly the entire group together. Xiao Sheng's reaction was particularly animated. He exclaimed, I truly did not expect to be treated to a meal by you, especially here. Wei He was equally moved. It was noteworthy that over the course of 3 months at school, none of those present had failed to invite Luo Cun out for a meal. Luo Cun was indiscriminate when it came to free meals, having even accepted invitations from Hua and Xiao Sheng and Wei He feasted heartily, both determined to make the most of this occasion. Tang Yingzhu looked quizzically at Luo Cun, where's your roommate? Zhu Zhao, feeling somewhat unwell, set down her utensils early and interjected, Are you referring to Su Lily? She's probably preoccupied with company matters. Company? Xiao Sheng replied, his articulation muddled. That girl, is that impressive? Starting her own business? Zhu Zhao gestured towards Luo Cun. This venture was initiated by her. I've checked. And it's a well-established tech company that cost a pretty penny to acquire, correct? Luo Cun non-committally responded, It's manageable. How's the situation with a suppressor agent? Speaking of which, that is a high-concentration suppressor agent specially crafted by the Luo family. Zhu Zhao's voice unconsciously rose. You just handed it over to me. Aren't you worried about revealing confidential information? Luo Cun chuckled lightly. Isn't this an opportunity for you? So, can you produce it? An exact replica won't work. The concentration is too high, but reducing it by 10 should be feasible. Have you been working on it during this time? Luo Cun shook her head, swallowing her last bite of star beast meat. Prepare 3 doses for me. 1 at 10% less concentration, 1 at 50% less, and 1 at 90% less. Zhu Zhao's elegantly shaped brows knitted together. You wish to withdraw? Such a drastic reduction in concentration. You could endanger your life. Upon hearing of the potential life-threatening consequences, the expressions of everyone at the table shifted in unison. They all understood that dependency on the suppressor agent would hinder entry into the elite squad, and if Luo Cun aspired to be a commander in the future, she would need to detoxify. Tang Yingzhu voiced his concerns. Have you thought this through? Yet. Luo Cun appeared the most at ease. Why so serious? It's merely detoxification. It will be fine. At that moment, a series of knocks interrupted. Luo Cun called out for the door to be opened. Su Lily entered, her face haggard, dark circles under her eyes giving her the appearance of a walking corpse. Luo Cun gasped, "What have you been doing lately?" Su Lily smiled faintly, her complexion pale, as she placed a share subscription document before each person. Clearing her throat, she announced, "The company Light of Black Technology Intelligent Machinery, formerly known as Black Technology Intelligent Machinery Limited, is a company with immense potential. This month, just from Natasha alone, we earned a profit of 5 billion. If any of you are interested, you may begin subscribing to shares now. To ensure the company's long-term stability, Luo Cun and I will become the relative majority shareholders, controlling over 60%, reserving 10%, while the remaining shares are available for you to claim as you wish." Luo Cun's eyebrows twitched imperceptibly. This girl's execution was indeed impressive. While the others read through the documents, Su Lily turned to Luo Cun. "This company originally belonged to you, but I've studied it thoroughly. For a company to operate sustainably, ownership and management should be separated. Natasha's earnings will be split 50-50. I will receive 27.5 billion, accounting for 55%, while the remaining portion will be yours." Luo Cun shook her head. "All of Natasha's income belongs to you." Su Lily, however, was resolute. "Without your connections, Natasha would be worthless, and I wouldn't have earned this much money. A 50-50 split is fair." Luo Cun frowned. This girl could be unyieldingly principled at times. "Enough, I'll take 30%, and you take 70%, she declared firmly. Su Lily had always been adept at gauging Luo Cun's emotions, and this time she did not persist. "All right, then I will invest 38.5 billion, holding a 77% stake." Luo Cun contemplated before speaking clearly. "I will invest 10.5 billion for a 21% stake, while Su Lily invests 15 billion for a 30% stake. The remaining shares are open for anyone to claim, no pressure." Su Lily was taken aback. "I don't have that." Luo Cun interrupted. "I will lend you this money. In the future, you only need to repay me 5 billion without interest. As long as you remain with this company, you will maintain a 30% shareholding decision-making power and dividend profits. However, if you wish to sell your shares, you can only sell them to me, and I will buy them at market price." Qiu Sheng exclaimed, "Luo Cun, you must be her sister. This is not something a capitalist would do. Aren't you afraid of losing everything?" Su Lily's eyes glistened with tears. "Please don't think I'm forcing you to work for the company with shares," Luo Cun said with a gentle smile, attempting to lighten the mood. Su Lily was left speechless, her astonishment beyond words. While she had already achieved a degree of success, Luo Cun's words were quite comforting, especially since she was still an ordinary college student. A soldier dies for a confidant. Su Lily silently swore that she would ensure Luo Cun would never regret the decision made today. Suddenly, Huan spoke up. "I will invest 1 billion and subscribe to 20 shares. Zhu Zhao clicked his tongue. "Do you know what average shareholding means? There are 7 of us here, and each can subscribe to a maximum of 5 shares. Of course, this requires everyone to participate." Hua and raised his eyelids, surveying the crowd. Tang Yingzhu declared, "I will subscribe." Zhu Zhao followed suit. "I will subscribe." Qiu Sheng, the quintessential bandwagoner, thought that even if he lost this modest amount, it was no great loss. "I will too." Wei He, on the other hand, was resolute. "I will subscribe." He had immense confidence in Luo Cun's ability to generate funds. Diao Ziming, in his naive manner, chimed in, "Since you all are subscribing, I will join as well." The group then turned their attention to the previously silent and Curson, their eyes gleaming with anticipation. And Curson smiled brightly. "Did you not know? I am a technical shareholder." The crowd instinctively glanced at Luo Cun, who nodded in affirmation. Qiu Sheng scoffed. Su Lily took a deep breath, her voice trembling involuntarily. The first shareholders meeting and equity subscription conference for the Black Technology Light Intelligent Machinery Company has concluded. We have raised initial funds of 5 billion. Su Lily holds 30 of the shares, Luo Cun holds 21, while Hua and Tang Yingzhu, Zhu Zhao and Curson, Qiu Sheng, Wei He, and Diao Ziming each hold 5, reserving 14 of the shares. Su Lily is the largest shareholder and the actual operator of the company. Luo Cun applauded. Sparse clapping echoed in the room. The expressions of the crowd were indifferent, more akin to a mere formality. Like a bucket of cold water splashed over her. Su Lily suddenly realized that the astronomical figures that held such significance for her meant little to this group of exceptional individuals. Had Luo Cun heard her words a fortnight ago, he would surely have told her she was overthinking it. Su Lily tossed a proposal into the air. I would like to report to the shareholders that our next step is to open 2 stores on Xinguang, primarily selling mechs and cutting-edge products in the field of combat. This was a meticulously prepared business plan. Although it had its shortcomings, the overall concept was sound. And Curson nodded. Luo Cun and I have researched quite a few novel items during this time, and I will bring them to you shortly for market testing. Zhu Zhao raised his hand to inquire, will Natasha also be sold on Xinguang? Luo Cun shook his head. Natasha has been acquired by a raw material supplier, and we are currently negotiating energy cooperation with them. Chapter 57. Blue crystal hits the limit. Zhu Zhao pondered if energy prices are advantageous. Zhufu Hospital could sign a long-term energy cooperation order with Black Technology Light. Zhufu Hospital is owned by the Zhu family and is widespread in Danzhe, consuming an alarming amount of energy each year. If Black Technology Light could secure this order, it would be on a trajectory of rapid development. Tang Yingzhua expressed surprise. You wield such influence within the Zhu family? This would essentially mean money flowing from one pocket to another. Zhu Zhao blinked. Yet Luo Cun knew this was merely Zhu Zhao's way of repaying her for the special barrier agent. Such a generous reward indicated significant technological progress had been made. She did not decline. The energy market has been volatile recently, and I am uncertain how much blue crystal energy I can secure. Zhu Zhao replied with a smile. I will take whatever you have, settled at market prices, with no deception. Luo Cun nodded. Wei He, puzzled, asked, by the way, why has the price of blue crystal fluctuated so greatly recently? It has skyrocketed. At the mention of this, Tang Yingzhua glanced at Huan. I heard the military has sealed off Energy Star 11?
Why?
Huan crossed his arms and leaned against the wall. The Central Military District has sealed it off, apparently. A large-scale explosion occurred, and rescue operations are underway. Su Lily felt her legs weaken, leaning against the table, her face ashen. What did you say? A large-scale explosion at Energy Star 11?
Quick look.
Paradise Island is holding a press conference. Qiu Sheng turned on the news. And Hua Qingchuan's face appeared on the central screen, her expression tinged with sorrow. A large explosion occurred at the energy mine of Energy Star 11. Energy is leaking, and radiation levels are rising. The situation is extremely critical. We are hastily conducting rescue operations and evacuating the public. We urge citizens to stay away from the vicinity of Energy Star 11 in the near future.
A large explosion?
Wei He murmured in disbelief. Does that mean the energy mine is completely gone? How tragic for the miners. Zhu Zhao instinctively frowned. It has been a long time since something like this happened. Qiu Sheng pointed to a news article. The report from Sure 2 News states it was caused by improper operation by miners. Surely no one brought electromagnetic devices inside? And Cousin exclaimed in horror. It is well known that electromagnetic devices can easily trigger explosions when encountering high-purity energy. This possibility cannot be dismissed. Many decorative items now contain electromagnetic devices, which need careful identification. Diao Ziming remarked.
Su Lili.
What is wrong with you? Luo Cun stepped forward, supporting her and leading her to the sofa. Su Lily's lips trembled, large tears streaming down her cheeks. What should I do? Luo Cun. My parents are on Energy Star 11. The group was taken aback.
Try to see if you can contact them.
Yes, you are right. Su Lily trembled as she dialed the video call. We are sorry, the terminal you dialed is out of service. She burst into tears. Your parents are miners on Energy Star 11? And Curson asked hesitantly. Su Lily sniffed. My father is an energy exploration engineer, and my mother runs a small business. Ever since I started college, she has been accompanying my father. Oh, and Cousin sighed in relief. As long as they aren't miners, the chances of survival are greater. Don't panic. That area has been sealed off. No signal doesn't necessarily mean something has happened. Zhu Zhao consoled her, sitting beside Su Lily. And your mother should be in the living area, right? The chances of incidents there are minimal. Try not to worry too much. With such a significant incident, Paradise Island and the military will certainly do their utmost to rescue, Tang Yingzhua added. Su Lily gradually calmed down. Suddenly, Qiu Sheng exclaimed. Wei He pushed him. What are you doing? Qiu Sheng pointed at the holographic screen. The price of blue crystal has hit the limit. Luo Cun examined the data. The price of blue crystal had surged from 1 000 star coins per box to 3,000 star coins per box within the span of just an hour.
Why?
This is unbelievable. Is it solely because of Energy Star 11? Hua and replied coldly, Energy Star 11 contains high-purity blue crystal, with the supply cut off. The Alliance's high-end market has lost half of its supply. No wonder they sealed off the news. Luo Cun's heart raced. Danja is the primary supplier of blue crystal in the Alliance market? Indeed, Huan grunted. She gasped, then why is Danja so impoverished? They can't even afford to repair their shields this year. This doesn't make sense. Science? Huan scoffed. Danja has the largest blue crystal reserves in the entire Alliance, accounting for 35 of the total, and most of it is high-purity blue crystal mines. However, these energy stars are guarded by the Central Military District. Luo Cun, in disbelief, questioned, is the Danja military really allowing the Central Military District to enter? Zhu Zhao interjected with sarcasm. Do you not know what the people of Danja say? The Central Military District holds the key to their backyard. Suddenly, a name flashed in Luo Cun's mind. What about Paradise Island? Doesn't Governor Hu care about this matter? Care? Huan sneered. How could he? Not to mention taking over Energy Star, Paradise Island lacks even sufficient police force to maintain order in the wake of such an explosion. Luo Cun realized the gravity of the situation. The locale of Danzig is, in truth, a battleground for two contending factions. One is the Danzig Military District, which finds itself constrained by the Central Military Command, rendering its influence rather limited. The other is Paradise Island, which, devoid of personnel or armaments, is incapable of effecting any tangible change.
Ah!
Exclaimed Xiao Sheng animatedly. Sure 2 News reports that due to fluctuations in energy prices, a large-scale armed conflict has allegedly erupted in the Cold Lake region, prompting the military to dispatch a special operations team. The crowd instinctively furrowed their brows. From where does Sure 2 News acquire such a plethora of insider information? Is this even permissible? Madness. If this were true, wouldn't the special operations team from the Danzig military be exposed? Wei Hie's expression was one of indignation. The origins of Sure 2 News are shrouded in mystery. Mused Tang Yingzhu, stroking his chin. This media outlet seems to have a knack for obtaining information ahead of others in numerous incidents. Diao Ziming, typically reticent, could not help but interject. Isn't disseminating such information tantamount to disregarding the lives of allied soldiers? Hua and scoffed coldly. These capitalists, blinded by profit, cannot resist the allure of flesh. They hardly care for the ramifications. Luo Cun listened in silence. First, there was the explosion on Energy Star 11, followed by the soaring prices of blue crystal, and now the military's covert special operations team infiltrating Cold Lake, only to have it swiftly exposed. Is it not a tad too swift? It feels as though an invisible hand is orchestrating events from behind the scenes. What could its purpose be? To incite discord in Danzig? Chapter 58. Midterm examination in the middle of a volume. The students of the military academy are currently beset with busyness. Whether on campus grounds, in the dining hall, or at external venues and shopping centers, their presence is conspicuously absent. All students have congregated in the library, training fields, and study rooms, fostering an unprecedented atmosphere of diligence. For the midterm examinations are imminent. Moreover, the stakes of this examination are exceedingly high, as the results will directly influence their eligibility for the reserve roster in the league. Luo Cun is under immense pressure. The assessment criteria for the military command department are extensive, covering a vast array of subjects, and the difficulty is arguably the most formidable among all departments. She has preemptively notified the academy, resolutely ensconcing herself in the study room, where she attends to all her needs. Daily, Tang Yingzhu frequents her side, assisting in the organization of key study points while reviewing alongside her. I inquired about Director Gu's stance. His implication is that as long as you do not fail, all should be well, Tang Yingzhu stated as he entered. Luo Cun looked up from her sea of questions, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. If my grades are abysmal, say if I were to receive a C, how could I ever aspire to be a commander? Never mind, you ought to focus on your studies, Tang Yingzhu conceded. Let me tell you, the key points for interstellar situation analysis are similar for sophomores and juniors. You might consider employing some clever tactics. Luo Cun took the review outline he had compiled. Incredulous, a comprehensive analysis of the Alliance requires memorizing 200 pages. And, with the Empire S, wouldn't that total 400 pages? In addition, there are military theory, mecha principles, and analyses of star beasts and alien flora, all demanding extensive memorization of theoretical content. Isn't the academic burden on contemporary university students a tad excessive? Luo Cun lamented. Tang Yingzhu had already commenced memorization. The mecha principles alone require 500 pages of memorization. And his understanding of mechas is rather superficial, often leading him to encounter concepts he cannot grasp, necessitating inquiries to Luo Cun. This issue pertains to the utilization rate of blue crystal. For instance, the energy conversion rate of an S-class mecha is between 90 to 95, while that of an SS-class mecha ranges from 95 to 100. As energy can never be wholly utilized, it burdens the core apparatus, leading to gradual wear and tear, a phenomenon referred to as core degradation. Luo Cun explained patiently. I see. I believe the likelihood of the upcoming analysis examination addressing energy issues is quite significant. Remember to review it thoroughly. Indeed, that is quite plausible. Luo Cun concurred. The prices of blue crystal raw materials have skyrocketed at an alarming rate, surging by leaps and bounds over the past week. Just the other day, it peaked at 3,000 star coins, and now it has reached an astonishing 7,300 star coins per box. It's utterly outrageous. This price has made it unattainable for the average person. In interstellar society, from spaceships and mechas to shuttles and household appliances, energy is indispensable. Ordinary individuals can only tighten their belts, praying to weather this tumultuous period of energy price fluctuations as smoothly as possible. Ordinarily, with the incident on Energy Star 11, the market's reaction should not have been so extreme. Tang Yingzhu, weary from memorization, stifled a massive yawn, lamenting the ineffectiveness of the Energy Consulting Association. Luo Cun remained noncommittal, having already begun her own memorization of military theory. For her, the most daunting subjects are interstellar situation analysis and solo combat. Despite being in a parallel world, her understanding of this era is insufficient, leading to frequent fundamental errors. Solo combat is purely a contest of physical prowess and fighting skills, and her physical conditioning may prove a hindrance. Thus, she has been training fervently, relying on her white orchid, while others can only sustain their frenzy for 2 hours. She can endure for 4. When others memorize 200 pages, she absorbs 400. While others train for 1 hour, she remains on the training ground for 2. Even enlisting Hua En for sparring sessions to enhance her strength and reflexes. In summary, she is determined to uphold her reputation as the top scholar. Finally, amidst the students' trepidation, they arrived at the midterm examinations. The first exam was for situation and analysis, which not only addressed energy issues but also included an additional question analyzing the relationship between the Empire and the Alliance. After completing the exam, someone leaned against a pillar at the doorway, lamenting, "Why? The exam included the history of the Empire. I didn't memorize any of it." Luo Cun hastened to her next exam, relieved that she had reviewed those additional 200 pages. The second exam was on the analysis of star beasts and alien flora. Relying solely on her solid theoretical foundation, even concepts she hadn't memorized came to her mind at first glance. The third was on mecha principles, followed by military theory. Luo Cun felt reasonably confident upon finishing, as the majority of the content had been covered in her studies. The fifth exam was in command practice, a simulated battle against the star network and an intelligent brain, which she concluded in a mere 15 minutes. The final examination was for solo combat, pitting students against combat robots, graded on factors such as reaction time, strength, and combat awareness. Luo Cun barely managed to defeat the robot after 50 minutes, her hands trembling as she held her weapon during the shooting assessment. Yet, despite this, she achieved a perfect score in the shooting exam. After completing all subjects, Luo Cun returned to her dormitory, her eyes glazed over. The normally bustling dormitory building was eerily silent. Passing by a slightly ajar door, she observed 4 individuals sprawled across the common room floor, surrounded by a plethora of review materials. It was evident they had been studying in the dormitory. She gently closed the door behind them and returned to room 503, collapsing into her bed. Finally, the examinations were over. However, before she could revel in her relief, she suddenly sat upright in bed, exclaiming, "Damn it, I still have to take the sophomore exams." The thought of tomorrow as sophomore examination made her grit her teeth. Removing her restraint ring, her eyes gradually reddened as she entered a state of frenzy once more. Sensing her impending loss of control, she summoned her manifested white orchid for a calming inhale before continuing to solidify her focus. Were others to witness her employing her manifestation in such a manner, they would likely kneel in awe. Perhaps Qiu Sheng might even bestow upon her a banner proclaiming, "Luo Cun, your spirit is commendable." Please refrain from overwhelming us. Thus concluded the maddening midterm examinations. When Zhu Zhao came to collect her, he was utterly taken aback. Luo Cun had lost nearly 10 pounds, her cheekbones jutting prominently, and her eyes glimmering with a crimson hue, resembling a frenzied patient who had just escaped from a hospital. It is said that the courses in the military command department are both numerous and arduous, and with Luo Cun needing to take examinations for 2 different grades, the level of difficulty is naturally to be expected. Are you all right? Zhu Zhao inquired, her face etched with concern. Shall we continue? Luo Cun rubbed her face and replied, of course, with the league competition approaching, if we do not resolve this matter now, there will be no opportunity left. By heavens! Truly deserving of her title as the queen of competition, Zhu Zhao exclaimed, astonished, as she ushered her onto the shuttle. As the shuttle soared further away from the school, it eventually reached the outskirts near the boundary of Dan's, close to the cold lake, where a modest bungalow awaited. Luo Cun surveyed her surroundings and remarked appreciatively, a splendid choice of location. Chapter 59. The withdrawal agent. Zhu Zhao turned to Luo Cun and sighed deeply. Have you made up your mind? This is the final injection. Yet your current state is far from ideal. Luo Cun raised a hand in a gesture for pause, interrupting her, and with a carefree expression declared, rest assured. It's not a significant issue. Zhu Zhao, resigned, gently placed the box containing the final withdrawal agent on the table. She glanced towards the corner. Huan, the responsibility now lies with you. Luo Cun noticed Hua and leaning against the wall, perplexed, she asked, why was he summoned? It was a unanimous decision, Zhu Zhao explained, gesturing to the desolate wilderness surrounding them. This area is close to the border, and we cannot trust you to be alone. However, leaving anyone behind felt unwise, as none of us would be able to resist the urge to come in and rescue you. And Huan can resist that temptation? Luo Cun scoffed. Indeed. Zhu Zhao replied, as she moved the items indoors. When you experienced the cold effect before, he left you on the ground for an entire night, did he not? Luo Cun admitted, you make a valid point that renders me speechless. Just before departing, Zhu Zhao's tone grew particularly serious. There are 4 combat robots hidden here, and bombs buried underground. Should anything go awry, you know what to do. Luo Cun nodded slightly. I appreciate your hard work. What hard work? Zhu Zhao blinked. I am still looking forward to you directing us in the league. With that, she stepped outside, turning back once more to caution Huan. Contact us immediately if anything seems amiss. Huan, arms crossed and leaning against the wall, nodded, his face obscured by shadows. As the sound of the shuttle departing faded, Luo Cun concealed her smile, opening the low-temperature storage box before her, falling into a contemplative silence. The withdrawal agent, with its low concentration, bore only a faint pink hue. Yet, as Zhu Zhao had warned, should she fail to endure this agent, the price for her recklessness could very well be her life. With an expression devoid of emotion, Luo Cun picked up the withdrawal agent and entered the bathroom. Locking the door, she whispered, no matter what you hear, you are not to enter. Hua acknowledged with a soft response. She filled the bathtub with warm water and slowly sank into it, the heat opening every pore, eliciting a contented sigh from her lips. Following that, she plunged the withdrawal agent into her upper arm, gradually pushing the liquid into her body. Her mental acuity began to dissipate as an overwhelming sense of comfort enveloped her, the burdens of her consciousness seemingly lifted, granting her a sense of ease. This sensation was familiar, one that had drawn countless individuals into its embrace. Yet, the insufficient concentration of the agent caused the comfort to recede like a tide, and soon her body reacted with discomfort. A prickling sensation erupted within her mind, swiftly followed by an excruciating chill that began at her ankles, inching upwards, progressively freezing her lungs and heart until it reached her brain. Luo Cun involuntarily shivered, as if trapped upon an icy surface, robbing her of all warmth and vitality. Despite the steam enveloping the bathroom, her lips turned a shade of blue from the cold. Perhaps due to the low concentration, this chill was far more unbearable than any she had previously endured. A moan of uncontrollable agony escaped her throat. Huan's gaze darkened. Luo Cun clutched herself tightly, her spine pressed against the bathtub's wall, enduring the frigid sensation akin to -50 degrees. Yet, the torment did not cease. The pain in her mind expanded incrementally, transmitting through her mental faculties, igniting a more intricate agony, akin to innumerable needles piercing her psychic sea, inflicting a torment so severe that it compelled her to plead for mercy, even to the brink of death. So cold, she murmured unconsciously, a light flickering before her eyes. And instinctively, she leaned closer. A sudden jolt of pain surged through her brain, abruptly awakening her. Observing the shattered shards of the mirror in her hand, she released her grip, and with a resounding crash, the remnants of the bathroom mirror fell to the ground, splintering into countless pieces. Unbeknownst to her, she had inadvertently shattered the mirror. At that moment, she was holding a jagged piece of glass, pressing it against herself. Due to her firm grip, her hand was cut, blood oozing from the wound in steady streams. The crimson liquid gradually stained the bathtub and the bathroom. Luo Cun frowned, astonished that this time it had even sparked hallucinations. The metallic scent of blood began to permeate the air. Huan, detecting a hint of sweetness, lifted his head abruptly, his pupils transforming to a blood-red hue. Emotionlessly, he turned away, his beast-like vertical pupils fixating on the bathroom's direction. Luo Cun remained oblivious to the unfolding events. She removed a towel, placing it over the shattered glass, and tore a piece from her clothing to tightly bind her wound, slowing the flow of blood. After completing this, her body weakened, and she collapsed into the water, her gaze once again clouding over. Her hand fell limply into the tub, the vivid blood trickling into the water, turning the bathroom floor a deep scarlet. Huan raised his neck slightly, inhaling the sweet scent of blood in the air, and with a swift motion, he appeared at the bathroom door. Reaching out, he twisted the doorknob effortlessly, breaking it. He entered, fixated on the half-unconscious woman in the bathtub, his pupils oscillating between vertical and rounded forms before ultimately settling on the vertical state. Silently, he approached Luo Cun, sniffing her face like a predator, only to feel a sense of disappointment upon realizing that she was still alive. A gurgling sound emanated from his chest as he straightened, scrutinizing the human before him.
So fragrant, so hungry.
His nostrils flared as he traced the contours of Luo Cun's nose, lips, and abdomen, ultimately resting on her bleeding palm. His vertical pupils glimmered with a sudden intensity. With a splash, Huan plunged into the water, his hands bracing against the sides of the tub, his chest mere centimeters from Luo Cun's face. He leaned in closer to her bleeding palm, joyously licking it. Luo Cun furrowed her brow. With a sudden pop, a white orchid bloomed at the center of the water. Following swiftly were the second, third, and fourth blooms. Before long, the entire bathtub was adorned with white orchids, releasing a rich, fragrant aroma. With a flash of blue light, a majestic white wolf king materialized, pouncing upon the orchids with ferocity, devouring them one by one. As he reached the last few blooms, Huan suddenly halted. The crimson hue in his eyes faded, and his pupils returned to normal. Upon comprehending the scene before him, his face flushed with embarrassment, and he erupted from the bathroom with a speed that was almost blinding. The door slammed against its frame with a resounding crash. Luo Cun was jolted awake, her eyes meeting those of the White Wolf King. Her expression shifted abruptly, spit it out. The White Wolf King, with its large blue eyes glistening, whimpered twice, clearly attempting to feign innocence. Luo Cun poured a splash of water onto its face with great force. Her tone fierce. Do not make me say it a second time. The White Wolf King, looking rather aggrieved, let out a whimper. The blossoms appeared to have absorbed the sanguine essence from the water, with hints of golden red shimmering at the base of the petals, creating a strikingly beautiful sight. Luo Cun shook her head and propped herself up. She gazed at the damp Wolf King before her, her voice softening. Come here, let me hold you for a moment. The White Wolf King obediently approached her, letting out a couple of soft whines. Luo Cun cradled its head, pressing against its soft fur. Feeling a steady warmth radiating from it, her brow easing slightly, the White Wolf King gave a couple of playful barks, extending its large tongue to lick the droplets of water from her face until it was completely dry. Chapter 60. Are you a dark warrior? Knock, knock. Luo Cun was jolted awake by a series of knocks on the door. Water droplets slid from her curled eyelashes, splashing onto the surface of the water and creating ripples that caused the white blossoms on the water to tremble. Her expression darkened as she forcefully pressed the Wolf King down into the water, furious and embarrassed. If I won't let you eat, you resort to licking? The White Wolf King whimpered in struggle. Luo Cun glanced at the time. It was 4 a.m., meaning she had been soaking in the water for 6 hours. Her skin felt feverishly hot, her hands reddened and wrinkled, resembling a shrimp that had just been boiled. She released the white wolf and stepped out of the bathtub. Upon opening the door, she discovered that the lock was broken, leaving her a bit bewildered. Did I do that? Hua, and did not respond, turning his face away. his damp black hair obscuring his eyes as he extended a large towel towards her. Luo Cun was clad in a training uniform, a water-resistant garment, which meant she merely needed to wipe down the surface and her hair. She was genuinely apprehensive about what she might have done, hesitatingly asking, "Nothing went wrong, right?" Huan suddenly turned to look at her, his gaze deepening, but he lowered his head again. No. Luo Cun took the towel from him. Recalling another matter, "How did your manifestation get in here?" Huan stiffened, a flush creeping to his ears as he averted his gaze. "I don't know." Luo Cun raised an eyebrow. "It sometimes operates beyond my control." Hua, and cleared his throat. "How do you feel?" "Thankfully, I am still alive." She smiled, then added, "Oh, why are you wet as well?" Hua An's ears turned a deep crimson. "I went out for a moment." "Have you successfully severed the inhibitor?" Luo Cun dried off the water from her training uniform surface, returning to the couch in the living room, pulling out another inhibitor. "Whether I have severed it or not, we'll know after another test." Without hesitation, she plunged the needle into her skin. Hua An's brow furrowed. Her boldness was as unwavering as ever. The wait was rather tedious, so Luo Cun reclined on the sofa, looking at Huan. "May I ask you a question? You can choose not to answer." Hua An's gaze flickered, his eyes lowering to meet hers. Luo Cun silently praised him. This fellow possessed a face devoid of any unflattering angles, even when viewed from below. "You are a dark warrior, aren't you?" She asked directly, her tone firm. Hua An's pupils contracted, his body instinctively tensing, yet he did not deny it. In that moment, it felt more like an acceptance. Luo Cun continued, "Is the school preventing you from participating in the league out of fear that you might lose control? Or is it your mother who fears you might expose yourself?" Hua An fell into shadow, remaining silent for a long while. A low pressure enveloped the two of them. Luo Cun remained unperturbed, staring at the broken chandelier on the ceiling, counting the 13 lights, of which 9 were broken, explaining the dimness of the room. "They fear I might lose control," Huan finally spoke in a hoarse voice. "I thought you wouldn't say that." Luo Cun sat up, her expression serious. "For the next question, I hope you will answer without hesitation. If one day you lose control, what do you wish for me to do?" Hua and met her gaze, his eyes dark as an abyss. "What do you intend to do?" "I would lead you to the beast tide." Luo Cun did not blink, her demeanor calm and composed. Huan lowered his gaze, whether in self-mockery or something else was unclear. "Well, just don't come to rescue me if I lose hope." Is that sarcasm? Luo Cun found it difficult to discern. Hua En was an enigma, making him hard to read. "If I were to lose complete control, there should be no one who could stand against me," Huan murmured. "At that time, remember to run as far away as you can." "Very well. It seems we have reached an agreement." Luo Cun reclined once more. "I will do my utmost to prevent you from losing control. And you must protect yourself as best as you can. However, if the worst should come to pass, I will respect your wishes." Hua En's emotions were complex. For the first time, he was openly discussing his secrets with someone. Yet, the weight of the topic made it hard for him to feel cheerful. "Don't you find it disgusting?" he suddenly asked. "What?" Luo Cun was momentarily baffled. "No one is unafraid of a dark warrior. I am a monster, a malevolent spirit. An aberration," he said, his head bowed, his voice laced with profound sarcasm. "Isn't it a good thing to be feared by others?" Luo Cun looked at him with calmness. Hua En was taken aback. Just then, Zhu Zhao opened the door and walked in, her face lighting up upon seeing Luo Cun unscathed. "I knew you could do it." "Fantastic." Luo Cun shook her head. Aside from feeling a bit mentally fatigued, she felt no discomfort, confirming that she had indeed succeeded in severing the inhibitor. "What brings you here?" "I came to fetch you both," Zhu Zhao said. "Let us go, Director Gu, and the others wish to see you." "See me?" "To be precise. It's us," Zhu Zhao pointed to the 3 present. Luo Cun stood up. "Has the league roster been finalized?" Zhu Zhao smiled. "Pretty much, if you have no issues." "Shall we?" "Let us go." Luo Cun was the first to board the shuttle. Military Command Department, conference room. Professors were gathered around a massive round table, engrossed in a heated debate. The head of the Mech Warfare Department spoke loudly, his tone urgent and rapid, opposing, "I have seen Luo Cun's grades. They are indeed quite good, but that is insufficient for her to participate in the league. Her credits are severely lacking, making it hard to gain acceptance. Moreover, this year, the students' capabilities are formidable. We believe they can vie for the top 3. The implication was clear. Hastily adding Luo Cun would lower the overall level of the students. Fu Bin countered. Director Gu stated that her credits would be recalculated proportionately based on her performance. Luo Cun's strength fully qualifies her for the league. I have given her an S for her combat performance, due to her indomitable spirit and ability to triumph against stronger opponents. At this moment, the head of the Information Warfare Department looked at Gu Huayun. Director Gu, Luo Cun achieved 2 S grades in her midterm exams. One of them is in your combat command. You are such a stringent person. Why would you think to give her an S? Gu Huayun, seated at the first position on the right, leisurely responded upon hearing the question. Luo Cun possesses both courage and strategy. Her understanding of warfare far exceeds her peers. I cannot think of a reason to give her anything but an S. She is a born commander. Be it during military training or in the Star Network battle against Sino, her performance has been commendable. He had publicly expressed his support. The head of the Information Warfare Department sighed. Well then, let us not discuss allowing Luo Cun to participate in the league. What about Huan? Why are we considering him for the competition this time? He has always been rather unstable. Several teachers echoed this concern, fearing that if Huan were to lose control during the league, it could lead to adverse consequences. Cough, cough. The individual seated at the head of the table cleared his throat twice, his hair a distinguished silver, exuding the authority of a superior. There was no need to deliberate on Huan's matters. This year's energy allocation was of paramount importance to Danzel. As an Ultra S, Huan must compete. And news from Paradise Island indicated that a method of control had already been established. This was indeed splendid news. The faculty collectively exhaled in relief. Gu Huayduan suddenly spoke up. Principal, I propose that Luo Cun be appointed as the deputy commander. The room fell silent in astonishment. Competing in the league was one thing, but to ascend to the position of commander directly? Was this madness? A teacher instinctively objected. Are we to have Luo Cun replace Chi Feiqi as deputy commander? The students might voice their dissent. Hadn't there been discussions on the campus forum advocating for Luo Cun to take on the role of commander? Fu Bin glanced at her. The teacher lowered her head in embarrassment. I apologize. I haven't been keeping up with the student forum. At that moment, Lin added. Luo Cun's command ability is indeed formidable, but she is merely an A. Is it wise for her to lead a team? Lin had hit upon a crucial point. While Luo Cun was undoubtedly capable, in the realm of the stars, rank signified much. Just then, a teacher entered and announced that all the students had arrived. Chapter 61. You have become an S. The principal instructed the students to enter. Observing the vibrant assembly of youthful faces before him, he wore a benevolent expression. You are all the cream of the crop at our school. With the Stellar League approaching, I have summoned you together to convey an important matter. The atmosphere grew tense. The protective shield of Danzel is critically damaged, and I am not afraid to place pressure upon you. The principal's demeanor shifted to one of gravity. This time, you embark upon this league with a mission. Danzel must not finish in last place. It is well known that while the Stellar League appears to be a student competition on the surface, it is, in truth, a contest of strength among the 4 major star domains. The subsequent energy allocation is an open secret based on the rankings. You must strive to secure a favorable position. Do you have confidence? The principal proclaimed. In unison, the students responded. We have confidence. The principal's face, lined with deep grooves, bore a serious expression. It was said that he had once been the captain of Danzel's elite mech team but had taken on the role of principal after an injury ended his career. Report. Luo Cun suddenly called out. The principal turned to her. Speak. She stepped forward, breaking from the ranks, and saluted with military precision. May I inquire as to who our team commander is? The principal regarded her, his eyes sparkling with interest, and spoke candidly. Do you wish to be the commander? Luo Cun's confidence radiated from her. I will lead the team to victory. Young lady, do you comprehend the caliber of the teams you will face? The principal was not angered by Luo Cun's bold assertion. Rather, he saw a reflection of his younger self in her and responded with patience. The Central Military Academy, the Sino Military Academy, and the Holy Land Weian Military Academy, much like ours, are venerable institutions with centuries of legacy. Moreover, due to geographical advantages, their student bodies far surpass ours. Among the students, our school has a 66 representation of A-rank students, while Sino has 70, Holy Land Weian boasts 76, and Central Military Academy even reaches 80. Additionally, they possess far more advanced teaching facilities. Each student at the Central Military Academy is able to obtain a mental stability agent every quarter. Do you understand what this signifies? This is destined to be an uneven contest. Director Gu, Luo Cun did not directly answer the principal's question but instead turned to Gu Huaiduan. In battle, if one side possesses superior physical capabilities, better equipment, and greater numbers, does that guarantee their victory? Gu Huaiduan stroked his teapot and smiled. If wars were judged solely by these criteria, then history itself would be rendered meaningless. The Glorious War, the Natasha Campaign, the Blackwood Battle, and the most renowned, the Battle of Berkeley, all exemplify victories achieved against overwhelming odds. Luo Cun's eyes sparkled with determination. The battlefield is a realm of intellect, unity, fervor, and the clash of destinies. In my view, our potential for victory is sufficient. The principal regarded her in contemplative silence and then exhaled slowly. Old Gu, I see now why you insisted upon recommending her. Gu Huaiduan took a sip from his teapot, smiling without a word. The principal turned to Luo Cun. What say you to being appointed as the deputy commander? Both Luo Cun and Chi Feiqi spoke simultaneously. Deputy commander? It seemed the student had something to add as well. The principal turned to Chi Feiqi, his expression devoid of displeasure at the challenge, instead imbued with encouragement, as if he anticipated further contributions from him. Chi Feiqi hesitated. He wished to speak as confidently as Luo Cun, but felt that direct questioning would be more effective. He countered, Luo Cun is merely an A. What qualifies her to lead a team comprised mostly of A and S ranks? The concerns everyone had feared were materializing, and even Fu Bin remained silent. Chi Feiqi's lips curled into a slow smirk. Rank is the foundation. Unless Luo Cun were to suddenly become an S, no one could usurp her position as deputy commander. Yet, what unfolded next diverged increasingly from his anticipated script. First, and Curson unexpectedly gasped, You're not an S? Then what was the point of the Valkyrie title? Zhu Zhao exclaimed, You're not an S? How could you dare to use an S-grade stabilizer? Fortunately, she halted her words in time. You're not an S? How can your mental capture ability rival mine? Qiu Sheng's expression grew exaggerated, as if questioning the very fabric of reality. Wei He recalled Luo Cun's immense mental power displayed in the black market and queried, Is it possible your level was mismeasured? Hua Han was direct and assertive. Luo Cun is indeed an S. Gu Huaiduan set down his teapot, directing his gaze at them. What is going on?
Clarify.
Tang Yingzhu had only just learned of this matter, rubbing his temples. Allow me to explain. After Luo Cun experienced her mental power surge at the start of the semester, it seems she leveled up. Luo Cun scratched her head. Yes, I self-tested, and I am indeed an S. Lin Lin was astounded. You never returned to the school hospital for a reevaluation after that mental power surge? Luo Cun awkwardly touched her nose and nodded stiffly. Chi Feiqi's expression gradually stiffened as he sensed the situation slipping from his control. It was not only due to Luo Cun's apparent S rank but also because of her familiarity with this group. He was acutely aware of how difficult it was to engage with them. Despite his previous attempts to forge connections, Qiu Sheng and Wei He had remained indifferent. Why did Luo Cun receive such favor from these prodigies? Even more astonishing was the unspoken understanding that flowed between them and Luo Cun, seeming entirely natural. This scene did not escape the attention of others. The principal and Gu Huaiduan exchanged glances, reaching a tacit understanding through their silent communication. Gu Huaiduan remarked, Luo Cun achieving S rank is a positive development, but a mental power surge is no trivial matter. You must go to the hospital shortly for Professor Lin to conduct a thorough examination. Luo Cun replied, Understood. The principal smiled warmly at her. It seems you harbor some reservations about assuming the role of deputy commander? Luo Cun pondered for a moment, her tone imbued with an unprecedented gravity. Principal, esteemed professors, and teachers, I sincerely thank you for this opportunity. I understand that selecting a student who has only recently transitioned majors to take on a leadership role requires immense courage. This is a real, smoke-free battle, and we bear the lives of millions of Danja citizens upon our shoulders. I am confident that I can lead our team to victory in this endeavor. Our objective this time is to claim victory. A profound silence enveloped the conference room. A group of professors appeared visibly shaken, their pupils dilating in disbelief. While they considered it a remarkable feat to secure a place in the top 3, these young individuals were already strategizing for the championship? Were they truly out of touch with the times? Or was this generation of youth excessively audacious? Luo Cun exuded an aura of unwavering confidence. Taking the first step is undeniably challenging, yet experience teaches us that the remaining 99 steps are paramount. Chapter 62. Li Commander-in-Chief. The principal hesitated momentarily, a rare display for him. If I am not mistaken, you wish to assume the role of commander-in-chief? This matter had encountered numerous twists and turns. The professors were initially deliberating whether to appoint Luo Cun as the deputy commander. To their astonishment, she had already ascended to the role of commander-in-chief. The idea of a student who had just transitioned from the sociology department taking on such a significant position was utterly ludicrous. Some faculty members looked on with barely concealed derision. The principal absorbed the undercurrents of tension in the room. He glanced toward the throng of supporters behind Luo Cun, his tone laced with ambiguity. What are your thoughts? The original choice for commander-in-chief was student Tang Yingzhua. The student's response left everyone astounded. Tang Yingzhua was the first to voice his approval. I support Luo Cun as commander-in-chief. Data analysis is more fitting for the deputy role. Zhu Zhao raised his hand. I have no objections. And Carson nodded in agreement. Certainly, Luo Cun's mech manufacturing skills are exceptional. Qiu Sheng nonchalantly remarked, I'm fine with either Luo Cun or Yingzhua. Wei He deliberated. Luo Cun may indeed be better suited for the commander-in-chief position. Hua, and stated matter-of-factly. Luo Cun. Chief Feiqi closed his eyes momentarily. All eyes turned to him, and the principal inquired lightly, What is your opinion, Chief Feiqi's expression twitched involuntarily. He spoke in a low voice. I'll defer to everyone's judgment. This battle is yours to fight. Since you have made your decision, the principal clapped his hands, and thus the league team was established, with Luo Cun as commander-in-chief and Tang Yingzhua as deputy commander. Wait a moment. Luo Cun interjected. The military instructor hesitated to express his opinion further, fearing the unfolding drama would render him ridiculous. Only the principal and Director Gu retained their composure. Do you have anything else to add? The principal asked with a smile. The teachers admired the principal's demeanor at that moment. His magnanimity and grace were truly remarkable. Luo Cun surveyed the room and calmly stated, I prefer that the news of my appointment as commander-in-chief remain internal. Publicly, we will maintain the status quo. Fu Bin gasped. By status quo, do you mean we will announce that Tang Yingzhua is the commander-in-chief and Chief Feiqi the deputy commander? Luo Cun nodded. Chief Feiqi gazed at her in disbelief, his face shifting through a spectrum of colors. Gu Huaiduan clicked his tongue. Very well. I am eager to see what schemes you young ones devise. Luo Cun suddenly stood tall. All present, attention. The others instinctively straightened their postures.
Salute.
Luo Cun's right hand swiftly brushed along the seam of her trousers, halting at her forehead. Behind her, a sea of students mirrored her salute, with Chief Feiqi following suit, albeit a beat late. Luo Cun's expression turned serious. Please trust us. We shall achieve ultimate victory. Diao Zimin was momentarily taken aback. She had spoken to him in the same manner during the survival assessment. The same confidence and determination compelled unspoken faith. The principal, initially startled, then pushed back his chair and stood upright. The other teachers followed suit.
Salute.
The principal's aged voice still resonated with vigor. A beam of sunlight streamed through the glass, casting its glow upon the central round table, where the older and younger generations stood in solemnity, framed by the light. Once their hands fell, the principal beamed. I am delighted to witness your spirited determination. For this league, give it your all. Should you require anything, consult Director Gu. Luo Cun also lowered her hand, expressing gratitude. Thank you, Principal. Qiu Sheng raised his fist. We will win. The principal chuckled lightly. That will suffice for today's meeting. I hope you do not disappoint the school's expectations of you. With that, he was the first to exit, followed by the other professors and teachers. Only Lin Lin remained, stepping in front of Luo Cun. Where are you headed? Luo Cun forced a somewhat awkward smile. I was just looking for you, Dr. Lin. He tugged at the nape of her collar. Come with me. After a moment's thought, he paused and turned to the others. You all come along as well. Consider it a pre-competition health check. Luo Cun's expression shifted from a smile to a beaming laugh. Yes. Dr. Lin, please examine them thoroughly. Lin Lin, unable to contain himself, lightly thumped her on the head. How can you say that the surge in your psychic energy is minor? One slip-up could ruin your brain's function. You didn't even consider a follow-up? What are you thinking about all day? Perhaps contemplating how to outdo us, Qiu Sheng muttered quietly. Today, he learned that Luo Cun was merely an A-class. The previous rivalry felt like a jest, as she was, in fact, a full tier below him. An A this formidable? Suddenly, he comprehended the psychology behind those who called others Big Brother. It was all too competitive, too intense. This world truly was relentless. Under Dr. Lin's strict supervision, everyone dutifully completed the full suite of health checks. Lin frowned at Luo Cun's report. You really have become an S-class and quite stable, though your brain function is concerning. Luo Cun was taken aback. Is there an issue with your memory? Lin's gaze was filled with concern. The group fell silent. Luo Cun nodded. Since the surge in my psychic energy, my memory has yet to recover. Is it fortunate or unfortunate? Lin's expression was complex. Your brain has been damaged. Typically, such cases are difficult to heal and most individuals become mentally impaired. However, you only suffered damage to the memory region, so you remain intact. Zhu Zhao exclaimed in shock. Dr. Lin, are you implying that Luo Cun will not regain her memory? It's unlikely. Her memory module is compromised. Lin sighed. Luo Cun's eyes sparkled with delight. She could finally flaunt her amnesia openly, sensing the subtle sympathy around her. She comforted others instead. I've grown accustomed to it. It's merely amnesia, nothing of great consequence. Dr. Lin, do check on the others. Lin reviewed the other reports, offering praise. Hua and Wei He, you two have stabilized significantly. If you can maintain these values during the competition, there's little to worry about regarding adverse reactions. Wei He was fine, but everyone knew how unstable Hua and had been. The group instinctively turned their attention to him. Hua and discreetly glanced at Luo Cun, who was intently studying the report. But do not let your guard down, Lin warned Huan. This period is your time of volatility, and under no circumstances should you remove the suppression ring. Hua and nodded lightly. Professor Lin, what about me? Hearing the good news, Qiu Sheng looked expectantly. Qiu Sheng. Lin's expression darkened suddenly. Speak. What have you been up to lately? Among all, your values are the most unstable. Qiu Sheng was momentarily taken aback, scratching his head in confusion. After all, he had not been engaged in anything particularly noteworthy lately. Lin spoke earnestly. I shall devise individualized scientific diets and training regimens for each of you, and you must adhere to them rigorously until the competition. Do you understand? Yes. The group responded as they exited the infirmary. Wei He gazed at his hands, towering at nearly 2 meters, yet wore a somewhat dazed expression. Qiu Sheng draped an arm around his shoulder, leaning in to inquire, Come on. What have you been up to during those late nights? My stats have always been lower than yours, yet this time they surpass yours. You haven't resorted to drugs, have you? That would be a violation. His words echoed Wei He's own thoughts. Logically, after that incident in the black market, his stats should have been even more unstable. He halted in his tracks, casting his gaze towards a slender but upright figure amidst the crowd ahead. Could it be because of her? Chapter 63. Acquiring goods from the black market following the midterm examinations. A brief respite of 2 days ensued. Luo Cun, in a state of ennui, lay on her dormitory bed, scrolling through the headlines on Starnet. The energy crisis had erupted unexpectedly, catching everyone off guard. The price of blue crystal soared to unprecedented heights. Just as people believed the surge would plateau, the open market price for blue crystal skyrocketed like a runaway stallion, maintaining its ceiling for an entire week, inching towards 9,200 star coins per box, soon to breach the 10,000 mark. A typical family of 3 would consume about 2 units of low-grade energy per month. Originally costing merely 2,000 star coins, now inflated tenfold to nearly 20,000 star coins. This did not even account for the energy consumption of shuttles and mechas. What does 20,000 star coins signify? It represents the total monthly income of an ordinary family in the Danzel star system. In other words, the common populace could no longer afford energy. The Star Trek station was teeming with individuals, ordinary office workers hesitant to operate shuttles any longer. With the station operating beyond capacity, the staff grumbled incessantly, yet dared not resign. The alleys were increasingly populated with young people forced to sleep on the streets due to inability to pay rent. Gradually, factories began to shut down due to inability to cover energy costs, causing disruptions in the supply chain of related industries. Thus, an energy crisis ensued. Starnet was rife with discontented comments from netizens, and news reports of energy-related issues proliferated. Among the myriad of alarming news reports, Luo Cun keenly noticed a recent bulletin from Sure 2 News. In an effort to quell the unrest in the Cold Lake region, a special operations team suffered heavy losses. However, the Danzel military has decided to confer the rank of Major General upon the team leader. This indicated that there indeed had been a covert special operations team infiltrating Cold Lake. Just then, a notification popped up on Starnet from Lao Hei's general store. Goods have arrived, come quickly. She sprang into action. At the school entrance, Tang Yingzhu, Huan, and Wei He were already waiting. Upon seeing them, Luo Cun's expression turned serious. Have you all brought your things? This journey will not be easy. The three nodded. After the chaos at the black market last time, no one could guarantee what they might encounter this time. Luo Cun surveyed the surroundings. Where is Qiu Sheng? Why hasn't he arrived yet? Tang Yingzhu's eyelid twitched. He must be feeling shy. Shy? Luo Cun scoffed. One must accept defeat gracefully. Can a grown man not handle a loss?
Luo Cun.
Who are you implying can't handle it? From a distance, Qiu Sheng had overheard them speaking ill of him. He strode over in a huff, his movements somewhat awkward due to the constraints of his dress, which prevented him from walking swiftly. Upon seeing him, Luo Cun whistled. That outfit looks good. Qiu Sheng was clad in a black long skirt, with his fair complexion and delicate features. He could easily be mistaken for a woman from the sacred land of Wei, and if one did not look closely. After all, everyone in the sacred land was robust. Women included. Qiu Sheng, feeling deflated, nevertheless retorted, You don't look too shabby yourself. Luo Cun wore a knee-length skirt and sported medium-length curls, leaving a striking impression. The stark contrast made the men present feel somewhat uncomfortable. Fortunately, she still spoke in her usual manner. Thank you for the compliment. Qiu Sheng glared.
Danzel interjet, Anzai.
The mission is of utmost importance. Wei He approached Qiu Sheng and sighed. So, you should refrain from making wagers in the future. Qiu Sheng mentally noted to avoid such bets. Each attendee had, to varying degrees, disguised themselves. Hua and adjusted his posture. Wei He modified his hair and skin condition, while Tang Yingzhu dyed his brown hair green. Upon their arrival at the black market, Luo Cun and Hua and went to retrieve the goods while the others spread out across various levels, remaining vigilant. When Luo Cun produced the pickup card, Lao He visibly hesitated, evidently taken aback by Luo Cun's appearance today. With the recent surge in blue crystal prices, obtaining goods would require paying double the original price. Luo Cun's eyes narrowed with irritation. Are you raising prices arbitrarily? After verifying the quantity of Natasha detectors and confirming everything was in order, the old man clicked his tongue. Take it or leave it. If not for our ongoing cooperation, where would you find this batch of goods at double the price? Fair enough. The old man was correct. With the blue crystal's rampant inflation, the market was devoid of supply, putting her at an advantage. The black market was currently unstable, so it would be wise to leave promptly. Before they departed, the old man kindly advised, be careful. Luo Cun waved her hand dismissively, understood. Upon turning the corner, she immediately informed the team via their channel, we've secured the goods, prepare to retreat. Hua, and suddenly halted. Luo Cun sensed something amiss and looked up. Directly ahead, three figures clad entirely in black obstructed their path. Onlookers hastily fled the scene, their swift movements indicating familiarity with such scenarios. These three were not members of the Black Robe. The Black Robe did not exude the same palpable menace as these individuals. For some reason, Luo Cun felt a sense of familiarity with them. Huan whispered, they are from Cold Lake. The central figure in black spoke, leave the goods behind, and we shall spare your lives. It seemed the panic outside had infiltrated the black market as well. Robbing us in broad daylight? Luo Cun chuckled, adopting a mocking tone. Pray tell, which faction do you belong to? If you show mercy today, I, Huayan, shall be eternally grateful. She boldly aligned herself with the largest force in Cold Lake.
Huayan. Oh.
The black-clad figure's tone turned oddly excited. You are with Huayan? Luo Cun frowned. Surely they wouldn't be so unfortunate as to cross paths with enemies of Huayan? According to Murphy's Law, the more one fears something, the more likely it is to occur. Without a moment's hesitation, the central figure unleashed a mental invasion into Luo Cun's consciousness. In an instant, they both recognized each other. Luo Cun gritted her teeth. Wan Fusheng. So, it is you. The black-clad man shouted, unleashing a wave of mental energy that surged towards Luo Cun's mind. Simultaneously, the other two black-clad figures lunged towards Luo Cun, one aiming for her neck and the other for her heart. All were lethal strikes. Fortunately, at this critical juncture, Huathan managed to fend them off one by one. The two adversaries were both S-rated, employing vicious techniques, and Huathan found himself momentarily bogged down. He shouted, "End this quickly." Upon hearing his voice, Luo Cun's mental energy surged forth. Her psychic ability was formidable, and the black-clad man was caught off guard, his body suddenly stiffening. In a flash, she drew her firearm and fired. The black-clad man sidestepped, narrowly avoiding a fatal shot, but the bullet erupted in a spray of blood from his shoulder.
Ha ha ha.
You dare to harm me? The man suddenly erupted into wild laughter, tearing off the suppression ring, his eyes turning a blood-red hue. In the blink of an eye, he appeared before Luo Cun, seizing her by the throat. I merely wished to test your mental fortitude. Did you truly believe you could be my adversary? Luo Cun grasped his hand, struggling with all her might, yet his superior physical prowess rendered her efforts futile. Her vision began to blur. In this dire moment, thankfully, Huo Cun arrived just in time. He gripped the arm of the cloaked assailant and executed a swift shoulder throw, slamming him down forcefully. The other two, seizing the opportunity while his back was exposed, drew their blades to strike, leaving Huo and no time to turn. At this critical juncture, a blue mental barrier manifested, enveloping him unexpectedly, shielding him from the lethal blades. However, the barrier could not withstand for long. Minute cracks began to spiderweb across its surface, culminating in a sharp snap as it shattered. The edge of a blade plunged into Huo Cun's shoulder, droplets of blood splattering onto Luo Cun's face. She gasped, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Huo Cun's pupils dilated. He caught her with one hand, swiftly turning to deliver a kick, sending the two attackers sprawling half a meter away. He glanced at the wound on his back. The barrier had absorbed most of the force, and the injury was not deep. The cloaked men then realized they could not afford to ignore Huo Cun. They swiftly charged at him, targeting his vital points with deadly precision. Cuts, slashes, thrusts, and kicks were exchanged in a flurry, leaving only afterimages in their wake. Gradually, Huo Cun found himself outmatched, struggling against their combined onslaught. With a cold smirk, he removed the suppression ring. Chapter 64, Ruinen Bank. Luo Cun furrowed her brow. Lin had cautioned her against allowing Huo Cun to remove the suppression ring. In his frenzied state, Huo Cun experienced a qualitative enhancement in both speed and strength, fearlessly engaging the three assailants. Bracing against the attacks of the other two, he delivered a powerful kick to the one channeling mental energy. The cloaked man crashed into a shop wall by the street, embedding himself deeply, his body suffering multiple fractures, leaving him incapacitated for the time being. The remaining two advanced from either side, intent on striking him. Huo Cun summoned his strength, leaping high into the air, executing a graceful side flip, and kicked out toward the left. The assailant instinctively raised his hands to block, only to find himself utterly unable to withstand the force, retreating several steps. Huo Cun surged forward, one hand seizing the man's throat, maintaining his momentum until he forcefully pinned him to the ground, shattering a significant portion of the stone pavement. The other assailant seized the moment to attack from behind. Huo Cun swiftly turned, twisting the man's wrist until it cracked, then delivered a swift kick to his knee. The man let out a pained cry, collapsing to the ground in agony, his kneecap shattered. Huo Cun's blood-red gaze was frigid. You dare to rob me with such feeble strength? Sharp, beastly claws emerged as he gripped the cloaked man's neck. Just as he was about to strike, a hand pressed down on his shoulder. Huo Cun turned, his expression fierce, as if he were about to rend the person before him in two. However, upon recognizing the individual, his awareness gradually returned, and he relaxed his grip. Let us depart, Luo Cun urged, pulling him away. The two navigated through a series of twists and turns until they reached a narrow alley. Luo Cun, concerned, asked, Are you alright? Huo Cun's muscles were taut, evidently suppressing something, white spines protruding from his palm as he coldly insisted, Stay away from me. Luo Cun frowned, a white orchid blooming in her palm. The fragrance of the ethereal flower slowly permeated his senses, causing Huo Cun's expression to soften. Luo Cun exhaled in relief. Thankfully, it proved effective. The team channel crackled with Tang Yingzhu's worried voice. What is the situation? Have you escaped danger? Just as before, Tang Yingzhu remained on the ground for extraction, reminding them, There are many cloaked figures at the exits. Think of another way out. Understood. Luo Cun suddenly exclaimed, Huo Cun, why are your eyes still red? Huo Cun stiffened. His exquisitely sculpted face bore a pair of emotionless, vertical red pupils, strikingly enchanting. Upon closer examination, Luo Cun decisively declared, No, you need a stabilizer. I will ask old Blackhead. Huo Cun grasped her delicate wrist, his hand trembling slightly, his right hand nearly transformed into a wolf's claw. Gritting his teeth, he said, No need, let us go to -9. -9? The two took the elevator directly to the legendary 9th underground level, where they were greeted by vast stones that had been roughly polished, and the streets appeared almost deserted. A raw, primal atmosphere enveloped them. The denizens here vented their frustrations in the arenas. -9 was entirely comprised of grand arenas, where the roars of star beasts and the screams of the crowd reverberated frequently. Luo Cun questioned, "What are we doing here?" Hua An's blood-red eyes gleamed. "To procure a stabilizer." As they spoke, they approached a Gothic-styled building located at the street corner, flanked by two ancient black beast-shaped sculptures at the entrance. As if warning all that the owner held a prestigious status and should not be trifled with. "Ronin Bank?" Luo Cun read aloud from the ornate script above. Huan stepped inside, where the interior matched the exterior. Extravagant star beast reliefs, a pure black, glossy stone floor, and a ceiling adorned with multi-layered, gilded crystal chandeliers. Everything here exuded an air of mystery. Huan strode directly to the central window, tossing a small object forward. It was a black metal, uniquely crafted, with a row of tiny letters inscribed at its bottom corner, an abbreviation for Ruinin Bank. Luo Cun felt a sense of familiarity. After the staff confirmed its authenticity, a server approached them. "Esteemed guests, this way please." Hua and concealed his wolf claw within his black robe and followed. After traversing a long, dim corridor, the server halted. "This is it." Once the server departed, Hua and retrieved the black metal once more. The metal was lifted by a faint blue energy, emanating a dazzling blue light that illuminated the way forward. At the end of the blue light, a dark door slowly materialized. The light refracted through the metal, casting several lines of text onto the door. With the mechanical sound of the slot activating, the door swung open. Luo Cun marveled at the intricacy of these mechanisms. Upon entering, the door closed behind them. The interior space was modest, featuring only a single storage cabinet. Sensing that even mental energy seemed to be isolated here, Luo Cun voiced her curiosity. "What exactly is this place?" "A regular bank wouldn't possess such scale. You may consider it a high-end item storage center," Huan replied. Luo Cun raised an eyebrow. "Anything can be stored?" "Anything at all." Huan slotted the metal into a recess on the cabinet door, pulling open a drawer revealing 3 vials of mental stability serum neatly arranged within. He hesitated. "What are you pondering?" Luo Cun inquired, taking one vial. "This is your frenzy phase. Shouldn't you inject it rather than wait for a transformation?" Hua and pursed his lips. "Injecting the stabilizer will leave me in a state of weakness for a time." Luo Cun paused, chuckled lightly, and personally secured the suppression ring onto him. "Do not worry. They are all here. Nothing will happen." Hua and reluctantly accepted the injection. As the serum coursed through him, his right hand and eyes swiftly returned to normal. The two exited Ronin Bank just in time to encounter Qiu Sheng and Wei He, who had come to provide assistance. 4.5 minutes. "I feel like you're excluding me. This place is so entertaining. Why didn't you bring me before?" Qiu Sheng exclaimed, clearly dissatisfied. "Miss Qiu, we are here to make money," Luo Cun sighed. "You don't even need money." Qiu Sheng exhaled through his nose with a loud snort. Wei He, having previously faced off against the black market, furrowed his thick brows. Ingzi mentioned that the upper levels have already been sealed off. "What now?" Luo Cun replied. "Let us first investigate the underground passage on level 8. It should still be accessible." The group swiftly set off, and as they approached the mech hangar, an eerie silence enveloped the surroundings. Hua An's expression shifted. "Someone's coming." Luo Cun drew her firearm. "Proceed with caution. Prepared in advance." This time she wielded a genuine NGY automatic rifle instead of a mere pistol. "Find a vantage point," she instructed. Qiu Sheng retracted his carefree smile, his figure shifting as he vanished from sight. Wei He, stay alert. Understood. Ingzi, prepare to assist. We will be positioned below last time's location.
Copy that.
With synchronized footsteps, the black cloaks arrived. A man clad in a half-black, half-golden mask led the pack, his tone laced with feigned regret. "Ah, esteemed guests. Back at the black market again. Why not announce your presence before departing?" Recognizing the voice, Luo Cun chuckled. "I wouldn't want to trouble you." "Trouble?" The man's voice turned sharp. "Since you're here, you might as well stay. None of you shall leave." As his words fell, the cloaked figures surged forward. Chapter 65. Negotiating with the Black Market. Bang.
Bang.
2 black-cloaked figures crumpled to the ground, blood gushing from their thigh bones, staining the ground crimson. "Interesting. So you brought a sniper this time." The man behind the golden mask smirked. "Youngster, I admire your courage." He clapped his hands. The black cloaks slowly parted, revealing a row of towering mech warriors advancing from behind. Then came the second row, and the third. As the mechs marched, they stirred up clouds of dust and debris, the creaking of joints and the roar of engines blending into a unique and harmonious symphony. The expressions of the crowd shifted dramatically. Luo Cun's lips twitched. Do you really need an entire mech battalion to capture a few small fry like us? Sure. The man in the golden mask brushed his long hair aside, his tone tinged with excitement. You should feel honored. The black market's mech guard hasn't been deployed in quite some time.
What now?
Wei Hie's voice turned grave. Qiu Sheng's forehead glistened with sweat. Did you provoke the black market's lair earlier? Hua An's hand instinctively moved to his left wrist, the unique cold sensation of the suppression ring coursing through his fingertips. Suddenly, a hand pressed down atop his. The palm felt dry, the fingers pale and neatly manicured, exuding a subtle pink hue. Quite adorable, he thought. This word sprang to mind. Luo Cun regarded the man in the golden mask, maintaining her composure. We wish to discuss matters.
Oh.
What do you wish to discuss? The masked man beckoned with a finger, and instantly, a black-cloaked figure presented a throne, allowing him to recline back, exuding an air of nonchalance, as if everything were under his control. Is that throne inlaid with nari alloy? What a golden seat! Qiu Sheng exclaimed. Is he the leader of the black market? I will only negotiate with your boss. Luo Cun fixed her gaze upon him. The man paused momentarily before bursting into laughter. How amusing. How would you know I am not the leader here? No comment. He swept his hair aside, revealing half of a strikingly beautiful face that resembled a mask. Today, I'm in a good mood, so I'll grant you a chance. Either we negotiate now, or you perish. The mech guard took a synchronized step forward, exuding overwhelming pressure. Luo Cun retorted, your betting system on the arena has its flaws. Someone could easily profit from it. The man gestured with his fingers, and a black-cloaked figure respectfully lit his cigarette. Are you referring to the billions you've amassed through your betting? Luo Cun was taken aback, realizing they had long been aware of the situation. Did you never wonder why you were being hunted? The man remarked, holding the cigarette between his fingers. In a fair competition, winning is a skill. But to stage a fake match in the black market? Bold of you. Luo Cun suddenly burst into laughter, the tension in the atmosphere easing slightly. She continued, I wondered why the black market would suddenly make such a fuss. It turns out to be over this matter. Chaos Floating Life is a team of assassins, yet we do not wish to kill. Is it not reasonable to concede? You placed your bets ahead of time against the opponent. Wei He felt a chill run down his spine. The black market's control was far more stringent than anticipated. They even knew about their preemptive bets. Luo Cun remained unfazed. A wise individual assesses the situation. Winning against Chaos Floating Life comes at a steep price. And we have another match ahead. It's not worth it. She suddenly scoffed. For a prestigious establishment like the black market, if you cannot withstand such speculative profit-making tactics, perhaps you should not host arena battles. The man flicked the ash from a cigarette, embers flickering in the dim light, sharp-tongued. The negotiation had reached an impasse. The unmistakable sound of bullets being chambered filled the air. The mech guard was poised to strike. Last year, I spent over 100 billion at the black market. Now, when trying to earn some money through my own merits, I am met with a death sentence. How does this benefit you? Why not consider cooperation instead? Intriguing, genuinely intriguing. The man tilted his head, gazing at her. What kind of cooperation do you propose? The black market simply seeks profit. My suggestion for cooperation naturally involves earning together. I relish matters of profit. Do elaborate. The man clapped his hands, and the mech guard retreated behind him in unison. What a fright I just received. Qiu Sheng exhaled, releasing the trigger as he squeezed his slightly numb hand. Luo Cun strode towards the man, her demeanor unwavering. On level 9, you serve as the house, and we will act as the enforcers, splitting profits 50-50. 50-50? The man stroked his mask, seemingly pondering. We'll take 70, you'll take 30. Regardless of life or death. He didn't reject the proposal to act as enforcers. This implied that the black market had always employed enforcers, manipulating victories and losses for profit. As her suspicions were confirmed, Luo Cun felt a surge of confidence. 50-50. We will ensure the black market profits immensely. Perhaps recalling her provocative tactics, the golden masked man unusually took a step back. 60-40. That is my bottom line. Agreed, Luo Cun replied. But you shall be responsible for the materials required for mech repairs. The golden masked man crushed the cigarette butt underfoot with a cold smirk. Deal. I hope you can survive to utilize the materials. He gestured, and the mech guards retreated in an orderly fashion. A black-cloaked figure stepped forward, directing a teleportation device towards them. A blue light flickered, and they were instantaneously transported to the beast-fighting arena.
Kill, 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 kill.
Luo Cun lifted her gaze to survey the surroundings. It was an immense arena, packed with spectators whose fervor was palpable as they shouted wildly. Upon recognizing Luo Cun and her companions, a chorus of boos erupted from the crowd. A black-cloaked figure emerged from the passage, his robe adorned with intricate golden totems. Unlike the standard black cloaks that concealed the entire body, his face was partially concealed by a black gold mask. As soon as he appeared, the crowd erupted into cheers. Mask. Mask.
Mask. Kill, kill, kill.
The masked figure stepped into the center of the arena, raising his hand high, inciting an even greater wave of screams from the audience. Qiu Sheng remarked, "The black market has idols?" Wei He retorted, his face looks so fake. At that moment, the masked figure slowly tightened his fist. The crowd's cheers gradually subsiding, transforming the once boisterous venue into a hushed anticipation. He pointed at the individuals before him and proclaimed, "These are our meticulously selected prey, soon to face the formidable A-rank beast, the Yellow Earthworm King." The audience erupted into an even more fervent cacophony of screams. Qiu Sheng looked perplexed. What does he mean? Are we being regarded as prey? In this arena, it is the strength that dictates whether one is hunter or hunted. Luo Cun surveyed the surroundings of the arena, noting the scan options for concealment. Wei He scoffed, "To unleash an A-rank beast right off the bat, he certainly holds us in high regard." At that moment, the wall surrounding the arena gradually became transparent. A tawny star beast circled within, its elongated body coiling in layers, with hardened scales on the surface reflecting a chilling gleam. This was indeed the king among the yellow earthworms. Huan cautioned, "Exercise caution." Suddenly, a beam of light descended from above. Luo Cun and the others were momentarily stunned. Chapter 66, The Arena of Beasts. "What are you doing here?" Qiu Sheng exclaimed. "You all have been deemed as prey in the arena. How could I remain seated?"
Danzel sai.
Qiu Sheng, visibly touched, gazed at him with a glimmer in his eyes, momentarily appearing quite effeminate. "Truly, you are a brother of great valor, Yingzhu." Tang Yingzhu disdainfully pushed him aside, stating, "Let us switch to our standard mechs." The Phantom and Black Knight mechs were common, while the Lone Wolf, Valkyrie, and Golden Armor were not available. Wei He turned to Luo Cun, "You all must change. I will use the War God," Huan declared. The War God mech, being a mid-sized model, was ideal for assault operations, suiting him well. "I'll take the Blazing Flame." Luo Cun gazed at the predatory Yellow Earthworm King. Tang Yingzhu said, "Then I will use the Thunder Tower." With their roles assigned, the 5 individuals entered their respective mechs. The announcer's voice echoed through the amplification system. Thus, "The hunt commences today. May everyone find delight in the spectacle."
Kill, 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 kill.
In the stands, countless crimson eyes lit up, gleaming with a frenzied light, eagerly anticipating the sight of blood. "The concentration of inhibitors here is exceedingly high," Tang Yingzhu observed, glancing at the readings on his detector, striving to maintain control and avoid succumbing to madness. As the chains creaked ominously, the transparent wall of the arena descended, and the Yellow Earthworm King lunged forth in a flash. Luo Cun's expression sharpened. "Attention! There are 2." In an instant, a large and a small Yellow Earthworm King were upon them. 2 A-rank star beasts? How flattering! Wei He halted, raising his light sword. "I beg you. Could you refrain from making such statements while dressed like that today?" "All right," Qiu Sheng interjected, adopting a higher pitch. "Brother Wei He." Luo Cun noted that aside from Huan and himself, who had faced star beasts directly, the others' experiences were derived from the star network. Yet, their formidable personal prowess and exceptional mental fortitude granted them a natural ease even in perilous circumstances. The Black Knight mech surged forward, wielding a light sword with great ferocity, swiftly cleaving one of the Yellow Earthworm Kings in 2. "Brother He is so fierce."
I am impressed.
Qiu Sheng shouted. Just then, an unexpected twist occurred. The severed Yellow Earthworm King began to writhe violently, and before long, a bulging mass of flesh emerged at the site of the injury. Subsequently, rows of densely packed eyes sprouted from the flesh. In the blink of an eye, the 2 Yellow Earthworm Kings multiplied into 3. Luo Cun's demeanor turned grave. The Yellow Earthworm possesses nearly invincible regenerative abilities. Its bodily secretions can corrode mechs. Though an A-rank star beast, its tenacity rivals that of S-rank beasts. Its weakness lies in its mouth parts. Qiu Sheng retorted, this creature resembles a foul yellow maggot, let alone its mouth parts. I haven't even seen its rear. The blazing flame mech soared skyward. I and Ingzi will locate its mouth parts. You all hold it off. Realizing the light sword's lethality was excessive, they swiftly switched to NGZ-style automatic rifles, loaded with standard-grade energy rounds. The phantom mech soared through the air, occasionally firing shots as if toying with the creature. Below, the massive yellow earthworm king coiled around them, gradually tightening its encirclement. Luo Cun shouted, Hua and break out of the encirclement. The blazing flame mech raised both arms, unleashing a barrage of fire towards the center, allowing Hua and to leap to the outer circle. Suddenly, a yellow earthworm king lunged forth, its yellow body wrapping around the war god mech. The moment the mech's exterior met the creature's scales, a piercing screech echoed. Smoke billowed from Hua An's right mech arm. In just one encounter, half of the mech's arm was corroded away. The phantom mech swooped in from the side, firing 2 shots that struck the yellow earthworm king's eyes. The creature shrieked in pain, releasing its grip on the war god. With the phantom providing cover, Tang Ingzhu piloted the thunder tower to close in, needing to get closer to locate its mouth parts. Then, a sudden change occurred. The other 2 yellow earthworm kings outside simultaneously coiled their bodies towards the phantom mech. Qiu Sheng, unable to evade, was ensnared, yellow liquid coating his mech, rapidly corroding a significant area. They're targeting the phantom, Tang Ingzhu exclaimed, so clever. They recognized Qiu Sheng as the greatest threat. Luo Cun's complexion turned pale as he summoned his mental strength, determined to pinpoint the location of the opposing mouthparts. The yellow earthworm's size was overwhelmingly vast, making it no easy task to find its small mouth within its 100-meter-long body. As the phantom mech faced further corrosion from the yellow earthworm king slime, and had no choice but to draw his light sword and sever it. Thus, 3 became 4. The yellow earthworm king howled in agony, preparing to go berserk.
Kill. Kill. Kill.
The audience erupted in a frenzy. At that moment of its rising stance, Luo Cun finally identified the location of the mouthparts. This star beast was astute, cleverly utilizing its own body to obscure its vulnerabilities. The mouthparts were located in the abdomen, a third of the way from the tail. Luo Cun bellowed, Huathen, Wei He. Yes. The 2 advanced towards the mouthparts, forcing the yellow earthworm king to relinquish its grip on Qiu Sheng. The phantom mech ascended vertically, soaring into the sky. Are you alright? Luo Cun inquired. The mech is slightly deformed. It's a minor issue. Damn it, this filthy maggot is finished. Qiu Sheng fumed. The sniper rounds loaded in the phantom were, in fact, high-energy particle projectiles, albeit in varying sizes. Qiu Sheng rapidly switched to larger energy rounds, unleashing a furious barrage upon the yellow earthworm king. The arena floor quickly became riddled with craters. The expansive yellow earthworm king was unable to evade the phantom's attacks, yet its healing capabilities were remarkable, swiftly mending the wounds. Angered, it directed a row of pea-sized eyes towards the sky. Now's our chance. The blazing flame mech spread its 4 arms, one hand aiming its gun at the creature's eyes, while the other wielded a light sword, thrusting towards the tail of the yellow earthworm king. The Black Knight and War God coordinated their attacks, diverting the attention of the other 2 yellow earthworm kings. Luo Cun raised his light sword, slicing through layers of defense as if cutting steel, striking the shadowed area. The yellow earthworm king convulsed violently, emitting a mournful wail before collapsing. The audience collectively sighed. Luo Cun was utterly indifferent to these matters as the flame mecha charged fiercely towards the war god, unleashing a barrage of various weapons that finally pried open a gap in the ball-like form of the yellow earthworm king beast, allowing Hua En to break free from his restraints. The war god mecha stood motionless in a state of utter disrepair, exuding an aura of pitiable desolation. Inside the mecha cockpit, an individual gazed in bewilderment at the crimson mecha, astonished that someone would come to his rescue at such a critical moment. Tang Ingzhu and Wei He had just dispatched another foe and curiously inquired, what happened to Huan? Luo Cun raised his lightsaber and plunged it fiercely into the mandibles of the yellow earthworm king beast, declaring, it's in a weakened state. Brother He, save me. Qiu Sheng suddenly screamed, his voice piercing through the chaos. Chapter 67. The Masked One and the black market boss Qiu Sheng was being relentlessly pursued by the last remaining yellow earthworm king beast, darting around the arena. The ammunition of the phantom mecha had run dry, and he struggled to pinpoint the location of its mandibles. The black warrior and laid his sword into the air, effectively flanking the yellow earthworm king beast from either side. Luo Cun dashed forward, maneuvering to the rear of the creature, and with a dramatic sweep of his lightsaber, pierced through its mandibles, pinning its body firmly to the ground. The yellow earthworm king beast emitted a painful wail, its body thrashing violently before gradually succumbing to inertia. Silence enveloped the stands. It was unclear whether the spectators were in shock or simply failed to witness the gruesome scene they had anticipated. It was only when Luo Cun raised his right fist high and proclaimed, "We have won," that the audience erupted from their stupor, roaring in fervor, "Kill!
Kill! Kill!"
Amidst the frenzy of bloodthirsty shouts, some observers discerned a deeper truth. This team possessed formidable strength. They seemed to operate at an average S-tier level. Where did the masked one procure such an abundance of S-tier fighters? Forget about that. Let us just enjoy the spectacle. After vanquishing the yellow earthworm king beast, Luo Cun and his companions returned to the lounge under the guidance of the cloaked figure. Tang Yingzhu administered an antidote to both Qiu Sheng and Huaren, as the mucus of the yellow earthworm king beast contained toxic properties. The masked one entered the room, inquiring, "How was it? Did you enjoy yourselves?" "Indeed, immensely," Qiu Sheng replied with a forced grin. "Thanks to your grace, every mecha requires repairs," Luo Cun added. The masked one settled into a chair. Crossing his legs and intertwining his fingers, "Go to any repair shop in the black market and mention my name." Luo Cun nodded, understood. "Congratulations. Your prowess has been acknowledged by the black market. You may now proceed to participate in the arena matches." "What are arena matches?" Tang Yingzhu asked. "There are two types. The first involves combat against star beasts, while the second pits you against teams like yours. However, unlike the previous tier, this level progresses based on points." Hua, and interjected, "We choose to fight the star beasts." The masked one regarded him thoughtfully. "You bear a resemblance to someone from our midst." Luo Cun felt a jolt in her heart. Hua, and, with a cool demeanor, retorted, "You must be mistaken." The masked one stroked his chin. "Fighting star beasts yields less profit, as the audience is sparse. No matter. We prefer not to turn our blades against our kind." Luo Cun once again declined. From Hua's attitude, she could surmise the nature of the teams ranked at -9, likely a chaotic assortment. The masked one let out a derisive laugh. "Disinclined to fight your own kind? That is only because the stakes have yet to compel you to act recklessly." Qiu Sheng cupped his face in contemplation. "You make a valid point." Wei He chimed in, "But we are positive energy youths." Luo Cun continued, "We must prohibit malfeasance." The masked one rose, smirking coldly. "The black market champions challenges. On the 15th of next month, you will either challenge another team or accept a challenge from one. I hope you maintain this mindset." After his departure, Qiu Sheng remarked, "That laughter is downright terrifying. It could scare a 3-year-old. Wei He commented, somewhat exaggerated. The masked one retreated to an unoccupied corner and pressed a switch on the stone wall, vanishing without a trace. In stark contrast to the brutal, murderous, and frenzied atmosphere of the black market, he entered a vast study. Towering bookshelves filled the room, the singular content of which was an astounding array of tomes, a rarity throughout the cosmos. Each shelf brimmed with diverse literature, encompassing works from the Alliance, the Empire, and even the glorious Alliance Commonwealth. Spanning subjects from astronomy and geography to philosophical treatises, an overwhelming collection that seemed endless. The masked one stood respectfully at the forefront, hesitant to advance further into the book area. "My lord, as per your instructions, I have sent that group to the 9th level."
"Oh?"
A voice echoed from within. A warm yellow sensor light flickered to life as a figure emerged, barefoot, and carrying a book. The sound of soft footsteps grew louder, revealing her full appearance. She was draped in a black and gold robe, her face concealed behind a perfectly seamless black mask, adorned only with golden embellishments around the eye sockets, rendering her enigmatic. She removed her gloves and tossed them towards the masked one, revealing delicate, pale fingers, reclining languidly on an opulent chaise longue. Who would have imagined that the formidable ruler of the vast black market, the very individual Luo Cun sought to meet, would be a woman? "Well?" she inquired. The masked one responded with increased reverence, "My lord, as you anticipated, they are only willing to battle star beasts." "No matter," the woman mused, her gaze fixed on the distance. "Let them play with the star beasts for now. When the day of challenges arrives, we shall present them with a grand feast. Rest assured, I have made the necessary arrangements to ensure they regret ever stepping into this world. The masked woman regarded him, her expression obscured by the mask. How many times have I told you not to incessantly call for bloodshed? No one dares to profit in my black market and walk away unscathed. The woman propped herself up, beckoning him closer with a gesture. Come here. The masked one walked forward in a daze. Kneel, she commanded softly. The masked one stiffened, his knees buckling as he slowly knelt. Yes, my lord. A bare foot pressed upon his shoulder, inadvertently brushing against his neck. The masked one's breath hitched, his chest tightening involuntarily. A bare foot harshly stomped on his face, yet her voice remained gentle. Do you not understand my words? The masked one fixed his gaze on the woman before him, a flicker of flame igniting deep within his eyes. His voice gravelly, he replied, My lord, I understand. He found himself instinctively chasing after that enchanting bare foot. Just as the masked one's lips were about to meet her foot, she suddenly withdrew it. Her demeanor turned cold. What is the situation with Energy Star 11 and Cold Lake? The masked one hesitated momentarily, bowing his head. Our people were unable to access Energy Star 11. Cold Lake is under the influence of the flower flame. You may leave now, the woman said with a frigid tone, tinged with disdain.
Yes.
The masked one gradually retreated. Just as he reached the doorway, he heard a cacophony of shattering sounds from within. This enigmatic figure, the true power behind the black market, possessed a temperament as peculiar and capricious as the weather, leaving even him, who had served her for many years, unable to decipher her nature. No one knew how she had risen to prominence. The vast black market empire seemed to have materialized overnight. She appeared to have no other passions beyond reading and accumulating wealth. Oh, and she also had a disinclination for wanton murder. Who would have thought that the ruler of the black market possessed a semblance of compassion for life? It was a perplexing contradiction, a contradiction that was alluring. He closed his eyes, consumed by infatuation, almost obsessively licking his lips, as if remnants of her fragrance lingered there. Chapter 68. The rest are dead upon returning to school. A few of them indulged in a deep slumber. Before dawn broke, Luo Cun ventured to the training ground to commence her regimen, opting for the hellish mode. The myriad experiences in the black market made her acutely aware of her inadequate physical capabilities. The subsequent responsibilities of the Valkyrie were entrusted to Incursion, liberating her to solely focus on procuring funds from the Luo family. The advancements in cutting-edge technology were steadily progressing. Su Lily mentioned that the gadgets she and Incursion had designed were quite popular on StarNet. Su Lily enlisted the help of individuals from the sociology department, treating it like a formal job complete with remuneration. The mechs utilized in the black market were all sent to Old Hay for repairs, and several required modifications and upgrades. With plans already drafted. With some time left before the League, her current objective was to enhance her physical fitness, merely a step away from B2 rank. This step, while seemingly simple, was as daunting as scaling a mountain. Luo Cun did not engage in simulated sparring with the intelligence brain, opting instead for fundamental training. She was undertaking shooting practice, swiftly locating the orifice of the yellow worm beast and exterminating it. The yellow worm beast was merely a B-rank star beast. Only royal beasts could attain a rank. For dealing with ordinary yellow worm beasts, sniper bullets sufficed. The scene before her was utterly revolting, as countless yellow worm beasts writhed grotesquely in a heap, advancing rapidly towards Luo Cun. From a distance, it appeared as though clusters of yellow maggots were emerging from the ground, eliciting nausea. With a stoic expression, Luo Cun pulled the trigger, instantly slaying 2 yellow worm beasts. She dashed forward, pursued relentlessly by the massive yellow bodies behind her. As her speed increased, she navigated through the forest with agility, leaping and calculating her landing spots with precision, stepping deftly on the bodies of the yellow worm beasts. The hit rate displayed on the panel in the upper right corner was impressively high. Whenever she fired, the yellow worm beasts either perished or were grievously harmed. Luo Cun had discerned a pattern. Akin to royal beasts, the orifices of the yellow worm beasts were primarily concentrated in the lower segment. The smaller the body, the larger the orifice, while longer bodies bore smaller orifices. With 3 rapid shots, she eliminated 3 overlapping yellow worm beasts, then executed a nimble flip, landing atop one of the slain beasts to snatch a red apple dangling amidst the foliage. Beep, congratulations on completing the training. Training completion rate, 100. Performance score, 98 points. Please continue to strive for excellence. The biological chamber automatically opened, and Luo Cun sat up. Due to excessive mental exertion, her complexion appeared somewhat pale. sweat beading on her forehead and back. Gazing at the person seated before her, she exclaimed in astonishment, "Do you not find yourself a tad perverse?" "Me, perverse?" Chiu Sheng pointed at himself with a pained expression. "Pray tell, when did you arrive at the training ground?" "Perhaps around 5 o'clock, Luo Cun replied, glancing at the time. "Which now read 10 in the morning. My heavens!" Chiu Sheng lamented, "You've utterly exhausted me." As Luo Cun stood, a wave of dizziness from overtraining washed over her. She pressed her fingers to her temples, asking, "What brings you here?" "The principal has summoned us to the conference building," Chiu Sheng informed her. "Let us proceed." Luo Cun set the biological chamber to auto-clean, donned her jacket, and remarked while walking, "Did Ingzi send you to fetch me? Is he incapable of doing so himself?" Chiu Sheng shot her a mournful glance. "He has gone to train as well. Why do you not join him?" 4.5 minutes. Chiu Sheng warned. "Do not attempt to pressure me. This tactic does not work on me." Luo Cun paused her steps. "Do you comprehend the perilous nature of the real combat mission snipers will undertake in the future?" Chiu Sheng furrowed his brow. "But we have yet to graduate." Luo Cun fixed her gaze upon him. "Chiu Sheng, imagine if a yellow worm beast evades the containment line and infiltrates the city. What chaos would ensue? If we fail to secure a ranking in this league, it would be tantamount to allowing a horde of yellow worm royal beasts to revel in the city center." Chiu Sheng shuddered involuntarily at the thought. As they spoke, they arrived. It was the same conference room as before, but the number of core team members had increased since last time. A nameplate before Su Lily bore the title of Chief of the Sociology Department. "All right, the last 2 students have arrived, so let us begin," Gu Huaidong addressed the assembly. "This year, the Berkeley League rules have changed, however. The Zhe Army District has dispatched a major general to lead the team, while Paradise Island has sent a diplomat to lead. First, let us have you all meet them." The 2 individuals seated beside him stood. The man on his right appeared youthful, with striking features and donning golden-framed glasses that added an air of elegance to his visage. Gu Huaidong gestured towards him. "Esteemed diplomat, General Shen Feichen." He then pointed to the left, and one of the instructors responsible for your military training, Major General Ji Jin. "Let us welcome them with applause." As the audience clapped, Chiu Sheng whispered, "Why such an extravagant affair this year?" Luo Cun shook her head, her attention drawn to the man exuding an aura of forbidding presence, her brow furrowing slightly. "Next, we shall have General Shen introduce this year's new rules." Gu Huaidong made an inviting gesture. "Hello, students. Allow me to briefly outline the changes," General Shen Feichen began, adjusting his glasses. "Unlike previous years, this league has been condensed to 4 rounds. The first round consists of individual competitions, with points awarded as follows. First place receives 4 points, second place 3 points, third place 2 points, and the last place 1 point. He continued to elaborate, but Luo Cun had already ceased listening, following the figure clad in military attire as he exited. "Major Ji," she called out as she trailed into the corridor. Ji Jin turned, his furrowed brow softening upon recognizing her. "What brings you out here?" "You are the commander. You must heed the competition rules. Hurry back inside." Luo Cun approached him instead. "Someone will inform me of the details later. There is no need for concern." They reached a secluded corner where Ji Jin extracted a cigarette, biting it between his lips. "You've grown rapidly," he remarked. "When I heard the commander was a girl named Luo Cun, I found it rather peculiar. Yet I never expected it to truly be you. Compared to you, instructor, I still have much to learn." Luo Cun smiled. "I haven't congratulated you on your promotion to Major General." Ji Jin merely grunted in response, his expression remaining stoic, unable to muster even a smile. He turned away, exhaling a puff of smoke, his shoulders sagging as if a towering tree had been abruptly felled. Noticing Luo Cun's gaze, Ji Jin touched the new scar that crossed his right eye, forcing a smile. "Just replaced it with a mechanical eye. It's no big deal." A wave of profound sorrow washed over Luo Cun, a pang of bitterness rising in her chest. She feigned nonchalance. "What are the other instructors? Why haven't I seen them?" In response, a prolonged silence ensued. Ji Jin's gaze drifted into the distance, the embers of his cigarette glowing faintly in the gentle breeze. Wisps of smoke curling upwards until he suddenly snapped back to reality as the ember grazed his finger. "The other 2 are still hanging on. The rest have all perished." Chapter 69. Lee Guidance. A profound wave of grief engulfed Luo Cun as she leaned against the wall, her tone more somber than ever. "When did this occur?" "Half a month ago." She trembled as she inquired, "Was the Special Operations Team dispatched to Cold Lake U?" With a sharp snap, Ji Jin extracted the last cigarette from the pack, crumpling the box into a ball and accurately tossing it several meters into the trash can. The intelligent receptacle emitted a couple of soft sounds, breaking it down into recyclable materials. He inhaled deeply. Focus on preparing for the league. These matters are not for you to concern yourself with. Luo Cun observed his unwillingness to elaborate further and deftly shifted the topic. There has never been a tradition of both Tianting Island and the military sending representatives simultaneously in past leagues. What has prompted this change this year? With his hand momentarily pausing before his mouth, Ji Jin cast a sidelong glance at her. You seem to be overly perceptive. This is merely the responsibility of a commander-in-chief. Luo Cun crossed her arms, her gaze drifting toward the distant sunset. It suffices to have a major general leading. The additional presence of a diplomat from Tianting Island seems rather unnecessary, appearing more like a result of some political maneuvering. Luoxian. Ji Jin finally met her gaze. Aim for the highest possible rank. Luo Cun raised an eyebrow slightly. Ji Jin chose not to elaborate further, extinguishing his half-burnt cigarette. Let us go. We should head back. Upon their return to the conference room, Tang Yingzhu was inquiring of Shen Feichen regarding the league's particulars. Commander Shen? Do you mean to say that this league will not be held in a single location? Indeed, it has traditionally taken place in the central star system, but this year, certain schools have expressed disagreement, Shen Feichen replied, glancing at those present. Therefore, the locations for this competition will be determined by a lottery.
Wow.
It would be splendid if we could draw Danja. Someone exclaimed immediately. Shen Feichen shot him a glance. Sometimes, being overly familiar with the terrain can lead to complacency. The student promptly fell silent. Qiu Sheng whispered to Wei He, this Commander Shen is rather stern. Zhu Zhao, overhearing, interjected, regardless of his severity, he is undeniably handsome. Qiu Sheng frowned. Handsome? Is he really? Upon seeing that face, Su Lily's inner groundhog was practically screaming. Shen Feichen glanced their way, prompting Qiu Sheng to swallow the word he was about to utter, opting for a more moderate descriptor, feminine. Shen Feichen surveyed the crowd. His pale eyes behind golden-rimmed glasses strikingly beautiful. Are there any further questions? Gu Huai tapped the table. We are departing for the Central Star next week, so if there are any questions, do ask promptly. Luo Cun gradually spoke. May I inquire what rewards we would receive should we win the championship? Tang Yingzhu face-bombed. Qiu Sheng's eyes widened, giving Luo Cun a thumbs up. The others wore expressions of exasperation, yet none dared to voice their thoughts. Ji Jin felt a headache coming on. It had been so long since military training, yet this person remained so audacious. Shen Feichen's expression remained unchanged, showcasing his composure. The rewards will be substantial. Provided by the organizers, the Danja military, Tianting Island, and the schools. Each sum is quite considerable. Ji Jin interjected. Let us not even discuss the championship. Even securing third place would grant you direct internship placements with the military. The group's interest was piqued. Not everyone possessed a background as illustrious as Tang Yingzhu or in Kursan. Most were ordinary people, and Luo Cun's inquiry resonated deeply with them. Akin to a job interview where the discussion inevitably turns to salary, a crucial matter. Understood. Thank you, Commander Shen, Luo Cun said. Very well. If there are no further questions. Gu Huai rose. This meeting is adjourned. In the coming week, you will engage in close training with the main force. Yes, the group stood and saluted. After the meeting, several individuals gathered at their usual spot. Once again, Luo Cun picked up the tab. Tang Yingzhu remarked pointedly, the commander-in-chief is quite generous. Luo Cun touched her nose, smiling slightly, albeit awkwardly. We are all brothers here. Let us not mention it. Feel free to order whatever you like today, alright? She often casually sent photos of herself with Tang Yingzhu to the Luo family head to illustrate their close relationship. Over time, the Tang family had caught wind of this and frequently sought to gauge Tang Yingzhu's sentiments. Tang Yingzhu sat down, resigned. Great. Not only had he become a cash cow for this person, but he also had to help her order food. What can we do? We've got such a commander. Right? Zhu Zhao clapped him on the shoulder. I want to eat the tender neck part of the marinated pork. Tang Yingzhu. Qiu Sheng chimed in Yingzi. I want to eat dragon scale fish, grilled, fried, and stir-fried, one of each, please. Suddenly, a paper menu fell from above into his lap. Qiu Sheng awkwardly touched his nose. All right, I'll order. What do you all want? The Onren Club was known for its swift service, and soon, dishes began to arrive one after another. Luo Cun felt like a cross was frantically pulsating on her forehead as she looked at Qiu Sheng. If you can't finish all this, I'll make sure you eat every last bite. Gazing at the towering three-layered feast on the round table, Chiu Sheng felt a shiver of trepidation. Yet he bravely declared, "This is nothing. I can eat half by myself." Luo Cun chose to ignore him. It was Tang Yingzhu who stepped in to mediate. He called for a server to pack half of it to go. "Since closed training starts today, as the commander-in-chief, shouldn't you check on your teammates?" Luo Cun nodded. "All right." As the meal progressed, everyone immersed themselves in the culinary delights. Chiu Sheng, munching on a particularly large prawn, remarked, "Where did the Yin family find such a chef? The flavors suit my palate perfectly." Suddenly, Hua An, who had been silently eating, interjected, "He's from the former colonial planet." Chiu Sheng's realization dawned. No wonder it tastes so authentic. Luo Cun recalled her earlier conversation with Ji Jin. "By the way, Cold Lake was also a colonial planet, wasn't it?" Zhu Zhao paused. "Yes, because it is quite close to Energy Star. Most of Cold Lake's indigenous people are energy workers." "What did you say?" A startled exclamation interrupted their conversation as Su Lily, panic-stricken, raised her voice to a breaking point. "Are you saying my father is dead? I don't believe it. I don't believe it." What was said from the other side caused tears to stream down Su Lily's face. She hung up the video call and turned to Luo Cun. "Something has happened to my father, and my mother is also in poor condition. I need to go to the hospital." Luo Cun immediately stood. "Let us go. I'll accompany you." Huan chimed in. "I'll drive you there." Luo Cun did not refuse. As a member of the Hui family, he would undoubtedly offer some convenience in Danja. Upon reaching the door, Luo Cun suddenly turned back to Chiu Sheng. "No wasting food." Zhu Zhao also rose. "Something has happened. I need to return home." Tang Yingzhu looked at the message on his light brain, his brow gradually furrowing. "Chiu Sheng, remember to take the packed food home. I have matters to attend to, and will leave first. And Kursin, I'll be leaving as well. Your mechas need one last round of adjustments." Chiu Sheng surveyed the remaining mountain of dishes before turning to the two remaining individuals. "You two don't have matters to attend to, do you?" Wei Hidiao Ziming, Painful Masks X3. Chapter 70. My father's surname is in Hua and drove the shuttle quickly, yet steadily. In the back seat, Luo Cun observed the distraught Su Lily and asked, "Who called you? What's going on?" Su Lily's expression was one of despair. Her eyes read, "The 11th energy star has temporarily reopened, and all the injured are being transferred to the main star. The energy company wants me to go to the hospital to handle my mother's paperwork, as well as discuss compensation for my father's work-related death." Luo Cun was taken aback. "Didn't you say your uncle was reassigned to the 9th energy star?" Su Lily covered her face with her hands, tears streaming. "She's lying to me. How has she been holding up all this time?" Luo Cun furrowed her brow. "Don't think too much. We'll talk to your mother when we see her." She gently tapped her light brain, and sure enough, numerous news articles regarding the reopening of the 11th energy star flooded her screen. It was said that an unprecedented explosion had occurred, and due to the intensity of the blast, energy extraction would be rendered impossible for an extended period. The shockwaves from the explosion had even affected the planetary shield, prompting the military to undertake emergency measures. The beastly creatures exhibited an acute sensitivity to energy. If the shield was not swiftly repaired, the energy planet would inevitably fall prey to these creatures, leading to catastrophic consequences for Danza. "We have arrived." With a graceful flick of his tail, Huan brought the shuttle to a halt atop the hospital building. As he disembarked, hospital staff promptly approached him, inquiring, "Young Master Huan, is there a health concern you wish to address?" Huan stepped aside to reveal the two individuals accompanying him, gesturing towards Su Lily. "Her mother is hospitalized here." Upon realizing that young Master Huan was a friend of Su Lily, the staff maintained a respectful demeanor, asking, "May I have your mother's name? I will escort you immediately." This was Su Lily's first experience with such privileged treatment. After a brief moment of surprise, she quickly provided her mother's name. The staff checked on their device and extended a hand. "Your mother is in a standard ward in Area B of the hospital. We will promptly transfer her to a VIP room. Please follow me." Su Lily instinctively considered declining but was halted by Luo Cun, who calmly stated, "Lead the way." The staff discreetly glanced at Luo Cun, their demeanor becoming even more respectful as they guided them forward. "This is the room," the staff member announced, pausing some distance from the ward. "Your mother is inside. Should you require anything, please do not hesitate to contact me." Anxious and impatient, Su Lily rushed inside. The sounds of weeping filled the room. Luo Cun hesitated for a moment, while Huan observed him, saying, "Enough, if there's a need, we will call for you. You may leave now." The staff offered a faint smile. Young Master Huan, it has been quite some time since you last underwent a checkup. Would you like me to arrange a comprehensive examination today? Huan's gaze darkened. No need. The staff member did not press further, respectfully responding. Should you ever wish for such, please inform me. Once the staff departed, Luo Cun inquired, is this the Huan family's hospital? Huan's expression turned inscrutable. No. Luo Cun raised an eyebrow but, respecting others' privacy, chose not to pursue the matter further. Huan towered over Luo Cun, his dark eyes seemingly churning with turbulent waves. This is the family's hospital. Luo Cun was taken aback. In that fleeting moment, a multitude of conspiracy theories raced through her mind. Did the family extend their influence so far as to monitor Huan's health? Or was it due to Huan's extraordinary S-class status? No. It was evident that Huan had visited this hospital on multiple occasions, and the staff's demeanor did not suggest surveillance. Could it be that Huan had some hidden connection with the family? My father's surname is N, Huan suddenly disclosed. Understanding dawned on her. But wait. It was perplexing. How could the family, so powerful, allow their offspring to bear the surname Huan? Moreover, this did not seem to be common knowledge. Even Tang Yingzhu might not be aware that Huan was a child of the family. The crucial question lingered. Why had he shared this information with her? Instinctively, she raised her gaze, only to find herself ensnared in a profound abyss of darkness, a relentless web of shadows tightening around her. A suffocating sensation enveloped her chest, and a searing aura erupted around her. Ahem. It seems the commotion inside has lessened. Let us proceed, she muttered, acting on impulse. As a commander who typically maintained a clear mind, such behavior was atypical for Luo Cun. In that moment, she disregarded all analyses of pros and cons, yielding to her emotions and engaging in an action that was utterly incongruous with her usual demeanor. She sought to evade the unabashedly sincere gaze directed at her. Watching her retreating figure, Huan pressed his tongue against his molars, saying nothing, but silently followed suit. Upon their entrance, Su Lily hastily wiped her tears, introducing Mom. This is Luo Cun, and this is Huan.
You are Luo Cun,
the woman exclaimed, her face etched with surprise and remnants of tears tracing her features. You are Lily's benefactor. Luo Cun seated herself beside the woman. There's no need for such titles, Auntie. Please don't listen to her exaggerations. We are merely friends. Such a humble child, the woman replied, grasping Luo Cun's hand with gratitude. You are involved in business and machinery. I know my child well. She wouldn't possess such knowledge without someone guiding her. Su Lily's face flushed with embarrassment. Mom. The woman exuded the genuine simplicity of an ordinary citizen, coupled with a profound understanding of the world, which explained how she had raised a daughter like Su Lily. Luo Cun gently patted her hand. Lily is exceptionally talented and works diligently. She deserves all of this. Indeed, Lily possesses talent. The woman's eyes brimmed with tears once more. Your father always said Lily had a knack for it, but she is stubborn and rigid in her ways. Without a benefactor, she would merely scrape by better than he did. Su Lily fought back tears, soothing her mother's labored chest. Mom, didn't we agree just now not to cry anymore? Dad is gone, but I will take care of you. I earn more than he ever did. The woman's withered hand brushed Su Lily's face, tears cascading down. Such a good child. You are a good child, but your father lacked fortune.
Mom.
As it appeared that the emotional tide was about to overflow once more, Luo Cun quickly diverted the conversation. Annie, could you please share what transpired on Energy Planet 11? The woman hesitated. Energy Planet 11? Chapter 71. Energy Planet 11. We actually were not initially on Energy Planet 11, the woman began. Su Lily immediately recalled. That's right. You were always on Energy Planet 9. Why did you suddenly go to the perilous Energy Planet 11? Indeed, your father was responsible for the energy reconnaissance on Planet 9. The woman sighed deeply. However, recently something happened to the team assigned to Planet 11, and the company asked your father if he would consider going there, as the situation on Planet 9 was significantly simpler, manageable by newcomers. Su Lily gasped in disbelief. He agreed.
How could that be?
Didn't he always say that the most complex circumstances in Danzel's energy planets were found on Planet 11? You've been in university for 3 years. Why is your temperament still so impatient? The woman reproached with a hint of severity. Su Lily pressed her lips together. The woman looked at the two, apologetically saying, I'm sorry to have subjected you to this. Luo Cun speculated. Perhaps there was some unforeseen circumstance? Indeed, the woman's gaze drifted into recollection. That day, Su Chung returned home from work as usual, and his wife had prepared a delicious meal for him. Seeing her face, weathered from years spent on the energy planet, a wave of guilt surged within him. A Xiao, Lily called via video, saying she missed you. Why don't you return to Danza to take care of her for a while? At the dining table, as Su Chung ate, he casually brought this up. What's the matter? Luo Xiao, who had been with Su Chung since her youth, immediately noticed the troubled expression on his face. She teased him. Are you planning to send me away to pursue those young and beautiful ones? Very well. What did you say when I first came? Are you already weary of me? Su Chung was left bewildered. Where did that come from? Luo Xiao's eyes filled with tears. What do you mean by that? Suddenly asking me to leave. Su Chung sighed, expressing his helplessness. The company is sending me to Energy Star number 11, and they will provide a separate allowance. Yet, I cannot shake the feeling of unease in my heart, which is why I wish for you to return to Danja. Luo Xiao, dropping her pretense, hurriedly replied, Old Su. Your salary may not be substantial, but it is certainly not insignificant. Over the years, we have both been stationed at Energy Star, with our living expenses covered by the company, so we've hardly spent any money. Lily is about to graduate and enter the workforce. Is it truly worth it for the special allowance from Energy Star number 11? You are being foolish. Su Chung set down his chopsticks and showed her a document. Look at the amount of this allowance. 3 million. It's equivalent to 5 years of my salary. Luo Xiao gazed at the document in a daze. 3 million? The allure of wealth is potent, particularly for an ordinary family like the Su's. Luo Cun, upon hearing this, fully comprehended the gravity of the decision they were about to make. Su Li wore a pained expression, utterly shocked that her father's willingness to take risks stemmed from financial motives. Luo Xiao noticed the expressions on their faces and suddenly chuckled. She shook her head. It's not as you think. Luo Cun was taken aback. Luo Xiao turned to Su Chung and spoke slowly. If Li were to learn about this, she would undoubtedly oppose it. Old Su, we are no longer young. There is no need to gamble our lives for financial gain. Energy exploration is inherently perilous. And Lily had previously asked whether it was possible for you to retire to a safer position. We have only one daughter. Should we heed her wishes? Su Chung wiped his face, exclaiming, We are indeed on the same wavelength. Luo Xiao felt a pang of anxiety. You've refused? Then what is this appointment letter about? The company has made it clear that if I refuse, there will be no place for me there anymore. Su Cheng's face was etched with sorrow, perhaps recalling past events. Luo Xiao's eyes grew misty once more. What is the situation at Energy Star number 11? Why must Uncle Su go there? Luo Cun furrowed her brow, sensing an overwhelming dissonance in the entire affair. Su Li's heart ached to the point of breathlessness. She buried her head deeply, fiercely gripping her palm to suppress any sound from escaping. Luo Xiao wiped her eyes, speculating. It seems they were unable to assign any qualified personnel, leaving only Old Su. What about the seasoned employees? Luo Xiao's eyes reflected confusion. Due to the nature of Old Su's work involving energy, confidentiality agreements are signed annually. And there is much I am unaware of. Su Li's voice trembled. I recall my father mentioning that the energy distribution at Energy Star No. 11 is exceedingly chaotic and perilous, and many employees are reluctant to go there. Sensing the moment was ripe, Luo Cun rose. Auntie, please rest. We shan't disturb you further. There is no such thing as disturbing. Luo Xiao revealed an extraordinary strength. It has been half a month since this incident, and I have yet to figure out how to tell Li. After Energy Star number 11 was sealed, I was unable to leave. Yet I have come to understand many things during these days. As the old saying goes, you never know which will come first, tomorrow or an unexpected event. You are all young. Cherish the present. Hua An's heart stirred, instinctively glancing at Luo Cun. Luo Cun, with a profound appreciation for life, smiled gently. We understand. You should rest early. After a night filled with tears and commotion, Luo Xiao was indeed exhausted, and soon her eyes closed in slumber. Luo Cun exchanged a glance with Su Li, and the group exited the hospital room, retreating to a small balcony at the end of the floor. Su Li, with tear-filled eyes, expressed her gratitude. Thank you all for accompanying me. Life is unpredictable. Some are forced to mature overnight by the ravenous demands of society. The youthful innocence in Su Li's demeanor faded, replaced by a resolute determination. Luo Cun patted her shoulder. One must look forward. Your mother will depend on you from now on, so hold strong, Su Zong. Su Li took a deep breath. I feel much better now. At least I no longer feel as if the sky is collapsing. Luo Cun gave her a thumbs up. By the way, there is something I do like to discuss with you. Su Lili bit her lip, gathering her thoughts. My mother has never believed I could earn much. I recently checked her browsing history, and it's all about job hunting. I was wondering if I could arrange for her to do some cleaning work at the company, and her wages could be deducted from my salary. Luo Cun immediately grasped her intention. You want Annie to help with the cutting-edge technology? That's perfectly fine. Her salary will remain the same. You're being too formal. No. Su Lili quickly shook her head. The company allocates 60 of my father's original salary as compensation each month. I just want to give her something to do so I can focus better. The league is approaching, and I must give it my all. You are in charge of the company. Handle these matters as you see fit. Luo Cun couldn't help but admire the girl's rapid maturity. The sudden unfortunate news had not broken her spirit, but had instead made her more considerate. Just then, their devices chimed simultaneously. Luo Cun opened the message to find a succinct note from Tang Yingzhu. Check the news. Chapter 72. Egged at the press conference. Luo Cun clicked on the news. The headline was striking. Explosion at Energy Star number 11 results in nearly 10,000 casualties. The public gathers on Paradise Island demanding answers. In the center of the frame, Ms. Hu Qingchuan, dressed in a black uniform, sat poised, responding to inquiries from reporters and representatives of the public below. Governor Hua. I am a reporter from Shortstory News. I have heard that the Special Forces team sent to Cold Lake was completely annihilated, with only one survivor. Is this a decision-making error on the part of Paradise Island? At these words, the room fell silent. Then, as the crowd regained its composure, they surged forward. Governor Hua. Is this true? The Cold Lake Special Forces team was wiped out? Governor Hua, why has the military and Paradise Island not released a statement to clarify this matter? Is it true that the mission to Cold Lake was ordered by Paradise Island, with the military merely executing it? Governor Hua. A cadre of well-trained bodyguards clad in black entered the scene, blocking the agitated reporters. Order was restored. Hu Qingchuan turned to the head of Shortstory News. Her expression serious. This press conference is solely to address matters pertaining to Energy Star number 11. I cannot disclose information regarding military secrets. Understood. The head of Shortstory News continued. It has been determined that the explosion at Energy Star number 11 was caused by improper operations by miners, who were mixed in with unqualified drifters. Should the Danzel Energy Department bear full responsibility for this incident? As soon as the question was posed, a buzz of chatter erupted in the room. The reason was simple. Shortstory News once again took the lead, releasing explosive information. Hu Qingchuan's gaze sharpened, her expression frigid. The investigation into the explosion at Energy Star number 11 is ongoing. As a media outlet of considerable influence, I hope you will exercise caution in your words and actions. Of course, the head responded, if what I said is factual. Will the Danzel Energy Department take responsibility for this matter?
Speak.
Are you trying to shirk responsibility again? A man stood up, shouting. His skin was dark, with a hint of grayish-white on the surface, a hallmark of long-term exposure to radiation from working at Energy Star. Even through the screen, Luo Cun could sense the tense atmosphere. The ambience in the room grew, increasingly suffocating. I do not respond to hypothetical questions. Hu Qingchuan surveyed the crowd. The investigation into the incident at Energy Star No. 11 was still ongoing. Should there be any involvement of nefarious forces, Paradise Island would not show leniency. Suddenly, an egg hurtled towards her, but fortunately, her bodyguard intercepted it. A throng of black-clad bodyguards surged onto the stage, forming a protective barrier around Hu Qingchuan.
Crack, crack, crack.
A multitude of eggs were hurled towards the center of the venue, the ground soon awash with yellow yolk. Sensing the chaos spiraling out of control, someone rushed to escort Hu Qingchuan away. At that moment, the only sounds were the splattering of eggs and the clicking of cameras. As she prepared to leave, the crowd began to chant, "You promised us you would find a way to improve the miners' conditions." But what has happened? Not only have conditions not improved, but thousands have died. What shall we do without fathers? Answer me. Without residency permits for Energy Star, we will become refugees. We will be expelled to Cold Lake. We followed your lead, obtained safety operation certificates, yet the investigation concluded it was employee negligence, and the insurance company refuses to pay. You have betrayed us. You deceitful politician. Hu Qingchuan paused. She glanced at her bodyguards, whose clothes and faces bore traces of egg yolk, emanating a foul odor. She gestured for them to step aside. The governor's aides sensed her intentions and attempted to intervene. Hua Qingchuan's tone was resolute. Stand aside. The crowd parted to allow her passage. She faced the furious populace, ready to speak, but halted abruptly. With a crack, an egg struck her uniform's front. The crowd fell silent. The individual who threw the egg paled, sheepishly lowering their hand. How could this have happened? With so many bodyguards, why had none shielded her? The incident of the egg being thrown at Governor Hu during a press conference would undoubtedly create a sensational news story. A swarm of reporters surged forward, eager to capture the yellow liquid staining her black attire. Hua Qingchuan accepted a tissue from a bystander, methodically wiping her clothes, her expression devoid of anger, even jesting. If you keep this up, I won't be able to answer any questions. In truth, once the first egg struck her, no others were thrown. I know that among you, some have lost children, fathers, or husbands in the Energy Star incident. Her voice became somber, her expression filled with sorrow. Paradise Island will conduct a thorough investigation and provide answers. There are many rumors circulating, but I urge you to discern between falsehoods and truths. This was an unfortunate accident. When you obtained your permits, you signed agreements, and the insurance company and energy firm will compensate according to the terms outlined, so do not worry. The camera panned to the civilians, their tattered clothing and eyes shimmering with confusion. This concludes today's press conference. Thank you all for your participation. Hua Qingchuan offered a slight nod and exited with poise. Luo Cun stroked her chin, recognizing the prowess of Governor Hua. She instinctively glanced at Hua and, only to find him tense, his back pressed tightly against the wall. Hey, relax, Luo Cun said. As a system governor, this is something you should be able to handle. Hua and pursed his lips. Look, the representatives of the populace have shifted their stance. The scene was far from over. Several reporters surrounded the representatives, bombarding them with questions, causing frustration among the group. We only want to see what Paradise Island publishes. Stop asking us. You blood-sucking demons. You don't step in when we face hardship. But now you want to use us to pressure Governor Hua? We will not answer your questions. Su Lily furrowed her brow. These minors are truly troublesome. Their attitudes change in an instant. Luo Cun implied the lower class is the easiest to incite. Su Lily's eyes widened. Are you suggesting that, although unsure of their motives, the actions against Paradise Island were glaringly obvious? Luo Cun narrowed her eyes slightly. Whether it was the Cold Lake incident or the Energy Star No. 11 event, the military should have been at the forefront. Yet, have you seen any statement from them? There must be some underlying reason that compels Paradise Island to bear the brunt of the blame. Su Lily's mouth fell open. She felt as if she had stumbled upon something significant. Chapter 73, Journey to the Central Star. A week of intensive training flew by. Building on previous military training and sparring with Zino, and with Tang Yingzhu's unwavering support, Luo Cun swiftly integrated into the league team, capturing everyone's hearts with her formidable charisma. For an entire week, the Honren Club provided midnight snacks for this league team. Even Su Lily was taken aback by her lavishness. Luo Cun's reasoning was simple. She was unsure how long she could continue to draw from the Luo family patriarch's funds, so she seized the opportunity to indulge. After all, her grandfather had always said, treat your classmates to meals. In the central square, the principal was delivering an impassioned speech, and Gu Huayun appeared equally enthusiastic. Luo Cun clicked her tongue. It was rare to see these two so emotionally expressive. Finally, I wish you all the best, the principal concluded. With a command from Ji Jin, all personnel, board the ship.
Yes.
A group of spirited youths marched in orderly fashion onto the warship. This was truly a grand affair. Previously, they had only used civilian spacecraft. But now they were aboard a military vessel. How impressive. I wish I could be among them. Keep pushing, you're in your first year. You'll have a chance in your second and third years. Please, let us aim for a ranking this time. Just before entering the ship, Luo Cun glanced back at the school, where rows of teachers and students stood together, bidding them farewell, their eyes glimmering with hope. Luo Cun understood well that it was a glimmer of aspiration. What's wrong? Is the commander finally feeling the pressure? Shun Feichen stood at the entrance, watching Luo Cun remain motionless, sneering. You weren't so composed when making threats. Luo Cun stiffened. During the past week, this Commander Shen had certainly left a deep impression on the students, a formidable and sharp-tongued individual. However, if Luo Cun were to back down, she would no longer be Luo Cun. How could that be? She smiled, her eyes crescent-shaped, the setting sun casting a warm golden hue on her beautiful face. I was just pondering what expression I should wear when we return victorious. Shin Feichen and Tang Yingzhu exchanged glances, while others observed in silence. With a calm demeanor, Luo Cun stepped aboard the ship and found her cabin marked with her name. Given the vastness of the warship, their team of merely 300 enjoyed the luxury of individual VIP accommodations. Luo Cun secured herself on the 12-meter military cot, listening to the engines roar. Feeling the vessel ascend, a long-lost sensation of weightlessness enveloping her. After months, she was back aboard a warship. With a beep, her communicator signaled a message, prompting her to hurry to assemble. As she approached the next cabin, before she could knock, the door swung open from the inside. "Why did it take you so long to arrive?" Qiu Sheng exclaimed dramatically. "Something big has happened." Luo Cun raised an eyebrow and stepped inside. The arrangement of Tang Yingzhua's cabin mirrored her own, with a group of individuals seated in the center of the room. Instinctively shifting to make space for her as she approached, she settled cross-legged on the floor, inquiring, "Is this week's training not exhausting? We're just having a brief meeting upon boarding." "Goodness gracious," Qiu Sheng exclaimed, covering his face. "What time is it, and you're still able to sleep?" Luo Cun wore a perplexed expression. "You haven't been following the forum, have you?" And Ku Xian gasped in astonishment. "What forum?" "The Berkeley League Forum, of course. The organizers opened it last week," Qiu Sheng revealed, displaying the interface to Luo Cun. On the homepage of the website, the trending topics list prominently featured the #1 post, which boldly declared, "Breaking. Suspected core member of Danzel appears to be a trophy girlfriend climbing the ranks." Luo Cun let out a small exclamation. "We have a trophy girlfriend in our team?" Noticing the intense gazes directed at her, Luo Cun incredulously pointed to herself. "Is this about me? Whose leg have I been clinging to?" With a heavy heart, Qiu Sheng remarked, "The post didn't specify. But I suspect it's about Yingzi." He clicked on the message, which meticulously detailed how Luo Cun had allegedly leveraged connections to switch majors and secure her spot in the league. It even included images of her when she used to dress flamboyantly, as well as her academic performance metrics. As Luo Cun scrolled down, the comment section was a dismal sight. 1L. "I've had someone investigate, it's true. She's the acknowledged beauty of the sociology department, just a trophy. Her scent is indeed a bit nauseating." 2L. "No way, this is incredibly unfair to others." 3L. "Such a person should be expelled from the league." 4L. "Get her out of the league. She doesn't deserve to be in the military academy." 5L. Reported. 11L. "My uncle's friend's sister's daughter is in the military, and she says this girl has always behaved inappropriately, openly creating scandals with the two school heartthrobs." 12L. "Your connections are so close. I want pictures, I want the truth."
13 litres, 14 litres, 99,23 litres, 9,999,999,99 litres, 11 litres.
100L. "I can't access the military academy's internet, but I had my uncle's friend's sister's daughter send me screenshots." 101L. "Wow, I've finished reading. What a disgusting female." 107L. "Get her out of the military academy." 124L. "If this is true, I don't know why I've worked so hard." 139L. "This woman is so calculating. Coming to the league for gilding, and then directly going to the military with a powerful partner, a life ordinary people can only dream of." 176L. "Why does the name Luo Cun sound familiar?" 187L. "Isn't that a student from the Central Military School as affiliated high school?" 191L. "Wow, I remember. Isn't she the flower of her previous grade?" "Oh, she's from the Luo family." 200L. "Which Luo family?" "Luo's General Hospital?" 201L. "So her family background is quite good. Why engage in such disgusting behavior?" 217L. "Have you all heard of the term marriage alliance?" 221L. "Marriage alliance? That's a definitive trophy girlfriend." 222L. "So her intention in attending the military academy isn't pure. She's there to snag a rich husband?"
234 litres, Luo Cun.
"Please get out of the league." The subsequent comments were all variations of calls for Luo Cun to be expelled from the league and the military. Luo Cun clicked on the widely circulated screenshot. A grand spectacle of gossip. Who would the beautiful trophy girlfriend ultimately end up with? Attached was a photo of Luo Cun and Hua and exchanging glances, with Tang Yingzhu seemingly lost in thought as she captured the moment candidly. However, in this image, both gentlemen had their faces obscured, leaving only Luo Cun's visage fully visible. Chapter 74. being blacklisted across the internet, and Ku Xin cautiously glanced at Luo Cun. They're just internet trolls, you don't need to take it to heart. His words were interrupted by Luo Cun's deep sigh. I believe they are simply envious of my beauty. And Ku Xin, Qiu Sheng, the others, never attempt to fathom Luo Cun's thought process. However, Luo Cun pivoted the conversation. Who orchestrated this? The timing of this post, its content, and the ensuing comments clearly indicate someone is manipulating the narrative. There must be a traitor within the military academy. Qiu Sheng scoffed. Those photos and forum screenshots could only have been obtained by current students, he asserted. And Ku Xin pondered, could it be that poster's uncle's friend's sister's daughter? You actually believe that? Zhu Zhao scoffed. While these IP addresses appear to be from different locations, Lily and I have investigated. It's a false IP. She looked at Luo Cun. This individual is actually from the sociology department. Who?
Su Lily Interjet.
Lu Chong. Luo Cun gasped him.
Why? Su Lily Diplit.
There is a possibility he is being paid for this. I've heard his family, and T well off. Alright, Luo Cun mused. Don't you think this style of operation is reminiscent of a certain school's tactics? Qiu Sheng leaped up, exclaiming, oh my, you're not suggesting it's Yingzi's brother? Are you? Is this the work of Zino? Tang Yingzhua was taken aback. Luo Cun smiled, considering Zino suffered such a significant setback last time. I doubt Tang Jimu would refrain from retaliating. Zhu Zhao murmured, targeting Luo Cun seems pointless, but the Danzel candidates have already been announced, with Yingzi as the overall commander. Wei he gasped, so his ultimate goal is Yingzi? Before the competition officially begins, he wants to throw Luo Cun to the wolves to attract attention. And once enough time has passed and everyone is aware of the situation, he'll exploit Yingzi's exposure to affect her performance. Such a cunning plan. And Ku Xin clicked his tongue. Your commander truly is a creature with a dark heart. Luo Cun winked at him. The instinct for self-preservation prompted and Ku Xin to immediately amend his statement, except for you. Qiu Sheng ceased his nonchalant demeanor, turning to Tang Yingzhua. Does that fellow have other schemes? Tang Yingzhua lowered her gaze. Of course. Luo Cun snapped her fingers. Those lacking virtue should not aspire to be heirs. If this plan succeeds, it could not only directly impact Danzel's performance in the league, but also undermine Yingzi's claim to inheritance, a twofold strike. I have no interest in inheriting the Tang family, Tang Yingzhua replied softly. Your lack of ambition doesn't mean others share it. Nor does it imply that they believe you lack ambition. Qiu Sheng delivered a lengthy, convoluted statement, seemingly drawn from experience. You don't understand anything. Qiu Sheng's profundity was abruptly shattered by Tang Yingzhua. Your brother has served in the military for so many years. Inheriting the Qiu family is a foregone conclusion. You can do whatever you want in the future. It's not as complicated as my family. Thinking of the Tang family situation, Qiu Sheng's expression turned somewhat complicated. Your generation, indeed, has a rather overwhelming number of offspring. The Tang family resembled a breeding ground, producing countless children, among which emerged two exceptional talents, Tang Yingzhua and Tang Jimu, both endowed with S-level command abilities, destined to compete against each other for life. What should our next step be? Zhu Zhao inquired seriously. We can't let Zino's scheme succeed. Luo Cun contemplated. Let us inform Director Gu, asking the school to keep an eye on Lu Chong. As for the rest, we'll play along with their game. Lu Chong is a straightforward case, Zhu Zhao stated. But what do you mean by playing along? Are we just letting the rumors fester? What rumors? Luo Cun shrugged. What is wrong with being a trophy girlfriend? Luo Cun flashed a smile, revealing a set of pristine white teeth. Who in the military doesn't know I was once merely a decorative vase? As Luo Cun articulated, such a conspicuous post had indeed caught the attention of many in the military, who were now gathered in small clusters engaged in discussion. This elite group, comprised of those who had either celebrated victories alongside Luo Cun during military training and on StarNet or were vanquished opponents, fully recognized the formidable strength that lay beneath Luo Cun's exquisite exterior. Thus, upon encountering the post, most deemed it nonsensical. The comments beneath the post were amusing, almost echoing the wisdom of experience. Anyone who dared to oppose Brother Cun often met with dire consequences. However, some expressed concerns. Might this compromise our unit's image? Brother, you're missing the point, another interjected. Have you noticed that in the list we made public, our leader is merely a regular logistic soldier? What? Brother Cun isn't taking command anymore? How foolish. Look at this week's training. What position does Brother Cun hold? It seems he is the overall commander. And Tang Yingzhu appears to be the vice commander now. At this revelation, the crowd suddenly grasped the implications. Could it be that this post was authored by the leader himself? Goodness, brother. Your imagination runs wild. Brilliant. A masterstroke of self-deprecation. In that case, I want to respond. I had even planned a rebuttal. Listen up. Do not reply to that post. We must not jeopardize our leader's grand scheme. Well said. Well said. Everyone, disperse and inform the brothers about this. Under no circumstances should we reply to that post. The uninformed onlookers felt they had uncovered the truth, reveling in their conjectures about the core team's strategy. As the journey continued, whether during training or leisure, spirits soared, as if they had already clinched victory, leaving Shin Feichin and Jijin in awe. Perhaps this is what fate entails. Though the thoughts of both sides diverged entirely, the ultimate outcome converged harmoniously. Different paths leading to the same destination. Nothing could encapsulate it better. Chapter 75. The flawless portrayal of a vase after a day and night of sailing. The military ship finally docked successfully at the port of Central Star. Stepping off the vessel, Luo Cun immediately sensed the stark contrast to Danja. The humidity and temperature in the air were perfectly balanced, unlike Danja, where the prolonged sunlight and intense radiation made it arid. Here, verdant plants thrived, and the fresh air carried a faint floral fragrance. Many shared Luo Cun's sentiments, although Danja was also a natural planet. Its environment paled in comparison to that of Central Star. Are you astonished? Such a bunch of unsophisticated bumpkins, a male voice sneered nearby, laced with disdain. Coincidentally or not, the military ship from Sacred Land Weian arrived almost simultaneously. The two teams found themselves jostling at the port's exit, with the tall members of Sacred Land Weian subtly exuding an air of confrontation. Luo Cun turned to the speaker, his mental dossier aligning with the imposing figure before him. Vincent, the Super S soldier from Sacred Land Weian, was notoriously arrogant and confrontational. He was the last person one wished to encounter in military academies, and yet here they were, facing him upon their arrival at Central Star. Prior discussions had advised avoiding any confrontation with Vincent. Tang Yingzhu addressed the opposing side, maintaining a courteous demeanor. Commander Gu, the overall commander of Sacred Land Weian, also an S-ranked individual, was named Gu Qingfeng. Perhaps due to his exceptional genetics, Gu Qingfeng's appearance was striking, instantly recognizable among the crowd. With delicate features and golden hair that cascaded to his chin, styled with oil into a center part. His light-colored eyes radiated an air of nobility. It's been a while, Gu Qingfeng smiled, his expression betraying an unmistakable arrogance. I would appreciate it if Commander Tang would have the brothers from your unit step aside. We need to pass. Tang Yingzhu, unwilling to quibble over trivial matters, felt a twinge of discomfort but refrained from expressing it. Just as he prepared to yield, he was struck dumb by a sudden exclamation. Oh, dear Yingzhu. It's so sunny here, I can hardly stand it. Let us hurry. Tang Yingzhu turned stiffly to see Luo Cun in front of everyone, producing a delicate parasol adorned with white lace, handing it to Hua and with effortless grace. And could you hold the umbrella for me? Hua and Tang Yingzhu, the entire unit was rendered speechless. Luo Cun spoke in a higher pitch, her demeanor significantly softer than usual, coupled with her androgynous visage, instantly evoking the rumors surrounding the vase-like persona of their unit. Huan gazed at her, his eyes deep with contemplation. Luo Cun mouthed, hurry. Her slender fingers gripped the handle of the petite white umbrella, warmth from her palm brushing against Luo Cun's hand, sending a slight shiver through her. Luo Cun quickly released her grasp. With a gentle press, Hua and unfurled the umbrella with a crisp snap, raising it slowly afterward. His movements were languid and unhurried, his expression devoid of any emotion. Perhaps it was Hua An's striking features that rendered the heavily feminine umbrella in his hands incongruous. Luo Cun stepped forward, and Hua An followed suit. The two advanced directly toward Gu Qingfeng and Vincent, and just as they were about to collide, Luo Cun suddenly leaned toward Hua An and whispered something. Hua An's previously dark eyes sparkled as if illuminated by starlight, his lips curling into a faint, elusive smile. Vincent straightened his posture, releasing his overwhelming Super S presence. Hua An, sensing the shift, unleashed a countering wave of Super S energy, nullifying Vincent's pressure entirely. He draped an arm around Luo Cun's shoulder, effortlessly maneuvering past Vincent to position himself behind the Sacred Land Weian team. Gu Qingfeng's expression shifted dramatically. Damn it. Vincent, infuriated, turned to retaliate but was stopped by Gu Qingfeng's firm grip. Engaging in mutual combat before the match will lead to disqualification. Don't act rashly.
Damn.
That woman distracted me. His voice was low, but those nearby heard him clearly. Huathan's gaze turned icy. Luo Cun glanced back. What are you waiting for? The UV rays here are even stronger than in Danja. Luo Cun's outrageous remarks jolted Qiu Sheng from his stupor. He looked expectantly at Wei He. They. Wei He, expressionless, kicked his backside. Shut up, you sissy. To evade him, Qiu Sheng leaped high, grasping the steel beams above, and with a few agile flips, swung over the sacred land Wei On team. Upon landing, he stuck his tongue out at Wei He. Hey, come kick me. Wei He silently turned away, inspired by Qiu Sheng. The other students of the unit followed suit, showcasing their various skills as they leaped over the sacred land Wei On team. The two factions were thus compelled to disperse, rendering any further confrontation meaningless. Gu Qingfeng cast a lingering glance at Luo Cun and Huaren, his expression haughty. Let us go. Shun Feichen and Ji Jin stood at the ship's exit, observing the entire scene unfold. Shun Feichen adjusted his gold-framed glasses, his flamboyant features radiating confidence. The commander chosen by our unit this time is quite capable. That Tang fellow is just like those from previous years, too soft-hearted and easy to manipulate. Ji Jin, let us not forget that Central Military Academy has in Ranfeng. He commanded a border defense battle even before he came of age. Shin Feichen's striking eyes narrowed slightly as he extracted a slender cigarette from the pack. It appears that the Major General holds a favorable view of Ranfeng. He is a born commander, Ji Jin remarked. With a flick, the lighter ignited, and Shin Feichen held the cigarette between his fingers. His radiant visage shrouded in a veil of smoke. Then we shall observe closely this time. Will the strength emerge from a prestigious military lineage? Or will it be the wild card, Luo Cun, that prevails? Let us proceed. It's time for assembly. Ji Jin followed silently, contemplating the complexity of the situation. It was indeed challenging to predict Luo Cun's thought process, as her next move always remained a mystery. Throughout the military training, she had consistently surprised him. After walking for a while, Qiu Sheng could no longer contain himself. The figures have vanished. Surely we can lower this umbrella now? I simply cannot adjust to your style. Cung. Many shared his sentiment, as a palpable chill spread among the troops. Only then did Luo Cun signal for Hua and to retract the umbrella, prompting a collective sigh of relief. Where did you procure such an effeminate umbrella? Even we were taken aback. Wei He chuckled, relishing the earlier spectacle, especially the expressions on the faces of the saintly Weian contingent. Indeed, in previous years, we were always the ones at a disadvantage. Finally, we have turned the tables. Their commander had appeared quite disgruntled, undoubtedly not anticipating that Huji would navigate past Vincent with such ease. They all laughed heartily. Luo Cun stowed the umbrella back into her spatial button. The opposing team underestimated us. Inside her original spatial button lay an array of flamboyant items, with this umbrella being one of the more conventional ones. In a moment, Luo Cun resonated with her original self, realizing that even playing the part of a decorative figure was no simple task. One must always be thoroughly equipped. Departing from the docking port, the students of the First Army boarded a shuttle designated for their transport to the assembly point. Today would be a day of rest, with the official competition commencing tomorrow. The first event was led by Shun Feichen, who stood at the forefront, outlining the competition process. During their time aboard the warship, the corps members had already been briefed on these matters. Tang Yingzhu quietly leaned closer to Luo Cun. What are your thoughts on Gu Qingfeng? Who? Luo Cun inquired, her face a mask of confusion. The commander of the saintly Weian, he clarified. Oh, you mean Comrade Proud, Luo Cun suddenly understood. Raising her pinky finger and gesturing with a size reference, he's decent, but still a notch below me. Tang Yingzhu appeared hesitant, uncertain whether to commend Luo Cun's clever moniker or to urge her to adopt a more modest demeanor. After a moment's reflection, he opted for the latter and instead posed a question that had long piqued his curiosity. Why are you so determined to win the championship? Chapter 76. Securing the league championship is merely the first step. Tang Yingzhu sensed that Luo Cun's fixation on the championship title was profound. This fervor transcended mere school pride, harboring a deeper emotional resonance. He had anticipated that Luo Cun would deflect with humor, yet to his surprise, she replied with utmost seriousness, "This is an indispensable step towards swiftly realizing my phased objectives. What are your phased objectives? Luo Cun seemed genuinely taken aback. Haven't I mentioned it before?
Tang Jingzhu Pao said, Bui.
Had she truly informed him? When had that occurred? He had no recollection. During the award ceremony, Luo Cun prompted. As he recalled her audacious proclamation from that day, Tang Yingzhu felt as though struck by lightning. You mean your goal of becoming the governor in 2 years? You are serious? This was utterly outrageous. Luo Cun nodded. Of course. It is precisely because this goal presents a certain level of difficulty that the journey will likewise be arduous. Securing the league championship is merely the first step. Tang Yingzhu buried his face in his hands. He desperately wanted to inquire what the second step entailed but feared the answer would only deepen his discomfort. So he chose silence. He should not attempt to decipher Luo Cun's thought process, truly. The shuttle arrived at the assembly point, a training base nestled against the Chilean mountains. Surrounded by desolation. By some stroke of luck, they encountered the saintly Weian team upon disembarking from the shuttle, only to find themselves face-to-face with the Central Star Region team. The members of the Central Star Region were all locals, clad in specially designed uniforms, brimming with vitality and ambition, exuding an air of affluence. This left the Danzel team, who wore their military uniforms as attire, feeling somewhat out of place. Fortunately, the morale within the First Army was exceptionally high this year, rendering them oblivious to such comparisons. Qiu Sheng whispered, his tone laced with mockery, "Did you see that tall figure in the cloak?" That's Prince, and Luo Cun turned her gaze to the individual he indicated. He was tall and slender, wearing a naturally disdainful expression, exuding an air of arrogance. The heir of the Yin family, the sole Super S commander in the league. Known as the Prince of the Alliance and Ranfeng, Luo Cun smirked playfully. If the Prince and Proud were to cross paths, wouldn't they simply glare at each other? They have never seen eye to eye, Tang Yingzhu replied. Who is Proud? Qiu Sheng asked, puzzled. Gu Qingfeng, Luo Cun clarified. Qiu Sheng burst into laughter. Ha, Proud. What a fitting name. The young master of the Gu family is indeed quite proud. The members of the First Army, overhearing their conversation, struggled to suppress their laughter. And Ranfeng turned his attention to Tang Yingzhu, his tone surprisingly polite. The First Army is truly brimming with talent this year. He emphasized the word talent. Qiu Sheng exclaimed, they must be aware of the incident at the docking port. Their intelligence is impressive. After all, they were from the Central Star. Wei He chimed in. In previous years, Tang Yingzhu would have engaged in superficial pleasantries, but this time he accepted the compliment with an uncharacteristic calmness. Thank you. And Ranfeng raised an eyebrow, intrigued. As rumored, the First Army had undergone significant changes. Tang Yingzhu felt a surge of satisfaction. The pretense of cordiality was truly tiresome, and he was determined to emulate Luo Cun's audacious confidence. Observing the uncertain expressions on their faces brought him immense pleasure. Luo Cun's gaze shifted to the individual beside Ranfeng. This person bore an almost sickly pallor, and he had been fixated on Luo Cun since their arrival. Upon noticing her scrutiny, he inclined his head slightly in acknowledgement. Acquainted? We've just disembarked from the warship. We'll take some time to rest before reconvening. Tang Yingzhu said politely. Of course, see you shortly, and Ranfeng replied with a nod. To prevent conflicts between the different military schools, the accommodation areas for the 4 teams were placed at a considerable distance from one another, with Danzel's quarters located to the west. Tang Yingzhu guided his team in that direction. Luo Zhiqiu observed their retreating figures and remarked, it seems Danzel has some backing this time.
Oh.
What leads you to that conclusion? And Ranfeng inquired with a sidelong glance.
Luo Zhiqiu pondered, morale.
If it were merely the core team acting proud, it would be inconsequential. But the confidence radiating from their entire squad signifies something more. Moreover, the deputy commander, Chief He, has remained notably silent, positioned somewhat too far back. It all seems rather peculiar. And Ranfeng contemplated this thoughtfully. Zhiqiu, I heard that the girl who is quite close to Tang Yingzhu is from the Luo family?
Indeed.
Her name is Luo Cun. She is my younger sister, Luo Zhiqiu replied promptly. After such a long time apart, do you not wish to catch up with your sister? He casually suggested. Luo Zhiqiu smiled slightly. Certainly.
What?
That sickly one is my brother? Luo Cun sat cross-legged on her dormitory bed, her expression one of incredulity. Tang Yingzhu could scarcely fathom that one day she would be compelled to introduce her own familial connections. With an air of resignation, she remarked, he is your cousin. Luo Zhiqiu. He is regarded as a strategist at the Central Military Academy, quite a formidable character. Well, Luo Cun reflected on her own demeanor. The other party should be aware of her amnesia, right? She hesitated and inquired, am I closely related to him? Had anyone else overheard her words, they would undoubtedly find it peculiar. Yet, Tang Yingzhu oddly grasped the unspoken implications in Luo Cun's statement. He pursed his lips and replied, I have never heard you mention him. The implication was clear. They were likely not familiar with each other. Luo Cun immediately felt a wave of relief wash over her. Turning her gaze to the others, she queried with evident confusion, what are you all doing here? The core members were crammed into Luo Cun's modest dormitory, towering youths rendering the space rather cramped. At her question, Diao Zimin paused, realizing he had unconsciously followed them in. Qiu Xing chuckled. We are, of course, here to hear Brother Cun's next plans. His expression was unambiguous. Was the next step to concoct some mischief? Luo Cun shot him a sidelong glance. Stop dwelling on those nonsensical ideas. You should head back and rest. Qiu Xing was unimpressed by her admonition and immediately grasped the bedpost, declaring, I want to leave. If you don't tell me, I'll stay put. It's common knowledge in the army that Brother Cun's words are deceptive. He was skeptical that Luo Cun would remain inactive. With a sigh, Luo Cun responded, honestly, just behave yourselves. For the next couple of days, avoid any conflicts. Be cautious not to be disqualified. Qiu Xing was taken aback. Huh? Observing the group's relentless curiosity, Luo Cun continued, the bait has been cast. We simply need to wait for the fish to bite. Don't act recklessly. At that moment, a notification beeped, indicating a message from Luo Zhiqiu had been received. Luo Cun's lips curled into a smile. See, the fish has arrived.